Lindy unexpectedly find Shimsel find a bizarre and unpredictable world, where het takes over a shop named Strange Store, becoming its the proprietor. Amidst his environment teeming with unknown sand dangers, high surrounded beamel tichidifera creatures, their gazes betraying hostility and greed. Fortunately, Lindy is noten prepared possesses a formidable external ability. This power bestows upon him immortal yan the extraordinary capacity for infinite devouring, granting him a significant advantage when confronting these bizarre beings. Thus, how will Lindy, armed with such formidable abilities, navigate the myriad challenges and cry cess within the strange realm? Creak, creak. Under the illumination of the crimson moonlight, countless tendrils writhe violently, twisting and drolling, ensnaring the person seated in that chair, resembling a colossal cocoon. The black thorns along the tendrils pierce a deep line Tothia's flesh, blood flowing down he tendrils, ultimately vanishing into thin night. Meanwhile, their buds blossoming at the tips of he tendrils greedily absorb the blood, becoming increasingly vibrant and slowly unfurling. Suddenly, a bloodied hand bursts forth from the veins, grasping the budthetis the verjavblumen Gandhi and conjit for soli. Thud. The bud falls in response, instantly deflating. In tandem, the tendrils below convulse wildly, eventually withering away, revealing the bloody Dan Mongol douth within Lindy. Before Lindelia Sana Bisof darkness Shirai Shishan Torab's eyes, Onlato find himself touching nothing. Did he swallow Myables? Linda's face sees obscured by his blood-stained block hair, revealing in Latulo, bloodry die socket sashatilt shished confusion. Thebudin Hishand quivers as lightly, as if responding to him. A hint of resignation crosses Linda's face as Shesmiles, prickle, Eurius missive aver. Prickle, Thespicky bud, Hassapin chant for ambushing Lindy during his slumbers, akin to a playful child. Lindy chuckles affectionately, gent-like caressing the bud with his fingers, bending them slight liashem massages the creacisit dip, gradually pushing inward. Though his fingers successfully penetrate, his palm remains strapped outside. The forcibly opened Budamit say gurgling trembles incessantly. Relax, just widen a bit more, it will be over soon. Lindy raise sheatheth her hand to tenderlize the tea-bud, then forcefully tear sopen a larger entrance, plunging his entire arm inside. It's all right, bear with it, nothing will happen. Hooray Suri Sina Gentleton whiley exploring the interior of tea-bud. When Lindy feels around dead protrusions beneath his touch, as Mila curves a the corner soft his mouth found you, so you wear here. His face brightens with delight. Then, a violent commotion ends. Pained gurgles manite from within Thebud, accompanied by Thera taking vigorously. Pop. Too black-assured, sly my eyeballs are re-extracted by Lindy. He shakes off Thesly mean reinsert them into his eye sockets. As soon as thigh balls are placed back, new flesh begins to grow within Yisakets, gradually merging perfectly. The body that being punctured by the blackthorn soft tea bud no wheels completely, leaving the tracy of wounds. Boss, Wahavia customer. A melodious voice calls from downstairs. Thysis Lori, a staff member of Strange Store, and the first being Lindy encounter edge upon arriving in Thai's enigmatic world. Lindy wipes the blood from his eyes, clutching thin limp bud. Andrus is to descend the staircase. Simultaneously, a mechanical system voice resonitezen, his minding. A business opportunity has arrived. Linda pauses slightly, scanning his surroundings but finding now unwelcome egoists. He understands that this voice manifests directly in his mind. He retrieves a scalpel from his coat and, with a swift motion, pierces it into his own head. Theta Pinters through his left Templindex sits from the right. Ding! Host's brainstem is Ming. The system prompt him sagain. Lindy withdraws the scalpel, pondering, golden finger system? It's been 2 months, and did suddenly no showing? Boss, Lori urged from downstairs. Linda decides not to dwell in the golden finger issue, as customer say a reoccurrence that cannot be missed. Upon entering the frontal, the system voice Jimeson's Marie. Strange Store. Faction absolute neutral. Staff Lori prickle. Transactions this month 0. Prosperity half star. Fame half star. Popularity none. Description a near bankrupt Strange Store, the previous owner mysterious livenished, and do have a Beckhamite new master. Linda looks towards the frontal, where a little girl with a hypony tells us on the sofa. Her small hand serenerva slide again gather skirt, appearing quitty anxious. Upon seeing Lindy approach, Shebling sure innocent large eyes, looking Gatham why Theogara anticipation, and asks, Big brother, can your store reel do anything? Lindis Milsan nods, as long gas the payment is right, anything can be done. The little girl shakes her head pitifully, buddy having a money, what shall Dido? Lindy replies, you can also for the equivalent items in exchange. Having spent 1 month since this specular world, Lindy has deciphered its rules. Something Cherie cannot be purchased with money. He prefers to collect various unique items from his customers. After a moment's hesitation, the little girl says, I use it to live with me brother, but not long ago, has sudden lyran away from home, and thing shave been going sing around the house. Lindy inquires, do you expect our brother to I thethings? The little girl nods, I don't understand why me brother would to thought. Can you help me find him? If I find him, you will have a themanito pay ya. Ghost binding spirit of Fursio task find the missing brother. Tasker words basis experience 50, blood coin 200, special reward 1, other word sunk known. With both Minitarigan and system word sat stake, Lindy naturalican o tree fuse. After a brief internal analysis, Heesks, when did Dio your brother go missing? The little girl seems suitable to recall the exact time, lowering her head in distress as he ponders. Justice Bosher head, a seems sudden lie split sopen a thebacco fur head, widening progressively until it forms a circular black hole a thesis of airhead. From within the black hole emerges a petal-shaped flesh disc, covered in a multitude of harp teeth, connected by a phallistum. This disc seems animated, slow lie writhing as a text in suitward from black hole. Linda see easels to display the creature spanel information. Binding spirit derivative. Race evil spirit. Danger level C class. Own liposis athreto a select few beings, with minimal harm. Faction chaotic evil. Description a derivative of te ghost binding spirit, a pure embodiment of darkness on devil, forever insatiable. As Lindy examines thepinal, thepitalike flesh disc sudden lie lunge south him, tearing off his entire left tarminones with motion. Lindy is taken aback. However, the little girl remains oblivious to the emergency of binding for derivative. When she lifts her head to see Lindy, she notices no missing gun arm, blood gushing from the severed stump. She blinks her eyes and, with curiosity, asks, Big brother, is this yourn Luke? Hostlim missing. Hostla floss. Gazing at the blood splattered across Henley acquired genuinely either sofa, Lindy canna help but frown slightly. This binding spirit derivative incredibly brutish, lacking gani semblance ofligance. Chapter 2. A different price. The little girl, with a large mouth behind her head, voraciously devoured Lindy's arm while grinning at him with bared teeth. Unfazed, Lindy continued, What does your brother look like? Do you have a photograph of him? The little girl had come prepared, retrieving a picture of her and her brother from her pocket. In the photograph, the boy was entirely crafted from wood. His features crudely painted, resulting in a somewhat distorted appearance due to the artist's lack of skill. While Lindy examined the photograph, the large mouth, restless with appetite, seized a chair from beneath him. It seemed that the disappearance of the little girl's brother, along with the theft of items from their home, was likely connected to this entity. Initially, he thought the task would be impossible, but if her brother was indeed a wooden puppet, there might still be hope for recovery. Lindy smiled reassuringly at the little girl, saying, Dear sister, you have come to the right person. I excel at finding lost things, no matter how deep they may be hidden. The large mouth behind the girl paused. Really? Then I'll entrust you with this, big brother. Her pure, unblemished eyes sparkled with joy and anticipation. The little girl, displaying her politeness, stood and bowed deeply to Lindy in that fleeting moment of her bow. Lindy seized a fruit knife from the coffee table and thrust it toward the back of her head with force. However, the knife did not penetrate. It was firmly caught by that enormous mouth. Just a centimeter away, with a slight exertion, the mouth snapped the knife in two, devouring it with a series of crunches. Hee hee. The mouth's laughter was laced with provocation. The little girl lifted her head, and Lindy sat there nonchalantly, as if nothing had transpired. He retrieved a piece of candy from the sugar jar on the table and offered it to her. Little sister, would you like some candy? The girl's eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed as she tugged at her dress and timidly replied, Brother said I shouldn't eat candy from strangers. Lindy countered, Am I also a bad person for helping you find your brother? No. The little girl hesitated but ultimately accepted the candy and popped it into her mouth. The sweet flavor melted on her tongue, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. and then she collapsed with a soft thud. Lindy rose and approached her, smiling. You must listen to your brother. The little girl was oblivious to the presence of the binding spirit, which was equally unaffected by her. More precisely, when the girl was unconscious. The binding spirit could act with greater impunity. The complete form of the binding spirit was significantly larger, its mouth twice the size of the girl's head, with an abundance of teeth capable of stripping flesh away with a mere lick. Hee. The binding spirit crept closer to Lindy, its petal-like mouth agape. Observing this grotesque sight, Lindy licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a strange, excited crimson glow. Ding! Host detected a strong desire to consume. Friendly reminder. Integrity is the foundation of running a shop. Only by keeping promises can one earn a good reputation and name. Lindy retorted, Speak plainly. Transaction not yet completed. Lindy averted his gaze. He still needed to assist the little girl in finding her brother. It would be unfortunate if he accidentally swallowed her brother during the process of consumption. Moreover, his own arm was still within that mouth. Let me see. Where is my arm? As he spoke, Lindy moved the severed left arm, which felt empty, yet he acted as if he could sense its presence, diligently mimicking the motions. The restless binding spirit trembled suddenly. Lindy intensified his movements, causing the binding spirit to convulse violently, its petal-like mouth spasming in response. 5 seconds later, binding spirit, a foul odor instantly filled the small shop as one item after another was expelled from its flower-like mouth. Ding! You have obtained hairpin 2, ding. You have obtained lubricant 1, 2, ding. You have obtained a number of ghostly binding spirit hairs, ding. You have obtained chair 1, ding. You have obtained unidentified skin tissue 5, ding. You have obtained puppet limbs 15, found it. The sheer volume of items within that mouth was overwhelming. If everything were to be expelled, the little shop would likely overflow. Since the little girl's brother was already located, there was no need for further trouble. Just as the petal-like mouth settled momentarily, it twitched again and expelled an arm. Ding! You have obtained an independent arm 1. The arm surged forth from the chaotic pile of expelled matter. Landing with a thud on the ground, the vomiting finally ceased. The binding spirit lay limp on the floor, resembling a broken doll. The expelled arm stood upright, swayed left and right, then swiftly crawled towards Lindy. Using its fingers to push itself up, the arm climbed onto Lindy's shoulder, where it sprouted numerous slender growths that extended toward the severed area. The wound gradually closed at a visible pace. And within 10 seconds, his arm was perfectly reattached, with no trace of the severance remaining. With his arm restored, Lindy began to fulfill the little girl's request. He sifted through the pile of expelled matter to retrieve his chair and the limbs of the little girl's brother. A head? For upper arms, 2 thighs, 2 calves. For hands and feet, a neck, and a torso. As Lindy counted, he felt something was amiss. Never mind, it was not important. Fortunately, wood is not easily digestible, and the puppet monster's body remained relatively intact. With the little girl's brother found, it was now time for his meal. Lindy sauntered over to the binding spirit, crouching to examine it closely, his pupils ablaze with bloodlust and excitement. He grinned widely. The binding spirit trembled. Binding spirit sanity -30. I know you're frightened. But there's no need for fear, just yet. Lindy consoled it. He extended his hand toward the binding spirit. Squish! Accompanied by a piercing scream, the binding spirit's form rapidly shrank as if dehydrated, collapsing into a thin, withered skin until nothing remained. Ding! You are consuming the binding spirit. Consumption progress 100. Integrating with your body. Integration complete. Acquired abyssal iron stomach, capable of absorbing, storing, or digesting any substance. This skill can be upgraded. Lindy patted his stomach, suddenly feeling a pang of hunger. He turned to the little girl, who lay asleep on the sofa, and gently roused her. The little girl, still groggy from the sleepy candy, shook her head in confusion. Why does my head feel so much lighter? Lindy pointed to the pile of items on the floor, including the 15 limbs of the puppet monster, and said to her, Your body inexplicably gave rise to a dangerous spirit. Your brother and other belongings were consumed by it. I have dealt with that spirit, and these are your brother's remains. The little girl stared blankly at her brother's dismembered form on the ground, her eyes welling with tears. Big brother, can you help me put him back together? Lindy replied coolly. that will come at an additional price. Chapter 3. Please don't come any closer. As he spoke, the head of the puppet monster suddenly stirred, emitting a creaking sound as if wood were grinding against wood. The little girl's brother awoke, still a bit disoriented from being consumed for several days. Where am I? The puppet monster, winky face, looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, creaking in confusion. Brother, you're finally awake. The little girl cradled the puppet monster's head, transforming her sorrow into joy. The puppet monster, upon seeing her red eyes, quickly inquired, Little sister, what happened? Who bullied you? The little girl shook her head, half laughing, half crying, pressing her forehead against the puppet monster's. As she tilted her head to nuzzle against him, the puppet monster suddenly recalled that horrifying scene from before. Puppet monster sanity -25. He finally remembered the harrowing experiences he had endured over the past 2 days. It had been a truly terrifying ordeal. Brother, it's all my fault for allowing that derivative monster to consume you, the little girl lamented. Fortunately, this big brother helped me find you. Only then did the puppet monster notice Lindy, the other person in the room. The youth looked distinctly different from the other spirits in this realm. He resembled a human more closely, but of course, it was merely a facade. Having spent some time in the human world before arriving in this bizarre dimension, he understood humanity well. Humans could not possibly survive a day in this world, so he was certain that this youth was not human. Yet, the youth's disguise was impressively executed. His entire appearance seemed as if it were his own, with no visible seams or traces of adhesion. How enviable indeed. Facing the puppet monster's scrutinizing gaze, Lindy flashed a professional smile. The fee for my services is 200 blood fiend coins. How would you like to pay? The little girl suddenly recalled the matter of payment, gently placing the puppet monster's head on her lap before searching through its other limbs. It was too long before she extracted a coin pouch from one of the wooden legs and presented it to Lindy, saying, Is this enough? If not, I can look for more. And no wonder it is said that finding the elder brother brings fortune. Lindy opened the pouch and counted 200 blood evil coins from within. Ding! The quest to find the missing brother has been completed. Rewards: Blood Evil Coins 200, Experience 50, Special Reward, Ghost Binding Spirit Affection 30, Damaged, Unable to Distribute due to being devoured. Other rewards: Attribute Points 20, Big Brother. How much does it cost to piece together the brother? The little girl clutched the pouch, anxious that her funds might be insufficient. Lindy replied, The labor fee is 50 Blood Evil Coins, and the assembly materials cost 100 Blood Evil Coins, totaling 150 Blood Evil Coins. The puppet monster rolled its eyes. This little boss seemed quite decent, unlike other spirits who would exploit his younger sister's tender age to swindle her. Puppet Monster Affection 5. The little girl paid the fee and gently placed the puppet monster's head in front of Lindy. Then, Big Brother, please be gentle while piecing it together. Lindy nodded with a smile. Of course, no problem. Our little shop always prioritizes customer satisfaction. Ding! The ghost binding spirit has issued a trading quest. Assist the puppet monster in reassembling its body. Quest rewards: 50 Blood Evil Coins, Puppet Monster Affection 10, Ghost Binding Spirit Affection 10. Other rewards unknown. Lindy stood up and headed to the workshop behind the counter, and after a series of clanging sounds, he emerged with a toolbox. I am ready. Lindy opened the toolbox to reveal a hammer, pliers, and a saw. The little girl, puppet monster, Lindy took the puppet monster's limbs to the sink for a wash, then arranged them on the table, donned gloves, and picked up the hammer. Wait! The puppet monster exclaimed in horror, hastily attempting to intervene. Is a hammer really necessary for reassembling my body? Lindy explained. Using joint balls to connect the limbs ensures greater fluidity of movement, allowing for more complex maneuvers. The hammer is for driving the joint balls into your joints. Or would you prefer to use glue and nails instead? The puppet monster hesitated, finding some merit in Lindy's reasoning. Let us stick with the joint balls then. Picking up one of the puppet monster's joints, Lindy examined it before setting down the hammer and grasping the saw. What are you going to do? The puppet monster instinctively recoiled at the sight of the saw. Puppet monster sanity -30. Lindy held up half of the puppet monster's leg and patiently explained. Your joints are too flat to accommodate the joint balls. I need to create a slight curvature. Furthermore, securing the joint balls requires installing joint rods, which necessitate corresponding grooves. As he spoke, Lindy secured the puppet monster's half leg. Snip, snip, snip. Puppet monster sanity -10. Puppet monster sanity -8. Puppet Monster Sanity -5. Puppet Monster Sanity -1. Although it felt no pain, witnessing its own limbs being sawed caused a mental torment far greater than any physical suffering. Minutes later, Lindy polished the cut with sandpaper, and upon seeing the puppet monster's terrified expression, he smiled. The polishing treatment for the cuts is complimentary. Additionally, we offer full-body polishing and texture beautification services, with a 30% discount for returning customers. The puppet monster trembled violently. Full-body polishing? You mean to rub that thing all over me? And charge for it? How terrifying. This is a black shop. Perfect. Lindy wiped away the wood shavings with a towel and picked up a hammer and nails. Next, I will secure your joints. The process may be a bit vigorous. So don't worry too much. I am a professional. The puppet monster quivered and asked, Professional? Lindy nodded with a smile. I am responsible for repairing any damaged furniture in the shop. I have extensive repair experience. Puppet Monster Sanity -20. With a hammer in one hand and nails in the other, Lindy slowly approached. The puppet monster shook its head vigorously, its entire head struggling. I don't want repairs. I don't need you to fix me. Put down the hammer. Where is my little sister? Quickly, take me away. Let us go, now. The little girl, startled by her brother's frantic cries, hurriedly picked up the wooden head. The head was safe, but its limbs remained in Lindy's hands. A loud bang resounded as Lindy swung the hammer down. Puppet Monster Sanity -30. Ghost Binding Spirit Sanity -30. The ghost binding spirit shuddered in fright, losing grip and causing the puppet monster's head to fall to the ground. The wooden head rolled to Lindy's feet. Looking down, Lindy remarked, Oh dear, your head has fallen off. Puppet. Q don't come any closer. Chapter 4 After Sales Service is complimentary with a series of clangs and bangs. The puppet monster's legs were joined together with nails and joint balls. At this point, the puppet monster wore a dazed expression, staring blankly as Lindy manipulated its body, demonstrating various intricate movements. Its mobility was exceptional. The leg section was complete, and next came the arms. Lindy picked up the arm from the table, and once again, a flurry of clanging ensued. The puppet monster's limbs were connected to its torso, and now only the head remained to be affixed. Lindy picked up the puppet monster's head, wearing a kind smile. Thank you for your patience. We are just one step away from you being lively and animated once more. After a prolonged silence, the puppet monster finally moved its eyes, donning a look of existential relief. Minutes later, the clanging ceased, and Lindy clapped his hands. The commission has been successfully completed. Dear customer, please stand up and move around. If anything feels amiss, I will gladly make adjustments. Ding! The task of assisting the puppet monster in reassembling its body has been completed. Rewards. Blood Evil Coins 50, Experience 10, Special Reward, Puppet Monster Fright Value 60, Ghost Binding Spirit Fright Value 30. The puppet monster on the table shakily stood up, its gaze vacant and hollow, moving as though it were not its own body. Puppet Monster, Race, Spirit Creature, Danger Level, C-Class, can only pose a minor threat to a select few beings. Alignment, Neutral Evil, Description, Puppet Monster, quietly hiding in a corner, chuckling to itself. With a large head and small body, it wobbles as it walks. Do not call out at midnight, or it will bite you. Brother, you are whole again. How wonderful! The little girl embraced the puppet monster's waist, laughing and crying simultaneously. Perhaps spurred by his sister's call, the puppet monster's spirit was finally summoned back. He reached out to pat his sister's head, but as he did, a nagging sense of something being amiss arose. Observing the puppet monster stroke the little girl's head, Lindy's smile abruptly faded. It appeared that the puppet monster's head was affixed incorrectly. Fortunately, the head was also connected by joint balls, so it wasn't a major issue. He hurried to the back of the puppet monster, grasped its head, and twisted it forcefully. Crack! His movements were swift and precise, catching the puppet monster off guard as its head spun 180 degrees back into place. That's more like it. Lindy offered a warm smile. However, when he looked down again, his smile vanished once more. He gazed somewhat exasperatedly at the puppet monster's lower half. Oh dear! It seems the front and back of the legs are also installed incorrectly. This could not be corrected by mere twisting. They would need to be disassembled and reassembled. Before he could finish his thought, the puppet monster had already fumbled with its legs and bolted out the door in a panic. As it ran, the puppet monster screamed in terror, Little sister, run. Run away. Ding. Puppet monster danger level zeroed. Ding. Puppet monster fright value 200. Ding. Puppet monster resentment value 99. Ding. The shop's notoriety has increased by 10. Ding. The shop's popularity has increased by 5. The little girl, still somewhat bewildered, took off in pursuit of her brother. What are you running for? After-sales service is complimentary. Lindy tilted his head, muttering to himself. He turned to tidy up the pile of leftover debris, much of which had been expelled by the ghost-binding spirit's residual matter. Given their hasty departure, they likely had no intention of reclaiming it. Lindy sorted through each item. Hairpin, discarded. Ghost-binding spirit hair, collected. Lubricant, presumably for the puppet monster's limb lubrication, temporarily stored. Unidentified skin tissue? He picked it up, touched it, and sniffed it. From what Lindy could ascertain, it bore 5 distinct and peculiar biological scents. Lindy took out a scalpel to slice through the congealed skin tissue, intending to categorize and preserve it. Slick, slick, squeak. As the scalpel encountered a hard object, the familiar sensation reminded him of wood, forcibly peeling away the adhering skin tissue. Lindy extracted a long, narrow wooden block wrapped within. Examining the material of this wooden block, it appeared identical to that of the puppet monster's body. Yet, upon assembling the puppet monster himself, he had not noticed any missing components. Oh well, it should not be significant. Lindy casually discarded the long wooden block into the refuse pile. However, during the dissection, he had uncovered a troubling issue. The enigmatic patches of skin were tightly adhered to the elongated wooden blocks of the puppet monster, appearing not at all like a serendipitous amalgamation post-consumption, but rather as if they had been affixed together beforehand with a substance akin to glue. Reflecting upon the system's description of the puppet monster, Lindy felt an inkling that he had stumbled upon a hidden secret. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the elongated wooden block and stored it alongside the lubricant. Once tidied up, Lindy recalled the spiky ball carelessly left by the stairway window. The spiky ball required nourishment from the soil enriched with corpse essence. Otherwise, it would suffer from malnutrition. Once deprived of nutrients, it would instinctively seek sustenance, perceiving any bizarre creature as fertilizer. Typically, it was Lori who attended to the spiky ball, regularly replacing its soil. Surely, Lori had forgotten to change the soil, which explained why the spiky ball had become ravenous and attempted to consume him. Lori, I shall deduct a day's wages from you. Do not forget to change the soil next time, Lindy remarked. There was no response. The silence in the shop grew eerily profound. Furrowing his brow, Lindy called out again, Lori? Still, no answer. Why is she not attending to the shop downstairs? Where has she wandered off to? Lindy turned and ascended to the attic. As he reached the stairs, he heard a rustling sound of leaves emanating from above. Ding! A dangerous entity of S-class level has been detected nearby. Please prepare yourself, host. As the system's alert resonated, Lindy's brow furrowed slightly. He glanced upward toward the attic, where, not far from the staircase, he beheld bulbous scaly protrusions, densely covered in fine spines, undulating slowly as if they were breathing. An S-class dangerous creature? Lindy corrected himself with a grave expression. That was clearly his beloved spiky ball, though it could be a tad mischievous and had a penchant for nibbling on him. It was certainly not dangerous. With that thought, he ascended the staircase and entered the attic. The corridor was cluttered with the spiky ball's protrusions, and no tendrils had yet emerged. It was indeed malnourished. He pushed aside the surrounding protrusions to locate the budding portion. However, when he discovered the site of the flower bud, he was taken aback. Within that human-height flower bud, there was unmistakably a leg belonging to Lori. Not yet fully swallowed. Without a moment's hesitation, Lindy leaped onto the bud, grasping Lori's leg and tugging it outward. In a wonder he had not seen Lori after such a prolonged absence. It turned out she had been consumed by the spiky ball. Chapter 5. The void of the bazaar. Previously, when the spiky ball had ambushed him, it had not yet bloomed, and he had forcefully yanked it down in its pre-bloom state. He could interrupt its growth simply by detaching the bud. But now that it had blossomed, he was uncertain of the consequences of yanking it again. These two were his only employees. He could not subject them to experimentation. Exercising caution, Lindy severed one of his hands and inserted it into the spiky ball's mouth through a crevice. 3 minutes later, the spiky ball, you spat Lori out in her entirety, her clothing merely tattered and her body unscathed. After expelling Lori, the spiky ball visibly shrank, ultimately becoming a wilted flower bud. Has dawn arrived so swiftly? Lori murmured, groggily awakening, still uncertain of her predicament. Judging by her bewildered expression, it seemed she had been caught off guard by the spiky ball's sudden attack and had been swallowed whole before she could react. Having previously been consumed by the spiky ball, Lindy was acutely aware of its formidable digestive capabilities. Even a scalpel would not endure 3 minutes within its maw. He had braced himself to administer skin grafts to Lori. Yet he was astonished to find her completely unharmed. Lindy mused that, compared to his regenerative abilities, Lori's remarkable defensive prowess was even more astonishing. Having known Lori for 2 months, Lindy's understanding of her had been limited to that of a violent little girl. Beyond that, he knew nothing. Suddenly, he recalled the system, his golden finger.in. The next instant, Lori's information interface materialized before him. Name: Lori. Race: non-human. Danger level: faction. Description: the first employee of the bazaar shop. She is your loyal worker. Do not be deceived by her seemingly innocent appearance. Do not provoke her lightly. Lindy had already experienced the truth of do not provoke her lightly on his first day, when she had slapped him into a wall. What is this? Lori stared blankly at her hands and body, smeared with a viscous white substance. She looked up and spotted the same white substance on Lindy's left hand. Their eyes met. After an eerie silence, Lori seized the attic door. Hey? Lindy exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden assault. Rubbing his now-dented head, he inquired, What are you doing? Lori, what did you do to me while I was asleep? Seeing her disheveled state, covered in slime, and glancing at his own left hand, Lindy immediately grasped the situation. Remaining composed, he said, Put the floor down first. Let me explain. Before Lori could thoroughly dismantle the place, Lindy successfully persuaded her to halt, thus preventing them from facing homelessness. Observing the door and floor that had been violently removed, Lindy descended to retrieve his tools, which he had yet to tidy up, and returned upstairs to repair the door and floor. Today was a day for repairs. Once the repairs were completed, Lindy recalled the spiky ball stowed in his pocket. Lori, if you wish to avoid being swallowed again, you must regularly change the soil for the spiky ball. Lori replied, I was just about to tell you, we're out of corpse soil. Corpse soil, as the name suggests, is the soil saturated with the essence of corpses. The spiky ball could only derive nourishment from it. Lindy placed the spiky ball in a flower pot, stating, It seems we must venture into the human world to replenish our supplies in this world. Once bizarre creatures perish, they either disintegrate into nothingness or become sustenance for other bizarre beings. Finding a corpse, let alone a piece of remains, is a formidable task. Meanwhile, the human world is practically teeming with corpse soil, providing a virtually inexhaustible supply. There exists a door between this world and the human realm, which humans refer to as the Bizarre Gate. Humans have also bestowed an elegant name upon this bizarre world, calling it the Void of the Bizarre. For humanity, the existence of the Bizarre Gate and the Void of the Bizarre is no longer a secret. Theo addressed the presence of the Void of the Bizarre. Humanity has established an organization known as the Bureau of Bizarre Management. According to Lindy S. knowledge, the Bureau once dispatched human ambassadors into the Bizarre Gate, seeking amicable relations with the Void of the Bizarre. The Void of the Bizarre graciously welcomed this human ambassador, even bestowing a 5-star review upon his flavor. Since then, no humans have ventured through the Bizarre Gate. Humans can traverse freely between the two realms. Yet for the bizarre creatures of the Void, the Bizarre Gate remains an unattainable aspiration. Not long ago, in a bid to ascertain his own humanity, Lindy attempted to approach the Bizarre Gate. As a result, he successfully passed through into the human realm, where he found the spiky ball. Having confirmed his humanity, Lindy naturally wished to return to his own world. However, after spending some time there, he discovered that the human world was far more perilous than the Void of the Bizarre. He had merely survived a near-fatal encounter with a falling kitchen knife from the 18th floor, only to be surrounded by a group of heavily armed individuals intent on imprisoning him. Had it not been for the interference of other bizarre creatures who created a commotion, he might have already been locked away. Since then, he had settled in the Void of the Bizarre, occasionally venturing into the human world for supplies and leisure. Were it not for the Bizarre Gate, Lindy would have been uncertain whether he was human or a bizarre entity. Indeed, He had lost his memory. When he awoke, he found himself in the room of the bizarre shop. His mind a blank slate, with only the name Lindy lingering in his memory. Later, upon discovering the former owner's accounting ledger, he learned the nature of the world he had entered. Given the system's remarkable intelligence, he wondered if it could also illuminate the origins of his existence. The system, ever responsive to his inquiries, immediately presented an interface. Ding. Lindy. Age. Unknown. Age holds no significance for you. Level. 2. Race. Human. Lifespan. Even cockroaches cannot rival your endurance. Strength. 80. Less than Lori's pinky. Speed. 60. Are all your limbs intact? Intelligence. 90. Though your mental pathways are unique, your cleverness is undeniable. Mental strength. 101. Are you the legendary mental prodigy? Luck. -1. Do you manage to get food stuck in your teeth just from drinking water? Charisma. 92. You possess an extraordinary charm, yet fail to leverage it. Bloodcoin. 600. Introduction. The proprietor of the bizarre shop, an amnesiac youth of unknown origins, possessing a unique physique, uncertain whether he is human or a bizarre entity. Lindy's expression grew serious as he repeatedly scrutinized the final segment of the introduction. Uncertain whether he was human or bizarre, he had thought he had confirmed his humanity, only for the system to reveal it could not ascertain his nature either. Chapter 6. The human world. Oh well, it matters not. At present, he is deemed an abnormality in the human world, and the question of his humanity has become less significant. However, compared to the other bizarre entities here, he still considers himself relatively normal. At least when standing amidst a crowd, people merely gaze at him with admiration rather than shriek in terror. Knowing he was about to venture into the human world, Lori hurriedly handed him a small notebook. Boss, these are the items I require. Please remember to bring them when you go. Lindy cast a brief glance at the list, which consisted solely of various ingredients. Do not overthink it. They are not peculiar items, merely ordinary ingredients from the human realm. After all, in this environment, mundane ingredients are quite difficult to cultivate. Ever since Loli pilfered the takeout he had brought back from the human world, she had developed a fondness for human cuisine. Her passion for human food spurred her to delve into the art of culinary creation. Through her diligent efforts, she concocted bizarre dishes imbued with formidable potency. This is not an exaggeration. Her dishes actually contained dark matter, leading to various issues upon consumption. Neighbors who had tasted her culinary endeavors reported experiencing temporary amnesia, diminished eyesight, and even mutism. Fortunately, there have been no fatalities thus far. If one consumes sparingly, normalcy can be restored within 2 to 3 days, although few are inclined to indulge further. Lindy equipped himself with 2 large sacks and gathered a couple of items from the store before embarking on his journey to the human world. Due to the peculiar nature of the strange gate, no supernatural beings lurked within a 5-mile radius. Lindy's multiple excursions had not attracted the attention of any otherworldly creatures. Traversing through the shadowy woods, Lindy arrived at the strange gate. Rather than resembling a traditional portal, its form was more akin to a time-space tunnel. At its core lay a distorted darkness, encircled by a ring of deep crimson. The energy contained within the strange gate remained a mystery. Nonetheless, any aberrant beings that ventured too close would be repelled, some even sustaining injuries. Upon entering the strange gate, Lindy felt an inexplicable sense of comfort each time he crossed through. Were it not for the restriction against lingering too long within the gate, he might have wished to reside there permanently. With a blink, he transitioned from the lightless void of the bizarre realm to the sunlit expanse of the human world. The strange gate, after all, is not a true door. It possesses but a single entrance while offering countless exits. This time, fortune favored him, as he did not find himself landing in the ocean or upon an iceberg, but rather at a waste incineration plant. Before entering the furnace, staff members retrieved him from the refuse using a crane. Although the landing site bore an unpleasant odor, it was fortunate that he was on solid ground. In a bustling area, making shopping relatively convenient. Prior to procuring the items Loli had instructed him to buy, he first visited an underground black market. Such establishments were scattered throughout, and each time he ventured into the human world, he made it a point to patronize them. Acquiring goods in the human realm necessitated specific currency, and he possessed only blood coins, which were not accepted here. The underground black market was one of the few places he knew where he could exchange goods from the strange world for currency. After verifying his identity, the shopkeeper respectfully ushered him inside. This subterranean shop, accessed via an elevator that descended endlessly, always evoked in Lindy a sensation akin to descending into the depths of hell. The area beyond the elevator was dimly lit, the corridor awash in a kaleidoscope of red and green lights, imbued with an eerie ambience. However, having emerged from the bizarre void, such scenes were merely part of his daily existence. The shop was designed with the aesthetics of the strange world, yet the proprietor was undoubtedly human. In the past, he had always been attended to by staff, but after he brought the surgical instruments of Dr. Seiko from the void, the owner, Shinji, began to personally cater to him. With a somewhat obsequious smile, Shinji greeted Lindy. "Mr. Lin, it has been a while. Do you have any intriguing items for sale this time?" Lindy produced a small plastic bag containing merely 2 hairpins. These were the hairpins of a ghostly spirit, rubbish he intended to discard. The black market served as his personal garbage dump. He discovered that what he deemed refuse was regarded as treasure within the shop. Were he to bring in the shop's collectibles, they might very well deplete their entire stock to acquire them. Upon seeing the 2 kawaii hairpins encased in a plastic bag, Shinji displayed no hint of disdain. After all, in previous encounters, Lindy had presented seemingly trivial items, yet each had yielded detectable traces of dark matter upon examination. Donning gloves, Shinji carefully placed the hairpins into a box, even taking the plastic bag Lindy had casually used to hold them. After retrieving the items for testing, Shinji continued to host Lindy in the reception area. Due to Lindy's frequent visits, Shinji had gained a general understanding of his tastes and would offer stored sweets and juices to entertain him. These delicacies were quite rare in the void, making them a delightful novelty. Half an hour later, the testing results emerged. Shinji's smile grew ever more ingratiating as he respectfully presented Lindy with a handbag. Upon opening it, Lindy discovered it filled to the brim with currency from the human world, worth far more than the refuse from his last visit. "Mr. Lin, may I be so bold as to inquire?" Shinji began, only to be cut off. No, Lindy grasped the wallet and turned on his heel decisively. With the money in hand, he made a beeline for the market. While others typically carried their purchases in small bags, Lindy emerged with a large sack. After completing his shopping for Loli, his next task was to procure corpse soil. The soil from graves contained only ashes, devoid of any lingering scent of death. Only soil from places housing actual corpses bore such an essence. Corpse soil need not be excavated directly from graves. Moreover, in urban areas, finding graves was no simple feat. Fortunately, he could sense the aura of corpses within a 3-kilometer radius, making the search for corpse soil a manageable endeavor. Lindy surveyed his surroundings before proceeding toward the area with the strongest scent of death. To his surprise, this location turned out to be in a bustling district. Based on his experience, corpse soil typically resided in secluded mountains or the yards of residential complexes. Who would bury a corpse in a busy urban area? Though perplexed, Lindy chose to trust his instincts and proceeded into the bustling district. The area was teeming with people, all engrossed in their activities. Numerous stalls lined the streets, displaying a dazzling array of wares that overwhelmed Lindy's senses. At that moment, he noticed a stall selling potted plants, surrounded by a significant concentration of corpse energy. Approaching the stall, he leaned down to examine the soil within the pots. As suspected, the soil was indeed pure corpse soil. It would be impractical to transport the pots all at once. Digging up the soil directly would prove more convenient. Lindy was not concerned with how the soil was obtained. He was only interested in its origin. Chapter 7. Do not enter the thicket. "Boss, where did you procure this flower soil?" The stall owner lifted his eyelids, displaying a lack of interest, and casually replied, "Just dig some soil from the park." Ultimately, Lindy purchased a potted plant and successfully gleaned the location of the corpse soil within the park. Huangyan Park is a renowned tourist attraction, requiring an entrance fee to explore. After paying the toll, Lindy entered. As he surveyed the surroundings, he found nothing but people and trees. Following the directions provided by the stall owner, he arrived at a small thicket. The grove was modest in size, and as he drew near, he sensed the location of the corpse soil. He retrieved his sacks and shovel and ventured into the thicket. As he approached the spot where the corpse soil was located, he suddenly heard voices nearby. It was entirely normal for there to be people in the park, yet these voices sounded somewhat unusual. Hearing a man's heavy panting and a woman's soft moans, Lindy halted his advance. Was it truly possible to be so vigorous in broad daylight? Lindy had no interest in witnessing a live performance and turned to discreetly distance himself. However, just as he turned, the sounds from the thicket ceased abruptly. Lindy paused, taken aback. Had it ended so quickly? At that moment, he caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent of blood, accompanied by the sounds of flesh being torn and devoured, emanating from the same direction. Suddenly, Lindy realized something and stealthily approached. He beheld a scene not far away. A long-haired man straddling a woman. The man's back faced him, his arms moving rhythmically as he intermittently emitted sounds of sucking and chewing. Ghoul. Species, mutant. Danger level. C. Description. If a handsome or beautiful stranger approaches you on the street, do not be tempted to follow them into the thicket, for they may not be human. In someone else's territory, it is wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict, so Lindy decided to leave. Just as he turned, a raspy voice, uncharacteristic of a human, reached his ears. There's a delightful scent, it murmured. I can't help but want to devour you. Having been discovered, Lindy had no choice but to halt his retreat. At that moment, the ghoul had turned to face him, its features undeniably handsome, which explained how it had lured the woman into the thicket. However, Lindy was acutely aware that this visage was merely a facade. With his cover blown, the ghoul no longer felt the need to disguise itself. Advancing toward Lindy step by deliberate step, with each stride, its body began to transform. The once fair skin turned a decayed, ashen black, and its alluring eyes glowed with a dangerous crimson light, sharp fangs protruding menacingly. Its form contorted, still bipedal yet resembling more of a gorilla than a human. The ghoul fixed its blood-red gaze upon Lindy, drool escaping the corners of its mouth. Lindy furrowed his brow, maintaining his composure. Is there truly no room for negotiation? The ghoul's raspy voice resounded once more. I could consider eating your head first, to lessen your suffering. It appeared there was no room for discussion. The ghoul's scarlet eyes bore into him, its mouth splitting open to reveal a set of pristine, white fangs as it lunged toward Lindy's neck. Lindy remained motionless, his expression devoid of any emotion. Scared? Stunned? Ha ha ha. The laughter abruptly ceased as a tentacle suddenly emerged from the shadows, coiling around the ghoul's body. This tentacle did not simply appear out of thin air. It had emerged from behind Lindy. The ghoul's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you? Lindy, unwilling to squander words on the inanimate, flicked his wrist, and a shovel materialized in his hand. Though it was merely an ordinary spade, it could fetch a handsome price in the shadowy market if stained with the blood of a ghoul. With fierce determination, Lindy swung the shovel down upon the ghoul, only to hear a sharp crack as the shovel was seized in its jaws and shattered. The ghoul grinned malevolently, taunting, too weak, too feeble. Utter trash. In that moment, its twisted bones contorted, breaking free from the grasp of the tendrils. The rapidity of these events left Lindy little time to react, and he found himself confronted by the ghoul's clawing assault. He hurriedly retreated, yet the ghoul's speed was astounding, closing the distance in an instant, its maw poised to devour him. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, Lindy suddenly opened his arms wide, embracing the ghoul in an unexpected gesture of defiance. A subtle smile graced his lips, while the ghoul's expression froze in shock. It stood paralyzed, unable to move, as if its throat had been constricted, silencing any cries for help. Lindy's smile deepened. My friend? You may savor my essence within my very being. With those words, the ghoul trembled violently, its mouth agape in a silent wail. Ding! You are consuming the ghoul. Consumption progress. 100. Merging with your body. Merging complete. Acquired camouflage skill. Ability to alter appearance. Ineffective when attacked. Speed 30. Recovery speed 50. Strength 20. The ghoul's form gradually shrank, ultimately reducing to a skeletal remains scattered upon the ground. 10 minutes later. Lindy hefted a sack filled with ghoul soil, brushing off the dust from his clothing, and departed with a sense of fulfillment. And no sooner had he stepped out of the park than he spotted two black vehicles approaching. While black cars were commonplace, those fortified and modified for defense were a rarity. It seemed the Anomaly Management Bureau had detected something amiss and rushed to investigate. The earlier clash would undoubtedly have generated significant dark matter. Betraying their location, Lindy chose not to linger and swiftly vacated the scene. Having ventured into the human realm, he stored his 2 bags of goods at a shop and hailed a cab to a bustling shopping district. His current attire was nearly faded beyond recognition. It was high time he procured a few new garments. It appeared to be a festival day, as he encountered throngs of couples wherever he went. Along the streets, flower vendors appeared every few meters, selling vibrant blooms that were utterly absent in the void realm, where the environment could not sustain such beauty. After a brief moment of admiration, a flower-selling maiden beamed at him, urging, "Handsome, why not buy a bouquet for your beloved on Valentine's Day? You might just win their heart, beloved." He had none. Yet he yearned for some lovely flowers to take back for his spiky ball. After all, beauty attracts beauty. Perhaps the spiky ball might flourish into something more appealing. Lindy lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the flowers. The red roses were as vivid as fresh blood. The white roses, pristine as snow. And the black roses bore an uncanny resemblance to his spiky companion. Without hesitation, he selected a bouquet of each variety, paid, and promised to collect them after purchasing his new clothes. Chapter 8. The Anomaly Management Bureau. The maiden smiled as she expertly wrapped his flowers. Setting them aside in a non-sale area, as Lindy stood to depart, he suddenly sensed a formidable surge of anomalous energy approaching. The potency of this force was sufficient to rend a human body asunder in an instant. He attempted to flee the area, only to discover the eerie energy enveloped a radius of nearly 5 miles. It felt as though an unseen force had ensnared his body, rendering even the act of breathing a struggle. In the next heartbeat, he felt as though struck by a heavy object, a searing pain blossoming from the depths of his mind, followed by a disorienting whirl. When he opened his eyes once more, the world around him was shrouded in a gray haze. The once bustling district of towering skyscrapers lay in ruins. Debris littered the ground, dust swirling in the air, mingling with the acrid scent of blood and gunpowder, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Scattered across the wreckage were countless dismembered bodies, blood pooling beneath them, staining the earth crimson. Unable to withstand the overwhelming force, Lindy's body shattered in an instant. One half remained relatively intact as he clawed desperately at the ground, writhing and contorting, striving to move an inch forward. Meanwhile, elite soldiers from the Anomaly Management Bureau arrived at the scene without delay. Gazing at the catastrophic tableau before them, even the hardened soldiers, accustomed to bloodshed, wore expressions of grave concern. The commanding officer, his gaze steely, retrieved his radio and intoned, "Wolf Squad has arrived on the scene. No signs of life detected thus far. Initial danger level assessed as B. Requesting backup." A response crackled through the radio. Acknowledged. As they awaited reinforcements, the squad leader addressed his team. "This is your first encounter with a B-level danger zone. Remember my previous warnings. Before attempting to save anyone, assess your own capabilities. Do not let impulsive bravery place you in peril, forcing others to rescue you. The nation has trained you to combat anomalies to protect humanity, not to sacrifice yourselves. Now, search the wreckage for survivors. Detection equipment is not infallible. Remember, only shapeshifters can contend with B-level anomalies. Do not overestimate your own strength. Do you understand?" The elite soldiers responded in unison. "Understood." Minutes later, a fully armed black escort vehicle arrived. The squad leader cautioned, "What you are about to encounter are shapeshifters. Do not regard them as ordinary humans. Their bodies are tainted by anomalous energy and could devolve into monstrous forms at any moment. Never turn your back on them." As the vehicle's doors descended, 4 figures emerged, 3 men and 1 woman. They were clad not in military garb but in ordinary civilian attire, all uniformly dressed in black. "The fresh air outside is invigorating," exclaimed the youngest among them, Qiao Junhua, who appeared to be the smallest in stature. Beside him, Yu Liang maintained an impassive demeanor, stating, "Initial assessment is B-level, but there is potential for A-level. Proceed with caution." Xiao Cheng scanned the surroundings, his keen senses detecting something amiss, and he moved forward. Approaching the edge of the rubble, he squinted. "You all, come look." It's his words. The others gathered, and upon witnessing the scattered remains beneath the debris, they fell silent, their expressions grave. Even the previously jovial Qiao Junhua found no humor in the situation. Did they not issue a warning to evacuate the area? Qiao Junhua murmured. Why Yu Liang adjusted his glasses. Perhaps they did not have time. Xiao Cheng's eyes narrowed, his voice low and filled with ire. After all these years, they can't even manage a warning. What are those bureaucrats in the office doing? The sole female member of the team, Yin Ying, was busy utilizing a device on her wrist to detect the presence of anomalous beings. After 10 seconds, she reported, southwest, 5 kilometers. As her words fell, the quartet leaped from the rubble, sprinting swiftly towards the southwest. Nearby, soldiers searching for survivors gazed in astonishment at their incredible speed, realizing this was no ordinary human ability. Minutes later, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted in the distance. Meanwhile, Lindy was still dragging his half-disassembled body in search of his missing leg. Without its support, crawling proved exceedingly cumbersome. His leg was likely trapped beneath the rubble, and he would need to unearth it himself. With the Anomaly Management Bureau personnel attending to the crisis, he had to make his escape before being discovered. Resolute, he resumed his frantic writhing and twisting movements. Suddenly, the sounds of battle ceased, causing Lindy to pause. How strange! The ghoul's presence was still palpable. Could it be that the Anomaly Bureau had met with total annihilation? As he pondered, a blinding light appeared in the distance. Drawing nearer, it was a flaming sphere, tumbling through the air. Ding! Danger level B anomaly detected nearby. It is advised that the host vacate the area immediately. Lindy chuckled at the absurdity of the advice. How exactly am I to flee in this state? The fireball approached rapidly, radiating intense heat. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Lindy scrutinized the fiery orb, now mere meters away, his eyes reflecting its flames. He detected a rare, delectable aroma emanating from it, a tantalizing scent of food. The fireball appeared to sense his presence, halting just before him. As it descended, it revealed a figure enveloped within, a lithe and graceful woman. Flame spirit, danger level B. Capable of inflicting extensive damage and effortlessly dispatching humans. Faction, chaotic evil. Description: a creature born from the depths of hell, its form composed of blazing rock and restless spirits, radiating a heat more intense than lava, leaving desolation in its wake. The flame spirit scrutinized the battered figure of Lindy before her, visibly intrigued by his continued existence. The human body is so fragile that it can shatter and perish with the slightest touch. This individual had only one leg and one arm remaining, his body cleaved in half. How is it that he still lives? In response to the flame spirit's gaze, Lindy raised half of his head and grinned. Miss, could you please move your foot? You're stepping on my hand. The flame spirit shifted her stance, and indeed, she discovered a charred claw beneath her foot. Astonishingly, despite the proximity to her flames, it had not melted away. Could this youth truly be human? Miss, could you assist me in retrieving my hand? Lindy added. The flame spirit, captivated by his curiosity, found herself reluctant to end his life. She leaned down to pick up the blackened claw. Approaching Lindy closely. Ding! Host detected to have a strong desire to feed. Friendly reminder: consumption carries risks. The host must exercise caution. The flame spirit handed him his claw, and Lindy caught a whiff of the scent of charcoal-grilled chicken claws. Surprisingly appetizing. Chapter 9. The Eerie Angler. You fish. The uncanny Lindy reached for his charred hand, and upon contact with the flame spirit's flames, a searing sensation coursed through him. This close range. He could even hear the sizzling sound of roasting meat. Doesn't it hurt? The flame spirit inquired, inching closer to observe his reaction. Just as the flames threatened to singe his hair, Lindy suddenly seized the flame spirit's leg. Simultaneously, a tentacle emerged from behind him, revealing a fishhook affixed to it. The tentacle pierced through the flame spirits. Although lacking a heart had little effect on his life, he could not simply exist devoid of one. Lindy, I must retrieve it. His heart had undoubtedly been taken to the Peculiar Management Bureau's laboratory, a place heavily guarded, making a direct assault impossible. In any case, he should first return to the Void Anomaly realm and then devise a longer-term plan. Lindy emerged from the center of the ruins in a disheveled state. His clothes and wallet were destroyed, forcing him to walk back. Along the way, he spotted an abandoned bicycle, which saved him considerable time. Upon returning to the shop where he had stored corpse soil and provisions, the shopkeeper, upon seeing him, hurriedly produced a coin to hasten his departure. Lindy. Through the glass, he caught sight of his current appearance. Filthy, with blood caked in dust, ensuring that he would not immediately prompt someone to call the authorities. His ragged attire, cobbled together from the remains of the ruins, was even less presentable than that of a roadside beggar. It was understandable that the shopkeeper failed to recognize him. Lindy picked up a water bottle from the counter and washed his face. His features were of a kind that was hard to forget. and the shopkeeper recognized him at a glance. "Are you cosplaying a zombie?" The shopkeeper, understanding his ragtag appearance, immediately grasped the situation. The shopkeeper was a hearty and warm-hearted man, bringing forth the 2 sacks he had stored for Lindy. The man, quite kindly, remarked, "I thought you had gone to the Southern District to buy clothes, considering you hadn't returned for so long. Thankfully, you didn't go there. That area was hit by a peculiar attack." The news reported that the entire Southern District has vanished, with thousands perishing without a single survivor. Nowadays, strange attacks have become an undeniable reality across the globe. The existence of anomalous creatures is no longer a secret to humanity. Upon returning to the Void Anomaly realm, Lindy handed the 2 sacks over to Loli for processing. Noticing his disheveled state, Loli hesitated to speak. "Lindy, speak your mind." Loli's gaze held a peculiar expression. "Boss, you truly have it tough. Not only do you run a shop, but you also have to beg to support your family. It must be incredibly challenging." Loli resolved. "Boss, I shall diligently study culinary arts to reward you." "Lindy, winky face, that is entirely unnecessary." With an ample supply of corpse soil, the thorny fruit had indeed quieted down significantly, and the flower buds appeared much more vibrant. After taking a shower and changing into fresh clothing upstairs, Lindy transformed into a refreshed and handsome youth. This trip to the human world yielded considerable rewards. Not only did he enjoy 2 hearty meals, but he also acquired some amusing skills and items. With his physical attributes enhanced as well. Previously, he could only gauge the growth of his abilities through his body's reactions, but now, with the system interface, his physical values were materialized. Lindy focused intently on the attributes that had undergone changes. Lindy, level 5 race, life, -1, -1, -1. Due to organ loss, vitality is in continuous decline, strength, 135, unable to withstand Loli's slap, speed, 95, barely counts as having all limbs intact, unlocked new skill, forging level, F, disguise, a camouflage skill that allows for the alteration of appearance, rendered ineffective upon being attacked. Acquired new item, flame spirit fire, rare flame capable of melting metals and forging high-quality weapons. Description: the peculiar shopkeeper, a gourmet with a unique taste and a penchant for adventure, enjoys devouring all anomalous creatures. Perceived as strange by humans and a pervert by the anomalous, he might be devoured himself due to his gluttony. Lindy what on earth is a pervert? Why does this system insult him? Just because he is a bit gluttonous, it curses him to be devoured. How malicious! Lindy, possessing a generous spirit, chose not to engage in a quarrel with the system. He redirected his attention to the new skill, disguise. Ghouls utilize this skill to alter their appearance, transforming from a monstrous figure with a green face and sharp teeth into a handsome man. With this skill, he could possess multiple faces, alleviating concerns about exposure when venturing into the human world. However, before that, he needed to practice diligently to become proficient at the face-swapping process. With mirror, scissors, and surgical knife at the ready, Lindy placed his hand on his face and gently swept it across. When he withdrew his hand, his features had completely vanished, leaving behind a blank visage. 2 eyeballs remained, tenuously connected by a sliver of flesh, preventing them from falling off. Since he intended to create a disguise, having no eyes would be impractical. How could one see without them? Lindy flexed his fingers and picked up the surgical knife. Beginning to paint on his face, he fully channeled his elementary school artistic skills, managing to draw a mouth and half an eye. Observing his reflection in the mirror, Lindy concluded that his artistic abilities needed further refinement. The eyes he crafted were somewhat small, revealing only the black pupils while obscuring the whites, resembling a black hole on his face. The mouth, inadvertently slashed awry, had been adjusted repeatedly until it nearly stretched to his ears. Drawing from his previous experience, Lindy set to work on the other eye a few minutes later. An eye with a sunken socket and a bulging eyeball resembling a spring took shape. Lindy, although he lacked the memories of when he was human, upon seeing his handiwork in the mirror, he was certain that he possessed a remarkable talent for abstract art. Chapter 11. The Black Hand reaches for the heart with this abstract visage. Venturing into the human world would surely attract attention. He needed to remain discreet. Lindy took up the surgical knife once more, and after a few minutes, he finally sketched a normal eye outline on his forehead. Disguise ability 1. He indeed had a knack for painting, capable of mastering both abstract and realistic styles. The mouth created with the surgical knife appeared unnatural. It was far more appealing when cut with scissors. Lindy grabbed the scissors and carefully snipped out a section of skin for the mouth. Snip! A long, narrow black hole took shape, perfectly symmetrical and just the right size. Next came the nose. The nose could not be fashioned with scissors or a surgical knife. It required molding. Lindy focused on the spot, pulling outward with considerable force. Perhaps he was a bit too vigorous, as he ended up creating a nose reminiscent of Pinocchio. He reshaped the Pinocchio-like nose and began again. The nose, being three-dimensional, proved more challenging to master than the eyes or mouth. After approximately 20 minutes, Lindy's nose finally took on a normal shape. While it appeared acceptable, it lacked aesthetic appeal, resembling that of an old witch. Nonetheless, it was satisfactory, as long as the false face was functional. Just as Lindy prepared to further refine his disguise skills, he heard Lowly's voice from downstairs. "Boss, come out and attend to customers." The shop was experiencing rare business, and Lindy felt in high spirits as he hummed a tune while descending the stairs. He was met with the sight of a humanoid creature, entirely encrusted in mud, with only its mouth still retaining some flesh, seated in a chair. The mud dripped from its body, forming a small puddle on the floor. Cursed mud creature. Race. Cursed being. Level. C. Controllable. Can only pose a minor threat to a select few humans. You can devour it. Alignment. Lawful evil. Description. A human cursed with eternal life. As a price for immortality, he slowly transforms into a mud statue until his body can no longer move, with the only way to halt this transformation being to obtain a fresh heart. "Welcome," Lindy greeted with a professional smile. The mud creature stiffly turned its body, and upon seeing Lindy's face, nearly transformed into mud itself, it had heard that the owner of this peculiar shop was human, but who could explain this three-eyed, two-mouthed, life-threatening monstrosity? Lindy grinned widely, inquiring, "As long as the payment is right, this establishment can fulfill any request. How may I assist you?" The mud creature scrutinized Lindy up and down, seemingly assessing something. After a moment, it spoke. Are you human?" As its mouth moved, its jaw cracked slightly. Lindy smiled and nodded. "Though somewhat peculiar, I am indeed human." This mud creature had once been human before the curse, and Lindy assumed it asked such a question to engage in conversation with a fellow of its kind. However, in the next moment, the mud creature's gaze shifted. Ding. Hostility detected. Current level 70. Lindy. Winky face. What is happening? Shouldn't there be some camaraderie among kin? Why did its recognition of him as human spark hostility? "What do you require of me?" Lindy remained unfazed, continuing to attend to the creature. The mud creature's cold eyes fixated on Lindy, filled with greed, as it crept closer. "I need a fresh heart." Ding. Current hostility 85. Lindy, adopting an air of seriousness, produced a notebook to jot down notes. "What type of heart do you need? A crawler's heart, a giant's heart, a fishman's heart, a zombie's heart, a mummy's heart?" The mud creature grew increasingly agitated, its eyes widening. "You have all of those? Was this shop legitimate?" "Surely, it couldn't be a black market for kidneys," Lindy smiled. "I have none of those in stock." The mud creature sighed in relief, however. "I can devise a way to procure them based on your needs." The mud creature paused. This human did not seem to be joking. Did he truly possess such abilities? If this human were genuinely that capable, it would be unwise to act rashly. Ding. Current hostility 60. Still skeptical, the mud creature pondered for a moment and asked, "How do you plan to obtain those hearts?" Lindy revealed a benevolent smile. "Given that the process of bearing one's heart can be rather bloody, I shall refrain from elaborating on the details, lest I attract scrutiny." The mudman. "This truly is a den of iniquity. This fellow is a pervert cloaked in human skin." Ding. Current hostility 40. Grasping his heart, Lindy couldn't help but think of his own heart that had been stolen away. He gently touched the hollow space where his heart once resided. After all, it was a piece of flesh from his own body, and he pondered how they might use it for their research. The thought caused him a pang of anguish. Noticing his gesture, the mudman grinned, his gaze suddenly turning cold as ice. Such subtle movements cannot deceive. Indeed, his calm demeanor was merely a fade. This human is afraid. Warning. Current hostility 99. Before Lindy could regain his composure, he felt a sudden jolt in his chest. Looking down, he saw a muddy hand piercing through his heart. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The mudman cackled triumphantly, his jaw dropping as mud cascaded down. Host life steadily diminishing. -1, -1, -1. Gradually, the mudman's hand began to move. It cautiously navigated through Lindy's body, its motions slow and deliberate, as if afraid of damaging something precious. After a moment of exploration, the expression on the mudman's face grew grave. Lindy nonchalantly lifted a teacup from the table and sipped his tea, not hindering the mudman's actions, for he was always exceedingly patient with his guests. The mudman's hand roamed over Lindy's heart before shifting to the right. How could this be? How could it be absent? Lindy, ever perceptive, inquired. Are you searching for my heart? The mudman widened his eyes in shock, regarding Lindy as though he were a monster. What of your heart? How could a human thrive without one? This fellow is certainly not human. Lindy set down his teacup and regarded the mudman's still hand within his body, clearing his throat. Are you certain we wish to converse in such a manner? The mudman, in a state of shock, withdrew his arm. Lindy straightened his disheveled clothing and spoke with an air of nonchalance. Due to certain circumstances, my heart has gone missing. The mudman, missing? But it's a heart. One does not simply misplace such a thing. Retrieving my own heart would be quite the endeavor. Using another peculiar creature's heart would likely result in rejection. Suddenly, he realized something and gazed at the mudman. You possess a human body? Surely you desire a human heart? Curse Mudman Sand Value -35. Chapter 12. Abide by the rules. The mudman's body stiffened as he slowly retreated, maintaining distance from Lindy. Noticing its silence, Lindy posed another question. Dear customer, are you indeed seeking a human heart? Upon seeing Lindy's horrifyingly delightful smile, the mudman couldn't help but shiver. No need. I shall look elsewhere. This. Lindy's smile vanished instantly, his three mismatched eyes glaring coldly at the mudman. Did you not observe the rules of this peculiar establishment before entering? The mudman paused. Rules? Lindy pointed at a yellowed, weathered note affixed beside the door. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the paper had been torn into several pieces, crumpled, and then pieced back together. Rules of the peculiar store. Rule 1. Upon entering this establishment, one must leave something behind. Rule 2. If you have money, spend it. If not, you may use your own body parts as payment. No credit is extended. Rule 3. Thinking of stealing, do not provoke the store owner. All who enter must leave bare and empty-handed. Rule 4. Do not pilfer from the peculiar store. Once you depart, we take no responsibility. Rule 5. Any violations of these rules will incur severe penalties. These rules have been in effect since the moment you stepped into this peculiar store, and no objections will be entertained. The mudman stared blankly at the rules on the note, unable to restrain himself from asking Lindy, why did you post the rules inside the door? If one does not enter, how could they see these rules? This must be intentional, absolutely intentional. The rules were left by the previous owner of the peculiar store, and to date, no customer has violated them. Though including the little girl who visited during the day, only 2 customers had been received thus far. In truth, Lindy was also curious about what would happen if a customer broke the rules. However, he maintained a sense of professional integrity. Once a customer entered his establishment, he felt obligated to ensure their safety. He had a duty to remind customers to adhere to the rules, rather than merely observe. If a customer chose to disregard the rules, that would fall beyond his jurisdiction. The mudman found himself in a dilemma, whether the rules on that note were mere scare tactics or not. The atmosphere of the store was undeniably eerie, and he hesitated to leave. Having come this far, he might as well see if Lindy possessed the capabilities he claimed. I require a human heart. Can you assist me in locating one? The mudman emphasized the word can, clearly skeptical of Lindy's abilities. Curse Mudman has issued a trade request. Find him a human heart. Completion reward. Basic experience 50. Blood Demon coins 500. Mudman bond 20. Special reward 1. Lindy sketched a heart in his notebook and then inquired, given your current condition, how long can you endure? The mudman. At minimum, 7 days. In a world rife with the bizarre, finding a living human is more challenging than searching for gold in a garbage heap. Some unfortunate souls had stumbled in by chance, but by the time they realized the danger, they had already been reduced to naught. He had enlisted various peculiar beings to keep an eye out for human hearts, Yet as of now, he had found nothing. Watching his body gradually turn to sludge, he felt a sense of urgency. Otherwise, he would not have come to the peculiar store seeking Lindy's heart. Regrettably, the store owner was not human. He had no heart. Lindy wrote a 7 in his notebook, then closed it with a smile. For a heart exchange, the labor fee is 100, the material fee is 1,000, with half the payment required in advance and the remainder upon completion. Leave a contact method, and I shall notify you when I have news. The mudman stared blankly at Lindy, frozen like a true statue of mud. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Can you truly help me find a human heart? He had come here having heard rumors that the store owner was human, specializing in heart extraction. Such whispers are often unreliable, and it was only due to the impending deadline that he dared to try his luck. He held no hope for this shabby store, yet this little proprietor claimed he could deliver. Regardless of the truth, this was the first glimmer of hope he had encountered in nearly 2 months. The mudman produced a bag brimming with blood demon coins and slammed it onto the table, exuding confidence. If you can save my life, all of this shall be yours. Lindy glanced at it casually, estimating the amount to be around 3,000 blood demon coins. He took the bag, donning a professional smile. It's a deal. Once the mudman departed, Lindy retrieved a pot and a large iron ladle from behind the counter. He approached the seat where the mudman had previously sat, scraping the sludge from the table and chairs, collecting the dripping muck into the pot. The bizarre remnants that had fallen so closely could fetch a good price in the human world. Observing from the sofa, where she was studying recipes, Loli couldn't help but lament. The boss truly works hard, relying on scavenging to make a living. She too must not be idle. She must quickly devise delicious dishes to soothe the weary soul of her boss. Today's exertion in patching her body had been excessive. She would rest for the night before venturing into the human world. Typically, sleep was a waste of time for him. However, when his body sustained severe damage, slumber could swiftly restore his physical and mental vitality. Regardless of the extent of injury, a mere nap could rejuvenate him completely. Lindy tidied up the remnants, washed his hands, and prepared to retire for the night. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, the bell hanging at the door chimed. Ding, ding, ding. Accompanied by the melodious sound of the bell, a rather grotesque creature entered, a half-man, half-rat with a sharp snout and crazed crimson eyes. Standing at half a man's height, the rat stepped inside. A pungent, acrid odor reminiscent of a sewer explosion assaulted Lindy. Reacting swiftly, he immediately held his breath. Lowly, slow on the uptake. You, monster rat, race. Mutated creature, danger level, Class B. Capable of causing significant destruction and easily killing humans. Alignment, chaotic evil. Description: a rat born from the source of pollution, replete with deadly bacteria. It revels in all things filthy. The sewer is its home, and spoiled food its favorite delicacy. Recently, it has developed a taste for something new. Oh, heavens! The air here is utterly dreadful. I can scarcely breathe. Do not misunderstand. This sentiment is not Loli's. She is currently retching in the restroom. Upon the entrance of the monster rat, it grimaced, displaying clear disdain, as though it had stepped into a filthy junkyard. Oh no, it would likely find joy in such a place. I heard through the pipes that your store can accommodate all sorts of peculiarities. The strange mouse tilted its head back, revealing a set of sharp fangs as it emitted a shrill sound. Lindy immediately donned a business smile, greeting, "Welcome to the peculiar shop." Chapter 13. The mouse feels so lonely. The strange mouse scanned its surroundings, its crimson eyes filled with disdain. Upon spotting the spiky ball placed on the counter by Lori, it could hardly contain its disgust. How can there be living flowers here? This is utterly dreadful. Lindy cast a casual glance at the spiky ball, noticing it remained unresponsive, likely trapped in slumber. Only upon seeing the table and chairs marred with muddy stains did the mouse's expression soften slightly. It hopped onto a chair, and Lindy poured it a glass of water. The mouse sniffed at it, recoiling in revulsion as if it had caught a whiff of horse urine. Most of the patrons who found their way here were those who had faced failures elsewhere, hoping to salvage their plight. Such customers cared little for service quality. They were solely interested in practical results. Fortunately, Lindy was not one to engage in superficialities. He directly inquired, "May I ask, what task do you wish to entrust to me?" "Mr. Mouse." Just as the mouse was about to respond, It felt an itch in its nose and let out a tremendous sneeze. Instantly, a foul, viscous, greenish liquid splattered all over Lindy's face. Ding! Host infected with a deadly pathogen. Life force continuously diminishing. -2, -2, -2. This pathogen was far more lethal than losing a heart. It was truly a treasure to behold. The strange mouse rubbed its nose in discontent, exclaiming, "The air in your establishment is utterly atrocious. Is there not a place with better air for a mouse like me?" For any reasonable request from a customer, Lindy would do his utmost to accommodate. "Please wait a moment. I shall prepare something," he replied, rising to head towards the restroom. A few minutes later, he dragged Lori out, who had been retching inside and was adamant about not coming out. As soon as she emerged, she covered her mouth and dashed upstairs. Though she was too slow, halfway up, she couldn't hold back and vomited on the stairs. Since she had already begun, she decided to let it all out right there. Just as she was about to expel everything she had eaten 2 days prior, a more potent stench wafted towards her. Turning around, she found the source of the odor standing right behind her, watching her with excitement. More precisely, it was gazing at the filth she had deposited on the stairs. "Do you have more?" The strange mouse grinned widely. Lori, terrified by the madness gleaming in its eyes, stammered, "What do you mean?" The strange mouse pointed at the mess on the stairs, tears of excitement streaming from the corners of its mouth. Inquired, "What a delectable feast! Do you have any more? If it were wrapped in rust and soaked in sewage, it would surely be divine." After a brief silence, Lori clamped her mouth shut and fled in haste. She feared that if she lingered even a moment longer, she would witness the mouse indulging in its feast. A few minutes later, Lindy emerged from the restroom. Theo created an environment more to the mouse's liking. He had scattered corpse soil across the floor and blocked the ventilation. With Lori's vomit as an addition, the strange mouse would likely be somewhat satisfied. Upon exiting, he noticed the strange mouse perched at the edge of the stairs, licking the steps with evident delight as if savoring a delicacy. The mouse licked its lips, still yearning for more. Strange mouse's favorability 10, Lindy pondered. Could there be something repulsive about these stairs? He scrutinized the area but found nothing amiss. It was impeccably clean, as if polished with oil. The strange mouse, having dined, seemed to be in a fine mood, its gaze towards Lindy now considerably gentler. Noticing its attention, Lindy opened the restroom door and suggested, "Shall we converse inside?" Upon entering, the strange mouse wore a blissful smile, taking a deep breath as it remarked, "Now, this is a place where a mouse can thrive. If only every locale could be like this. Alas, those grotesque creatures will never possess the ability to appreciate beauty." The strange mouse composed itself and turned to Lindy, stating, "The conditions above are nothing short of hellish. I have lived in the sewers for far too long. Nothing understands or accompanies me. I feel terribly lonely." Lindy grasped the implication. "So, you seek a companion." The strange mouse paused, then responded, "I, a lonely mouse, merely wish to find a friend. The strange mouse has issued a quest. Find a new friend. Completion reward, basic experience 50, blood fiend coins 200, strange mouse favorability 30, special reward X1. This friend was certainly not an ordinary companion. Otherwise, it would not have sought out his humble shop. Lindy took out his notepad and inquired, "What are your criteria for a companion?" The strange mouse replied, "I am looking for a friend." Lindy pressed on, "What specifications do you have for a friend?" Without hesitation, the strange mouse declared, "Firstly, they must be smaller than me, so I can easily carry them wherever I go. Their appearance is of no concern, nor is their species. I care not for such trivialities. The most critical factor is that they must be filthy. Ideally, they should be the very embodiment of filth from birth." Upon hearing this, 2 distinct creatures that perfectly fit the description automatically surfaced in Lindy's mind. These beings were now rare but not extinct. However, they could not manifest in the void realm and could only be found in the human world. Conveniently, he was set to venture into the human realm tomorrow in search of a heart, which would also allow him to fulfill this quest. Lindy stated, "I will require a deposit of 100 blood fiend coins, and once I find your companion, I will notify you for the remaining payment." Upon hearing Lindy's almost mechanical response, a layer of skepticism clouded the strange mouse's eyes. "Can you truly help me find a new friend? Do not attempt to deceive me. I have commissioned many grotesque creatures, and none have brought a companion that lasted beyond 3 days. Lindy tucked away his notepad, his demeanor unwavering, as he smiled. I assure you, I will find one for you, and quite possibly more than one. Seeing his confidence, the strange mouse, albeit still doubtful, paid the 100 blood fiend coins and remarked, I trust your taste. I hope you do not disappoint me. Otherwise, as it spoke, the strange mouse emitted a chilling laugh. It has been a while since I prepared my own delicacies. Although the flavor of creatures soaked in sewage is not remarkable, after a few months of marination, it can be passable. Hee. Ding! This quest carries a risk of failure. Failure penalty. You will engage in hand-to-hand combat with the strange mouse, and if defeated, you will become its cured meat. Lindy was not at all concerned about the likelihood of failure. He smiled reassuringly. I will surely meet your expectations. Chapter 14. Crisis Perception. The strange mouse entered through the front door but chose an unconventional exit. It dismantled the plumbing of Lindy's restroom and swiftly dove inside. As it departed, it even bit off a rusted section of the water pipe, claiming it had the scent of moldy cheese. In the hall, Lindy finished cleaning the foul-smelling restroom and opened all the windows to air out the place. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nighttime in the human world, time for slumber. He turned the sign at the entrance to indicate that he was closed for business and returned to the shop. Passing the stairs that had been licked by the strange mouse, Lindy paused to inspect them closely. However, he found no issues. The system provided no alerts of abnormalities. Dismissing it, he retired to his room for the night. Lindy had always enjoyed restful sleep. He could drift off within 3 seconds of lying down. Just as he settled into bed, the system's voice resonated. Ding! Host's life signs indicate an abnormal state. Life force is continuously diminishing. In the next moment, Lindy, ZZ, sufficient rest can effectively ameliorate existing bodily anomalies. Host's physical condition. Organ loss, pathogen infection, life force continuously diminishing, -3, -3, -3. Detected that the host has entered deep sleep. Life signs are continuously restoring 100,100,100. After a refreshing slumber, Lindy was roused by an unusual odor. Could it be? He swiftly grabbed his clothes and backpack from the table, leaping out of bed and through the window in a flash. 5 seconds later, Lori knocked on his door, carrying a pot of dark green porridge. Boss, I've made you some porridge. Hurry and enjoy it while it's hot. At that moment, Lindy was already 100 meters away. Hearing no response, Lori opened the door, only to find he had already left. Out so early. The boss is truly hardworking, even missing out on a warm bowl of porridge. She glanced at the pot. Sighed, there's too much for me to finish. I might as well share it with the neighbors. Ding! The host successfully avoided a bodily crisis through self-action. Luck 0.001. Unlocking crisis perception. Lindy. What culinary masterpiece has that little girl concocted this time? It seems that Loli's prowess in crafting dark dishes has progressed remarkably swiftly. His support for Loli's exploration of these sinister recipes was merely a means to manage the recalcitrant customers. He had no desire to sample them himself. What purpose does this crisis perception ability serve? Lindy pondered aloud as he walked. Crisis perception. The ability to foresee fleeting dangers in the future, with the prediction time increasing alongside the enhancement of one's capability. This ability, should it develop, could prove advantageous. For now, however, it remains rather superfluous. Utilizing a cunning method, Lindy re-entered the human realm, perhaps due to a stroke of luck. He found himself landing in an abandoned building this time. It was neither a frozen wasteland nor a fiery inferno, but a proper structure. As Lindy reveled in his fortune, the ground beneath him suddenly erupted with a deafening roar. Boom, boom. Following 2 earth-shattering explosions, the entire edifice trembled violently before succumbing to an eerie silence. In an instant, the building began to collapse from its foundation. Lindy. In a heartbeat, he was buried beneath the rubble. When he finally crawled out, a haze of dust enveloped him. Thankfully, the cloud of debris concealed him from prying eyes. Indeed, fortune seemed to elude him. He could not entertain even a flicker of hope. Departing the construction site, Lindy retrieved a change of clothes from his backpack, having prepared in advance. Each time he ventured into the human world, his attire suffered, and this time he had learned to be prudent. Once appropriately dressed, Lindy set forth towards the bustling city center. The location he currently occupied was somewhat distant from the urban core, with not a single inhabitant in sight for miles around. It appeared to be yet another lengthy journey. Ding! Danger detected nearby. Lindy, why does this prompt differ from the previous ones? In earlier encounters with bizarre creatures, the system would directly inform him of their anomalous levels. Yet now, it merely warns of danger. Scanning his surroundings, he found himself in a desolate wilderness, devoid of any trace of strange beings. If not peculiar creatures, could it possibly be that at that moment, the sound of an engine revving echoed from the hillside? The noise grew louder, evidently approaching his direction. As a vehicle sped towards him, Lindy's eyes brightened. A car. Finally, he need not traverse on foot. The driver, however, was likely taken aback to find someone standing idly in the midst of the wilderness, neither fleeing nor hiding, but rather waiting foolishly to be caught. Mere meters from Lindy, the car executed a sharp drift, narrowly avoiding a collision. The occupants were startled. The man in the passenger seat regained his composure and delivered a series of sharp blows to the driver. "You fool! If you damage that precious cargo, can you afford the cost?" The driver cradled his head, repeatedly apologizing. "Fei Gu, I was wrong. I'll be more careful next time." The corpulent man felt somewhat aggrieved. Who would have thought this guy was a simpleton? Standing there without even flinching, Fei Gu scolded, then addressed the two in the back seat. "De Zhuang, Lao Ma, prepare to get to work." As soon as he finished speaking, the three men flung open the car doors and hurried towards Lindy. Noticing their friendly demeanor, Lindy offered a warm smile and greeted them. "You." Before he could utter the word good, darkness enveloped him. It felt as though something had been placed over his head. The sensation and scent were reminiscent of the burlap sack he used for transporting corpses. "Be compliant." They dragged him forcefully and stuffed him into the vehicle. Lindy. "That have I been abducted?" In his understanding, abductions typically served two purposes, either for monetary gain or for nefarious desires. As they were all men, it was likely for profit. Squished between two of them, his hands bound, he remained conscious for the time being. Lindy, displaying a semblance of awareness, stated, "I have no family or wealth in this world. Abducting me would yield you no profit." Upon hearing this, Fei Gu in the front seat opened his backpack for a glance. Inside, he found nothing but a filthy outfit that looked as though it had been salvaged from a trash heap, a small jar of mud, and a notebook. "What the hell is this?" Fei Gu mused. Inspecting the jar of mud, which appeared to be nothing more than ordinary soil, he then flipped through the notebook and, after a couple of pages, couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell is this?" Chapter 15. Can you see me? The last phrase was directed at Lindy. The first page of the notebook featured a crude drawing of a ghostly face and a wooden puppet, with the words 8 and reversed scrawled beneath. The second page depicted a black heart alongside a mouse, with "Find friend" written nearby. This imagery was decidedly nonsensical. Fei Gu yanked the burlap sack off Lindy's head and held the notebook up, demanding, "What is this? A code?" Lindy, not wishing to conceal the truth, replied, "These are my customers." Fei Gu, bewildered, asked, "Customers? A ghost? A black heart? Or a mouse?" Lindy added, "And a puppet. They are all my trusted customers. I am currently on a mission to procure what they require." Fei Gu regarded Lindy with an odd expression. Was this fellow perhaps under the influence of drugs, leading to a lapse in sanity? Drug users often face dire health issues, and the parts of their bodies might not fetch a good price. After conversing for a while, Lindy noticed they were venturing deeper into desolation and curiously inquired, "Where do you intend to take me?" Given his calm demeanor despite being abducted, the others in the vehicle regarded him as a fool and decided against further covering his head. The mischievous Lao Ma chuckled darkly, "We're taking you to see something fun." Lindy tilted his head. "Fun?" Lao Ma brandished a knife, leisurely pressing it against Lindy's chest, grinning. "So you can witness your own heart while you still live. Isn't that enjoyable?" If he had touched the area where Lindy's heart should be, he might have realized that there was no heartbeat present. "Are you planning to extract my heart?" Lindy inquired. The others erupted in laughter. "This fellow is completely daft. He understands we want his heart." Lao Ma laughed until his stomach hurt. "Not only do we intend to take your heart, but we'll also harvest your liver, lungs, and kidneys. Every usable part of you will be claimed. But fear not, we shall ensure your precious treasures fulfill their purpose within others' bodies." Lindy envisioned the scenario of his organs residing within another's body. Have you ever witnessed a heart that could function independently of a human body? The human form would likely serve merely as a hollow vessel for his organs, unable to perform any meaningful function. Nevertheless, Lindy chose not to elaborate further, opting instead to cooperate fully. If they were so keen on harvesting hearts, the destination they were headed to would likely offer an abundance of hearts for him to utilize. This way, he could avoid the need to visit a hospital morgue to seek permission from corpses. If fortune smiled upon him, he might even fulfill the peculiar requests of the rat. The vehicle wound its way through the landscape, ultimately entering a dilapidated compound hidden within the woods. They did not blindfold Lindy nor fear his memory of the route. After all, the dead do not speak. Inside the compound, the terrain was cramped, compelling them to proceed on foot. The short passage of merely 100 meters was littered with tattered clothing and shoes, a sight best described as filthy and chaotic. Such a place would surely delight Mr. Rat. Lindy had already resolved to collect these items upon his departure, considering it a small favor for Mr. Rat. Sometimes, it is indeed necessary to maintain goodwill with long-standing customers. After traversing the dark, narrow corridor, they entered the compound, where the environment was relatively more pleasant. To the very least, there was no mountain of trash, nor the incessant buzzing of annoying flies. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by the sound of barking. Judging by the noise, there were likely 5 or 6 dogs. Deep within the compound stood a long warehouse, shrouded in darkness beneath towering trees. In front of the warehouse, a cluster of iron cages held the barking dogs captive. Lindy surveyed the scene. The dogs' eyes glowed red as they snarled at him, exuding no charm. However, some of the dogs in the cages appeared rather docile, not barking at him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that those quiet creatures were not dogs at all, but humans. These individuals were caked in filth, their bodies emaciated and frail, resembling little more than skeletons. Their vacant stares mirrored that of a horde of the living dead. Oh, my apologies. That might be an insult to the undead. Noticing Lindy's gaze, Feigu reassured him, do not worry. You won't end up like them. They are a discarded batch, while you appear quite healthy, with no needles in your body, making you suitable for immediate use. They led Lindy into the warehouse, instructing him to remove all his clothing. Lindy, this is rather embarrassing. Once undressed, he willingly lay down on the operating table, and they wheeled him into the underground surgical room. The surgeon had yet to arrive, leaving De Zhuang and the chubby man to watch over him. Suddenly, Lindy noticed a rather rotund woman entering the room. De Zhuang and the chubby man were oblivious. As the door had not opened, the woman simply walked through the wall. Lindy smiled at her. She paused, and after a moment, asked, "Can you see me?" Lindy nodded slightly. The woman then said, "While you still have the ability to move, you must leave this place quickly, otherwise they will hollow out your body and leave you to die." Lindy chuckled and shook his head. Noticing his movement, Da Zhuang immediately grew vigilant. "What are you planning to do?" "Stay honest," Lindy calmly inquired. "Do you happen to have any fresh hearts here?" To his knowledge, a fresh heart could only be preserved for 6 hours, and given the rudimentary conditions here, it was uncertain whether one could be found. Was his visit in vain? No, not entirely, as there were still the 4 of them. Since he was destined to die, they would not mind conversing a bit longer with him, the full 2 hours ago. "We brought in a pregnant woman," Da Zhuang sighed. "Initially, we intended to spare her due to her condition. However, regrettably, someone requires her heart, and we are powerless to intervene." Lindy glanced towards the woman whom they could not see and suddenly asked, "They are referring to you, aren't they? What nonsense are you spouting?" Da Zhuang retorted angrily. Lindy pointed behind them with a smile, saying, "I am speaking with her, the pregnant woman who has caused you such regret." Upon hearing his bizarre words, both Da Zhuang and Fizai were startled and quickly turned to look behind them. However, there was nothing there. The two then turned back to Lindy and discovered he was conversing with the air as if it were a person. For some inexplicable reason, chills ran down their spines, and they felt an urgent desire to distance themselves from Lindy, retreating to the doorway. Lindy began discussing a transaction with the pregnant woman. "I require your heart. In exchange, I can fulfill any wish you desire." Chapter 16. None shall escape. Tears of blood streamed from the woman's eyes, and without hesitation, she pointed at them, declaring, "I want them all to descend into hell." Hearing this, Lindy gasped, somewhat troubled. "Descending into hell, that poses quite a challenge. We do not belong to the same system. How about a different destination? Perhaps the Void Realm?" The woman paused. "What is that place?" While the concept of the Eyrie was not a secret to them, terms like Void Realm and Eyriegate were known to only a few. Lindy pondered his choice of words. To humanity? It is akin to hell, the woman replied. Then, send them there. These demons deserve a far more painful demise than a swift one. I wish for their suffering. As she spoke, she clutched her belly and began to weep. Before long, the operating room door swung open. A doctor clad in green surgical attire and a nurse entered, neither wearing masks and even smiling at Lindy. When the surgical lights flickered on, the dazzling brightness caused Lindy to squint slightly. The doctor, seeing Lindy voluntarily lying on the table, expressed surprise. It's the first time I've encountered a source as cooperative as you. Lindy smiled. It's also my first time in this world seeing a doctor like Dr. Seiko. The nurse administered anesthesia to Lindy, casually asking, what kind of doctor is Dr. Seiko? After some reflection, Lindy replied, no living being has ever left his operating table intact, if one can even call it that. It resembles a slaughterhouse more than a surgical table, the doctor. But the anesthesia took effect swiftly, and Lindy felt a sudden numbness. However, it was merely a fleeting sensation. The doctor began disinfecting his body with sterile cotton and proceeded to slice open his abdomen as if performing a routine surgery while conversing with him. Lindy asked, I have a question. The doctor replied, what is it? Lindy continued, I've heard you possess a heart. Could you tell me its location? The doctor glanced at the freezer by the wall and said, we will freeze your heart alongside hers. The helicopter will deliver them to their respective destinations. The doctor had already opened Lindy's chest cavity and was searching for his heart. After a considerable time, the doctor exclaimed in disbelief, how is this possible? The nurse beside him anxiously inquired, Doctor, what's wrong? How could it be missing? Impossible. Lindy sat up and looked at his sunken chest, which was devoid of any organ. Are you referring to the heart? Lindy grinned. I accidentally misplaced it. Watching Lindy, who appeared to be in a grievously damaged state yet was engaging in light-hearted banter, the doctor and nurse began to retreat in horror. Under normal circumstances, a person would have perished long ago if their liver and kidneys were removed. Yet, astonishingly, he was still lively despite having been hollowed out. This man was no ordinary human. Recalling recent news reports, the doctor shouted, Eyrie, you are an eerie being, Lindy replied. I believe I am human. Maintaining a smile, he extended a tendril behind him, seizing the two who were attempting to flee. Don't rush off. First, return my belongings. This appearance is rather undignified. The doctor trembled as he picked up the liver and kidneys wrapped in gauze and cautiously placed them back inside Lindy's body. He then stitched up the flesh he had excised. Observing Lindy's protruding sternum, the doctor exclaimed, Oh. Lindy smiled gently. This part one shall handle myself. With that, he grasped his sternum and forcefully pushed it inward. Crack, Lindy exclaimed, having inadvertently broken 2 ribs in the process. Witnessing this, the nurse collapsed in a dead faint. The doctor, possessing a relatively strong mental fortitude, remained conscious throughout, though his complexion was quite pallid. Lindy's body healed rapidly, and he casually pulled out the sutures used to stitch himself up. He then took a syringe and administered an anesthetic to the doctor, ensuring he would have a good sleep. Subsequently, he swung open the operating room door and stepped outside, taking hearts to fulfill wishes. None of these individuals would escape. At that moment, Da Zhuang and Fizai stood at the entrance, responsible for transportation duties. When they saw the door open, they instinctively began to enter. However, upon seeing who emerged, both were left speechless. Lindy, wiping the blood from his body with the useless gauze from the operating room, remarked to them, Now, the opportunity to rectify regrets has arrived. That lady was quite generous, sparing me the need to deal with you directly. The generous lady. Suddenly, they felt that if they were to perish by his hands, it might indeed be more agonizing. Unaware of the events that transpired inside the operating room, they were taken aback by Lindy's bloodied appearance. Once they regained their composure, they hurriedly drew their guns and aimed at him. Don't move. Lindy, seeing firearms from the human world for the first time, found them quite fascinating. Perhaps these little things would be popular in the Void Realm as well. As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but grin. Bang, bang, banged in rapid succession. The two emptied their magazines. Hearing the gunfire, Fij and Leoma rushed over. Upon arrival, they were met with the sight of Lindy riddled with bullets. You fools, do you have any idea how precious this source is? How can it be used in such a state? Feige examined Lindy closely, attempting to locate any usable parts. To his dismay, he found that all vital areas had been shot, and even his eyes had not been spared. You two are complete idiots, Feige fumed, aiming his gun at their heads, wishing to blow them apart. Da Zhuang and Fizai, terrified, hurriedly attempted to explain, but their words faltered as they simultaneously fell silent. Staring at Lindy with wide eyes, even Feige, a seasoned killer, felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight. "What are you two planning?" he demanded, finger hovering over the trigger. At that moment, Leoma, equally bewildered, gazed at Feige. It dawned on Feige that they were not staring at him, but rather at what was behind him. Instinctively, he turned, only to find Lindy's enlarged face looming before him. With an elegant smile, Lindy spoke in a negotiating tone. "Please allow me to explain." Bang, bang, bang. Another barrage of bullets struck him, and his body resembled a beehive. Lindy was utterly speechless. Sigh, why can't you all let me finish my sentence? 3 minutes later, accompanied by wails of despair, the four were dragged into the operating room by Lindy. Chapter 17. Are you sure you want to use force? Lindy initially intended to administer a dose of anesthesia to each of them. However, due to a shortage of anesthetic, he had to resort to physical means. After completing this task, he asked the woman where the hollowed-out corpses were stored. The woman replied, "Why do you ask this? You can't possibly be thinking of eating them, can you?" Lindy shook his head, correcting her. "Eating people is an act reserved for eerie beings. As a human, I am solely interested in the eerie." The woman was taken aback. "Normal humans wouldn't consume the eerie either. You can't possibly be the type of human we generally perceive." Lindy explained, "I have clients who have commissioned me to find certain items, and I believe corpses are likely to be found nearby." The woman led him to a mound behind the warehouse. They excavated a large pit at the base of the earthen slope, within which lay several corpses, each in varying stages of decay. Among them, one body exhibited only moderate decomposition, unmistakably that of a woman. Lindy descended to search through the remains and discovered a pregnancy test report among the nearby garments. The document bore the woman's name, Qin-Wen, aged 26. Unable to bear the sight of her own corpse, Qin-Wen refrained from approaching. 10 minutes later, Lindy emerged from the grave, and in gratitude for Qin-Wen's sacrifice of her heart, he took it upon himself to bury the bodies. Upon returning to the operating room, he approached the freezer and opened it, revealing a collection of organs neatly contained in boxes. Turning to Qin-Wen, he inquired, "Which one is your heart?" Qin-Wen scanned the array and pointed to the topmost box, stating, "That one is mine. I can feel it." Lindy retrieved the box, carefully wrapping it in the mud he had brought for preservation, and subsequently placed it in his backpack. He bound the 6 unconscious individuals together with sheets and loaded them into the vehicle, preparing to transport them back to the Void Realm, a place long devoid of human presence. However, before departing, he needed to negotiate with the Mudman first. Such an abundance of valuable resources should suffice for an extended period, albeit at a steep price, as he was about to leave. Qin-Wen called out to him, "Where do you come from?" Lindy had no reason to conceal the truth, the Void Realm. Qin-Wen pressed further, "Are there others like you there?" Lindy comprehended her implication. She was now merely a wisp of a spirit, invisible to others, rendering her an oddity in the eyes of humanity. This place was no longer suitable for her existence. Lindy replied candidly, "The Void Realm is a brutal domain where the strong prey upon the weak. The vulnerable entities often become sustenance. While these entities typically favor human flesh, humans are exceedingly rare, leading them to settle for alternatives. Creatures like you, with tender and delicate flesh resembling that of humans, are particularly favored." Upon hearing this, Qin-Wen promptly abandoned the notion of venturing into the Void Realm, and a veil of dread enveloped Lindy, who conducted business there. Burdened by 6 flesh-bound captives, Lindy made his way directly to the nearest portal. Returning to the Void Realm, utilizing his skin-changing ability, he altered the appearances of the 6 individuals, applying mud to mask their scents. Having completed these tasks, he took a lesser-traveled path through the realm and returned to his shop. No sooner had he arrived than he contacted the Mudman to retrieve the heart. Shortly thereafter, the Mudman, coated in grime, hurriedly appeared. In the day since their last meeting, the curse upon him had spread further, sealing his mouth with mud, rendering him speechless. Lindy produced the well-preserved boxed heart and placed it on the table, declaring, This is the human heart you entrusted me to find. The Mudman's eyes widened in disbelief. Filled with longing as he recognized it as the heart he desperately desired, he reached out to touch it, but Lindy deftly evaded his grasp. I understand your skepticism, yet I cannot provide proof of its authenticity, Lindy stated. The Mudman, in a fit of frustration, jumped up and attempted to speak, but no words emerged. Lindy then removed the heart from its box to demonstrate. Observe the hue of this heart. It has been separated from its host for no more than 4 hours, making it remarkably fresh. You should be aware that a human heart can only be preserved for 6 hours. You now have 2 hours to decide. Will you trust me or relinquish your only chance at survival? The Mudman's eyes flared with urgency as he gesticulated wildly at Lindy. Observing the fury in his eyes, Lindy shook his head slightly, exhaling a sigh. It seems you are still unable to place your faith in me, the Mudman retorted. This is not a black market. If you doubt me, our transaction is void, and I shall dispose of the heart. With that, Lindy rose to leave, stating, lowly, please see our guest out. At this juncture, the Mudman could no longer contain himself. He had entered without uttering a single word. Yet this individual had monopolized the conversation. How could he let slip the chance to obtain the life-saving heart he had so painstakingly sought? Bang! The Mudman slammed his hand on the table and lunged at Lindy. Grasping the collar of his shirt, Lindy maintained his composure. Dear customer, you haven't forgotten the rules of this establishment, have you? Are you certain you wish to resort to theft? In that instant, the Mudman felt the overwhelming pressure and murderous intent emanating from Lindy. He halted abruptly, fully comprehending the terror of this human. Surviving in the realm of the uncanny, irrespective of how benign or harmless one may appear, one could never regard them as an ordinary person. The Mudman's grip on Lindy loosened involuntarily, yet the instinct for survival compelled him to prevent Lindy from leaving. He hastily retrieved the pen from Lindy's pocket and scribbled, I want it. Give it to me. Upon seeing the response, a gentle smile graced Lindy's face. If only you had said so earlier. I nearly offered it to my pet. The Mudman lamented. How could I say it? Resuming his seat, he appeared visibly shaken by Lindy's earlier display of menace. Lindy retrieved the heart once more, poised to present it to the Mudman. When he hesitated again, the Mudman protested. The heart is still in a frozen state. Should we allow it to thaw first? The Mudman could no longer suppress his frustration, slamming a bag of blood coins upon the table. Seizing the opportunity while Lindy counted the money, the Mudman snatched the heart and swiftly implanted it within himself. The procedure was as straightforward and brutal as when Lindy had once had his own heart extracted. A mere reach and placement completed the task. Ding! The mission to find a human heart for the cursed Mudman has been accomplished. Mission rewards, basic experience 50, blood coins 500, cursed Mudman bond 20, special reward 1, chapter 18. The new friend of the mouse with the heart transplant completed. The Mudman's curse was swiftly mitigated. The mud that had nearly enveloped his entire form fell away, and soon his body returned to its normal state. The true visage of the Mudman revealed a tall man in his 30s. With dark hair and brown eyes, possessing a square jawline that rendered him indistinguishable from an ordinary human male. After regaining his life, the Mudman, brimming with excitement, could not resist inquiring, how did you manage to acquire the heart? If he could ascertain the source, he would no longer have to worry about heart transplants in the future. Lindy replied, I obtained it from the human world. The Mudman gasped, you mean to say that you were in the human world? Initially, he had intended to wait in a hospital for someone who had just died, but due to a series of fortunate coincidences, the time spent had significantly diminished. Moreover, he had returned with several sources, which might pique your interest. Lindy had never intended to conceal his ability to traverse the portals to the uncanny realm. After all, he was clearly human, and it was entirely normal for him to come and go as he pleased. Was it not? Upon learning that Lindy could access the human world through the portal, the Mudman was astounded. This heartless youth was indeed human? How could a human live without a heart unless tainted by the uncanny or cursed? Furthermore, this boy's healing ability surpassed even that of the uncanny, making him more extraordinary than the beings of the realm itself. Yet, he claimed to be human? Lindy instructed lowly to clean up the mud on the floor. His face resuming its business smile. So, are you interested in the sources I have to offer? In business, One cannot simply wait for opportunities to present themselves. One must create them. Suppressing his astonishment, the Mudman quickly asked, "Did you not mention that a human heart can only be preserved for 6 hours? Even if you possess extra hearts, I cannot use that many at once." Lindy smiled as he guided the Mudman to his collection room. Upon witnessing the eclectic array of bizarre artifacts displayed on the shelves, the Mudman felt as though lead had been poured into his feet, halting him at the threshold. Mudman sanity -20, for reasons unknown. He felt as though he stood on the brink of a chasm, fearing that should he step inside, he would become a part of the contents within the glass jars on the shelves. Lindy, noticing his hesitance, inquired, "What are you standing there for?" Mudman sanity -10. The Mudman wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "I'm afraid of the dark," Lindy could not help but murmur. "Such a timid disposition? I did not perceive this when you were extracting hearts." He did not compel the Mudman to enter, instead retrieving a cage from within. The cage contained the 6 flesh-bound captives he had brought from the human world, crammed together due to the limited space. The sight of the 6 individuals huddled together left the Mudman utterly astounded, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. With a smile, Lindy introduced, "5 sources of sustenance. Oh no, I mean, 5 living hearts. Additionally, I provide containers for long-term preservation. How does this deal sound?" After a prolonged silence, the Mudman finally stammered, "Are you truly human? Would a human treat their own kind in such a manner?" "What about the bonds of kinship?" Lindy replied with a smile, "I am indeed human. However, they may no longer be." The Mudman recounted the number of individuals and questioned, "There are clearly 6 people. Why do you say 5? Lindy pointed to the doctor, stating, "This one I shall keep for my own purposes and cannot sell to you. 5 is more than sufficient for his needs." Moreover, as long as Lindy, who could freely traverse the portals, was present, he had no cause for concern regarding the acquisition of hearts. "Ding, you have initiated a trade request with the Cursed Clay figure. Trade rewards, Cursed Shop Prosperity 5. Cursed Shop Reputation 10, Cursed Shop Popularity 5. The clay figure ultimately purchased 5 meat tickets at a high price, sufficient to sustain the Cursed Shop for an entire year without opening." Before he departed with his companions, Lindy casually remarked, "Once you leave my establishment, I shall bear no responsibility for any issues that may arise with the goods." Having successfully completed a significant transaction, Lindy felt a surge of joy and longed to indulge in a grand feast. At tea that moment, Lowly approached him, pinching her nose, and complained, "Boss, what on earth is stuffed in your backpack? It reeks terribly." It seemed that before seeking pleasure, he needed to address the contents of his backpack. Amidst Lowly's lamentations, Lindy summoned the rat monster. At tea last, Lowly ceased her complaints and hurried to the restroom to vomit. "You found me in less than a day?" the rat monster asked, eyes filled with skepticism. Lindy retrieved a transparent box from his backpack, densely populated with tiny black dots. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that these tiny black dots were still wriggling. Could it be? The rat monster swiftly snatched the box, its crimson eyes brimming with excitement. "These are fleas. Smaller and easier to carry, they embody filth, perfectly aligning with the standards of my new companion." In truth, it had first considered lice and fleas. However, lice must parasitize their host's body, surviving by feeding on blood. Given that the rat monster was toxic all over, a single bite would result in instant demise. Thus, it opted for fleas, which did not require a host for survival. Lindy offered a remarkably understanding smile. "Worried they might miss their homeland, I brought their entire family along. After-sale service, no extra charge." Ding! The task of finding a new friend for the rat monster has been completed. Task rewards, Basic Experience 50, Blood Evil Coins 200, Rat Monster Favorability 30. The rat monster promptly settled the remaining payment. Extolling the box, the rat is extremely satisfied with its new friends. "I'm also quite pleased with you, and I would like to invite you to the welcome party I am hosting for my new companions tonight." Lindy smiled warmly. "It is my honor, however." Upon hearing that, however, the rat monster's expression darkened, casting a sinister glance at Lindy. "What? The rat has personally requested your presence, and you do not wish to attend the welcome party for my new friends?" Ding! Hostility detected. Current 80. Lindy expressed regret. "I would love to attend, but unfortunately, I have an appointment with Dr. Seiko. At the mention of Dr. Seiko's name, even the notoriously mad rat monster paused in surprise. Rat monster fright value 20. Current hostility 20. This human boy is acquainted with that so-called doctor, the Mad Butcher. Moreover, judging by his tone, their relationship seems quite amicable. Birds of a feather flock together. If he can befriend the Mad Seiko, he must be utterly deranged beneath that seemingly normal exterior. Reflecting on his reckless behavior before Lindy, the rat monster felt a wave of dread. What had emboldened him to act so freely in the presence of a kindred spirit of the Mad Seiko? Lindy, ever thoughtful, smiled. If the welcome party were held tomorrow, I would be more than willing to attend. A lively welcome is essential, and I could bring along my friend Dr. Seiko. He would surely be eager to join. Rat Monster Fright Value 50, Chapter 19. Dr. Seiko hearing this, the rat monster hurriedly shook its head up. No, that won't do. I must hold the welcome party tonight. I cannot wait another moment. With that, it darted away as if fleeing. Every passage led to the rat's domain, and surely, all its movements were under the rat monster's watchful gaze. It appeared that even if Lindy did not seek out Dr. Seiko tonight, he had no choice in the matter. As evening approached, Lindy brought the caged doctor to Dr. Seiko's clinic. Along the way, he encountered no peculiar creatures. For some reason, people were too timid to wander about at night. Arriving at the clinic's entrance, Lindy knocked lightly twice before pushing the door open. Dr. Seiko spent most of his time in the operating room, where the noise was so great that one typically could not hear a knock. Familiar with the place, Lindy skillfully made his way to the operating room. Although it was termed an operating room, it was merely a room furnished with a long table, the entrance concealed by a mere white cloth. The sounds of saws and the thuds of the table striking the floor filled the air. If one listened closely, faint cries for help could be discerned. Lindy stood outside, peering through the curtain with the doctor in the cage. Observing the sparks flying from the surgery, the doctor was already terrified, filled with an overwhelming hatred for his own formidable mental fortitude. Perhaps if he had gone mad outright, he would not have to endure such terror. After listening for a solid half-hour to the sounds of saws cutting through bone and flesh, the doctor's expression shifted from sheer terror to a dazed silence. The sound of the electric saw ceased, and Dr. Seiko emerged from the operating room. Upon seeing Dr. Seiko's true form, the previously despondent doctor trembled uncontrollably. This was fear emanating from the depths of his being. A towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, with skin of a dark purple hue, emerged from within, bending low. His muscles bulged, threatening to tear his scanty pants. In his left hand, he wielded a saw, while his right clutched a cleaver, his hefty black tongue licking the bone fragments off the saw. Madman Seiko, race, mutated creature, danger level, a grade. Possesses the power to devastate a city, capable of plunging a town into ruin. Faction, chaotic evil. Description, a patient from the asylum. Transformed due to the doctor's drug persecution. His mind and cognition have crumbled, leading him to believe he is a doctor, treating patients in his own peculiar manner. Oh, you've come. Upon seeing Lindy, Seiko appeared genuinely delighted. Lindy was his first patient who survived his treatment and remained lively, making him a special presence in Seiko's eyes. It was not Lindy who was captured by Dr. Seiko, but rather Lindy who sought out the madman himself. Upon arriving, he was entirely unfamiliar with everything. Spotting the clinic sign, he ventured inside. Though he had lost his memory, his instincts told him that any creature capable of healing surely could not be entirely malevolent. In his quest to remedy his amnesia, he approached Dr. Seiko's clinic. Because he sought treatment of his own accord, Dr. Seiko was in good spirits and did not dismember him. After explaining his condition, Dr. Seiko extracted his brain, rinsed it with water, and then reinserted it. Although this peculiar brainwashing did not cure Lindy's amnesia, it did render his mind considerably clearer. Observing the blood and bone fragments adorning Seiko, Lindy remarked, "You are working hard again today." Dr. Seiko patted Lindy's shoulder, lamenting, "If only all patients were as obedient as you." Lindy sincerely replied, "Being a doctor is indeed a formidable task." Dr. Seiko, "Exactly. Every patient resists coming in for treatment, insisting I must seek them out instead. This explains why no one dares to venture out at night. Moreover, during surgery, they scream at me, which greatly irritates me and hampers my progress." Lindy suggested, "Perhaps if you administered anesthetics, they would be less noisy." Dr. Seiko paused, then responded with excitement, "What a splendid idea. I shall consider trying it next time." However, he then questioned, "By the way, what is anesthetic?" Could you help me check if any of these jars contain anesthetic? Saying this, he lifted the curtain and invited Lindy inside. The operating room was drenched in crimson, the floor littered with countless blood clots. And the patients on the operating table were dismembered beyond recognition. Corrupted evil spirit, race, flesh and blood evil spirit, danger level, B grade. Capable of causing significant destruction, effortlessly killing humans. Faction, chaotic evil. Description, an evil spirit from the polluted lands. Its flesh and blood cursed and tainted. It feeds on carnage and has become a monster that knows only slaughter and devouring. What a pity, Lindy sighed as he gazed upon the bloodied remnants on the operating table. Dr. Seiko echoed, the curse upon this patient has seeped to the marrow. I have attempted both potion therapy and electroshock treatment, but to no avail. Thus, I resorted to surgery, cutting open his bones and cleansing them with potions. Alas, I was still unable to save him. Lindy consoled him. You have done your utmost. Dr. Seiko then led him to another room adjacent to the operating room, which served as his apothecary. Several shelves filled with an array of bottles and jars lined the walls. Judging by the myriad colors, these potions did not appear suitable for direct application to patients. Have you concocted a new potion? Lindy inquired, pointing to a newly added vial. You've noticed? Have you? Dr. Seiko grinned. With this injection, any creature can achieve my skin color. What do you think? Quite a beautiful hue, isn't it? Lindy opened the vial for a closer inspection. It contained nothing more than black squid ink, devoid of any other properties. Compared to other potions, this one is relatively commendable. At the very least, it is safe and non-toxic. Lindy did not observe any narcotic agents on the shelves. He suggested, if you require narcotics, you may entrust my shop to procure them for you. As you know, I have access to the human realm. Dr. Seiko chuckled, then I shall rely on you. Notification. The madman Seiko has issued a trade task. Find narcotics. Task completion reward. Basic experience 50, blood evil coins 200, madman Seiko's affection 30. Special reward 1, hidden task. Assist the residents of the void mysterious realm in escaping Dr. Seiko's non-narcotic surgeries. Hidden task reward. Prestige 5, charm 10, affection with spirits 6, chapter 20. Encountering an S-class anomaly. I just saw you bring someone. Is he here for treatment? Dr. Seiko inquired. Lindy shook his head. Oh no, he is a doctor I found in the human world, someone whose tastes align with yours. I believe you two will have plenty to discuss regarding medical knowledge. Upon hearing this, Dr. Seiko clapped his hands, causing Lindy's liver to jolt. Thank you so much. I truly need another doctor to discuss medical techniques with. In return, you may take anything from my clinic, except my bone saw. Lindy, feeling no need for formality, took a bottle of red potion from the apothecary room. Raging potion. Upon injection, it greatly enhances various physical attributes. Friendly reminder, this potion has side effects. If the body cannot withstand the intense effects, it may violently explode in a short time. Lindy succinctly summarized the side effects. U1T die. Leaving the doctor in the cage, Lindy bid farewell to Dr. Seiko and departed from the clinic. As night fell, the area around the clinic was eerily quiet, devoid of any spectral shadows for 5 miles. Creatures without mental afflictions would not venture out at this hour. Those afflicted would be swiftly taken back by Dr. Seiko for treatment. Lindy traversed the deserted streets, flanked by various oddly shaped houses, all devoid of light. Emerging from the clinic, he borrowed Dr. Seiko's kerosene lamp to avoid stumbling in darkness. Just under a kilometer from the eerie shop, he sensed a chilling and distorted ominous presence. He did not halt his pace, hastening towards his shop. Nighttime was the prime hunting time for high-level anomalies. Staying within the sanctuary of a regulated shop was the safest option. Although Lindy was not afraid of an attack, piecing his body back together was exceedingly troublesome, especially the thought of being consumed by a high-level anomaly, an experience far worse than being dismembered. Notification. An S-class anomaly is rapidly approaching. Please escape immediately. Realizing the peril, Lindy sprinted towards the eerie shop, with system alerts following closely. Notification. You have triggered a dangerous level task. Survive the S-class anomaly. Task reward. Basic experience 3,000. 5,000 blood evil coins. Selectable reward 1. Random reward 1. Task failure penalty. Become the S-class anomaly's meal. Suddenly, Lindy halted, retreating several steps. Crack! The kerosene lamp in his hand shattered under a colossal force. A rich scent of char filling the air, gurgling sounds, like a massive creature writhing, echoed from above. Lindy looked up, caught a fleeting glance, and fled without a backward glance. The monstrous entity was larger than both floors of his eerie shop combined. Its body a grotesque amalgamation of a spiny shark mouth and countless enormous eyes, adorned with dozens of tentacles. Its myriad eyes emitted a dim red glow in the darkness, grinning as it focused on Lindy with a sinister chuckle. Race? Danger level. S-classed, a dominant being, possessing the power to annihilate an entire nation. Alignment. Chaotic evil. Description. Encountering it is sheer misfortune. If you happen upon it during its gestation, it is even worse. You will become its eagerly sought meal. Lindy, Zero Q is being eaten the only option? He swiftly navigated through the narrow alleys, attempting to evade the colossal creature. However, the streets were too quiet. Any movement would easily attract attention. Though the S-class monster was vast, it moved like a wraith, always appearing ahead of him. Tentacles struck towards him. Lindy brandished his own tentacles. But they were but toothpicks compared to sausages. He drew all the weapons at his disposal. An eerie axe in one hand, a sinister hook in the other, dodging swiftly among the tentacles. The benefits of his accelerated attributes became evident at this moment. The S-class monster, though abundant in tentacles, was not as swift as Lindy, who deftly maneuvered around it. After evading the tentacles for a solid 5 minutes, Lindy spotted a slightly elevated rooftop and leapt up. With a fierce tug, he ensnared the attacking tentacles, freezing them mid-air. Lindy called out, "Retract!" The tentacles, as if bound by an invisible force, swiftly retreated in the darkness. A silver thread became faintly visible, entwining the tentacles. The other end of the thread was in Lindy's grasp. The eerie hook truly proved its worth as an epic weapon, for even an S-class being could not break free from its grasp. Lindy, wielding the eerie axe, intended to whittle down the S-class monster's health. This was his first solo confrontation with an S-class anomaly. The previous encounter with the thorn ball didn't count. He felt a bit too simplistic. A curse lingered over Lindy. Whenever he entertained such negative thoughts, they would manifest immediately. The moment he took a step, alarm bells rang in his mind, and the surroundings bled crimson. He saw his arm being torn off, blood gushing forth, his body plummeting due to the force of inertia. Below lay the monster's cavernous maw. Was this the ability of crisis perception? To foresee imminent danger? The brief seconds spent in crisis perception felt like an eternity in reality, as the perception ended. Lindy swiftly severed the hand entangled with the eerie hook and quickly distanced himself from the monster. That was close. He nearly became its meal. Lindy patted his heart, only to remember it was no longer there. Blood from the severed arm quickly coagulated, prompting Lindy to frown slightly. Lack of strength was indeed fatal. Perhaps only the strength of a little girl could suffice, while his own strength remained woefully inadequate. Though the eerie hook could continuously absorb and weaken the energy of anomalous beings, this monstrous entity possessed too much power. It would likely overwhelm him before he could extract enough energy. The monster's tentacles, bound in several loops, would take too long to unravel. It simply severed them. Much like a gecko shedding its tail, new tentacles sprouted from the severed ends. The eerie hook was thus freed, rendering it useless for delaying the inevitable. With no means to escape and no capability to fight back, Lindy was at his wit's end. System. Offer me some advice. Paid advice. Requires 100 blood evil coins. Lindy. What could a system do with money? Lindy glared. Fine. Take it. Hint. The S-class being is in its gestation period. It is most ferocious and in need of sustenance during this time, but also its most vulnerable. Lindy. What use is this hint? It won't give birth right now. Who knows when that will be? By then, I would probably be food for its offspring. Chapter 21. I treat, you supply, supplementary hint. The anomalous being is about to give birth. The host may wait for the right moment. No wonder such a rare S-class anomaly appeared in this little place. It was seeking sustenance for its impending offspring. If he were to be consumed by this creature, he would undoubtedly be quickly decomposed and subsequently supplied to the tiny anomalies within it. After undergoing double decomposition, would his body even be reassembled? Lindy had never tried and had no desire to at such a moment. The longer he could delay, the better. He retrieved the raging potion obtained from Dr. Seiko and drank it eagerly. The effects of Seiko's potions were always rapid. The instant the potion entered his system, Lindy felt a surge of fiery power coursing through him. Host's physical attributes exhibit anomalies, entering a state of frenzy. Life, 2,214 strength, 135 925 speed, 95 624 luck, -11 mental power, 101-2, -2, continuously declining. Not only did his physical attributes increase, but so did his physique. His abdomen suddenly sprouted several well-defined muscles, his chest and biceps bursting through his clothing. Even his hair seemed to grow exponentially. Lindy raised his head, his eyes now stained crimson, his appearance eerily spectral. The overwhelming surge of power felt exhilarating. If only this potion could be mass-produced. Lindy discarded the potion vial, brandishing the eerie axe as he leaped towards the tentacled monstrosity below. His speed and strength surpassed his previous state. Before the creature could react, he had already landed 4 or 5 strikes upon it. The monster's body was remarkably resilient. The eerie axe only left shallow gashes upon its surface. The wounds inflicted by the axe healed rapidly, soon disappearing entirely. Even a dulled eerie axe could inflict harm. If he had a weapon of superior quality, he might have been able to seriously injure it. However, even a light drizzle is still rain. If its quality is insufficient, it compensates with quantity. It relentlessly assaults the tentacle monster, leaving behind dozens of varying scars upon its body. Though the frequent attacks do not severely injure it, they provoke its fury further. The tentacle monster writhes, extending its appendages wildly towards Lindy. As he leaps into the air, countless tentacles emerge behind him. Lindy's movements are swift and decisive. He hurls the sinister axe in his hand like a hidden weapon, striking the tentacle monster with great force. The impact reverberates through the ground. Lindy's figure vanishes once more, in the next instant. He reappears behind the tentacle monster, wielding a surgical knife, and plunges it directly into one of its eye-like orbs the size of a head. The creature lets out a furious roar, thrashing about, its tentacles flailing wildly and destroying everything in sight. Seizing the chaos, Lindy retrieves the sinister axe and hook, and to his surprise, he notices that the tentacle monster's healing ability seems to have slowed considerably. Could it be that his blows are taking their toll? At that moment, the tentacle monster suddenly halts its writhing and spews forth a copious amount of black sludge from its maw. This viscous substance solidifies in the air, emanating a strong, corrosive stench. The gooey liquid drips to the ground, instantly decaying the soil beneath it. Observing this, Lindy swiftly dodges the black sludge. However, the sticky liquid behaves as if it were alive, drifting through the air and coiling towards him. In stark contrast to the direction of the black sludge attack, the tentacle monster retreats in the opposite direction. Trying to escape. It is too late now. Lindy smirks coldly, suddenly exerting force beneath his feet, causing the stones on the ground to leap high into the air, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he reappears before the creature, his blood-red eyes gleaming with excitement and fervor. An S-class anomaly, such a high-quality delicacy. I've yet to taste something like this, he grins, revealing a mouthful of stark white teeth, his gaze brimming with greed and desire. As if he were beholding a rare culinary delight. I wonder how roasted tentacles would taste. Shall I invite you to find out? With that, a layer of blue flames envelopes the sinister axe in his hand. I'll treat you. And you provide the goods. He emits a mysterious and eerie laugh. Then his figure transforms into a blur, vanishing from sight. Blood splatters. Roar. The tentacle monster bellows in rage, opening its mouth to unleash a dense wave of black mist, akin to poisoned arrows, shooting towards Lindy from all directions. Lindy neither dodges nor flinches, brandishing the flame-imbued sinister axe and charging directly at the tentacle monster. As he swings the axe, it disperses some of the black mist. Yet remnants still cling to his body. Sizzle. The areas touched by the black mist begin to corrode, emitting a sizzling sound. Yet, Lindy appears oblivious to the pain, continuing his relentless advance towards the tentacle monster. The axe strikes the nearest tentacle, producing a sound reminiscent of sizzling meat. This aroma is rather enticing. Lindy bears a cruel and terrifying smile. The sinister axe in his hand changes direction repeatedly. hacking at the tentacle monster's body and bringing it crashing down to the ground. As his mental energy wanes, he finds himself in a frenzied state. Had he retained a modicum of mental clarity, he would have noticed that the axe, after inflicting wounds on the tentacle monster, was losing its dull edge with every strike. Through the searing flames, the battered axe had seemingly transformed into a brand new weapon. He plants his feet firmly on the ground, his form darting forward like lightning, once again charging at the tentacle monster. Roar! The tentacle monster emits a furious roar, struggling violently in a bid to escape. But it cannot shake off Lindy. Ding! Detecting significant weakening of the S-class anomalous creature's physical attributes. Ding! Warning. Host's current mental energy is at 6, on the brink of losing control. In this moment, Lindy's eyes are filled with bloodlust and madness, resembling a beast on the hunt, steeped in the essence of slaughter. He licks his lips, grinning as he approaches the tentacle monster. The creature is on the verge of reproduction. Its most vulnerable state. Now is not the time for combat. It flails its tentacles, attempting to thwart Lindy's advance. Gazing at the charred appendages, Lindy can only envision roasted squid. What a sizable portion of roasted squid this is. Heh heh heh. He opens his mouth wide and takes a bite. S-class anomalous creature sanity, -30. Lindy continues to devour, and when disturbed by other tentacles, he simply slices one off to savor at his leisure. Truly delicious. For the first time, Lindy experiences such exquisite food. In comparison, the fare of the human world pales significantly. This is the true delicacy. Good things ought to be shared with friends. Lindy casts another glance at the writhing tentacles. Chapter 22. Sucking Noodles. Warning. Host's current mental energy is at 1, on the verge of entering a state of uncontrollable rage. Warning. Host's physical characteristics are undergoing uncontrollable mutations. As Lindy approaches the tentacle monster, his body begins to undergo a gradual transformation. His form elongates, limbs extending wildly, fingers growing long and sharp as if bearing tin razor-like spikes. Tentacles sprout from his back, stretching 3 meters long, with orange-yellow eyeballs emerging. Covered by a thin membrane, half open and half closed, an irregular black void manifests in his chest, with black mist slowly flowing from its edges, distorting the surrounding air. S-class anomalous creature fright value 50. The tentacle monster senses a profound threat and emits a piercing scream. Its appendages thrashing against the ground, creating pits all around. It opens its mouth to expel venom and toxic mist, encircling the area to prevent Lindy from approaching. Yet, Lindy seems to be entirely oblivious. Charging straight in. S-class anomalous creature fright value 50. S-class anomalous creature fright value 60. S-class anomalous creature fright value 80. Warning. Host's mental energy -20, entering a state of complete rage. As the toxic mist glows faintly, something is soon ejected from within. One after another, sizzling and accompanied by the aroma of roasted meat. Ha ha ha. Lindy's manic laughter echoes, sending chills down spines. No one knows what transpired within the toxic mist. Until the laughter ceases, all that is visible is the black void in Lindy's chest, incessantly swallowing the remaining toxic mist and venom. The tentacle monster, which produced this, has long since vanished without a trace. Good food. He. The black void on Lindy's chest resembles an insatiable abyss, yearning for sustenance and power. Such a commotion has already roused the nearby residents, yet upon seeing the S-class anomalous creature, they dare not emerge. Now, witnessing Lindy single-handedly tearing apart and devouring this S-class anomaly, they are even more reluctant to show themselves. Observing Lindy's current state, he appears as if under the influence of potent drugs, far more terrifying than Dr. Sacco revisiting his patients. Though the tentacle monster is gone, its severed appendages lie scattered across the street. Lindy approaches, devouring them as if slurping noodles, while others are skewered and roasted. The aroma of grilled meat wafts through the street, making it impossible for anyone not to salivate. That moment, the door of the mysterious shop swings open, and a small figure dressed in a frilly skirt emerges. The little girl, unable to resist the alluring scent of grilled meat, steps out in search of food. As she approaches, she spots a massive figure voraciously consuming the tentacle meat. The moment the large figure detects her presence, it turns to face her. Upon seeing the massive visage, The little girl is taken aback. Boss, is this truly your true form? You must indeed share some familial resemblance with Dr. Sacco. However, at this moment, Lindy has completely lost his sanity. Upon catching sight of a petite snack, he instinctively licks his lips and lunges towards her. Witnessing Lindy's bloodthirsty gaze, the little girl furrows her brow and delivers a swift punch. Bang! Pow! In an instant, Lindy's towering 3-meter form is sent flying, rolling along the ground for nearly 10 meters before crashing into a wall and coming to a halt. The little girl rolls up her sleeves and stomps over in a huff, unleashing a barrage of blows upon the sprawled Lindy. I knew you were eyeing my cuteness, you despicable merchant, pervert, beast. After a thorough beating from the little girl, the effects of the drugs within Lindy wane, and his body returns to its original form. Seeing him back to normal, the little girl drags him by the feet back to the mysterious shop as they pass through a narrow alley. The little girl notices something peculiar. She approaches to find a large meatball covered in a layer of gooey liquid, resembling some sort of internal organ from an anomalous creature. This should be edible, right? The little girl tosses the large meatball onto Lindy, bringing it back to the mysterious shop. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a dangerous level task. Reward, 3,000 basic experience, 5,000 blood curse coins, 1 self-selected reward, 1 random reward. Detecting host forcibly devouring an S-class anomalous creature, due to host's level being below 30, can only merge with 20 of the anomaly. Full merging possible upon reaching level 30. Host falls into a state of coma. Mental energy is gradually recovering. 1-1-1. A chaotic night has passed. Awakening, Lindy feels rejuvenated, his entire being akin to a splendid rejuvenation, an indescribable comfort enveloping him. He stretched languidly and rolled out of bed. A chill enveloped his body, prompting him to glance downward. To Lindy's astonishment, he discovered his trousers were missing. At that moment, memories of last night's battle with the tentacled creature surged into his mind. He vividly recalled the effects of the berserk potion he had consumed. Even the taste of the roasted tentacle lingered in his memory. However, the events that followed eluded him. All he could faintly remember was an insatiable hunger, an almost frenzied desire to devour everything in sight. This was likely a side effect of the berserk potion. Dr. Sacco's concoctions always yielded remarkable results. What had become of that tentacled monstrosity? If it had not been dealt with, perhaps vengeance was to be expected. At that moment, a system notification chimed in. Ding! You have an optional reward and a random reward awaiting collection. Ding! You have randomly obtained a reward. Medical skill, mighty healing technique. Ding! You may choose one reward from the following options. Devour black mist, summonable black mist that can consume souls, vengeful spirits, and all spectral entities, controlling them for your own use. Tentacle assault, tentacles that ravage all in their path, devouring and plundering all living beings. Phantom descend, transform into an intangible shadow, allowing for rapid short-distance movement and rematerialization. These 3 skills were all employed by the tentacle creature. Devour black mist was primarily for control, tentacle assault for attack, and phantom descent for speed. Lindy leaned towards attack skills. However, as he already possessed a tentacle with similar functions, it seemed redundant. Ultimately, he opted for the Devour Black Mist. Boss, come down quickly. A frantic voice called from downstairs. It was Lowly. Clad in his clothes, Lindy descended the stairs and was greeted by a large, meaty orb on the dining table. It appeared as if it had just been excavated from a body. Still glistening with a sanguine hue, Lindy thought, Winky face. Could this possibly be breakfast? Chapter 23. Discovering business opportunities. One found this in a back alley last night, Lowly explained, prodding the meatball with chopsticks. The orb wobbled in protest, emitting a muffled sound, as if objecting to its fate. It even moves. Consuming it might upset my stomach, Lowly remarked with disdain. Lindy mused that this meatball was likely more digestible than Lowly's culinary disasters. As he observed, the system displayed the meatball's interface. Eerie offspring, race, danger level, D grade, safe and harmless, can be domesticated. Faction, undetermined, description, a newly born eerie offspring, currently in a state of ignorance. Its caregiver and surrounding environment greatly influence it, requiring careful handling. Plop, plop, the meatball began to quiver, something within persistently poking at the thin membrane enveloping it, seemingly attempting to escape. Loli, feeling repulsed, quickly distanced herself to avoid splatters on her dress. Upon noticing the 20 consumption progress, Lin Di accepted the fact that he had devoured the tentacled creature. This eerie offspring was likely the result of the creature's desperate attempt to spawn before its demise. Such chaotic and malevolent beings are notoriously cold-blooded, sometimes even eliminating their kin for mere amusement. Thus, Lin Di harbored no concerns about potential retribution from this little one as it grew, since the system indicated that the offspring was safe and could be domesticated. He decided to rear it. If successful, it could serve as an additional employee in his Eerie shop. If not, he would have the opportunity to savor the taste of an S-grade Eerie creature once more. Regardless, he felt he had nothing to lose and resolved to proceed with this plan. A few minutes later, the meatball sprouted several fleshy buds, writhing slowly. Once the Eerie offspring fully emerged from the membrane, a diminutive version of the tentacled creature stood before him. The offspring had yet to fully develop and was only the size of an adult's head. Compared to its mother, this little one appeared somewhat more aesthetically pleasing, possessing a singular large eye and a mouth. Its characteristic tentacles were underdeveloped, resembling smooth gray buds. The little creature stared at Lin Di with its large eye, and he observed it in return. After 2 minutes of mutual scrutiny, the offspring gradually slithered closer, extending a bud to touch his hand. Lin Di did not withdraw his hand. Instead, his tentacle slowly reached out, keeping a watchful eye on the little one. Given the offspring of a chaotic and malevolent creature, caution was warranted. However, upon touching Lin Di's hand, the little one sniffed curiously. It seemed to detect a familiar and comforting scent, leaning against Lin Di's hand and emitting a soft purring sound. Eerie offspring current affection level 60. Young creatures often identify their kin through scent, with some even mistaking the first being they see for their mother. Judging by the little one's reaction, it likely regarded him as its parent. Lin Di allowed his tentacle to play with the little one, and its affection level quickly rose. In no time, it reached 88. Seeing the large and small beings interact so harmoniously, Loli was taken aback. "Boss, this can't possibly be your offspring with that creature, can it? I thought you preferred the cute types. I didn't realize your tastes were so unique." Lin Di gently tapped her head. "What nonsense are you thinking? Hurry up and open the door for customers." During a moment of respite, as Lin Di inspected the thorned ball, the little creature clung to his tentacle, playing joyfully, thanks to the nourishment from the corpse soil. The thorned ball appeared to be thriving, with buds hinting at the possibility of blooming. For some reason, the little one suddenly burrowed into Lin Di's clothing upon seeing the thorned ball. He could distinctly feel it trembling. Was the thorned ball truly that terrifying? Lin Di patted the little creature nestled against his chest. As a grown man, he felt no need to be overly attentive to a young creature and decided to leave it in Loli's care. She seemed quite fond of the little one, showering it with compliments and even giving it a very adorable name, Tuanzi. However, Tuanzi did not seem particularly attached to Loli, responding to her with indifference. Knock, knock, knock. Customers arrived early in the morning, which was a rare occurrence. "Welcome." Upon opening the door, a throng of eerie beings gathered at the entrance of his already cramped shop. "Boss, we witnessed what happened last night. That was an S-grade Eerie. How did you manage it? I saw you drink something. Do you sell it here?" Listening to their chatter, Lin Di understood their intentions. Last night, he had made quite a name for himself, and his little shop had gained notoriety. However, they were all here for the Berserk Potion, which was not his own creation. It was only natural for anyone to seek immense power. Lin Di was more than willing to share the source of the Berserk Potion with them. "Go out, turn right, and walk straight. Dr. Seiko's clinic is there." The crowd gasped. They would not dare approach him for training. The prospect was too daunting. The crux of the matter was that this fellow had managed to walk out of Madman Seiko's clinic unscathed, even acquiring such a potent potion. Given his close relationship with Seiko, he wielded significant influence over the potion's distribution. They hesitated to seek Seiko directly for a purchase, so why not have Lin Di procure it for them? "I would like 2 bottles of the Berserk Potion. Name your price. I want 10 bottles. I want 5 bottles. I want." This was a tremendous business opportunity, and Lin Di had no reason to decline. He would later consult Dr. Seiko about a mutually beneficial arrangement. Lin Di summoned Loli and stated, "1 bottle of the Berserk Potion will cost 500 blood curse coins." Those interested must pay half as a deposit. With delivery within 7 days, having witnessed the Berserk Potion's potency, they found the price of 500 Blood Curse coins quite reasonable. Even if it were priced at 1,000 Blood Curse coins, they would still tighten their belts to afford it. To their surprise, the Eerie shop owner proved to be quite fair and not at all unscrupulous. Loli experienced the sensation of counting so much money that her hands nearly cramped. The cash register was almost overwhelmed by the influx of Blood Curse coins. Ding! Eerie shop level increased. Eerie shop level, level 3. Eerie shop prosperity, 1.5 stars. Eerie shop reputation, 1.5 stars. Eerie shop popularity, 20. New feature unlocked. Daily check-in. Random tasks. Lindy was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated additional rewards from running the Eerie shop so successfully. Check-in. Ding! Check-in complete. Obtained a basic Eerie skill, Eerie Eye. Eerie Eye allows the user to establish a connection with the visual nerves of eerie creatures, enabling the sharing of their perspective. This skill seemed somewhat dubious. Chapter 24. My dear friend, the new skill required practice. Lindy looked at Loli, who was busy recording transactions at the counter. Ding! Detection indicates host level is too low. This skill cannot be used on creatures with significantly higher levels. Lindy redirected his target to the Thornball. Ding! Detection indicates host level is too low. This skill cannot be used on creatures with significantly higher levels. His only 2 employees were both shrouded in mystery and higher in level than him. With no other option, he sought a lower-level Eerie to experiment on. Lindy spotted Tuanzi, hastily placed in a glass jar by Loli. Surely this time would be successful. To his relief, the Eerie Eye was successfully activated. Lindy distinctly felt a change in his left eye's perspective. The view through his left eye gradually became clearer. He gently closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, an enlarged human face suddenly loomed before him. Lindy, winky face, what on earth is this giant head? Upon closer inspection, Lindy recognized it as his own face. From the perspective of the dumpling, this was his ghastly visage, akin to viewing his reflection through a magnifying glass. He noticed the peculiar change in his left eye, which now mirrored the color of the dumpling's pupil. To test the range of the Eerie pupil's effect, he released the dumpling from its glass jar, allowing it to roam freely in the shop. As soon as it emerged, the dumpling dashed to the counter to confront Lori, striking her hand with its tiny, fleshy tentacles. Lindy shared its vision, observing the magnified Lori. Her proportions remained unchanged, yet her mouth was grotesquely enlarged. As if she could swallow the dumpling whole. I'm busy, go play elsewhere. Annoyed by the interruption, Lori snatched up the dumpling and tossed it outside. The dumpling landed amidst a throng of towering figures waiting to purchase potions. Suddenly, Lindy felt darkness envelop his left eye, only to be met with a sight of colossal beings. It felt akin to a little dwarf stumbling into a giant's valley, where one misstep could lead to being crushed. The dumpling sensed the impending danger and hurriedly leapt, weaving through the giants. Just then, a shadow loomed over it entirely, and as the dumpling turned to look, a massive hoof came crashing down. Lindy rushed over. You've stepped on my little one. The dumpling, flattened beneath the hoof, lay squished against the ground, its silvery gray tentacles turning transparent. It had become a pancake. Lindy pried it off the floor and placed it on the table. Remarkably resilient, the dumpling soon recovered. Bouncing back to life, however, it dared not cause further trouble at the counter. Seizing the moment while Lori was busy counting money, Lindy made his way to Dr. Sacco's clinic. The mass production of the Berserk potion required his expertise. After knocking, he pushed the door open and headed straight for the operating room. At the entrance, he spotted the empty cage where the human doctor had been confined the previous night. Presumably, the doctor was now in the operating room. Though Lindy was uncertain whether he was on or beneath the operating table, Dr. Sacco, I'm back, Lindy called out. Dr. Sacco lifted the curtain, his face alight with excitement. My dear little D, have you come for a follow-up? Lindy smiled and shook his head. I drank the Berserk potion you concocted last night, and it worked wonders. I wish to purchase it in bulk. He knew he mustn't let Dr. Sacco realize that it was for other Eerie entities. Otherwise, he would surely direct them to buy from him and offer treatment in the process. Or worse, he might deliver directly, providing treatment afterward. Their loss of limbs didn't concern him. He was far more interested in the substantial profits at stake. Dr. Sacco had little interest in money. He relished creating potions and treating patients. Seeing Lindy's enthusiasm for his concoctions, he felt as though he'd found a kindred spirit, heightening his exhilaration. His eyes bulged with fervor, blood vessels bursting with excitement as he grasped Lindy's shoulders tightly, laughing maniacally. "Dear little Dee, you are the only one who appreciates my potions. From this day forth, you shall be my dearest friend." Lindy's shoulder bones creaked painfully under the pressure, as if they might shatter into a dozen pieces. Yet he maintained a smile. "It is an honor, Dr. Sacco. I have plenty of that potion. Feel free to take as much as you need." Dr. Sacco was exceedingly generous. Lindy entered the potion room and found approximately 10 jars of the Berserk potion. Dr. Sacco's potions were brewed in bulk, while the ones sold normally came in small glass vials. Each jar could yield around 50 bottles, so 10 jars would amount to 500 bottles. The business surrounding the Berserk potion was one to be sustained long-term. 500 bottles would hardly suffice. Instead of relying on Dr. Sacco to brew more, it would be more prudent for him to master the brewing process himself. "I feel quite guilty taking so much for free. How about I assist you in brewing potions?" Lindy offered with a sincere smile. "Really?" Dr. Sacco's eyes widened in surprise. Lindy replied earnestly, "It is my fortune to learn from a genius alchemist like you. Please allow me to be your assistant." "Oh my goodness! I am utterly moved, my dear friend," Dr. Sacco exclaimed, pulling Lindy into a tight embrace, patting his back vigorously. In that instant, Lindy felt as if his scapula had been completely crushed, and nearly all of his ribs had snapped. His neck twisting painfully. Ding, Deception 5, Dr. Sacco's affection 50. Detected. Dr. Sacco's affection exceeds 80. Bond relationship can be established. Please select bond relationship. Lover, best friend, buddy, brother. Lindy chose the option that seemed most fitting. Brother. Ding. You have become good brothers with Dr. Sacco. Dr. Sacco could hardly contain his excitement and promptly led Lindy to his potion brewing laboratory. Lindy had anticipated a chaotic scene akin to the operating room. Yet upon opening the door, he was astonished. Unlike the blood-soaked operating room, the laboratory was impeccably clean. The ingredients in various jars were meticulously categorized and neatly arranged, resembling an ordinary human laboratory. Dr. Sacco was incredibly enthusiastic, introducing Lindy to the alchemical materials and instruments. Lindy attentively absorbed the knowledge, storing it in his mind. Perhaps it was due to having cleared his mind once, discarding the mental clutter, that he now had ample space for information. In any case, his memory was exceptionally sharp. Anything he read once, he could recite clearly. Dr. Sacco generously shared his years of experience and insights in potion brewing with Lindy. Having mastered the theoretical knowledge, it was time for practical application. Chapter 25. A nap and then it's extracted. Ding. You have unlocked the skill of potion brewing. Brewing proficiency. Beginner. Potion quality. Inferior. Available brewing flame. Flame spirit fire. Potion recipe. None. One of the advantages of learning from Dr. Sacco was that the theory could be immediately followed by practice. The so-called practice involved grinding and purifying the necessary materials according to Dr. Sacco's instructions, mixing them in specific proportions, and then reducing them over a high flame. As long as one knew the potion recipe, the brewing process was straightforward, akin to cooking. For his first potion, Lindy opted not for the complex and precious Berserk potion, but rather started with the simple Strength potion. The Strength potion was a basic enhancement potion, requiring commonplace ingredients that posed minimal risk even if he failed. An hour passed. Ding. You successfully brewed one Strength potion, brewing proficiency 5. Lindy gazed at the green potion in his hand and drank it in one gulp. The best way to test for side effects of a potion is for the creator to sample it. Ding. You consumed inferior Strength potion X1, Strength 20. The quality of the brewed potion was closely linked to proficiency. It seemed he would be residing in the laboratory for the foreseeable future. Dr. Sacco's potions were brewed in bulk, so he had no shortage of materials. Noticing Lindy's fervor for potion brewing, Dr. Sacco spared no effort in teaching him. Time flew by, and as night fell, the streets enjoyed a rare tranquility after 3 days. Lindy immersed himself in the laboratory day and night, brewing countless Strength potions, and his proficiency rose from beginner to novice. Potions brewed at novice proficiency were no longer inferior but of ordinary quality. Inferior potions could not be sold to customers, but ordinary ones could be. Lindy began to ask Dr. Sacco to teach him how to brew the Berserk potion. Dr. Sacco emerged from the materials room, saying, "The number of patients has decreased recently. We are running low on materials for the Berserk potion. Lindy replied. What materials are needed for the berserk potion? I will procure them, Dr. Sacco responded. The flesh or tissue of eerie creatures. The higher the level, the better. As soon as he finished speaking, Lindy found a basin and cut a piece of his own flesh. Let us try this. Seeing him calmly use his own flesh for potion brewing, Dr. Sacco felt deeply moved. To brew potions using your own blood and flesh, you are truly remarkable. Dr. Sacco immediately took the flesh he had offered and set to work on the berserk potion. 20 minutes later, a small vial of berserk potion was produced. Your enthusiasm is commendable, but unfortunately, the quality of your flesh is too low, resulting in a potion of inferior quality, Dr. Sacco said, shaking his head in consolation. Lindy suddenly recalled the S-rank eerie creature's tentacle that Lori had gathered in the kitchen of the eerie shop. He hurried back to the eerie shop, only to be informed by Lori that she had roasted and consumed all the tentacles. Dozens of tentacles, S-rank eerie ingredients, devoured within 3 days. Lindy's eyes darkened as he looked at Lori. This little girl S level must be quite high. Lindy said nothing and walked straight to his collection room. Soon, he emerged holding a string of well-preserved candied hawthorn. Boss, what is this? It looks delicious, Lori exclaimed, her foodie instincts kicking in. Lindy explained. This is candied hawthorn from the human world. It's very sweet, and I believe you will enjoy it. Considering your hard work in bookkeeping these past few days, consider this a reward. Boss, you are so kind, Lori said, accepting the candied hawthorn and taking a bite. The candied hawthorn, crisp as it was bitten by her, brought a look of utter satisfaction to Loli's face as she exclaimed, delicious. If it tastes this good, I shall indulge a bit more. Lindy gazed at her with a tender expression. However, as she bit into the second piece, her demeanor abruptly changed. Her mouth agape, she expelled the candied hawthorn from her mouth. Struggling to keep her lips together, she gestured to Lindy, indicating, something has pricked my tooth. It hurts terribly. Lindy guided her to the couch and illuminated her mouth with a flashlight. After examining for a moment, he remarked, a splinter has lodged itself in your tooth. It must be extracted. Loli blinked in confusion and asked, what should we do? There isn't even a decent doctor around here. We must rely on ourselves for any ailments. Lindy smiled reassuringly and said, it's hardly a problem. I shall extract it for you. With that, he handed her a sleep-inducing candy from the table. Here, have this. Take a nap, and the splinter will be gone upon waking. The sleep-inducing candy was a remnant of the previous enigmatic shopkeeper, and Loli had tasted it before. Each time she consumed it, she awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. She had persistently pestered Lindy to allow her to have it as a snack, but he always refused. Citing the need to preserve it, now that she had the chance, she hesitated not at all. Once the candy was ingested, Loli promptly collapsed onto the sofa. Lindy retrieved his toolbox from the counter, filled with pliers, chisels, hammers, and scalpels. Silently, he took 2 iron wires and pried Loli's upper and lower lips apart. Securing them with the wires, he recalled that extracting a tooth involved first incising the gum, then chiseling the bone, and finally using pliers for the extraction. Once he gathered his thoughts, Lindy reached for the scalpel and carefully probed into Loli's mouth. Time passed, and eventually, Loli stirred from her slumber. She furrowed her brow, feeling inexplicably unwell despite waking. Boss? Upon speaking, her mouth gaped open, and as she explored with her tongue, she felt her gums were strangely smooth, leading to a moment of total bewilderment. Where are my teeth? At that moment, Lindy had already arrived at Dr. Sacco's clinic with a box of pearly white teeth. He presented one of the teeth to Dr. Sacco, still tinged with blood, evidently recently extracted. Upon seeing the tooth, even Dr. Sacco couldn't suppress his astonishment, exclaiming, where did you acquire this tooth? I can sense the immense power of its owner. With such material, the quality of this potion will undoubtedly be exceptional. Saying this, Dr. Sacco eagerly took the tooth and rushed to the laboratory. After a night of refining, a large jar of frenzy potion was freshly concocted. Remarkably, just 1 tooth had yielded an entire jar of frenzy potion, and that was the smallest tooth at that. Given that he had 35 more teeth, ground into powder, he could potentially brew 50 jars of frenzy potion. The supply of potions would not be a concern for the foreseeable future. Having been nagged by Lindy to learn potion brewing, Dr. Sacco had not treated a patient in 3 days. 3 days without attending to patients was his limit. That evening, He could no longer resist the urge and went out onto the street to seek patience. With him absent, Lindy could freely engage in brewing the frenzy potion. Chapter 26. Welcome back. In his previous potion brewing, Lindy had utilized the ordinary flames of the laboratory. Once Dr. Seiko left to find patience, he experimented with the flame spirit fire for potion brewing. His decision not to use the flame spirit fire in Dr. Seiko's presence was not to conceal his abilities. After all, Dr. Seiko was solely focused on treating patients and brewing potions, showing no interest in anything else. Lindy feared that Dr. Seiko might covet his flame seed, forcibly recruiting him as a fire attendant. Utilizing the flame spirit fire not only enhanced the quality of the potion, but also significantly reduced the required materials. However, the time needed to brew high-quality potions increased correspondingly. After a night's work, Lindy successfully brewed a jar of intermediate frenzy potion. Ding! You have successfully brewed an intermediate frenzy potion. Potion brewing experience 30. With less than 3 days remaining until the potion supply deadline, it was time to prepare for classification and bottling. Currently, there were nearly 100 bottles on order, and he found himself short on potion vials. Residing on the 9th floor of the ethereal Enigma realm, the very bottom tier, there was not a decent clinic to be found, let alone a potion shop. To procure reagent tubes, he would need to venture into the human world for supplies. Lindy transported 13 jars of frenzy potion, along with several jars of inferior strength potion he had previously experimented with, back to the enigmatic shop. Upon entering, he found Lowly interrogating a dumpling and a prickly ball, demanding, "Speak up. Which of you is responsible?" With a sullen expression, Lowly wielded a pair of scissors in one hand, while grasping the dumpling's tentacles and the prickly ball's bud with the other. It was evident that if they failed to confess, she was poised to snip them apart. Lindy, carrying the potion jars, entered with a puzzled expression and inquired, "What mischief have they been up to?" Lowly huffed indignantly, "Something crept in while I was asleep and devoured my teeth." Lindy noticed that new teeth had already sprouted in her mouth. Quite remarkable, indeed. A renewable resource. He approached Lowly and softly cautioned, "Children can be mischievous. A gentle lesson should suffice. We need not provoke the enigma." With that, he moved the potion jars to the storage room. That moment, the door to the enigmatic shop was knocked upon. With Lowly still fuming, Lindy went to answer it himself. Outside stood a familiar customer. Surprised to see Lindy personally opening the door, instinctively retreating several steps. Puppet Monster Fear Level 30. Upon receiving a returning customer, Lindy quickly donned a welcoming smile. "Welcome." The puppet monster, upon seeing Lindy, was immediately reminded of the horrific experience of having its legs sawed and nails driven into its body. Especially after hearing that he had gone mad and consumed an S-class bizarre creature 4 nights prior. Its legs trembled uncontrollably. "Please, come in." Lindy stepped aside to allow it entry. The puppet monster, quaking, entered and upon reaching the sofa, beheld Lowly poised with scissors, ready to trim the dumpling and prickly ball's limbs. Did all the enigmas in this shop enjoy tampering with the limbs of other enigmas? Puppet monster sanity -10. Lindy had previously retrieved items left by the puppet monster in the storage room. A long wooden block and some unidentified biological tissue. He scrutinized the puppet monster and inquired, "Have you replaced all your limbs yourself?" The puppet monster responded with a bewildered expression. Lindy continued, "Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Post-service is complimentary." The puppet monster took several deep breaths before finally speaking. I seem to have misplaced something. Have you seen it?" Indeed, it had come seeking that wooden block. Hearing this, Lindy produced the long wooden block, asking, "Is this what you were looking for?" Upon sighting the block, the puppet monster's expression shifted, and it hurriedly tucked it into its pocket, fearful of being seen by others. Having retrieved its precious item, the puppet monster promptly stood to bid farewell, saying, thank you, goodbye." Just then, Lindy called out to it, "I also have some skin tissue that was adhered to your item. It should belong to you as well." The puppet monster's body stiffened, turning to gaze at the already desiccated skin tissue on the table, repeatedly shaking its head, "Not mine. It must have been stuck to it when it was in its belly." Lindy smiled, "Even if it were yours, it wouldn't matter." The puppet monster, "Oh." Lindy poured a cup of tea, gesturing for it to sit down and converse leisurely, since it was already there. Why not discuss its wishes? Perhaps he could assist in fulfilling them. Upon hearing Lindy's words, the puppet monster visibly wavered. IT couldn't help but gaze at Lindy's face, envious of his skin. Ultimately, its desires overcame its fear. And it sat back down. I wish to know how you acquired your skin, the puppet monster stated. Lindy observed the puppet monster. Clearly, this was the crux of the matter. Upon seeing the pieces of skin tissue, Lindy had surmised this. The naturally wooden-bodied puppet monster envied the human form and thus sought to possess such skin. Unable to locate a human here, it resorted to stealing the skins of other enigmas. However, patching together disparate pieces of skin was inherently challenging, ultimately leading to futility. Lindy smiled and asked, "Do you wish to possess skin like mine?" The puppet monster nodded fervently. Lindy continued, "I possess a skill in cosmetic surgery. Perhaps I could help you fulfill your wish." Upon hearing this, the puppet monster's fear diminished significantly with excitement, eagerly exclaiming, "How much for the surgery? I must have it. Please, do it for me." The puppet monster has issued a quest to fulfill its wish for a human skin. Quest rewards: Basic Experience 50, Blood Slaughter Coins 200, Puppet Monster Favorability 10. Lindy assessed the puppet monster, estimating the quantity of materials required. Facial grafting would cost 200 blood slaughter coins, while full body grafting would require 500. The puppet monster immediately produced a pouch, counting out 500 blood slaughter coins, declaring, "I want full body grafting." Furthermore, it retrieved the long wooden block from its pocket, adding, "And this needs to be included as well." After accepting the payment, Lindy solemnly stated, "I will need some time to prepare the skin you desire. Please return in 3 days. However, before that, I need to ask you several more detailed questions. What kind of skin do you wish for? The fair and delicate skin of a baby, the naturally beautiful milk-like complexion, the rugged bronzed skin of a tough man, or the normal skin of a youthful adolescent?" The puppet monster finds itself in a bit of a dilemma. "Could you show me some pictures?" Lindy smiles. "Do I look like a photo to you?" Puppet monster. "Then I suppose I shall choose the normal skin of a youth, as it suits me better." Lindy, "You may have the skin now, but do you require hair, nails, teeth, and other embellishments?" Puppet monster. "Right. This cosmetic surgery is quite a massive undertaking." Chapter 27. The Unforeseen Arrival of Calamity Ding. Puppet monster has issued you a supplementary trading task. Cosmetic surgery. Completion reward. Basic Experience 50. Blood Shot Coins 100. Puppet monster favorability 20. Hair, nails, and teeth are relatively inexpensive compared to skin, thus not imposing too great of an economic burden on the puppet monster. After recording this, Lindy instructed him to return and await further notice. The puppet monster wishes to assume a human form, and thus these items must be acquired from the human realm. Lindy discovered that commonly used items in the human world hold little value there, yet seem to be quite popular in the void realm. Conversely, items from the void realm, even those deemed trash in the human world, are extremely valuable. A sudden thought struck him. If he were to engage in trade between the two realms, prosperity would not be far off. Fortunately, he had the foresight to leave the desert. Although he remained uncertain about how long the journey would take, he hoped to escape in time. After walking tirelessly for a day and a night through the relentless sands, he fortuitously encountered a sandstorm that swept him to the outskirts of the desert. By hitching a ride, he saved considerable time. Once he had recuperated, Lindy set off towards a nearby town. Upon his arrival, he was struck by the sight of a particularly familiar mark. To his surprise, he discovered that this quaint town also housed a branch of the clandestine shop. Perhaps he could even converse with the proprietor about the possibility of opening a franchise. In the human world, one cannot move without money. Armed with the VIP black card from the clandestine shop, he approached the establishment, and the attendant, upon recognizing the card, respectfully ushered him inside without a word. The design of this clandestine shop was remarkably distinctive, adorned with skull-shaped decorative lights. These skulls were not mere ornaments, but authentic. Lindy estimated there were approximately 20 of these skull lamps. He contemplated that his own franchise could draw inspiration from this design. When the proprietor emerged, he nearly blinded Lindy. The man was clad in a pristine white suit, a striking red tie, and a golden mask obscured his eyes. His polished shoes gleamed brilliantly under the dim light, exuding a dazzling silver sheen. The man possessed a tall, slender figure and an air of refined elegance, appearing more like an aristocrat than a seasoned denizen of the underworld. Noticing Lindy's soiled appearance, with sand still clinging to his hair, the man could not suppress a frown. "Mr. Lindy, please follow me." The name on the VIP black card confirmed his identity. Every place has its own set of rules, and Lindy was a law-abiding citizen. The man led him to a room. Lindy assumed they were to conduct business there, but the man instructed him, "Please bathe and change. I will bring you some clothing shortly." Lindy thought to himself, the proprietor indeed had discerning tastes, likely a bit of a germaphobe. He was eager to take a proper shower, so he did not refuse. After about 10 minutes, the man placed the new garments at the bathroom door. Half an hour later, Lindy emerged, freshly attired. Upon seeing Lindy clad in a matching white suit, the man finally relaxed his frown and extended his hand. "Good day, Mr. Lindy. I am Pietro." Lindy returned the handshake, eschewing small talk, and directly opened his backpack to reveal its contents. Upon recognizing what was contained in the transparent vial, Pietro's eyes widened slightly. Could this be hair from a peculiar creature? Lindy nodded nonchalantly. This was the mane that had fallen from the Calamity horse, meticulously collected by him. Last time, the sludge from a C-grade mud creature fetched a good price. Surely, the mane from an A-grade Calamity horse was worth even more. Hearing his response, Pietro immediately seized it, his eyes brimming with astonishment and excitement. "Mr. Lindy, please wait a moment." When Pietro reappeared half an hour later, he seemed almost deranged, his gait unsteady. "Mr. Lindy, what you have brought us is of utmost value," he exclaimed, gripping Lindy's hand tightly, his eyes glinting with an unusual fervor. This gaze struck Lindy as eerily familiar, reminiscent of the manic intensity Dr. Sacco had displayed during his surgery. "Mr. Lindy, here is your remuneration." Pietro handed him a bank card. "I apologize. With such a substantial amount in cash, it would be cumbersome for you to carry, so I took the liberty of converting it into a card. This card contains 7 million. I hope it meets your satisfaction." Lindy did not accept the card. Instead, he addressed Pietro. "I require some additional items that I wonder if you could assist me, for a guest of his stature." The clandestine shop was eager to cater to his needs. Without hesitation, Pietro replied, "As long as it is within our capabilities, we shall do our utmost." Lindy continued, "I need a small delivery truck?" "Not a problem. I will procure one immediately," Pietro assured him. Lindy pressed on, "I also need 1,000 reagent vials." "Understood. And a bionic robot with intact skin." Pietro hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Would Mr. Lindy prefer a demure model or a more provocative one?" "Male," Lindy specified. "Understood. Please be swift, as my time is limited." After stating his requirements, Pietro arranged a space for Lindy to rest while he awaited the items. When Pietro mentioned a brief wait, he was not merely being polite. Within half a day, before dusk even fell, he had acquired everything Lindy needed. Had he known the efficiency of the clandestine shop, he would not have gone through so much trouble previously. Unfortunately, since he arrived at different locations each time, he could not have informed them in advance of his requirements to facilitate a seamless collection. Pietro wished to obtain Lindy's contact information but, after a few attempts, had to abandon the idea. Even without acquiring his contact details, it was inconsequential. He had embedded a tracking chip in the bank card. No matter where Lindy went, he would be able to monitor him. Chapter 29. New staff member. The cost of the items were deducted from the card, and Lindy, with the remaining funds, drove away in the small delivery truck. After departing, he strolled around the city, purchasing some vegetables desired by Loli, as well as some clothing. Meanwhile, a vehicle trailed him at a distance, reporting his movements and the shops he visited back to Pietro. This sort of surveillance was nothing new to him. He had become accustomed to being followed every time he exited the clandestine shop. After buying clothes and enjoying a meal, he paused in front of an adult store. The follower promptly reported via radio, "Boss, he has entered an adult goods store." There was a noticeable pause on the other end before responding. Such establishments are rarely visited openly. It would make an excellent hideout. "Keep an eye out to see if he exits with anything." A few minutes later, Lindy emerged, carrying a box. Pietro eagerly inquired, "What is it?" The contents were obscured, completely sealed, and appeared quite large. Lindy seemed unusually tense. As if the box concealed something suspicious, Pietro commanded, "Send me the location of this store and station 2 individuals at the entrance to ensure no one escapes." Upon exiting the adult store, Lindy held the box, feeling an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. It was his first time purchasing such items, and he felt a strange shame. With his shopping complete, he prepared to return. The followers, noticing his increasingly erratic route, grew concerned about being discovered and dared not follow too closely. However, as Lindy turned a corner, within a mere minute, they found he had vanished. They hastily drove after him, navigating through the alleyway, only to end up in a dead end. How is this possible? The followers were utterly bewildered. This alley had only one exit, and a vehicle of such size could not simply take flight. Just then, Pietro's voice crackled over the radio. Where is he? Boss, we lost track of him. Pietro, staring at the now non-existent tracking signal, asked in a low voice. What happened? He drove into an alley and then just disappeared. Pietro pondered for a moment before instructing. You all need to position yourselves at the various exits of that alley. Keep an eye on all vehicles entering and exiting. Do not let any car leave. A vehicle of such considerable size could not vanish without a trace. There was only one possibility. The alley must have had a getaway waiting for him. And the vehicle likely descended underground, which explained their loss of sight. The vehicle's disappearance coinciding with the tracking signal's termination indicated that Mr. Lindy was indeed of no ordinary status. At this moment, Lindy was making his way back to the Void Realm, driving the delivery truck through the streets, instantly attracting countless curious glances. What on earth is that? Is it a vehicle? I recall seeing something similar when I was human, but in my time, vehicles were not so advanced. How could human inventions appear here? Previously, he had heard that the proprietor of the clandestine shop was human, and this revelation did not seem groundless. Does this mean he can truly traverse the human world? Soon, the tale of the human proprietor of the clandestine shop who could navigate the gates of the Void Realm spread throughout the 9 layers of the realm. Ding! Reputation of the clandestine shop 10. Upon returning to the shop, Lindy instructed Loli to categorize the potions in the jars for bottling. He then took the bionic robot along with the items purchased from the adult store back to his room. He meticulously peeled off the realistic skin from the bionic robot. After all, human skin does not preserve well. This synthetic skin would be much more durable, making it perfect for the puppet creature. The bionic robot boasted numerous functions, and given the substantial expense incurred, it was imperative to utilize it effectively. With plans to open a franchise on the 8th floor, Lindy needed an additional staff member to assist Loli in managing the shop. The bionic robot was ideally suited for this purpose. Considering that the front desk staff should possess a presentable appearance, he devised a plan to adorn the robot with an exquisite skin covering. Lindy opened the box he had retrieved from the adult store. Inside lay a life-sized silicone doll, crafted with remarkable realism, complete with a stunning visage, enduring makeup, a voluptuous figure, and a soft texture akin to human skin. Using a surgical scalpel, he carefully opened the doll from the side, then inserted the entire robot inside before sealing it with adhesive. However, this robot was ultimately designed to exhibit masculine traits, which Lindy promptly eliminated with a decisive twist. With meticulous attention to detail, she refined its appearance until it resembled a stunningly beautiful woman. Glancing at the robot's user manual, Lindy noted the comprehensive array of programmed functions: conversational responses, household chores, companionship, and all the trappings of a personal assistant. After familiarizing herself with its capabilities, Lindy pressed the power button. In an instant, the robot sprang to life, its eyes flashing a vibrant red as it moved with a fluid grace. Turning to face Lindy, "Greetings, master," it spoke in a cheerful, youthful tone. Observing this exquisite automaton, adorned with the visage of a beauty, yet possessing a masculine voice, Lindy felt an inexplicable sense of harmony. The voice could be adjusted, but only masculine options were available. Compared to a youthful or older man's voice, this one seemed most fitting. The bionic robot possessed learning capabilities, so after explaining its duties, Lindy led it to the collection room. Ding! New staff member 1, Eerie Shop Experience 50. While preparing potions for bottling, the young girl named Lori was momentarily taken aback by the beautiful robot. "Boss, where did you acquire this?" Lori inquired, pointing at it. The robot bore neither an eerie aura nor a human essence, which explained Lori's astonishment. After a brief introduction, Lindy declared, "From now on, you two shall be colleagues. I expect you to get along well." Intrigued by this new entity, Lori asked, "What is your name?" The beautiful robot paused and turned to Lindy, stating, "Master has not given me a name." Upon hearing the feminine voice emanate a masculine tone, Lori regarded Lindy with a knowing smirk, as if uncovering a grand secret this was the boss's preference. Prompted by her curiosity, Lindy devised a name. "Let us call you Aishin." "Aishin? What a lovely name. Lori exclaimed at the AI from Mugwort Annexine from Chip. Lori responded with a momentary silence. The beautiful robot smiled and said, "Very well, master. I shall be called AIXin. As Lindy observed Aishin at work, she noted the robot's remarkable efficiency and meticulousness, far exceeding Lori's pace. While Lori often complained when fatigued, Aishin maintained an unwaveringly positive demeanor. It appeared that when opening a branch in the future, incorporating robotic staff would be a prudent decision. Chapter 30. I am a perfectionist. Word quickly spread that Lindy had returned from the human realm, prompting the puppet creature to seek her out. Lindy retrieved the necessary items for the puppet's transformation and escorted it to an empty room. The space was devoid of furnishings, save for a long table draped with a white cloth and a bright lamp. Lindy instructed the puppet to recline on the table before fetching her cosmetic toolkit. This scene triggered a sense of familiarity and dread within the puppet. Puppet sanity -5. As Lindy entered with the toolbox, she reassured the hesitant puppet, there is no need for concern. Cosmetic procedures do not require chainsaws or hammers. At her words, the puppet exhaled in relief. To further ease its anxiety, Lindy opened the toolbox in plain view. Upon seeing an array of human skin, the puppet was taken aback. Puppet sanity -20. Should you feel frightened? Simply close your eyes and take a nap. Skin application is a meticulous task that will take some time, Lindy suggested. However, the puppet could hardly close its eyes, fixated on Lindy's every move. Lindy began by applying glue to its face, carefully aligning the skin with precision. Once affixed, she scrutinized the puppet's visage, her brows furrowing slightly. The puppet had developed a sense of trepidation at her frown. Recalling that the last time she frowned, she had twisted its head a full 180 degrees and disassembled its legs for reassembly. Puppet sanity -10. What's wrong? The puppet stammered, trembling. Lindy assessed it with a contemplative gaze before offering a reassuring smile. No worries, I simply overlooked one tool. Please wait here a moment. With that, she exited the room. Upon her return, Lindy donned gloves and was accompanied by a small assistant. The puppet recognized Lori from its previous visit, during which she had been grooming the shop's pets and plants. Now, Lori carried a block of wood, a file, sandpaper, and a grinding machine. Observing these tools, the puppet leapt off the table in alarm. What are you planning to do? It retreated in fear. Didn't you say I only needed glue? Why do you require those items? Puppet sanity -50. Lindy approached slowly, explaining, human bones are smooth cylinders, while your form is rectangular, even with skin applied. You will not resemble a human. I must first sculpt your body into the shape of human bones before affixing the skin to achieve a more lifelike appearance. The puppet shook its head vigorously. I think my current shape is quite satisfactory. Just glue me up, no need for sanding. That simply won't do, Lindy interjected. Her eyebrows raised and eyes narrowed. I am a perfectionist, and since you are here for a transformation, I must ensure you are crafted into a flawless figure. Upon hearing this, the puppet promptly reconsidered its decision. I don't want to go through with it. You've already paid, Lindy reminded. There's no backing out now. It's all yours. I won't proceed with the transformation. With that, the puppet hastily made its way to the door. Lindy did not stop it, watching as it reached the entrance, only to be forcibly detained by Lori, who grasped its head firmly. This is a customer. Handle them gently, Lindy sighed in exasperation. Lori, perplexed, wondered why the wooden entity was so keen to flee after having already paid. Lindy retrieved the puppet's head, placing it back on the table, then crouched down to deal with its body out of sight. Although the puppet could not see, it could hear the cacophony of sounds emanating from below, heightening its fear of Lindy. What are you doing to my body? Let go of me. I'll pay you whatever you want. Just don't touch me. Lori's eyes widened in astonishment. The implications are staggering. Lindy disassembled the puppet's limbs into manageable segments for detailed sanding. This meticulous craftsmanship would require an additional 200 blood coins, a necessary expense rather than an arbitrary charge. Upon hearing this, the puppet cried out, 200. I have 2,000 here. Take it all. Just let me go. Lindy picked up one of its lower legs, shaping it roughly into a bone form with the wood file and block before proceeding to the grinding machine. Watching in horror as Lindy ground its leg, the puppet could no longer contain itself. New, puppet sanity -50. You're far too loud, Lori exclaimed, unable to bear its wails, covering the puppet's head with the white cloth from the table. With its vision obscured, the puppet's hearing sharpened, and its fear reached new heights. Puppet's fright value 200, achievement Silent Terror unlocked, Silent Terror achievement bonus. 10 intimidation against all strange entities. After an hour of sanding, the puppet's entire body had been shaped to resemble human bones, with only the head remaining. Lindy lifted the cloth from its head, only to find that the puppet had fainted from fright. Fainting was advantageous. It would make manipulation easier. Lindy carefully used a file to remove the adhered skin piece by piece, carrying the puppet's head to the grinding machine. Just then, the puppet awoke, startled by the sound of the file. As it opened its eyes, it found itself face to face with the grinding machine, which was whirling menacingly. Instinctively, it attempted to recoil, yet its head inexplicably leaned closer to the grinding wheel, ultimately pressing against it. Overwhelming terror caused the puppet to faint once more. After an indeterminate period, the puppet regained consciousness to find that the terrifying tools had vanished. The events that transpired felt as though they had been a dreadful nightmare. Rising from the table, it discovered its body was now adorned with skin, tightly conforming as if it had truly grown upon it. Am I dreaming? The puppet could hardly believe its good fortune. Raising a hand to slap itself, it didn't hurt. Indeed, it was a dream. I was only gone for a moment. How could you cause such chaos? Lindy entered, holding a fan. Having just secured the skin, do not move about. Be cautious not to misalign it. She instructed the puppet to lie back down while she directed the fan at its body. Once the glue on the front had dried, she flipped the puppet over to continue drying the other side. Human skin is delicate and requires careful handling, avoiding cuts or burns. Should any issues arise, feel free to return for repairs. Still elated by the reality of possessing human skin, the puppet continually thanked Lindy before paying and departing in high spirits. Ding! The puppet's wish task has been completed. Rewards received: Basic Experience 50, Blood Coins 200, Puppet's Affinity 10, Skin Application Proficiency 30. Chapter 31. Eerie Card. Tomorrow marks the official sale date for the Berserk Potion, and Lindy joined her colleagues in the collection room to bottle the potions. After a night of diligent work, all pre-ordered items were ready for distribution. Tio reward Lori for her late night overtime. Lindy presented her with a sack of vegetables purchased from the human realm. Boss, you are truly kind, Lori exclaimed, as she cheerfully carried the heavy sack to her biochemical kitchen. As the eerie shop opened its doors, customers arrived to collect their potions. Aiken, ever diligent, took charge of the ledger, ensuring all orders were accounted for, while Lindy and Lori managed the counter, dispensing medications to the clientele. After a bustling morning, all orders had finally settled their accounts. New customers, drawn by word of mouth, were promptly attended to by Aiken. This batch of volatile potions amounted to nearly 50,000 bloodshot coins, signaling that it was time for the Eerie Shop's branch business to expand. Following the ascending rules pinned by the former proprietor of the Eerie Shop, Lindy took the funds for purchasing residency rights and the toll fee to the entrance of the upper level. The entrance was guarded by formidable Eerie beings, who would only allow passage upon presentation of sufficient bloodshot coins. As Lindy approached, the guard, a bandaged wolfman, recognized him. I know you. You are the owner of the Eerie Shop. We purchased volatile potions from you this morning, he stated. Beside him stood a cyclops, towering so high that Lindy had to tilt his head back to glimpse its face. You? I don't believe I've seen it. Lindy replied. The bandaged wolfman clarified. The giant brother cannot come. I bought on his behalf. You wish to ascend? Lindy, hefting the sack of bloodshot coins, replied. This should suffice. Upon seeing the coins, the bandaged wolfman paused momentarily before retreating to a nearby guardhouse. When he returned, the entire sack of coins had vanished. Stunned, Lindy feared he had fallen prey to a scam. Just then, the bandaged wolfman produced a silver card for him. The card emanated an eerie aura, and upon holding it, Lindy could instantly see the displayed amount: 100,000 bloodshot coins. What is this? He inquired, astonished. Seeing Lindy's bewilderment, the bandaged wolfman chuckled and explained, this is an Eerie card. It allows you to store bloodshot coins directly and facilitates transactions. You possess a silver card, which can hold up to 100,000. A gold card can accommodate 1 million, a black gold card 100 million, and the highest, a purple gold card, has no limit. You can only apply for a silver card after accumulating over 50,000 coins. In these past few years, you are the sole individual from the 9th level to have claimed one, and the only one with the capital to ascend. Having seen human bank cards, he was now witnessing the Eerie World's Eerie card for the first time. The ninth level was almost in a state of decay. Devoid of funds and Eerie cards, Lindy was unaware such conveniences existed. The upper world appeared to hold intriguing prospects. "Where do I exchange cards if needed?" Lindy asked. The bandaged wolfman shook his head. "No need to exchange. The card will change color based on the quantity of blood Sha coins stored." The wolfman was quite cordial, sharing details about the ascent process. Guards would verify your Eerie card upon entry to the upper level, and once approved, an Eerie being responsible for residency rights would guide you to your dwelling. Residences are allocated randomly, but if one wishes to open a store in the upper level, additional coins must be offered to the distributing Eerie. Fortunately, Lindy had earned enough to cover this. Otherwise, ascending would be futile. He returned to gather his belongings, and upon doing so, the silver card transformed into a gold card. After paying the toll, Lindy ascended the staircase leading to the 8th level. The staircase was lengthy, and Lindy had counted a total of 99 flights. Once at the top, 2 stoic guards awaited him. Without a word, they inspected his Eerie card and then escorted him to meet the Eerie responsible for residency rights on the 8th level. The guards led him to a well-designed building. Upon seeing the structure, had it not been for the surrounding Eerie ambience and architecture, Lindy might have believed he had inadvertently wandered into the human realm. The house appeared remarkably ordinary, so much so that it felt out of place in this realm filled with bizarre edifices. The guards introduced him at the entrance before departing. "Come in," a deep male voice beckoned as the doors swung open. Upon entering, Lindy was struck by the brightness of the interior, in the void-like Eerie realm devoid of sunlight, where even daytime was cloaked in gray. This house radiated light, momentarily dazzling his eyes. Several large chandeliers illuminated the entire space, bestowing an almost otherworldly sensation. "You are the first to ascend from the 9th level in over a decade. What is your name?" As Lindy adjusted to the brightness, he noticed an enormous being resembling a giant catfish seated within. The creature turned to face him, and Lindy was momentarily taken aback. Viewed head-on, the giant bore a face strikingly similar to that of a catfish, its corpulent body clad in a specially tailored suit, adorned with a tie as thick as an eel. Its bald head was topped with a hat that seemed too small, resembling a black tumor atop its crown. Upon seeing this creature, a system interface flashed before Lindy. "Hello, I am Lindy," he introduced. The catfish creature's face brightened as its small yellow eyes gleamed. "You are human?" It grinned widely, enough to swallow Lindy whole. "It has been over 10 years since I last encountered a human. At last, I meet one." The creature lumbered off its chair, causing the ground to tremble slightly with its weight. With each step, the reinforced floor creaked under its bulk. Lindy, aware of the fate that befell the last human diplomat who visited, remained on high alert. One could never be certain whether this corpulent catfish harbored genuine admiration for human civilization or a predilection for human flesh. "Call me what," it said, adopting a human name, which was a rarity. What drew closer, scrutinizing Lindy with increasing fondness. Although Lindy's aura differed from the humans who visited over a decade ago, his appearance was strikingly human-like. More importantly, there were no signs of disguise or integration. He appeared entirely as he was meant to be. Even if he were not a pure human, seeing a human substitute was still a novelty. Chapter 32. The Eerie Shop Branch. Unbeknownst to Lindy, he had unwittingly become a substitute for humanity. What addressed Lindy warmly. "Since you are new here, feel free to ask me anything you do not understand. I do not mind the trouble in the face of such unanticipated enthusiasm." Lindy remained cautious. Flattery could often conceal ulterior motives. After explaining his intentions, What's expression grew somewhat troubled. Currently, suitable locations for opening a shop are scarce. Realizing it was time to present some funds, Lindy quickly retrieved a prepared pouch of blood Sha coins and handed it to What. What's eyes lit up instantly, and without hesitation, he accepted the bag filled with coins. After examining the contents, he cheerfully produced a map of the 8th level and asked, "Which area piques your interest?" "The marked red areas are occupied. The rest are yours to choose." It appeared that in this realm, money indeed could command respect. After careful consideration, Lindy opted for a location with high foot traffic, believing it would boost the shop's profitability. Once the site was selected, What marked it on the map, instantly designating it with a red flag. "Let us go. I shall show you the premises." As they proceeded, Numerous eerie beings cast curious glances their way. What's size and status made him a conspicuous figure, while Lindy, as the first individual to ascend from the 9th level, became a topic of interest. Indeed, the 8th level was broader and more expansive than the 9th, with a higher quality of eerie beings. Opening a shop here promised to be more lucrative, and it seemed the next branch could be established swiftly. Suddenly, Lindy recalled a pressing question. If I wish to bring staff along, how should I proceed? What replied, you need only pay an additional 10,000 blood Sha coins to bring one eerie being with you. Also, here is your pass. With this, you can move freely between the 8th and 9th levels. After dismissing what, Lindy entered the shop. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, the system chimed. Beep. Would you like to open a branch of the eerie shop here? Lindy selected yes. You have completed the random task of opening an eerie shop branch. Rewards: Basic Experience 100, Blood Sha Coins 1000, Attribute Points 50, Eerie Shop Prosperity 100, Eerie Shop Fame 100, Eerie Shop Popularity 50, Eerie Shop Level Increased, Eerie Shop Level, Level 6, Eerie Shop Prosperity, 2.5 stars, Eerie Shop Fame, 2.5 stars. Lindy surveyed his surroundings. The space was empty, lacking even basic furnishings, merely a vast shell awaiting renovation before it could officially open. The items necessary for the shop were not available in the void-like eerie realm, and purchasing from other eerie beings would likely result in exorbitant prices, not to mention the potential for trouble. To procure items, one must venture into the realm of humanity. With over 6 million in his account, he possesses ample funds for indulgence. Lindy, unable to remain idle, ascended the stairs only to descend once more, making his way directly to the human world. Concurrently, in an underground hideout in a desert region, a long-lost signal abruptly re-emerged. After thorough verification by the tracking personnel, an immediate report was dispatched to the boss. Pietro hurriedly arrived, his excitement palpable upon observing the tracking signal in motion. Quickly ascertain its location. Commanded a staff member, it is in the city of Anai, over 3,000 kilometers away. Pietro instructed his subordinates, prepare the helicopter. We are heading to Anai. Upon his arrival, Lindy found himself enveloped in utter darkness, not the darkness of night, but a profound blackness where one could not see their own hand before their face. It was evident he had entered the human realm, albeit landing in an unusual location. Navigating through the obscurity, he encountered a wall and, upon feeling its surface, discerned it to be earthen. Lindy surmised he had entered an underground chamber, possibly a secret vault or a cellar. In the absence of sight, his hearing became acutely attuned. He listened intently to the subtle whisper of the wind, moving towards its source. As he progressed, he suddenly detected the sound of drilling above, seemingly quite distant from the surface. The presence of drilling indicated that there were individuals above. And since this place lacked an exit, they must have exerted considerable effort to gain entry. Thus, Lindy decided to wait patiently at the drilling site. As the drilling grew increasingly closer, it eventually penetrated the earth above him. Lindy raised his hand to feel a metal rod descending. Given the circumstances, he began to piece together his location. A term popular in the human world was falling into a box, and he found himself trapped in one. Not a common box, but an ancient and opulent one. Such tombs are typically buried deep underground, lacking any means of egress. To escape, one must painstakingly tunnel their way out, a task made challenging without tools and in complete darkness. It was reasonable to conclude that the individuals above were likely grave robbers. Allowing them to dig their way in would certainly be more efficient than his own efforts to excavate an exit. Lindy chose not to disturb them, listening to their labored efforts above. After a considerable wait, light finally broke through from above. 3 individuals appeared, shining flashlights into the darkness. Lindy discreetly sidled away to avoid startling them, as they were, after all, inadvertently aiding him. Once the trio had entered, Lindy planned to slip out unnoticed. He took note of an iron rod propped at the exit and, to avoid drawing attention, extended a tentacle from his back to discreetly move it aside. Just then, one of the men halted abruptly, exclaiming, "I left my shovel outside. Wait for me a moment." In that fleeting moment as he turned, he caught sight of a tentacle moving of its own accord. The man gasped in shock and directed his flashlight towards the tentacle's origin. There, on the wall, loomed a towering shadow, headless, with elongated limbs, connected to the very tentacle that had alarmed him. Monster! Monster! he screamed, retreating into the tomb in a panic. "Don't just run off," shouted one of his companions. At that moment, the third individual also caught sight of the monstrous silhouette and the tentacle. Wordlessly, he gently tapped his companion on the shoulder. Mere seconds later, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed as they fled. Seeing them depart, Lindy seized the opportunity to exit through the newly made hole. However, he had scarcely moved when the ground beneath him trembled, akin to an earthquake. Glancing back at the spot from which he emerged, he noticed that the earth had collapsed entirely. Something must have gone awry within, leaving him uncertain of the fate of the three men. Standing still, he sensed no malevolent aura in the air. Evidently, their resentment was insufficient to manifest as something sinister. Chapter 33. The Ouroboros organization tombs are often situated in remote wilderness, and after several transfers, Lindy finally arrived in the bustling area of an I-city. Before acquiring furniture, he first visited a dealership to purchase a large truck for transporting his goods. While the seller offered delivery services, the risks associated with the enigmatic realm meant he could not rely on others and thus opted for a hands-on approach. After inquiring with locals about the largest furniture market, he drove straight there. Lindy prepared a shopping list and presented it to the salesperson. The staff recommended high-end items, equating price with quality and prestige. Lindy found their selections agreeable and decided to purchase them all. As he completed the transaction, a group of armed individuals burst in with great urgency. Clad in full tactical gear, they resembled a National Special Forces unit, prompting the mall security to grant them passage without question. From a distance, Lindy recognized their attire. They were the very same individuals who had previously attempted to abduct him after he had been struck on the head by a flower pot from the 18th floor. What business did the Bureau of Anomalies have here? Was there something unusual occurring? Sensing the peculiar atmosphere around him, he found nothing amiss. As the group surrounded him, the realization struck him. They were here to apprehend him. Preoccupied with his store, he had no desire to engage in their antics. Wait, he mused at his heart. His heart still resided within their custody. He had been contemplating how to retrieve it from the Bureau of Anomalies. But now they had come to him. Had their technology advanced to the extent that they could detect even the faintest anomaly emanating from him, it seemed prudent to ensure complete concealment on any future visits. "Please accompany us for a moment," the leader said, maintaining a relatively cordial demeanor. Lindy turned to the salesperson, saying, "Please hold onto those items for me. I shall return shortly." The salesperson looked on with a mix of astonishment and curiosity, then assured him with a nod. Lindy offered no resistance, replying to his captors, "Lead the way." They were momentarily taken aback by his compliance, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Their planned ambush had utterly failed. Lindy's calm demeanor, coupled with his authoritative manner, lent an air of command as he spoke to them. After a brief exchange of glances, none of them approached to touch Lindy. Rather, they respectfully led the way ahead of him. 3 black armored vehicles awaited outside the mall, reminiscent of those employed by the Bureau of Anomalies, albeit with slight variations in design. Lindy thought little of it as he entered the middle vehicle. The interior was completely enclosed, leaving him unable to see outside. Regrettably, the vehicle was filled with humans. Were there anomalies present, he could have shared vision through his anomalous eyes. After what felt like an eternity, Lindy sensed the vehicle descending a slope. When it finally came to a stop, the sensation was akin to an elevator ride downwards. This experience bore resemblance to his earlier visit to the underground hideout. Could there be a connection between the hideout and the Bureau of Anomalies? Before he could ponder further, the vehicle's door swung open. As he proceeded, Lindy gleaned some understanding of the base's layout. Notably, he observed numerous sealed chambers, each emanating a peculiar aura. Yet, this aura was not purely anomalous. It was intermingled with human essence, suggesting a fusion of the two within a single entity. What on earth were they conducting here? Soon, he was ushered into a stark white room devoid of adornments save for a solitary bed, its walls lined with soft pillows, reminiscent of a psychiatric ward. Hidden within the pillows were cameras, he counted 10, strategically positioned to capture every angle. After a lengthy wait, with no one entering, Lindy's patience began to wear thin. He directed his gaze at one of the cameras and inquired, "Who are you?" Upon entering, Lindy had sensed something was amiss. Within this base, he recognized a familiar insignia, a serpentine Ouroboros emblem, appearing as an infinite loop from a distance. He had previously encountered this symbol at the hideout, which had served as his guide to its location. To his surprise, it was indeed linked to that enigmatic establishment. As his patience waned, a figure clad in a white suit and bearing a familiar face walked in. Pietro regarded Lindy with a smug expression. Devoid of the deference he had previously shown, his demeanor radiating arrogance. "Mr. Lindy, it appears we meet again." Lindy, unfazed, recognized that Pietro was the only individual with the means to implant a tracking device on him. He had assumed the device was solely affixed to the small truck, neglecting the possibility of the bank card. Clearly, he had underestimated the sophistication of human technology. "What is the purpose of this place?" Lindy asked directly. Pietro let out a cold chuckle. "Stop feigning ignorance. You must already be aware." Lindy remained silent, uncertain if this was indeed the Bureau of Anomalies. Pietro continued, "Our Ouroboros organization has established dark shops around the globe, meticulously vetting the identities of all our clients. Yet, your identity remains a mystery." From his words, Lindy gleaned two crucial pieces of information. This was not the Bureau of Anomalies, but rather the Ouroboros organization, which operated the dark shops. Pietro continued, "Where do you hail from? Which organization do you belong to? What is the purpose of your visits to the dark shops? I believe we have ample time to delve into these matters." He added. With the realization that this was not the Bureau of Anomalies, Lindy's thoughts began to drift elsewhere. He followed them solely to obtain a heart, now that he had arrived at the wrong place. There was no longer any necessity for him to remain. What they intended to do had no bearing on him. "May I leave?" Lindy suddenly interjected, leaving Pietro momentarily stunned. Without affording Pietro the time to react, Lindy circumvented him and made his way toward the open door. As he reached the threshold, he was intercepted by armed personnel stationed at the entrance. Pietro warned him, "If you don't comply, you won't be able to leave." Before he could finish, the armed personnel at the door collapsed simultaneously to the ground. Lindy's speed of action was so swift that Pietro barely comprehended it. Lindy glanced around at the door, realizing that everything looked identical, making it impossible to retrace his steps. He turned to Pietro, still in shock, and coolly commanded, "Lead the way." Chapter 34. You are not human. Coming back to his senses, Pietro slowly stepped forward. Lindy moved aside to let him pass, but unexpectedly, Pietro raised his hand to press a switch on the wall, causing the door to the room to slam shut. Lindy found himself locked outside, while the captor had inadvertently confined himself within. Pietro had presumed Lindy was merely a minor errand boy for some unknown organization, unaware of his formidable combat prowess. It was known that the armed personnel he commanded were worth 10 ordinary men, and even the standard personnel of the Anomalous Management Bureau paled in comparison to them. The fact that Lindy could eliminate them in an instant spoke volumes about his strength. Fortunately, there was this room. Otherwise, he would surely be in peril. The rooms here were designed to contain experimental subjects, impervious even to explosives, and no matter how high his combat ability, could it surpass the power of a bomb? He promptly notified the other armed personnel, "The subject in room 7 has escaped." Bang. A loud noise erupted from the entrance, causing the entire room to shudder. Staring at the door that had been kicked off its hinges, Pietro stood frozen, while Lindy stood at the doorway, reiterating, "Lead the way." At that moment, Pietro's gaze towards Lindy was no longer that of a mere man, but rather that of a monstrous entity. He felt compelled to obey Lindy's command, laboriously moving his feet towards him. As soon as Pietro stepped out of the room, the armed personnel rushed over, surrounding Lindy with a dozen guns aimed at him. Even the most bizarre of creatures might not escape unscathed. Furthermore, despite his terrifying strength, he was fundamentally just a mortal being. To avoid collateral damage, Pietro retreated back into the room, shouting at the armed personnel outside, "Just leave one alive." After uttering this, he hastily covered his ears. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted. I said over. Just as Pietro lowered his hands from his ears, the gunfire resumed in rapid succession. Bang, 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 bang. This time, the gunfire persisted for a full 2 minutes. Pietro's heart ignited with fury. At this rate, they would surely obliterate everything. He had instructed them to leave one alive. Yet these individuals dared to openly defy his orders. Just as he was about to voice his protest, a spine-chilling sound paralyzed his feet, rendering him unable to move even an inch. Outside, the gunfire was accompanied by a chorus of terrified screams. Minutes later, the cacophony of gunfire and cries ceased, plunging the corridor into an eerie silence. Pietro remained hidden in the room, too frightened to budge. At that moment, a soft sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, drawing closer and closer. Amidst the carnage of dismembered bodies lining the corridor, Lin Di walked forward, expelling the remaining bullets from his body. His newly acquired attire, barely worn for a day, had been shredded, which greatly displeased him. Consequently, he returned the bullets to their owners. As Lin Di entered the room, he discovered that Pietro had collapsed on the floor, unconscious. As an administrator of the Ouroboros organization, his psychological fortitude should not have been so fragile. To ascertain whether he was genuinely unconscious or merely feigning, Lin Di used his foot to hook a gun from the ground, aiming it directly at Pietro. 3. Tuda. Don't shoot. Pietro suddenly sprang to his feet, hurriedly pressing down on Lin Di's gun. Upon seeing Lin Di's current state, Pietro gasped in shock. Blood covered Lin Di from head to toe, as if he had been drenched in it. Not a single piece of his clothing remained intact, resembling a spider's web clinging to his form. Lin Di even squeezed 2 bullets from his throat right before Pietro's eyes. Witnessing this scene, Pietro instantly comprehended everything. You are not human. Lin Di, already irked, aimed the gun at him once more. Bang. Clang. That noise did not come from the gun. It emanated from outside. Pietro's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. They've discovered our location? Who? Lin Di inquired. The Anomalous Management Bureau. At those words, Lin Di's eyes brightened, and he disregarded Pietro, turning to head toward the source of the noise. As Lin Di passed by the row of sealed rooms, the lights above them flickered to life simultaneously. Soon, all the doors within the rooms began to slowly open. Lin Di happened to stand in front of one such door when it swung open, and a grotesquely shaped bird flew out, its eyes glowing red as it lunged at him. However, before the system interface could materialize, Lin Di seized the creature by the neck and swiftly ended its existence. It wasn't that Lin Di was picky. It was simply that the strange odor emanating from the bird was impure, akin to having a splash of dog urine in a delectable soup. Lin Di had no interest in urine. More tainted anomalies emerged from the rooms, and Lin Di felt as though he were surrounded by a stench of dog urine, the foul odors making him nauseous. The corridor was a chaotic dance of monsters. At that moment, a man's voice crackled over the intercom. All experimental subjects in the rooms, please take note. We are here to rescue you. Our personnel will eliminate all anomalies in the corridor while ensuring the preservation of rational individuals. Please return to your rooms and await rescue in silence. Rational individuals? Was he not referring to Lin Di? Aside from him, there was no one else in this corridor who bore any semblance of humanity. Lin Di chose not to engage in the chaos outside. Instead, he stepped into one of the rooms, adopting the demeanor of a serene gentleman. 3 minutes later, a series of gunshots rang out in the corridor. Accompanied by roars through the open door, Lin Di glimpsed several agile figures weaving through the anomalies. Those who could engage in hand-to-hand combat with the anomalies could hardly be deemed normal. Lin Di sensed the anomalous energy emanating from them, akin to that of the distorted creatures in the corridor. The difference lay in the fact that their anomalous energy was balanced and well-contained, while that of the twisted creatures was chaotic and erratic. Perhaps this was why, despite possessing anomalous energy, they still retained their human form and reason. In contrast, those distorted beings had been entirely eroded by anomalous energy, losing their human rationality and leaving only the instinct to kill. The corridor was filled with numerous twisted beings, making it no easy task for the Anomalous Management Bureau to handle. Were it not for the risk of being mistaken for a distorted creature himself, Lin Di would have eagerly stepped outside to assist them in ending the battle sooner. This way, he could be taken to the Anomalous Management Bureau more swiftly to reclaim his heart. After yawning 5 times, the corridor gradually fell silent. He checked to see if there were any survivors. The Anomalous Management Bureau was quite cautious, knowing they needed to deliver the finishing blow. At that moment, someone discovered Lin Di in the room. Team U, there's a survivor here. Dispose of him. No, there's one. An experimental subject that still retains rationality. Chapter 35. A decent treatment. What? Upon hearing this, Yu Liang was momentarily taken aback before hurriedly proceeding to assess the situation. As he approached, he found a man sitting quietly on the hospital bed in the room. The man appeared utterly normal, a stark contrast to the group of experimental subjects in the corridor. Had it not been for the evident bloodstains from battles on his person, they might have mistaken him for an ordinary individual. "Hello," Lin Di greeted them with a smile. The blood-soaked face revealed a row of pristine white teeth, coupled with the curve of his lips, evoking an unsettling sensation. Seeing a dozen guns trained on him, Lin Di offered them a congenial smile. "Could I trouble you for a change of clothes?" His attire had been thoroughly shredded, rendering it less than elegant. The first to notice him, Xiao Junwo, departed for a moment and returned with bloodied clothes and pants. The style was unmistakably that which had been stripped from the corpses of other experimental subjects. Having clothes to wear was sufficient. Lin Di was not particularly fussy. He accepted the garments and expressed his gratitude to Xiao Junwo, saying, "Thank you." After changing clothes, Lin Di willingly allowed them to place handcuffs and leg shackles on him. As he walked, he inadvertently pulled the leg shackles apart due to taking larger strides. He paused, kindly reminding them, "These aren't very sturdy. You might want to replace them." Why Yuliang? Ultimately, Yuliang even removed his handcuffs. And the four-member team sat in a vehicle tasked with watching him. "Are you truly from the Anomalous Management Bureau?" Lin Di inquired. Why Yuliang retorted, "Have you ever seen a fake?" Lin Di scrutinized the four of them. His voice tinged with uncertainty. "You all seem rather formidable. You shouldn't be fakes, right?" With nothing else to occupy his time, Lin Di curiously asked, "What does the Ouroboros organization do? Are you adversaries?" The four individuals regarded him with peculiar expressions. Subsequently, Yuliang inquired, after spending such a long time inside, "Are you still unaware of what they were doing?" It turned out they had treated him as an experimental subject akin to that group of grotesque creatures. However, this was preferable. Otherwise, explaining his origins would have been rather convoluted. "Where do you come from? What is your name?" Yuliang asked. Just as Lin Di was about to respond, a knock sounded on the car window. An armed personnel, visibly anxious, urgently informed them, "The base has initiated the self-destruct sequence. There are only 45 seconds remaining. Everyone must evacuate immediately, soon." All personnel boarded the vehicle and departed from the Ouroboros organization's base. Shortly after their departure, the ground trembled violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. All data concerning the experimental subjects was erased from the computers, and we were unable to retrieve anything. "Did you capture any members of Ouroboros?" Yuliang inquired. "No, they likely escaped through a secret passage, deliberately releasing the experimental subjects to impede us in cases of self-destruction. There is rarely any useful information left behind. One team will search here. The others will return to base." Before a towering structure constructed from specialized metallic materials, Lin Di couldn't help but marvel. Truly, the Bureau of Anomalies was impressive. This metallic substance appeared remarkably sturdy, far more so than the rooms of the Ouroboros organization. Regular organizations display their bases openly, which starkly contrasts with the clandestine nature of certain underground factions. Lin Di was escorted to a designated area filled with rows of rooms. One side of each room was against the wall, while three sides were partitioned by white panels, with the corridor-facing side made of glass, allowing a clear view of the interior. Within these rooms, he observed numerous individuals who appeared normal yet were imbued with strange energies. Evidently, these individuals were all experimental subjects. Lin Di was taken to an empty room. Adorning one wall was a bed, accompanied by a table, chairs, a sofa, a desk lamp, and even an enclosed bathroom. At first glance, it resembled an ordinary hotel room. Indeed, it seemed that this place prioritized the rights of experimental subjects. Although Lin Di appeared entirely non-threatening, they remained vigilant. Lin Di noticed a staff member clad in a white lab coat standing outside his door, with the team leader, Yuliang, from earlier keeping watch. A younger staff member handed in a uniform for experimental subjects through the glass window. Lin Di was covered in blood, rendering his features indistinguishable. An older gentleman in a lab coat tapped on the glass door and instructed Lin Di, "There is a bathroom inside. You should freshen up." Observing the stable emotions of the other experimental subjects, it was clear that the treatment here was quite commendable. Lin Di took the change of clothes and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. An hour later, he emerged, looking refreshed. The white-coated staff and Yuliang were momentarily taken aback by his unexpectedly handsome appearance. One of the younger lab coat wearers muttered under his breath. "Ahem," the older gentleman coughed, casting a mild reprimanding glance at the young man, stating, "Are you here for a beauty pageant?" "Yes, doctor," came the young man's reply. The doctor prompted. "Not at all, doctor. I misspoke. Once Lindy emerged, Yu Liang opened the glass door and beckoned. "You may come out now." Lindy was subsequently taken to a closed room with only a table and 2 chairs, resembling an interrogation chamber. The doctor sat across from Lindy, while Yu Liang stood between them, poised to respond to any potential crisis. "You seem to be in good spirits," the doctor remarked, his demeanor kind and his smile reminiscent of an ordinary, benevolent elder, leaving Lindy with a favorable impression. Lindy placed a hand over his heart and replied, "Since arriving here, I have felt a sense of belonging." Upon entering the building, he had sensed a connection with his heart, which continued to beat strongly. "Unharmed by dissection, did you endure a difficult time there?" the doctor inquired. Lindy was uncertain about the situation with Ouroboros. Typically, in such circumstances, a universally applicable and effective method exists. "I don't remember." Feigning amnesia allows one to evade numerous unanswerable questions. The doctor furrowed his brow slightly and reiterated, "You don't recall?" Lindy nodded. "I remember nothing. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in that place. Someone intended to harm me, and I fought back, which is when they intervened." The doctor glanced at Yu Liang. After a moment of deliberation, Yu Liang replied, "When we arrived, we found a squad of armed Ouroboros personnel had been killed." Lindy smiled and nodded. "That was my doing. I acted purely in self-defense. They shot at me, and I merely returned fire. Is that not acceptable?" At first glance, this seemed reasonable, but upon deeper reflection, the implications were alarming. He had single-handedly exchanged fire with a group and emerged victorious. One could hardly call that acceptable. Chapter 36. He has no heart. Recognizing the issue, the doctor and Yu Liang exchanged glances. "What is the origin of that blood?" the doctor questioned. Lindy sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. "It was merely them shooting at me, ripping my clothes to shreds." Observing Lindy's unmarred skin, the doctor and Yu Liang inhaled sharply. If his clothing had been torn to pieces, the firepower must have been immense. Even Yu Liang, a shapeshifter, would not dare claim he could escape unscathed from the crossfire of a dozen armed personnel. Yet, Lindy exhibited not a single wound. "Did they hit you?" the doctor inquired, his tone uncertain. Lindy nodded. "Approximately several hundred rounds hit me, spraying blood everywhere. In the end, I became anemic. By the way, do you have any liver here? I'd like to replenish my blood." Upon hearing this, Yu Liang's first thought was that the liver he mentioned was likely pig liver. Not human. Lindy certainly did not mean human liver. He was inquiring about the anomalous liver. His heart should also be located there, right? "Have you experienced any other discomfort?" the doctor asked again. Lindy smiled. "Thank you for your concern. I feel as though there are still some bullets lodged within me, considering so many were shot inside. However, it is not a significant issue. Leaving them there is fine." The doctor continued, "What else do you remember?" Lindy shook his head. "Those are all the memories I have from that place." Gazing into Lindy's eyes, which did not betray any deception, the doctor lowered his head to jot down notes. Subject identity unknown. Complete memory loss. It is speculated that Ouroboros administered a memory-erasing drug in the face of an amnesiac. Further questioning seemed futile. The doctor stood up, opened the door, and called out to the individuals outside. "Take him for a medical examination." That moment, the doctor's mind was consumed with experiments and research. If what he claimed were true, his body would be an invaluable research specimen. Lindy was taken for a thorough medical examination. Upon receiving the report, the doctor's hands, lined with age, trembled incessantly. The report revealed that Lindy had dozens of bullets distributed throughout his body, yet not a single entry wound was present. More importantly, the final line of the report, emphasized in red, read, "No heartbeat detected. I recall a while ago, you brought back a sample of anomalous biological tissue," the doctor said, looking toward Yu Liang. Yu Liang recalled the bizarre incident in the Shannan district that resulted in thousands of deaths and replied, "We found a still-beating heart at the scene." The doctor grasped Yu Liang's shoulder, as if possessed by a spirit, exclaiming excitedly, "Where is that heart?" Yu Liang's peripheral vision caught sight of the report's contents. And upon reading the final line, he instantly comprehended the doctor's fervor. The heart had been taken by Elder Chun for research. The doctor, now exhilarated, had stars in his eyes. "Quick, take me to see it." Hearing them discuss retrieving his heart, Lindy interjected, "Could you take me along as well?" At that moment, Lindy exhibited no hint of malice and appeared quite amicable, prompting the doctor to agree without hesitation. However, Yu Liang interjected, "Dr. Liu, For safety's sake, it would be best to keep him confined to the room. A person who could withstand being shot hundreds of times without injury was certainly classified as an A-level threat. Allowing such a dangerous individual to roam freely could pose a risk, and it was prudent to contain him. Since attacks posed no harm to him, it was only wise to keep him locked away. These rooms were constructed from specially designed materials, remarkably sturdy, impervious to even dozens of explosives. Noting their reluctance to release him, Lindy did not press the issue, stating to the doctor, "I've felt an emptiness within me. Should the examination reveal that it is my heart, could it be returned to me?" Lindy held a favorable impression of the Bureau of Anomalies and believed that matters could be resolved through negotiation. "Of course," the doctor affirmed. "Now that we have the living specimen, why would we still need a heart?" With the doctor's assurance, Lindy settled into the room, awaiting their good news. Once they departed, the entire area fell into silence. Boredom overtook Lindy, prompting him to strike up a conversation with the neighboring occupants. "How long have you been here?" His neighbors were rather unwelcoming. Some didn't even spare him a glance, while others merely raised their heads to cast him a fleeting, indifferent look without acknowledging him. Only the neighbor across from him seemed somewhat amiable, responding with, "I've been here the longest, for over a year now. They just arrived a few months ago. What is your name?" Lindy was simply seeking someone to converse with to pass the time. The individual replied, "I don't even remember my name anymore. They all call me number 163 now." Number 163. "So, does that mean there were 162 people before you?" 163 nodded. It certainly doesn't appear that there were that many people here. "Where are those 162 individuals now?" 163 explained. "Some were taken away for special training and combat, while others who went mad were eliminated." It seemed that the subjects confined here were not all in safe circumstances. Those captured by the Ouroboros for bizarre experiments had their memories completely erased, to the extent that even their existence was obliterated. The Anomalous Management Bureau had attempted to trace the identities of these subjects, but all inquiries yielded no results. Due to the peculiarities of their bodies, these subjects could no longer reintegrate into society and were destined for centralized management. However, some subjects harbored stable anomalous energy, akin to that of the aberrants, marking them as relatively successful experiments. After a period of repeated testing and observation, such subjects could participate in special training and ultimately join the aberrant teams for combat. Others might appear fine at present, but their anomalous energy was extremely unstable, posing a constant risk of violent outbursts. Once the anomalous energy spiraled out of control, recovery was impossible. Complete eradication was the only solution. "What kind of tests do you undergo?" Lindy inquired with curiosity. 163 replied, "Cognitive tests, friendliness assessments, emergency response evaluations, and the balance test." While the other tests were easily understood, Lindy was puzzled by the last one. "What is the balance test?" 163 patiently explained. "It assesses the equilibrium of the anomalous energy within during combat. If the balance is disrupted and tips, the test will fail. I have passed dozens of tests. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to leave here soon and join the aberrants." Chapter 37. A worthwhile journey. Lindy was engrossed in conversation with number 163 when the doctor and Yuliang returned. Trailing behind them was an elderly man wearing reading glasses, the very same man who had removed his heart that day at that moment. The old man held a glass jar, squinting towards Lindy. Lindy noticed that the jar contained a pulsating heart, precisely the one he had lost. "Is this your heart?" "Chen." The old man adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing Lindy. Lindy replied, "Since you have obtained my bodily data, you should be able to ascertain that this heart matches mine." However, the doctor, holding his report, bore a rather grim expression. "The report indicates that this heart is not compatible with your cellular structure." Lindy was taken aback. "How can this be? I can feel that this is indeed my heart." As he spoke, Lindy tapped on the glass door, signaling them to open it. Both Chen and the doctor were curious about his intentions, prompting them to have Yuliang unlock the door, while Yuliang, who fought on the front lines and was acutely aware of the dangers posed by anomalies, remained highly cautious of Lindy. For reasons unknown, despite Lindy's consistent cooperation, he sensed an underlying danger in him. "I still advise against releasing him. This risk is beyond our capacity to bear." While Chen and the doctor held authoritative knowledge in the realm of anomalous research, they ultimately had to heed the aberrant's judgment in responding to anomalous entities. The doctor, growing impatient with Yu Liang's repeated objections, furrowed his brow and said, "If we don't let him out, we won't be able to proceed with the subsequent tests and research. What do you propose we do? Yu Liang, expressionless, replied, I will only fulfill my duty to ensure the safety of the base. The rest is not my concern. The doctor was momentarily speechless, his face reddening, but he was helpless as the door required both researchers and Aberrant's fingerprints to unlock. Only if both parties deemed it safe could the subject be released. This arrangement was also to avert various crisis situations. In a state of indecision, Chen proposed, how about this? You retrieve a null anomaly projection device? If he loses control, we can send him to the null anomaly realm. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Yu Liang pondered seriously for a moment and ultimately agreed to Chen's suggestion. The null anomaly projection device was developed in the laboratory. Once activated, it would create an anomaly gate, the sole passage connecting the human world and the null anomaly realm. However, unlike ordinary anomaly gates, the gate produced by the null anomaly projection device possessed immense attraction, capable of pulling nearby anomalous energy-laden objects inside. Furthermore, the gate allowed entry but not exit for anomalies, with humans viewing the null anomaly realm as a place of exile for the anomalous. Hearing of such a convenient device, Lindy's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could possess a null anomaly projection device, he wouldn't need to search for anomaly gates when he returned here in the future. With this device, it was akin to carrying a gate with him. Truly, this journey was not in vain. The treasures within the Anomalous Management Bureau were indeed plentiful, considering the hassle of moving between floors. Lindy inquired with the doctor, with such advanced technology here, do you have anything for remote object transmission? The doctor replied, what you are referring to is likely a transporter. Lindy promptly asked, could you show it to me? Upon hearing this, the doctor immediately instructed Yu Liang to fetch the transporter, jotting down on a piece of paper. Subject 178 exhibits a strong curiosity and is highly interested in human technology. Soon, Yu Liang returned empty-handed. Lindy tilted his head at him. In response to Lindy's puzzled gaze, Yu Liang pressed a button on his wristwatch. In an instant, both the transporter and the null anomaly projection device appeared in his hands. Lindy was astonished. This is truly remarkable. He had never anticipated that the technological level of the human world had reached such heights. He felt like an ancient relic from a bygone era. How much are you selling these items for? Lindy was exceedingly eager to acquire them. The doctor paused momentarily. These are for internal use only and are not for sale. Lindy pressed on, would you sell them for 5 million? The doctor replied, I truly cannot sell them. 10 million. It's not a matter of money. 20 million. Please stop. I genuinely cannot sell them. Since money was not the issue, it seemed to be a matter of duty. Lindy pondered for a moment, considering the information they might need. Do you wish to know the specific locations of other dark stores? The three present were taken aback, exchanging strange glances. Why Yu Liang regarded him with skepticism. Didn't you claim to remember nothing? Lindy responded calmly, I simply do not recall my own matters. I still remember the dark stores. If you provide me with these 3 items, I will divulge the addresses of 3 dark stores. How about that? The 3 exchanged glances. The current developments were beyond their individual authority to decide. Why Yu Liang curiously asked, what do you need these items for? You can't even leave right now. They are of no use to you. Lindy chuckled lightly. Who says I? Beep, beep, beep. The alarm blared. Zone C, Aberrant Sichuan has lost control. Subject 96 has escaped. All personnel evacuate immediately. Chen squinted at the door number. Zone C? ISNT that just adjacent to our area? No sooner had he spoken than Yu Liang had already pulled the doctor into a nearby empty room, securing both of them inside. Hiding in there was quite safe. At such a moment, the confinement of the subjects served as a protective barrier. Having spoken, Yu Liang dashed swiftly towards Zone C. Wait a moment, Lindy called out, but it was too late. Yu Liang had already vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in Zone C, Sichuan was carrying a girl dressed in the standard uniform of the subjects, having forcibly brought a researcher from within to open the door. Sichuan, have you lost your mind? The researcher shouted, pounding on the door. At that moment, Sichuan's eyes were bloodshot, nearly frenzied as he yelled, You don't understand. I am correcting a mistake. The girl slung over his shoulder. Subject 96 lifted her head and asked, What have you seen? What do you know? Sichuan shook his head and then burst into mad laughter. This is all a lie. It's all a scam. Subject 96 sighed. No matter what you have seen, the events have transpired. You must accept it calmly. Sichuan's eyes widened in shock. As if he recalled something, he turned to the surveillance camera in the corridor and roared. You hypocrites will face retribution. Chapter 38. Anomalous Transformation Subject 90SI accessibility was tentatively classified as the power to enthrall and control minds. Su Chuan, entranced, had succumbed to a state of madness. It was recommended that priority be given to restricting his movements, and only as a last resort should harm befall him. The researchers confined in the room reported the situation to the outside in hushed tones. The entrance to Zone C was sealed off. Bang, bang, bang. Su Chuan frantically battered the door, yet it was reinforced with special materials, impervious even to the strongest of shapeshifters. Calm down, brother, experiment number 96 gently advised. At that moment, Su Chuan appeared to have lost his sanity. Utterly disregarding her words, shifting slightly, experiment number 96 couldn't help but mutter under her breath, damn it, another lunatic. It's making me feel nauseous. Just then, the sound of mechanical gears turning echoed through the air, and the door connecting Zone C and Zone B swung open. After banging at the door to Zone D for ages, Su Chuan turned around. Experiment number 96 was left speechless. Brother, can't you even make a proper escape? You've got the direction all wrong. As the door opened halfway, Su Chuan dashed towards it, and no sooner had he attempted to squeeze through than a leg from outside kicked him back. Yu Liang bent down to enter, and the door that had just begun to open slammed shut immediately. You team? Su Chuan looked at him, his eyes momentarily regaining some semblance of clarity. Yu Liang met his gaze, coldly stating, come back with me and undergo purification. Don't force me to resort to violence. I am not insane, Su Chuan retorted, yanking experiment number 96 off his shoulder and holding her by the nape. He shouted towards Yu Liang, you team, look into her eyes, and you'll understand everything. Prior to arriving here, Yu Liang had heard the command center mention experiment number 90SI accessibilities. She possessed the power to seduce and control minds. One must never gaze into her eyes. Yu Liang shut his eyes to avoid looking. Retorting, Su Chuan, put her down and return with me for purification. Don't make me repeat myself. The corridor fell inexplicably silent, and Yu Liang felt an uneasy premonition, immediately becoming alert to his surroundings. Yu Liang's rank surpassed Su Chuan's, and he could typically subdue him effortlessly. However, the presence of experiment number 96 imposed limitations on him. Unable to see, he was significantly hampered. Yu Liang had to rely on his other senses, proceeding cautiously with each step. Suddenly, a faint noise emanated from behind, causing his nerves to tense instantly. His feet moved swiftly, and he swung his fist in the direction of the sound. Bang. His fist struck the door, producing a sharp, ringing sound. Su Chuan, you cannot escape. Come back with me now. There's still a chance for redemption. Don't let yourself spiral out of control. Yu Liang's voice echoed down the empty corridor. Yet, apart from the echo, there was no response. Just then, a clear voice crackled through the communication headset. You team, this is Chao Junwu, follow my instructions. He was above, diagonally overhead. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Liang leaped up, throwing a powerful punch toward the source. He distinctly felt his fist connect with something, and he instinctively grasped, pulling the person down. Ugh! What? The person in his grasp involuntarily exclaimed. It was a female voice. Hey handsome, don't pull my hair, I'll go bald. I mean, can you two fight without dragging me into it? Experiment number 96 rubbed her scalp, gritting her teeth in complaint. Meanwhile, Su Chuan, having been struck, fell from the ceiling and retreated to a distance. You've captured No. 96, Chao Junwu exclaimed in astonishment. Yu Liang reacted immediately, seizing her wrists and pinning her to the ground. Hey handsome, take it easy, I wasn't even resisting. Experiment number 96 squealed in distress. Subsequently, darkness engulfed her vision as Yu Liang draped his jacket over her head. Without her influence, he no longer needed to fight with his eyes shut. Upon seeing experiment number 96 subdued, Su Chuan ceased his evasion. You team, do you believe me? Looking at Su Chuan, Yu Liang remained calm, stating, come back with me. We can discuss everything after your purification. Su Chuan slowly shook his head, letting out a light chuckle. It's futile. They won't let me live long enough to speak. With Su Chuan refusing to heed his advice, Yu Liang had no choice but to resort to force to bring him back. Suddenly, an unusual surge of energy erupted from Su Chuan. observing the rapidly ascending critical value. Yu Liang's expression changed drastically. Su Chuan, calm down, you'll die. Yu Liang rushed towards Su Chuan, tearing off the arm adorned with the watch. A scream erupted from Su Chuan's lips. Witnessing this, Yu Liang's with a mere press of a button. I watch as a multitude of items emerges in an instant. As the figure draws closer, Xiao Junwu urgently exclaims, Team leader you must flee. I can hold him off, yet Yu Liang does not budge. He comprehends that if he were to abandon this location, Xiao Junwu would undoubtedly not survive given his capabilities. Should they provoke this immortal experimental subject, the base would suffer devastating losses long before the S-class anomalous entity could return. He decides to take a gamble, wagering that this immortal being harbors no malevolent intent towards them. Why Yu Liang pulls Xiao Junwu aside, keeping a watchful eye on Lin Di's expression while cautioning Xiao Junwu against acting recklessly. At that moment, Lin Di approaches them. Is there a code for this? He inquires, utterly baffled by the watch in his possession, prompting him to seek Yu Liang's expertise. Why Yu Liang regards him with vigilant caution, cautiously extending his hand to seize the watch. Just as his fingers brush against it, Lin Di unexpectedly uses his other hand to produce another watch. Glancing up to find Yu Liang and Xiao Junwu have retreated a full 3 meters away. Lin Di tilts his head at them. Why are you so far back? Yu Liang gestures for Xiao Junwu to maintain distance while he cautiously steps towards Lin Di, each step feeling as though he draws nearer to the abyss. What do you want? Yu Liang queries. Lin Di presents both watches, stating, I desire this watch, along with its contents. He gestures towards Su Chuan, who is spitting blood in the background, and adds, as compensation, I will assist you in dealing with him. What do you say? Although Lin Di's proposition resembles a transaction, Yu Liang understands he lacks the authority to refuse. This watch requires a fingerprint to unlock. Yu Liang explains. He presses a button on the watch. And, to his relief, it proves effective. The watch reveals a projection device for the void anomaly, a transporter, and his own heart. How do I disable this code? Lin Di inquires again. After a series of operations, Yu Liang hands the watch back to Lin Di. There is no longer a code. It can be used directly. With that, Yu Liang presses another button, and the items retract back into the watch. Elated with his acquisition, Lin Di joyfully pats Yu Liang on the shoulder, causing Yu Liang's face to turn pale. You should step back. Be cautious of the repercussions. Upon hearing this, Yu Liang retreats, quickly following Xiao Junwu to a considerable distance. The transformed Su Chuan, despite the loss of 2 arms and a tongue, is far from dead. His wounds are oozing blood as he gazes hauntingly at Lin Di. Lin Di, noticing the strange energy emanating from Su Chuan, recalls the distorted creatures he witnessed in the Ouroboros base. He had once contemplated what might occur if he were to siphon their anomalous energy, but circumstances had prevented him from acting. Now, an opportunity for practice presents itself. Lin Di moves with incredible speed, appearing like a specter behind Su Chuan. Before Su Chuan can react, Lin Di seizes his neck. Ding! You are absorbing impure anomalous energy. Absorption progress, 100. Separating and fusing pure anomalous energy. Fusion complete. Attribute points gained. Strength 10, Speed 20, Life 50. As the anomalous energy dissipates from Su Chuan, his once grotesque form gradually returns to humanity. Blood continues to gush from his severed wounds. And due to excessive blood loss, I have seen the mud. My tongue has not yet fully recovered, and I can hardly speak clearly. Please wait a moment. As he spoke, Lin Di administered 2 more bottles of restorative elixir to him. Once Su Chuan's words became coherent, his skin transformed into a vibrant shade of green. Lin Di remarked, You can speak now. However, the first words that escaped Su Chuan's lips left Lin Di utterly bewildered. I have seen you. Weren't you dead? Upon hearing this, Lin Di's mind raced, and he inquired, Do you know me? Su Chuan nodded, then quickly shook his head. I do not know you, but I have seen you. Lin Di, seated on the sofa, adopted a grave demeanor and asked, What do you mean by that? Su Chuan rubbed his forehead, appearing somewhat confused. Please give me some time. I need to piece together those fragments. Moments later, Su Chuan suddenly experienced a sharp pain in his head, and as if frightened by some terrifying apparition, he trembled and curled up, crying out. Witnessing his imminent breakdown, Lin Di raised his hand and struck his neck. He then touched his own face, unable to suppress his curiosity. Am I truly that terrifying? Chapter 41. Hero or traitor boss? Didn't you say you were going to buy furniture? Where is it? Upon this reminder from Loli, he recalled the furniture he had left behind in the human world. Lindy ventured once more into the human realm and, after a series of twists and turns, finally located the furniture store. The clerk who attended to him recognized him immediately and promptly directed the staff to load his ordered furniture onto his vehicle. The clerk, displaying remarkable perceptiveness, refrained from asking any questions, despite their evident curiosity, and regarded him with a gaze devoid of fear, likely mistaking him for a member of some elite national task force. Once the furniture was loaded, Lindy drove away. It was his first time operating a large truck, and he felt somewhat inexperienced. He had initially intended to drive to an uninhabited wasteland before opening the strange portal to return, but the numerous obstacles along the way forced him to navigate into a deserted alley. Due to the random nature of the Void Zero projection device's portal, Lindy found himself crashing the truck vertically onto a pile of wood. Fortunately, there were no residential areas nearby to draw attention. The truck, having fallen from such a height, was rendered completely inoperable. However, this predicament did not daunt Lindy. He retrieved a transmitter from his watch. The corresponding transmitter was located in his strange shop. He merely needed to send the furniture back, and the truck could be discarded. Meanwhile, in the strange shop, Loli was busy cooking in the kitchen. As she opened the kitchen door to exit, she found it completely blocked by a cabinet. Direct delivery? Loli gently pushed against the door, managing to squeeze through a narrow opening. However, once outside, she discovered it was even more cramped than inside. At that moment, the strange shop was filled to the brim with furniture, making movement nearly impossible. Glancing around, she noticed no one else was present, so she returned to the kitchen with her dish. Perhaps having tasted something while cooking, Loli felt a bit muddled. Did I forget something? Unable to recall, she decided to set the thought aside. At this moment, Su Chuan had fully regained consciousness. He lay on the sofa, encircled by furniture, with layers of it piled on top of him. Any slight movement could cause it to topple. Lacking arms, he was incapable of even attempting to shield himself. As Lindy returned from the 8th floor, the moment he opened the door, a chair tumbled out and struck him squarely. This strange shop was simply too small. It could not compare to the spaciousness of the 8th floor. He squeezed inside, locating the transmitter buried beneath the furniture, and first sent a few pieces back to clear some space. Lindy surveyed the surroundings and noticed the individual he had brought back was nowhere to be found. Where is he? Surely he hasn't been turned into a dish by Loli? I am here. From beneath a mountain of furniture, Su Chuan's voice emerged. Lindy approached and extricated him from the pile, asking, "Take a good look at me. Do I appear frightening?" Su Chuan gazed at his face and shook his head. No matter how one viewed Lindy, he was undeniably handsome. After staring for a moment, Su Chuan suddenly furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in some horrifying recollection. Noticing his expression change again, Lindy raised his hand, ready to render him unconscious once more. "Traitor! You traitor!" Upon hearing this, Lindy froze momentarily, halting his actions as he turned to Su Chuan. "You have betrayed humanity. You are the traitor of all mankind." Su Chuan's eyes blazed red as he glared at Lindy, accusingly pointing his finger at him, his gaze filled with fury and despair. Lindy regarded him in silence, his expression oddly cold, and queried, "I have betrayed humanity?" A pained and tortured expression crossed Su Chuan's face as he murmured, Why betray?" Lindy stepped closer and asked, "What have I done?" Su Chuan shook his head, then suddenly erupted into laughter, shouting, "You are a great deceiver. You are unworthy to be called human." His voice carried a hint of hysteria. As if he were unleashing all the pent-up resentment and hatred within him, Su Chuan abruptly surged forward, attempting to lunge at Lindy as if to strangle him. Unfortunately, lacking arms, he could only clumsily collide into him. Before he could reach his target, he was struck on the head and collapsed once more. Behind him, Loli lowered the stick she had just picked up, expressing her annoyance. "What is wrong with this guy? He goes mad within 3 minutes of waking up. It's unbearable." Lindy crouched down and checked Su Chuan's breath. Thankfully, he had not been knocked unconscious. His skull remained intact. "Boss, shall we start moving now?" Loli inquired. Glancing at the room full of furniture, Loli was strong, making her well-suited to rearranging furniture on the 8th floor. He handed the layout plan for the branch to Aishin, instructing her to direct Loli to arrange the furniture according to the design. "You two go over there to arrange the furniture. I will send it over one piece at a time from here. With that, Lindy gestured for them to head to the branch via the transmitter. 3 hours later, all the furniture had been successfully transported. Lindy clapped his hands and traveled through the transmitter to the branch. Upon his arrival, Su Chuan was just regaining consciousness. Seeing a living person jump into the transmitter startled Su Chuan, who immediately tried to shout a warning, but it was too late. How can a living person be transported? Watching Lindy vanish into the transmitter, Su Chuan helplessly cursed. The transmitter was meant for objects. Anything living that entered would be instantly disassembled into particles. Su Chuan sighed in resignation, muttering, "How can one use something they don't understand so recklessly? What a fool! Who are you calling a fool?" Lindy reappeared in the strange shop. Seeing him unscathed, Su Chuan stared for a while before asking, "You are fine. The one who should be worried is you." Lindy raised an eyebrow, gazing at him indifferently. Had he not been concerned that this individual would go mad upon waking, he would not have returned so swiftly. Su Chuan rubbed his head and looked up at him again. Now that they were renovating the branch, Lindy had no time to waste with him. "If you wish to avoid another blow to the head, it is best not to dwell on my matters. However, human thoughts are uncontrollable, even beyond his own grasp." As Lindy spoke, fragmented memories began to surface in Su Chuan's mind. Su Chuan once again fixed his bloodshot eyes on Lindy, his expression a complex mixture of anger and sorrow. You are," Lindy scoffed. "What? Are you going to call me a traitor of humanity again?" As he spoke, Lindy approached Su Chuan, intending to let him rest a little longer. "Hero, you are our hero." Lindy's hand, poised to deliver a blow, halted in midair, his eyes filled with confusion. He simply could not comprehend how these two terms could coexist within a single individual. Chapter 42. "You actually poisoned me." Su Chuan lunged at Lindy once more. However, unlike the previous occasion, this time he fell to his knees beside Lindy, tears streaming down his face. "Hero, you are my idol. You are the most powerful person in the world, my eternal deity." He looked up at Lindy, his eyes brimming with excitement and adoration. Clearly, in his current deranged state, he was incapable of engaging in a normal conversation. Observing the man kneeling at his feet, Lindy's lips curled into a faint smile. He reached out, gently stroking the man's hair, only to then grasp it forcefully and slam his head against the table. With a dull thud, Su Chuan fell unconscious once more. Lindy wiped the tears and snot from his pants and then made his way to the 8th floor branch. The branch had been thoroughly cleaned by Loli and Aishin, and the furniture was arranged precisely according to the design plan. "Boss, this branch is much larger than the main store," Loli exclaimed cheerfully, wandering around and clearly enjoying the space. "With the transmitter here, you can go to any shop you wish, just as long as there is someone to attend to it," Lindy replied. At this moment, Aishin, who was mopping the floor, waved at Lindy. "Master, there is a piece of paper here that I cannot tear off." Upon hearing this, Lindy approached and discovered a piece of paper affixed to the wall, inscribed with the rules of the strange shop. It was identical to the rule sheet in the lower level. He had always assumed the rule sheets were placed there by the shop's owner, but it now seemed likely they were generated automatically. Wherever the strange shop was established, the rule sheets appeared there as well. The strange shop continued to reveal fascinating layers. His curiosity increasingly piqued. He pondered the potential consequences of contravening the contents of the note. The inventions of humanity are indeed fascinating. Loli flitted back and forth around the transporter. Reveling in her amusement, Lindy couldn't help but recall Su Chuan's warning. No living beings should be teleported. Aishin, being a machine, does not count as a living entity. As for himself and Loli, their physical constitutions were probably rather unique. It would be wiser to refrain from using it on other living creatures. After organizing the 8 branches, Lindy finally had the leisure to deal with Su Chuan. The moment that guy laid eyes on him, he went into a frenzy, failing to extract any useful information. So easily driven mad, Lindy surmised that his mental fortitude was likely rather low. Soon, Su Chuan's attribute interface appeared before him. Su Chuan, age 26, race human, level B-class shapeshifter, strength 62, speed 61, intelligence 60, mental strength 43, luck 88, charm 76, description shapeshifter, body tainted by bizarre pollution, has undergone mutation, possesses strange abilities, strength intertwined with danger, at constant risk of further transformation. over 99.9 of humanity. Indeed, his mental strength was quite low. No wonder he was so prone to breakdowns. It seemed he had not trained enough. Previously, Lindy had merely absorbed the bizarre energy from his rampage, while the bizarre pollution affecting his body remained. As long as the bizarre pollution persisted, his body would continuously generate bizarre energy, making it impossible for him to revert to an ordinary human. A normal person subjected to the same treatment as he and Loli would have likely met their end long ago. As a shapeshifter, Su Chuan's physical resilience and recovery capabilities were naturally far superior to those of an ordinary human. When Lindy emerged from the kitchen, he found Su Chuan awake, curiously surveying his surroundings. It felt as though he had experienced several dreams. Su Chuan rubbed his aching head, appearing utterly dazed. Now that you're awake, don't overthink. It's not beneficial for you. Lindy presented a platter of visually appealing dishes before Su Chuan. You must be hungry. Please eat. After sleeping for several consecutive hours, Su Chuan indeed felt famished. He shifted slightly, only to remember that he no longer had arms. Observing this, Lindy raised the plate to feed him. Open your mouth. Thank you, Su Chuan replied. As the food slid down his throat, Su Chuan's expression instantly changed. You poisoned me. With that, he collapsed again. However, this time he regained consciousness swiftly, albeit not entirely. Why can't I see anything? Su Chuan struggled to open his eyes wider, but all he beheld was darkness. Lindy spoke up, to prevent you from overthinking and going mad, let us shift your attention. This distraction technique proved effective. After some time, Su Chuan remained sane enough to engage in conversation. Do you still remember who you are? Lindy inquired. Of course I do. Why do you ask? Su Chuan responded. Lindy had reason to pose such a question. Considering a neighbor had once suffered temporary amnesia after consuming Loli's dark culinary creations. As long as your memory is intact, do you recall everything that transpired in the corridor of the Bizarre Management Bureau? Su Chuan lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Noticing his prolonged contemplation, Lindy's hand was poised at his neck, ready to strike. I remember. It was Subject 96. I glimpsed some memory fragments through her. I wanted to take her away, but I ended up in conflict with Team U and nearly lost control. Lindy interjected, not nearly. You completely lost control. Su Chuan chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Don't joke around. A shapeshifter who has completely lost control cannot return to normal. Lindy replied honestly. I absorbed the bizarre energy from your rampage, and you returned to normal. Su Chuan still shook his head. Stop joking. He ceased dwelling on that topic, sensing the air around him, and inquired. Is this an interrogation room? This is not an interrogation room. It is the Void Bizarre Realm. After a pause, Su Chuan remarked, I'm blind, not foolish. Lindy, uninterested in explaining further, directly asked, Why did you betray the Bizarre Management Bureau? I did not betray them, Su Chuan immediately denied. After seeing Subject 96, a flood of memory fragments surged into my mind. They were not my own memories, and they left my mind in chaos, causing my actions to become somewhat uncontrollable. As Su Chuan began to spiral into a mental cul-de-sac, Lindy pried his mouth open and shoved another spoonful of food inside. The effect was indeed remarkable. Su Chuan's train of thought was interrupted immediately. After a few bites, Su Chuan's vision returned to normal, though he was still uncertain about what had gone awry. He looked around and then at Lindy, his eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. Where exactly is this place? As I mentioned, it is the Void Bizarre Realm, Lindy reiterated. What are you saying? Su Chuan asked, leaning closer. What are you saying? Lindy responded. It appeared that his hearing had also faltered. Without wasting a moment, Lindy fed Su Chuan a third mouthful of food. Chapter 43. Is this store legitimate? Su Chuan choked on the third bite, his eyes momentarily rolling back. Fortunately, it was only for a brief moment before his pupils returned to normal. Can you hear me now? Lindy asked Su Chuan. Su Chuan looked at him, nodded, and then surveyed his surroundings. This time, both his sight and hearing were functioning properly. He stared at Lindy for quite some time before finally asking, Who are you? My name is Lindy. Where am I? Su Chuan inquired. The Void Bizarre Realm. What is the Void Bizarre Realm? Why does it sound so familiar? Su Chuan asked. Lindy replied tersely. Su Chuan gazed at his bare shoulders, bewildered. Where are my hands? What has happened to me? It seemed that this time, his mind was the issue. Lindy held the plate, intending to feed him another bite, but given that he had just rolled his eyes, It was likely he had reached his limit. If he were to eat more, it could lead to even more severe and troublesome issues. A brief loss of memory could be considered a blessing, as it would prevent him from going mad upon seeing Lindy again. Those suffering from amnesia are generally easier to manage, adapting to new environments and embracing new experiences with greater speed. With the branch newly opened, Lindy needed staff to help him run the store. Although he already had Aishin as a stunning figurehead, she was still a bionic robot and had yet to undergo systematic training. She would undoubtedly lack the adaptability of a human. During this period, he would have Su Chuan teach her while also assisting in managing the store. Nearby, Su Chuan leaned back on the sofa, his head pounding. Why can't I remember anything? Why does my head hurt so much? Observing this, Lindy offered him a warm smile. You are Su Chuan, an employee of my bazaar store, and I am your boss. Upon hearing this, Su Chuan paused, contemplating for a while before looking at him with confusion. What is this bazaar store you speak of? I don't have any recollection of it. Lindy carefully fabricated a story. This is the bazaar store. You had a dispute with a customer while on duty, and in the process, you accidentally bumped your head, resulting in a concussion and subsequent amnesia. After listening to Lindy's explanation, Su Chuan nodded, still bewildered. Oh, that's how it is. But what about my hands? An old injury. See, the wound has already healed. Deception 10. With his mind blank, Su Chuan quickly accepted this narrative and assumed his role. Boss, what does the bazaar store do? Lindy patiently explained. The bazaar store is a place where, as long as you pay, any request can be fulfilled. Upon hearing this, Su Chuan appeared utterly bewildered and shocked, instinctively retreating a step. This store is it legitimate? Noting his skepticism towards the store's operations, Lindy asserted with conviction. Of course it is legitimate, so far. I have helped a ghostly spirit reunite with its brother's body, assisted a clay figure in finding its heart, aided a peculiar rat in gathering friends, and provided a layer of synthetic skin for a puppet monster. All of these are beneficial services rendered for a fee. How could that not be legitimate? Su Chuan stared, his eyes widening in disbelief, struggling to keep pace with the absurdity. Regardless of how he looked at it, this bazaar store was exceedingly peculiar. Ghostly spirits, clay figures, peculiar rats, puppet monsters, these strange names must surely be mere nicknames. He then asked, Boss, what is my position? What am I responsible for here? You are in charge of managing the store. Usually, there isn't much to do. If customers come, you attend to them. If not, you're free to do as you please. Su Chuan pondered for a moment and then asked, What is my salary? Lindy paused. There's no salary. You want a salary? Lowly doesn't he receive a salary either. Hearing this, Su Chuan slightly furrowed his brow, but then seemed to recall something, his expression brightening. I understand now. It's an employee stock ownership plan, right? Lindy replied. You're quite the dreamer. No salary, no shares, just food and lodging, along with safety guarantees. Su Chuan's face was a canvas of disbelief. Working without a salary? How utterly unscrupulous. Who exactly uses his security assurances? However, at this moment, he remembers nothing. It would be prudent to remain here and await the restoration of his memory. Just then, a knock echoed at the door of the peculiar shop, indicating the arrival of a customer. Lindy rose and turned to Su Chuan, saying, Considering your amnesia, please remain quiet and observe how I attend to our guest. He then added with particular emphasis, No matter what transpires, do not make a sound. With that, he approached the door. Standing at the entrance was a metallic robot, its polished surface gleaming with a reflective sheen. The robot's eyes emitted a soft blue glow as it regarded Lindy, and in a distinctive mechanical tone, it announced, Greetings, Boss Lindy. I require your assistance. Compared to other strange entities, this robot exhibited a remarkable degree of politeness. Please, come in, Lindy said, stepping aside to allow it entry. The robot's imposing frame necessitated a slight bend to maneuver through the doorway. As it moved, the sound of creaking metal resonated, akin to rusted components grinding against one another. Metal robot, race. Robot, danger level, B-class. Capable of causing considerable destruction and easily lethal to humans. Alignment, lawful neutral. Description. An intelligent robot created by a genius inventor. Having undergone continuous modifications and evolution, surpassing the original human design, IT subsequently developed a capacity for innovation and a distinct self-awareness, leading to trepidation among humans who sought to destroy it. Ultimately, it fled to this place. Upon learning of the robot's origins, Lindy's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A continually evolving robot with self-awareness is already a rarity, but the genius inventor behind its creation is an even scarcer talent. After returning from the human realm, Lindy realized that technology could bring greater convenience to life. If he could locate this genius inventor, he could introduce advanced technology to the peculiar shop. The robot, given its size, could only sit on the sofa. As it approached the seating area, it noticed another individual occupying the couch. At that moment, Su Chuan sat rigidly, his complexion pale, and his expression filled with trepidation. The robot scanned Su Chuan with its gaze, expressing astonishment. "You are a human?" It then added, "A rather incomplete specimen of humanity. Su Chuan San value -40. The metal robot had fled here to escape human persecution. Thus it harbored a degree of caution towards humans. Although it detected no threatening weaponry on Su Chuan, it chose to take a seat on the opposite sofa. Lindy donned his professional smile and inquired, "Do you prefer gasoline or diesel?" The robot shook its head, replying, "You refer to automotive robots. I consume neither. Kindly provide me with some lubricant." Chapter 44. Mechanical malfunction. Lindy took a cup and proceeded to the warehouse to pour a glass of lubricant. Upon finishing the lubricant, the robot's creaking noises diminished significantly. "Thank you very much." Just as the robot was about to speak, its gaze fell upon Su Chuan, and it remarked, "Boss Lindy, your companion here appears to be quite fearful of me." Called out, Su Chuan jolted in surprise. Perhaps due to his past as an anomaly, his psychological resilience was commendable. He refrained from panicking in the face of such bizarre phenomena. Nonetheless, it was also plausible that he was simply stunned into silence. Lindy clarified, "He is experiencing some difficulties due to certain circumstances. His mind has been formatted, so do not mind him." The metal robot observed Su Chuan's damaged arm, stating, "The flesh is excessively fragile. These deficiencies could be repaired with metal." Lindy nodded in agreement. "I find that suggestion quite sound, but we must first seek his consent." The robot acknowledged, "Should he desire repairs, he may seek me out. I currently reside across from Dr. Seiko's clinic." Upon hearing this, Lindy was momentarily taken aback. He had always assumed that no anomalies dwelled near Dr. Seiko's clinic, as no one dared to coexist with a madman known for abducting patients for surgery. However, if it were indeed this robot, it was not entirely implausible. As a robot, Dr. Seiko would likely have little recourse against its metallic form. Lindy noted the robot's whereabouts, intending to discuss its inventor in the future. "My body has recently begun to malfunction," the robot stated, lifting its mechanical arm to remove the metal covering its chest, revealing a complex array of internal mechanisms. It pointed inside, saying, "It is here." Lindy leaned in closer, observing that a small gear within had ceased to turn. The cessation of this gear's movement had caused surrounding components to also halt. The reason for the gear's inactivity could either be insufficient lubrication or blockage by dust. However, if it were merely a minor issue, the robot would not have sought assistance. "It seems the gear is damaged," Lindy deduced. The metal robot reattached the chest plate and informed Lindy, "When Dr. Ryan created me, he used a substitute gear due to a shortage of specially made ones. Subsequently, he forgot to replace it. That gear has since malfunctioned multiple times, and I have replaced it several times, yet it continues to fail swiftly." While innovation may sometimes allow for oversight, this genius inventor seemed rather negligent. It is essential to understand that a single gear is crucial for the functioning of a robot. Lindy comprehended. "You wish for me to procure an original gear for you?" The robot nodded. "Only the original gear can extend my operational lifespan. I heard you can traverse to the human realm, hence my visit." Lindy found it peculiar. As a mechanical being, you should also be able to pass through the anomaly to the human world. The metal robot shook its head. "I cannot. The anomaly rejects me." This was indeed strange. A robot created by humans, even with self-awareness, remained fundamentally mechanical. The anomaly should only reject strange entities. Could it be that something anomalous resided within the robot's body? Perhaps this was the reason for its self-awareness. It seemed that only by locating its creator, Dr. Ryan, could the truth be uncovered. The metal robot inquired, "If you truly can access the human realm, could you assist me in finding the original gear? The metal robot has issued you a trade quest. Find the original gear for it. Quest completion rewards. Basic experience 50. Blood coin 200. Metal robot favorability 30. Finding the original gear would undoubtedly involve interaction with Dr. Ryan, and Lindy was eager to establish a connection with this genius inventor. He readily agreed. No problem. The commission fee will be 100 blood coins. That is unacceptable. My request carries a certain level of danger. 100 blood coins would be unfair to you. With that, the metal robot produced a bag of blood coins and counted out 2,000 for him. Out of fairness, Lindy could not refuse. After the transaction was completed, the metal robot explained the details of the task. When I was still in the human realm, Dr. Ryan worked for the Anomaly Management Bureau. Lindy was instantly enlightened. So he is affiliated with the Anomaly Management Bureau. No wonder they have so many impressive inventions. Seeing that Lindy was familiar with the Anomaly Management Bureau, the metal robot felt reassured that it had found the right person. It inquired, "Have you had any dealings with them?" Lindy gestured towards Su Chuan, who was oscillating between mental states of 3-10, and replied, "This individual was once a member of the Anomaly Management Bureau." The metal robot and Su Chuan exchanged bewildered glances. The metal robot's greatest fear was the personnel of the Anomaly Management Bureau. It was their relentless pursuit that had driven it into the void. Fortunately, that was in the past. Now, it was no longer the case. However, what had led a member of the Anomaly Management Bureau to end up working at a peculiar shop in the void? At that moment, Su Chuan was utterly perplexed. He desperately wished to know what his previous occupation had been, as it certainly did not sound like a legitimate job. Amidst this confusion, Lindy remained unperturbed. Continuing the conversation, "So, we can find Dr. Ryan by visiting the Anomaly Management Bureau?" The metal robot shook its head in disappointment, lowering its gaze, and its mechanical face inexplicably bore a hint of sorrow. "When the Anomaly Management Bureau deemed me a threat to humanity and intended to destroy me, it was Dr. Ryan who warned me in advance, allowing me to escape. He treated me as a friend. As a fellow being, however, his actions posed a serious risk to human existence and were a grave violation of regulations. I cannot ascertain how the Anomaly Management Bureau would deal with him." Lindy remained unconcerned. "Your existence has not inflicted any irreparable harm. Whether out of reason or a desire to protect talent, the Anomaly Management Bureau should not harm his life. He is likely still within their ranks." This was indeed splendid news. The metal robot emitted a series of buzzing sounds, visibly elated. Then added, "The Anomaly Management Bureau has strict security protocols. Not just anyone can enter. We will need to devise a method to gain access." Lindy chuckled softly. "There's no need for such complications. If I wish to enter, it will be quite effortless." The Bureau of Anomalies was undoubtedly scouring for him, and the moment he made an appearance, they would surely rush to his location. Chapter 45. Choose a favorite. Upon reviewing Lindy's test results, the entire laboratory staff was left astounded. During the examination, they had extracted cells from various parts of Lindy's body, only to discover that his cellular structure was distinctly different from that of the heart. If it were merely a discrepancy between these two, they could attribute it to a mere misidentification. However, every cell across his body exhibited unique variations, a revelation that left them in disbelief. The simultaneous presence of multiple cell types within a single anomalous organism was a phenomenon unheard of. Even more astonishing was the fact that his body could seamlessly integrate these disparate cells. Each part of him, even when severed, could survive independently, much like that heart. Every cell in his body could proliferate infinitely, rendering him a veritable walking cancer cell. The doctor excitedly shook the shoulders of his colleagues beside him. "This was a monumental discovery of the century. I require additional cellular samples for further research. Is it possible to locate him?" Nearby, Yu Liang, who was particularly engrossed in the test results, remarked. He used the void anomaly emitter to enter the anomaly gate with Su Chuan. As is well known, the void anomaly serves as an inescapable prison for anomalous beings. As long as the anomaly gate remains, he cannot emerge. Can't you go in and retrieve him? His existence could bring unprecedented benefits to humanity. The doctor's face flushed with excitement, his eyes gleaming with near-manic hope. Entering the void anomaly was akin to a death sentence for humanity. Even the transmuters could not emerge unscathed. The Bureau of Anomalies had dispatched a team of transmuters to explore the void anomaly, but ultimately, the members either succumbed to madness or were killed by anomalies, with only the captain returning barely alive. Those team members were all Class A transmuters, and the captain was an S-class. Even such a high-caliber team faced near annihilation. Given their current capabilities, exploring the void anomaly was utterly impossible. If they could decipher how his body harmonized various cells, perhaps they could rescue more humans afflicted by anomalies. The doctor continued to attempt to persuade Yu Liang. Hearing the doctor's words, Yu Yang felt a flicker of uncertainty within, yet he remained rational. There was something he had been pondering for quite some time. He addressed the doctor. We don't necessarily have to enter the void anomaly to find him. The doctor's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What do you mean? Is it possible he hasn't returned to the void anomaly? Yu Yang shook his head, replying, we witnessed him enter the anomaly gate with Su Chuan. Then why? The doctor suddenly paused, realizing something. Are you suggesting he walked into the anomaly gate of his own volition? Rather than being drawn in? Yu Yang nodded solemnly. The anomaly gate's pull had no effect on him. He entered willingly. I believe the anomaly gate may not possess any influence over him. Meanwhile, Lindy guided Su Chuan through the anomaly gate into the human world. Perhaps Su Chuan's extraordinarily high luck value counterbalanced Lindy's negative luck value. Their landing point was in front of a hospital. At this moment, Su Chuan had fully acclimated to these astonishing phenomena, his once blank mind now brimming with bizarre occurrences. Regaining his composure, Su Chuan candidly stated, I don't remember anything right now. Even if you brought me here, I wouldn't be able to help you locate the Bureau of Anomalies. Lindy waved his hand dismissively, bringing you here isn't about finding the Bureau of Anomalies. It's to help you acquire functional arms. Currently, devoid of both arms, he was incapable of even feeding himself, let alone accomplishing any tasks. He needed to procure a pair of arms. With that, Lindy glanced at the hospital before signaling to Su Chuan and walking directly inside. Su Chuan gazed at the healed stump where his arm had once been. He knew that acquiring real arms was impossible in his condition. It was likely he would be fitted with prosthetics. This was a somewhat aged 3-story private hospital with a spacious central foyer upon entry, flanked by 2 long corridors on either side. They waited until the elevator was empty before Lindy stepped inside. Su Chuan found it peculiar that Lindy pressed the button for the basement level. Isn't that the morgue? The morgue was devoid of personnel, likely because the staff was slacking off. They probably never anticipated anyone would casually wander into the morgue. Thus, they easily made their way inside. The morgue was eerily quiet, the cold air sending chills down one's spine, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Unable to contain his curiosity, Su Chuan asked, What are we doing here? Lindy inspected each room until he arrived at the cold storage chamber. Gazing at the covered bodies within, Lindy squinted slightly and chuckled softly. Go take a look and choose a pair of arms you like. Su Chuan was taken aback. I see that inappropriate? Having witnessed so many bizarre phenomena, he did not doubt Lindy's ability to perform a transplant of real human hands. He simply found it hard to accept. Even in his amnesiac state, he maintained a moral boundary. He was uncertain of his past self. But he knew he could not use another person's limbs without their consent, even if they were deceased. Lindy discerned his reluctance and smiled. I'm merely suggesting you take a look. I'm not asking you to commit any desecration. Su Chuan shrugged, exasperated. I can't do that in my current state. Are you worried I'll vandalize? Lindy replied coolly, rest assured. I lack such peculiarities. After all, I am also human. Su Chuan reflected on this. Although Lindy appeared somewhat odd, he undeniably seemed like a genuine human. Then what should I be selecting? Su Chuan inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Lindy surveyed the cold storage cabinets, his eyes glinting with an unsettling enthusiasm as he licked his lips. I smell food, Su Chuan shuddered. Is he not a pervert? Instinctively, he recoiled from Lindy. Sensing an opportunity to test Su Chuan's mental fortitude, Lindy coldly commanded, hurry up, or I'll stuff you into a storage cabinet. Su Chuan, feeling frail and vulnerable, protested, given my condition, can't I? Lindy interjected firmly. No. Su Chuan sighed heavily, steeling himself, and trudged toward the cold storage room. Chapter 46. The Wishing Well Game. As Su Chuan took a few steps forward, he halted, turning back to Lindy with a weak voice. I have no hands, so I can't open these storage cabinets. Lindy flashed him a calm smile. You don't need to open them. Su Chuan blinked in confusion, following his directive. The further he walked, the more he sensed something amiss. What had Lindy just said? You don't need to open? Wait a moment. The emphasis he placed was not on open, but rather on you. If he didn't need to open the cabinets, then who would? What could possibly lie within those cabinets besides corpses? At this thought, a wave of dread washed over Su Chuan. He stared at the gleaming cold storage cabinets, a chilling sensation creeping up his spine. His body trembled slightly, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest, instilling a profound sense of fear. Instinctively, he took a few steps back. However, before he could retreat to the door, a sudden sound echoed from within, a click that startled him immensely, causing him to gasp. Hello, congratulations, everyone. You have been successfully chosen to join this game. A cheerful voice resonated, not emanating from the cold storage room but seemingly surrounding them from all directions. Lindy scanned his surroundings, a deeper smile gracing his lips as he softly uttered, "They've arrived." What has arrived? Su Chuan had sprinted to Lindy's side, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The voice continued, "We have heard your innermost thoughts and have designed a game for you. You may refer to it as the Wishing Well game." While Lindy was assessing the area for the source of the voice, Su Chuan suddenly tapped his shoulder, excitement radiating from him. "My arms!" Lindy glanced over and noticed Su Chuan's arms were intact, as if he had never lost them. The voice, as if it could hear their conversation, continued, "You may have noticed that your bodies have returned to health. This is to ensure fairness in the game. However, this state is merely temporary. Now, I shall explain the rules of this game." As Lindy listened, he ascended the elevator. Inside the elevator, the voice felt as if it was right next to them. Upon arriving on the first floor, the scene remained unchanged. "Boss, look over there." Su Chuan pointed towards the lobby. Lindy raised his gaze and spotted 3 fully armed individuals. Judging by their attire, they were members of the Anomaly Management Bureau's mobile team. The presence of the mobile team indicated that anomalous activities were occurring in this vicinity. However, their certainty about the specifics of the anomaly was lacking, prompting them to conduct an investigation. "Hey, don't run around." One of the mobile team members spotted them and called out. Su Chuan hurriedly inquired, "What should we do?" Having overheard Lindy's conversation with the metallic robot earlier, he understood that the Anomaly Management Bureau was not aligned with them. Lindy calmly replied, "Relax, we are merely patients here for treatment." Upon hearing this, Su Chuan immediately grasped the implication. With the anomaly at large, he urged everyone to stay close and refrain from wandering. One of the mobile team members instructed them, "Stay close to me." Meanwhile, the other 2 members proceeded to search the wards for additional individuals. Soon, all the hospital occupants gathered in the lobby. During their search, the mysterious voice had remained silent. It was only after everyone had assembled that the voice finally spoke, as if it could perceive their every move. "Next, you will engage in an 8-hour game. The victor will be granted a wish. Any wish you desire will be fulfilled." A voice from the crowd inquired. "Any wish can be made." The voice, reminiscent of a walkie-talkie, responded, "Indeed, any wish is permissible." Another person asked, "I have cancer. If I wish for a healthy body, is that allowed?" "Certainly, all wishes of the victor will be realized." Everyone instinctively looked at one another. Most of them were patients in the hospital, and some even recognized each other. Seeing one another in good health, they had no reason to doubt the truth of the voice's claims. However, they also understood that the opportunity to make a wish would not come easily, as expected. The voice sighed and lamented, "However, this game carries extreme risks. The losers will never be able to leave this place. Of course, we respect your choices and will not force anyone to participate in this game. Before the game commences, you have the right to decide whether to join." The voice continued, "Those who wish to participate, please remain here. Those who choose to withdraw may exit through the hospital doors." Upon hearing this, all present fell silent, engulfed in inner turmoil and contemplation. They were acutely aware of the dangers associated with participating in the anomalous game. Yet the rewards were irresistible. Upon hearing that they could leave, the mobile team members promptly began organizing everyone to depart. "Stay close to us and leave quickly," one of them urged. Most individuals remained motionless. Observing this, the leading mobile team member insisted, "Everyone, please calm down and listen to me. The wish pool game is exceedingly perilous. Those who have participated in the past have essentially vanished without a trace. They disappeared from this world, leaving no evidence behind. Do not gamble your lives on such a minuscule probability." Some individuals heeded his warning and approached him. A tattered man remarked, "No matter how much money I have, it's useless if I don't live to enjoy it. I will withdraw." A plump woman added, "I would rather live well than have an ideal physique." 5 people opted to withdraw, while the others remained motionless. One bald man declared, "I have cancer and don't have much time left. I pray to the heavens for the chance to survive. I would give anything for that. This opportunity stands before me, and I have no reason to withdraw. I suffer from uremia and need a kidney transplant, but I lack a suitable donor. I fear I won't make it to that point. I have heart issues and could die at any moment." The remaining participants each bore their own health challenges, each presenting compelling reasons to stay. The mobile team members fell silent. If the roles were reversed, they too might make the same choice. Chapter 47. Cat and Mouse. Nevertheless, these were merely their subjective thoughts. Their primary concern was ensuring the safety of those present. Please, everyone, follow us as we leave this place, the mobile team member insisted. That moment, a youth in the crowd spoke up. It's not as if no one has survived this game, but I remember a news story about a school that mysteriously exploded just before winter break. The entire building was leveled. Rumors said it was due to a student from that school participating in an anomalous game that caused the explosion. Upon hearing his words, everyone present exchanged knowing glances. Sometimes, the truth can be found within so-called rumors. The mention of someone surviving the game reignited hope among those who had been ready to resign themselves to fate. Lindy stood at the back, surveying the crowd. Only Su Chuan noticed him and quietly asked, "What are you looking for?" Lindy slightly squinted, revealing a hint of mockery in his expression, and replied, "The people here are truly fascinating." Su Chuan, puzzled by his demeanor, pressed further, "Aren't we leaving?" He had already lost an arm. Remaining here could very well cost him his life. He was merely suffering from amnesia, not stupidity. He could distinguish between priorities. Lindy countered, "If you want to go, then go. I choose to stay." With Lindy opting to remain, Su Chuan had no choice but to follow suit. They did not belong to this world. If he left alone, he would surely be exposed under interrogation. "I will follow you." Su Chuan ultimately decided to stay. "Everyone, immediately leave this place." Another mobile team member, lacking patience, urged them to depart, adopting a tone that suggested they would forcibly drag anyone who refused. Some individuals, seeing their weapons, felt a sense of trepidation. In this standoff, the eerie voice, which had been silent for some time, echoed once more. "No, you must respect the player's personal choices. Violence to coerce players is not permitted here." The mobile team members were well aware of the consequences of using force against participants in the wish pool game. Their threats were mere aids intended to deceive people into leaving. Once the crowd realized that the mobile team would not resort to violence, their resolve only strengthened. The eerie voice continued, "You all have 3 minutes to consider." As no one else indicated a desire to withdraw, the mobile team members could only escort those unwilling to participate out of the hospital. The lobby was left with merely 10 individuals. It was implausible that this hospital housed only such a handful of patients. These individuals were clearly selected. Perhaps it was their fervent desires that drew them into this game. Meanwhile, those who had exited the hospital found themselves standing at the entrance. Upon stepping outside, they glanced back at the hospital, only to find it transformed beyond recognition. Some individuals, upon leaving, found their bodies restored to their former states. Witnessing their previously ailing bodies revert to their original conditions, one individual immediately regretted his decision and rushed back inside. However, he could not return. It was as if an invisible barrier had formed at the hospital's entrance, akin to an area in a game yet to be unlocked, preventing re-entry. "I want to participate in the game. Let me in. I refuse to live like this." Regardless of his pleas, no one inside responded. Players who chose to withdraw would no longer be able to return. The mobile team escorted them away and sealed the hospital. Awaiting the conclusion of the game, meanwhile, within the Wish Pool game, "Hello, esteemed players, good evening." A man donned in a clown mask and evening attire suddenly appeared in the lobby, and no one noticed from where he had emerged. He seemed to materialize out of thin air. "I trust you have made your choices. I admire your courage." He elegantly bowed to the crowd. "I am the judge and narrator of this game. You may call me Sang Site. We have constructed a gaming platform for you. Let us commence with a warm-up game. This game is called Cat and Mouse. Allow me to explain the rules." As he spoke, he reached into his coat pocket and retrieved a set of cards. "I possess a total of 10 cards, 2 of which are cat cards, while the remainder are mouse cards. Once the game begins, I will randomly hide the cards throughout the hospital. Once a card is obtained, it cannot be exchanged, and each person may only hold one identity. The cat must catch all the mice and bring them to a designated location to win. The mice must either avoid being caught by the cat within the time limit or eliminate the cat to claim victory." At first glance, it seemed that the mice held a clear advantage due to their greater numbers. Yet this game was not merely about numbers. It was a psychological battle. "This feels akin to playing a real-life version of Werewolf," remarked a high school student. Sang Si tepidly smiled. "So you have experienced a similar game before? It should indeed be quite fascinating." The game commences at 6 o'clock and concludes at 9, granting you 3 hours of gameplay. Should any inquiries arise during the game, feel free to voice them, and I shall assist you within reasonable limits. Therefore, I wish you all the best of luck. At that very moment, the electronic clock hanging in the hall struck 6. Some had already set off in search of cards, while others remained stationary, at a loss for what to do. They divided their efforts, agreeing to convene on the lower level upon finding their cards. Lindy rushed towards Su Chuan. Upon receiving the directive, Su Chuan ascended the stairs. 10 individuals instinctively dispersed to seek their respective cards in various locations. Lindy surveyed the hall and the lengthy corridors on either side, imprinting the general layout in his mind before stepping into one of the patient rooms. Inside, there were no other patients, as if they were isolated from the world. It felt as though only they 10 existed within the entire hospital. Lindy held little interest in the bizarre game. Nor did he believe that the peculiarities behind its design would aid him in recovering his memories. He merely sought to unravel the enigma of this place and discern its true nature. The strange judge, Sang Si, was merely a puppet on display. The true oddity that orchestrated the game lay concealed much deeper. He sensed its presence yet could not pinpoint its exact location. Until he uncovered it, he might as well engage in this game. Lindy began searching for cards within the room, thoroughly turning it upside down, even rummaging through the trash bin. However, he discovered nothing. Just then, the silence of the corridor was broken by the sound of footsteps approaching from a distance. Chapter 48. A lack of sincerity amongst humanity. Lindy immediately turned to look, his guard up. The newcomer was a young woman clad in the standard hospital patient attire and wearing a mask. Despite the game temporarily bestowing health upon all patients, the woman's complexion was ghastly pale. She appeared unwell, as if she had just emerged from an operating theater, her movements stiff and awkward. It was understandable. Considering these patients had been bedridden for an extended period, the sudden restoration of their health might be disorienting. Lindy discreetly scrutinized her and remarked, "There are no cards here." The woman offered no response, merely locking her gaze onto Lindy. After a prolonged silence, she quietly shifted her gaze away and continued into the patient room. It was entirely rational to not easily trust strangers, particularly those who might be competitors. Lindy paid her no further mind and turned to exit. As they brushed past one another, he distinctly felt a chill emanating from her. It was not the abstract notion of an aloof snow lotus. It was a palpable coldness. Much like frozen meat taken from a freezer, she radiated an unmistakable chill. It was not the season for biting cold, and her body felt unnaturally frigid. Lindy's fingers twitched, and he gently touched her arm. True to his expectations, her skin was ice-cold, devoid of any warmth. He halted at the doorway, observing her every movement with curiosity. Something felt amiss, if she were a bizarre entity. Why did he not sense any oddities surrounding her? Yet, if she were not, her presence exuded an array of peculiarities that seemed distinctly unhuman. The woman searched the room, but did not look beneath the bed or the table. As if she were unable to crouch down, her movements were as rigid as those of a cheap robot, making Aixian appear more human in comparison. Suddenly, the judge's voice echoed through every corner of the hospital. 3 players had already acquired their identity cards. Everyone must hurry. Lindy noted the woman's appearance and turned to explore other patient rooms for identity cards. After a thorough search, he found evidence that the first floor had already been scoured, prompting him to refrain from wasting time there. The hospital comprised 3 floors, each housing players. Upon reaching the staircase to the second floor, he encountered the gentleman from the hall who had claimed to be suffering from cancer. Hong Zhihui, upon seeing him, immediately inquired, "Have you found any cards?" Lindy shook his head. "There's nothing downstairs. I was just about to search here." This. Hong Zhihui clapped Lindy on the shoulder, saying, "Others have already secured their cards. To be prudent, let us team up." Lindy asked, "Are you the only one on this floor?" Hong Zhihui sighed. "I've searched this level thoroughly, and no cards were found. Everyone else has gone upstairs. There's no point in continuing here. We should check the morgue below." Hearing this, Lindy inwardly clicked his tongue. The hospital had only 3 floors, with the morgue making it 4. According to the game's typical design, the 10 cards should be evenly distributed across the floors, making it illogical for one level to be entirely devoid of them. Moreover, having just arrived, Hong Zhihui was eager to form an alliance and lead him to the underground morgue. which clearly indicated ulterior motives. The morgue was the place where a cat would take its captured mouse. Lindy chuckled softly and suddenly remarked. Upon hearing his words, Hong Zhihui was taken aback, forcing a wry smile. Is that so? Did the rules mention anything like that? Seeing him feigning ignorance, Lindy continued, You must be the cat. The probability of others obtaining mouse cards is 8 out of 9, yet you wish to take a gamble. Fortuitously spotting me. Unfortunately, I truly have not found a card. Hong Zhihui's expression shifted as he processed Lindy's analysis, and he laughed. I'm not a cat, and I haven't found a card either. Yet, you seem so afraid of cats. Could it be that you are the mouse? Lindy felt there was no value in further probing or debating with him. From this point onward, sincerity among individuals had evaporated entirely. Trust was a scarce commodity. Lindy ceased his dialogue and turned to continue his search on the second floor. During this time, Hong Zhihui was also rummaging about, further solidifying Lindy's previous judgment. He had just claimed to have searched everywhere, yet now he was eagerly combing through the rooms, likely intending to seize any remaining mouse cards. If he were indeed the cat, everything would fall into place. As a cat, he would first deceive the mice or potential mice into a designated location, and then he would hunt for the remaining mouse cards. Ultimately, he would distribute the mouse cards to the players lured to the specified location, ensnaring them all in one fell swoop. Hong Zhihui's scheme was well calculated. Unfortunately, he had encountered Lindy, a cunning individual. As Lindy searched, he suddenly recalled instructing Su Chuan to gather cards and wait for him in the morgue. If that fellow were to find a mouse card, his actions would be tantamount to throwing himself into a snare. With this thought in mind, he hurriedly ascended to the third floor. Upon reaching the upper level, he spotted Su Chuan waiting for the elevator. The moment Su Chuan saw him, he pulled him into the elevator and produced 2 cards, handing one to Lindy. The mouse card holds greater advantages. I just happened to find 2. Lindy accepted the mouse card, casting an odd look at Su Chuan, and remarked, Aren't you afraid that I am the cat? Upon hearing this, Su Chuan froze, instinctively retreating. However, the elevator was limited in size. Where could he possibly retreat to? No need to hide. If I were the cat, your evasion would be futile. Su Chuan realized this too. Being able to operate a bizarre shop in a realm rife with oddities, Lindy undoubtedly possessed significant prowess. If Lindy were indeed the cat, he could easily capture everyone without inquiring about their identities, thereby securing victory. Lindy continued, I just encountered that gentleman claiming to have cancer. He is the cat. Cats take mice to the morgue, so be cautious. Su Chuan immediately understood. So you came specifically to warn me? Lindy did not respond to his inquiry but persisted, There's also a woman. She gives off an unsettling vibe. Just as he spoke, the elevator doors swung open automatically. The woman who had unnerved Lindy now stood before the elevator, gazing at them with an eerie stillness. Her eyes were large and striking, yet for some inexplicable reason, they instilled a sense of dread when she looked at others. Su Chuan felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze and sensed something was off. They discreetly exited the elevator, and the woman slowly stepped inside. As the doors closed, Su Chuan couldn't resist rubbing his arms. Is it just my imagination? Or does that woman feel extraordinarily cold? Moreover, the way she looked at me, was almost as if she were a corpse. Chapter 49. Rules are rules. After Su Chuan spoke, Lindy felt that the peculiar sensation surrounding the woman had finally received a rational explanation. The woman you're referring to is her, isn't it? Su Chuan inquired. Just as Lindy was about to nod in affirmation, the elevator doors suddenly chimed open once more. Su Chuan's heart sank. Had she heard everything he just said? The woman maintained her inscrutable expression, raising her lifeless eyes to silently observe them. Yet her gaze was chilling to the core. Slowly, she lifted her arm and pressed the elevator button. The elevator doors began to close. Just as Su Chuan was about to exhale, he noticed the floor number displayed above the elevator. It was the basement. She went. Lindy interjected. To the morgue. Su Chuan felt a chill creep down his spine. She can't possibly be human. Can she? Lindy promptly pressed the button for the elevator to descend. Whether she is or not, we shall find out, Su Chuan exclaimed. Oh, they waited for a while. Yet for reasons unknown, the elevator remained stubbornly stuck on the basement level, showing no signs of ascending. Strangely, there were no direct stairs leading to the basement. They had no choice but to wait, with nothing better to do. Lindy resolved to explore the various corners of the corridor. However, as he passed by one of the patient rooms, he instinctively halted his steps. This particular room was the very first place he had searched. When he had entered, he had noted the room number clearly as 108, yet now it bore a sign indicating 206. Lindy hurriedly checked the door numbers of the other rooms. What had once been a neatly arranged sequence of numbers was now utterly disordered, with numbers from both the second and third floors present. More critically, the environments within these rooms were entirely different. While Lindy would not claim to have a photographic memory, the furnishings on the first floor were distinctly dissimilar to those on the other floors. Making the discrepancies immediately apparent in such a brief span of time, human effort could not possibly account for such drastic changes. Clearly, only some bizarre force could be responsible. Unbeknownst to them, the items within the hospital were subtly shifting their positions. Such crude alterations could easily be detected by anyone with a modicum of attentiveness. The blatant nature of these changes likely aimed to heighten the difficulty of their game, or perhaps to conceal something altogether. Just as Lindy was preparing to investigate each room for clues, a sudden scream and the sound of violent collisions echoed from the opposite end of the corridor. It was evident that someone had already commenced the progression of the game. Lindy instructed Su Chuan to wait for the elevator while he jogged towards the source of the commotion, fearful of missing the spectacle. By the time Lindy arrived, the screams and cries had ceased, leaving only the sickening sound of a knife plunging into flesh. Lindy approached the door of the patient room and peered inside. He beheld a gaunt young man straddling a woman, wielding a fruit knife as he relentlessly stabbed her body. The woman had long since ceased to breathe, her eyes wide open in a final expression of terror and defiance. Yet the young man, seemingly possessed, showed no intention of stopping, continuing his frenzied assault. As a fellow human, Lindy found it unbearable to witness. He moved forward, intending to halt the young man. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, leaving him utterly perplexed. Lindy, while scanning the surroundings for clues, shared his perspective with the young man, observing his every move. The judges and guardians of the rules were omnipresent, perhaps even watching them at that very moment, until he uncovered the true, bizarre machinations behind the scenes. Lindy resolved to proceed with discretion. The voice echoed through the hospital. Friendly reminder: all players have now confirmed their identities. Accidentally harming a teammate constitutes a violation of the rules, so think twice before challenging them. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than a commotion erupted in the ward. You just said you didn't find the card. Stay away from me, you liar. Who wants to confront you? I want to ally with a deceitful scoundrel like you. A woman's sharp, piercing voice rang out from upstairs. The man, chastised, lost his patience and shouted back, foolish woman. Even in death, you would die a foolish death. Due to the game's rules, they dared not harm anyone until they had clarified their respective identities. Even the cat would not gamble on such unpredictability. Should they accidentally injure a teammate, both could be eliminated. Everyone was testing one another's identities. However, more anxious than the mouse was the cat. The mouse only needed to conceal its identity until the end to triumph, while the cat had to capture the mouse within a designated time frame. During this interval, the cat would undoubtedly exhaust every effort to ascertain the identities of others. Lindy instructed Su Chuan to continue guarding the elevator, while he ascended via the fire escape, the entrance of the second-floor corridor. A figure flashed past him. Upon closer inspection, Lindy recognized it was the young man who had previously mentioned wanting to change his kidney. The moment the kidney young man spotted him, he bolted, not affording Lindy the opportunity to speak. Given that everyone was on edge, his reaction was hardly surprising. Lindy paid it no mind and continued his ascent, step by step. Upon reaching the second floor, Lindy surveyed his surroundings and noted that the layout of the wards had indeed altered. Not only had the door numbers changed, but the positions of the beds had been entirely rearranged. Such a transformation was exceedingly conspicuous. Anyone with a modicum of awareness would have noticed it. Lindy continued his search for the reason behind the constant alterations. Simultaneously, he observed through the shared vision that the youth was descending the stairs towards the second floor. Upon arriving on the second floor, the young man glanced around and quickly spotted Lindy wandering aimlessly in the corridor. Lindy, too, saw his own reflection from this shared perspective. Viewing himself for the first time from this angle, particularly his back, struck Lindy as oddly amusing. He feigned ignorance of the young man's presence, turning to enter one of the wards. The young man approached his location directly, From the perspective, it appeared he was coming for him. Was he about to make a move? It made sense. After searching for so long, it was rare to see someone so isolated and unguarded, presenting an opportunity that could not be squandered. Lindy concealed himself at the ward's entrance, waiting for the right moment. Just as the young man was about to reach the ward, a faint sound emanated from across the corridor. The youth's attention was instantly diverted. Lindy raised an eyebrow. He distinctly remembered that there had been no ward opposite when he entered. In just these 2 minutes, the layout of the corridor had shifted. Had he inadvertently brushed against something core to the game? Before he could ponder further, the young man had already stepped toward the opposite ward. Upon entering the ward, he scanned the area but saw no one. "Come out. I know you're here," the young man called out. Compared to their initial encounter, his voice sounded somewhat more composed now. The person hiding in the ward was no fool and would not be easily provoked. After waiting for a while, the young man began rummaging through every nook and cranny in search of the concealed individual. He searched all possible hiding spots but found nothing. Just when Lindy thought the ward was indeed empty, the door suddenly creaked open. In the stillness of the environment, the sound was all too pronounced. The young man immediately turned to see the player hidden behind the door. Upon spotting the young man, the concealed player turned pale, as if they had seen a ghost. Lindy was equally startled. The player bore an uncanny resemblance to the young man. Chapter 51. Something fishy? Pan Xian, upon seeing the young man who looked just like him, instantly understood the situation. His face turned ashen, and he stood there rigidly, his lips trembling and unable to articulate a word. However, the young man did not attack him. He merely stepped closer, observing him in silence. The two locked eyes in an eerie standoff for a full minute. Noticing the young man's peculiar behavior and lack of aggression, Pan Xian mustered the courage to shift his stance slightly. Just then, the young man suddenly moved. Pan Xian was startled, nearly losing his balance. Regaining his composure, he looked up to find the young man had only taken a single step forward. The young man continued to fixate on him, his gaze intense as if searching for something within him. Feeling increasingly uneasy under such scrutiny, Pan Xian instinctively began to retreat, wishing to escape the situation. However, before he could make a significant distance, the young man abruptly seized his shoulder. "What do you want from me?" Pan Xian stammered, fear evident in his voice, which quavered. The young man forcefully pulled Pan Xian back into the ward, maintaining his previous posture as he stared at him. In that moment, Pan Xian felt a mix of terror and despair. Forcing a smile that resembled more of a grimace than a grin, in such circumstances, he could only feign weakness, hoping to lower the young man's guard and seize the chance to flee. "Sir, may I ask what you desire? Please spare me. I won't tell anyone." Yet the young man remained unresponsive, continuing to fixate on him. After a long wait, Pan Xian anticipated some action from the young man. But he remained utterly still. Overwhelmed by anxiety, Pan Xian eventually succumbed, collapsing to his knees and pleading tearfully. "Please don't kill me. I'll exit the game right now. Just let me go." His voice trembled, clearly reflecting his profound fear. To Pan Xian's astonishment, the young man also knelt down, mimicking his actions and bowing repeatedly in a comical display of supplication. After a brief moment of this mutual bowing, Pan Xian realized the young man was merely imitating him. If this was the young man's behavioral pattern, then perhaps he need not be so frightened. Quickly regaining his composure, Pan Xian stood up slowly. As expected, the young man mirrored his movements, rising to his feet with a stiffness that caused his joints to creak. Pan Xian glanced around the room and approached the window, opening it. Observing this, Lindy surmised his intent, to exploit the young man's mimicking ability to lure him outside, thereby facilitating his own escape. Sure enough, Pan Xian dashed toward the window, and the young man followed suit. However, instead of heading for the window, the young man charged directly at Pan Xian. Pan Xian slammed to a halt at the window's edge, half of his body leaning out due to inertia. Gripping the window ledge, he was about to pull himself back in when a sudden, immense force propelled him outward. With a loud thud, Pan Xian was sent tumbling out. Fortunately, as it was the first floor, the fall merely resulted in minor scrapes, hardly painful. Pan Xian, quick to react, stood and sprinted away. Survival took precedence over any wish-making. However, in the next moment, a voice resonated from all directions. Player Pan Xian has exited the designated game area. Violating game rules. Game failure is hereby declared, and he will be forcibly removed from the game. Instantly, the Guardian of the Rules appeared before Pan Xian. Upon witnessing the Guardian, Pan Xian's expression shifted, and he urgently exclaimed, "Wait! I didn't leave voluntarily. It was him, that monster who pushed me out." He pointed at the young man by the window, desperately explaining. The young man remained silent, simply closing the window and shutting out the cacophony from the outside. Before long, the Guardian of the Rules had dragged Pan Xian away. Yet again, Lindy failed to ascertain where they had gone. If the Guardian could simply vanish, there would be no need to drag anyone away. Such actions would be redundant. Unless the Guardian, like the cat in the game, was required to escort rule-breaking players to a designated location, then it all made sense. Meanwhile, the young man stood at the window, scrutinizing his reflection through the glass. The visage staring back at him appeared somewhat more human than before. His once corpse-like pallor had transformed into a sickly hue, and his limbs were no longer as stiff. He attempted to form a smile before the mirror, but his underdeveloped facial muscles rendered it a rather unsettling expression. From the moment he arrived at the hospital, Lindy sensed an eerie presence emanating from the morgue. Yet he was uncertain of the nature of this anomaly. Now, a being emerging from the morgue, capable of disguising itself as others and mimicking their actions, presented a unique opportunity to uncover their origins. Lindy, opting for caution, silently retreated to another ward while the young man continued to make faces at his reflection. Finally recalling the task at hand, the young man abandoned his antics and turned to the ward where Lindy had previously been. After fruitlessly searching, he stood still for a moment, lost in thought. Only upon hearing the footsteps echoing down the corridor did he rise, as if awakening from a slumber, and stride toward the exit. In the corridor, Hong Zhihui was searching for individuals to ascertain their identities. 3 players had already been eliminated, leaving only 7, one of whom was his companion. This meant he needed to eliminate 5 more players to secure victory in the game. The mice, fearful of encountering the cat, dared not reveal their identities, resulting in a scattered state. As long as they did not mistakenly harm a fellow ally, victory was within their grasp. The immediate priority was to locate another companion. As Hong Zhihui descended the stairs, he spotted a youth standing in the corridor. "It's you. Why aren't you hiding? What are you doing here?" From his tone, it seemed he was acquainted with Pan Xian. The faux Pan Xian hesitated, seemingly contemplating how to navigate this situation. He analyzed the likely actions of the real Pan Xian in such a scenario, mirroring his behavior. As Hong Zhihui approached with a grin that belied his true intentions. The faux Pan Xian suddenly bent his knees and fell to the ground, pleading, "Please, don't kill me. Spare me." However, he had only grasped the superficial aspects of Pan Xian's demeanor, failing to comprehend the essence. Observing the faux Pan Xian kneeling expressionlessly in supplication, Hong Zhihui could not help but pause. Something was amiss. There was definitely something suspicious. In truth, Hong Zhihui did not know Pan Xian. Just moments ago, Sang Site had announced Pan Xian's disqualification for violating the rules. If he had known Pan Xian, he would have turned and fled immediately. Yet, the current situation left Hong Zhihui perplexed. Watching the faux Pan Xian bowing and begging, he was now reluctant to approach. Narrowing his eyes, a flicker of wariness ignited within him. This individual was clearly problematic. Could it be that he was aware of Hong Zhihui's identity and was attempting to feign weakness to deceive him, only to strike when the opportunity arose? Or was he the cat, gambling on chance? Hong Zhihui took a few steps back to maintain a safe distance before speaking. "What card do you hold?" The youth offered no response, mechanically continuing his pleas for mercy. Could he truly be a fool? Hong Zhihui promptly abandoned any attempt to discern the youth's identity. Given his demeanor, even if he were an ally, he would merely be a liability. Thus, Hong Zhihui decided it was best to disregard him for the time being and turned to seek out other players. As he departed, the youth slowly rose, fixated on Hong Zhihui as he walked away. Just as Hong Zhihui reached the far end of the corridor, his figure suddenly flickered and vanished into thin air. Witnessing this bizarre phenomenon, Lin Di widened his eyes in surprise, a smile of delight gracing his face. This was it. He recognized that the hospital was constantly shifting its location to conceal something. Almost every time he approached the end of the corridor, he encountered various obstructions. There must be something hidden there that could not be discovered. Once Hong Zhihui disappeared from the corridor, The youth retrieved the assigned card from his pocket. It was a cat card. Lindy thought, what a coincidence. He was quite curious about what would happen if the strange occurrences in the morgue violated the rules. Contemplating this, Lindy resolved to seek out Hong Zhihui, who was also a cat to it that moment. Hong Zhihui was unaware that he was walking in a straight line, having already been transferred to the third floor. While the youth occupied himself searching other wards, Lindy ascended to the third floor. The layout of the third floor mirrored that of the second, making it difficult to notice the change in position right away. Upon reaching the third floor, Lindy indeed spotted Hong Zhihui's figure in the corridor. At that moment, Hong Zhihui was entering a ward in search of someone. Just as Lindy approached the ward's entrance, he collided with a panicked individual rushing out. Oh my goodness! It was the high school student. With danger looming ahead and behind, the high schooler had no choice but to retreat into a corner, clutching his identity card tightly, terrified of exposing himself. Meanwhile, Hong Zhihui, rummaging through the room, noticed the two of them and his expression darkened. None of them knew each other's identities, and at any moment, the situation could devolve into a 2-against-1 scenario. It remained uncertain whether 2 cats would hunt a single mouse, or if 2 mice would surround and eliminate 1 cat. Lindy was acutely aware of the tension and intended to proactively resolve the predicament. There's no need for anyone to hide any longer. At this rate, we'll inevitably be wiped out by the cats. The high school student inquired, so, you're a mouse? Lindy produced his mouse card and replied, indeed, I am a mouse. Upon hearing this, the high school student quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. Joining Lindy and revealing his own mouse card, me too. We're on the same team. My name is Zhu Jinyu. Heh. This was a disaster. Hong Zhihui felt a jolt of alarm in his chest. He had never anticipated that someone would so carelessly disclose their identity, showing no fear of them being cats. This kid was undoubtedly a reckless gambler. As his mind raced, Lindy suddenly added, I already know who the cat is. Hong Zhihui was taken aback. What? Zhu Jinyu exclaimed, who is it? Lindy smiled slightly at Hong Zhihui, speaking slowly, one of them is Pan Xian, who was just disqualified for violating the rules while chasing me. And the other is... Hong Zhihui's hand slowly moved toward the knife tucked at his waist. It's that person who was shouting about wanting to trade kidneys. At this, Hong Zhihui froze. What did that mean? Wasn't he the cat? His hand silently dropped from the knife as he cautiously inquired. How do you know this? Lindy explained. He told me himself. I took Pan Xian's cat card, disguised myself as a cat, and lured him out. Zhu Jinyu exclaimed with excitement, that's fantastic. Now that we know the identity of the cat, we can unite and eliminate it. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Hong Zhihui's eyes as he smiled in agreement. Yes, that is truly wonderful. This way, he would no longer have to hold back and could eliminate them all. Without any other players, there would be no reason for this wish pool game to continue. Ultimately, he would be the sole victor. Lindy proposed, let us explain the situation to the others and then tackle the cat together. Seeing them intent on finding other players, Hong Zhihui could not allow that to come to fruition. He immediately suggested, you two should search upstairs. I'll check downstairs for greater efficiency. Without waiting for their response, he rushed downstairs alone. As Zhu Jinyu realized, upstairs? Isn't that the roof? Hong Zhihui was racing against time, needing to eliminate the others first before dealing with those two. Since they viewed him as an ally, it would be easy for him to strike from behind. When Hong Zhihui reached the lower floor, he discovered the foolish youth was still there. Upon seeing Hong Zhihui, the youth instinctively retreated, expertly dropping to his knees and expressionlessly begging for mercy. Observing his foolish demeanor, a smirk of pride and disdain crossed Hong Zhihui's face as he said, you needn't fear. I am also a mouse. Upon hearing this, the youth ceased his pleas for mercy. Slowly rising to his feet, his vacant eyes regarded Hong Zhihui with an eerie intensity. At that moment, Lindy was seated on a hospital bed, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Noting the delay, Zhu Jinyu urged, if we delay any longer, the cat may go on a rampage and start killing indiscriminately. Lindy chuckled, no need to search. We can simply wait for a free win. Meanwhile, Hong Zhihui believed he had deceived the youth, approaching him with a friendly demeanor. I already know who the cat is, so you needn't worry. Once we gather all the mice, we can eliminate the cat directly. By the way, have you seen any others? Before he could finish his sentence, the youth struck first. Staring at the wound piercing through his chest, disbelief washed over Hong Zhihui's face. How did you know? Even in death, he remained oblivious to how the youth had discovered his true identity. Chapter 53. The Doll Festival. A player violated the game rules by harming a fellow ally, severely disrupting the balance of the game, prompting this punishment. As all the cats were eliminated, the mice claimed ultimate victory. The moment Sang CT's voice faded, players hiding in the mouse den began devising their escape. A petite female player had hidden in a trash bin, while the kidney brother was concealed atop the elevator cabin. At that moment, confusion reigned on their faces. They had not even seen a cat. And yet it was all over? The petite girl murmured. Is this game truly that easy? The kidney brother expressed genuine astonishment. Which deity managed to eliminate all the cats? That's impressive. Standing with Lin Di, Zhu Jinyu was now even more bewildered. Clearly, the recent announcement indicated that the cats had been eliminated due to internal conflict. However, it had just been stated that one cat had been eliminated. Where did the second cat come from? Suddenly, he realized something and turned to Lin Di. All those statements were one-sided. They had never seen the cancer patient S card. Could it be that they had inadvertently caused the cats to fight among themselves and won the game? With the two cats disqualified, Hong Zhihui, as a cat, had been killed. The only one to face punishment for the violation was the strange youth. At this moment, Lin Di was observing the strange youth's movements through shared vision. Notably, the rule enforcers had acted impartially and were taking the strange youth away. The enigmatic youth was the most cooperative among those taken away. He did not even wait for the rules guardians to lead him. Instead, he voluntarily accepted his punishment. The location where the enigmatic youth faced his punishment was different from that of the others. They took an elevator down to the morgue. Upon reaching the basement level, the rules guardians did not exit the elevator. Only the enigmatic youth stepped out. He walked directly to the morgue and opened one of the drawers, lying down as if preparing for bed, without any external force. The drawer slowly closed on its own. Once the drawer was fully shut, Lin Di's shared vision was engulfed in darkness. Just as he thought the enigmatic youth had entered a standby state, the shared vision suddenly illuminated. As the light intensified, Lin Di was astonished to discover that the drawer containing the enigmatic youth had caught fire. Unless someone intentionally set it ablaze, a fire breaking out in the frigid morgue was indeed peculiar. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the enigmatic youth's entire body within minutes. Despite being surrounded by the searing inferno, the enigmatic youth exhibited no signs of distress, only twitching involuntarily when the heat reached a certain threshold. The flames roared like a wild beast, consuming everything within, even distorting the air around it. Shortly thereafter, the shared vision of the enigmatic youth became increasingly blurred. It was evident that he had been reduced to ashes. And further observation was futile. Thus, Lin Di retracted his gaze. Simultaneously, Sansite's voice resounded. All players, please gather in the first-floor hall. Soon, everyone convened in the hall. Brother Yaozi and the petite girl observed the others. Though they said nothing, their glances spoke volumes. It was understandable, as they were the only two who had hidden from the beginning, entirely unaware of the events outside, thus reaping the rewards effortlessly. Meanwhile, Zhu Jinyu, the tool, believed Lin Di was exceptionally fortunate. He planned to follow Lin Di's lead in any cooperative games to test his luck. Although Su Chuan had not witnessed Lin Di's actions, he was certain that only Lin Di could orchestrate a confrontation between two cats. The hall, once bustling with 10 individuals, now felt eerily sparse, having been halved. Sansite appeared before everyone, his voice cheerful. Congratulations to all players for successfully advancing to the next round. This game of cat and mouse concluded much earlier than I anticipated. At this rate, we might determine the ultimate victor in less than 8 hours. As he spoke, his gaze casually settled upon Lin Di. The others, noticing his expression, instinctively turned their eyes towards Lin Di. Sansite's words effectively cast Lin Di into the spotlight. The next game was titled Doll Sacrifice. With that, Sansite produced a small doll from behind him. The doll was the size of an average human head, exquisitely crafted. Upon closer inspection, the doll bore a striking resemblance to Lin Di, perfectly replicating his features, hairstyle, and even attire. Sansite began to explain the rules of the game. I have created dolls for each of you, easily recognizable at a glance. I have hidden these dolls in various locations within the hospital. Your task is to protect your own doll while locating the dolls of others and performing a fire sacrifice on them. A friendly reminder. Players are not permitted to harm one another. Violators will be forcibly removed from the game. Now, let the game begin. With the rules stated, Sansite's figure vanished from sight. Once the realization hit him, Zhu Jinyu inquired, "Is there a time limit?" Sansite's voice echoed softly. This game has no time constraints. The absence of a time limit meant that the five of them were now rivals, with only one allowed to survive. This was precisely what Sichuan feared. He hastily signaled Lindy. However, Lindy appeared oblivious. Ignoring him entirely, Sichuan furrowed his brow in distress. After digesting the rules, the five of them gradually began to move. Having familiarized themselves with the hospital layout from the previous game, they were more adept at searching for items. Just as they believed this game would be simpler, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Lindy entered a particular patient room and was taken aback to find it filled with dolls. The dolls were all of similar size yet varied in appearance, some eerily resembling one another. From a distance, one might think they were all identical products from a wholesale vendor. However, upon closer inspection, the unique details revealed that they were not replicas of the same individual. Was this a game of spotting differences among dolls? If every room were of such scale, it would indeed be overwhelming. Lindy began examining each doll's characteristics, attempting to identify one that matched another player's. After scrutinizing over 30 dolls, he was struck with the impulse to incinerate them all. Yet he could not afford to do so. There was no guarantee that among these dolls lay his own. If he burned the wrong one, it would spell his doom. Compared to searching for others' dolls, the immediate priority was to locate and safeguard his own. While Lindy was engrossed in his search, he suddenly noticed someone standing at the doorway. Sichuan at that moment. Sichuan's demeanor had transformed significantly, exuding a mature depth, devoid of his previously gullible essence. Lindy tentatively asked, "Have you recalled something?" Sichuan shook his head and inquired, "Have you found your doll?" Lindy gestured to the multitude of dolls in the room, exclaiming, "With so many dolls, my eyes are starting to blur. Could you help me look?" Upon hearing this, Sichuan stepped into the room and began inspecting them one by one. While he searched, Lindy activated his peculiar gaze once more. The ability immediately took effect on Sichuan. Although Sichuan possessed an otherworldly energy within him, he was essentially still human, not classified as an otherworldly creature. Thus, the peculiar gaze was ineffective. The Sichuan before him was a counterfeit. Following the previous round, Lindy deduced that the corpses emerging from the morgue were obstacles set by the game's designer. They would not randomly harm players and adhere to the game's rules, from the initially dull woman to the mimicking enigmatic youth. And now this deceptive Sichuan. These uncanny corpses were becoming increasingly lifelike, resembling actual human beings. This signified that the game's obstacles were growing more formidable. However, this posed little challenge for Lindy, as he had not joined merely to play a game. Since this fake Sichuan also emerged from the morgue, he could be utilized to uncover the reasons behind their existence. With this thought in mind, Lindy quietly closed the patient room door. The moment the door shut, a dense, dark mist enveloped the room. The devouring mist could consume souls, vengeful spirits, and all forms of spiritual entities, controlling their souls for its own use. Lindy directed the devouring mist toward the counterfeit Sichuan. Yet, when the mist surrounded the fake Sichuan, it exhibited no response whatsoever. The counterfeit seemed entirely oblivious to the mist, continuing to examine the dolls with indifference. Observing this, Lindy felt both surprised and perplexed. This was his first time utilizing the devouring mist. Could it be that his method was flawed? Lindy attempted once more, this time enveloping the fake Sichuan entirely. Yet again, the devouring mist failed to react. Regardless of whether this counterfeit Sichuan was human or otherworldly, such behavior was unexpected. Unless, Lindy considered a possibility. The devouring mist was designed to consume souls and spiritual entities. Controlling their souls, if he lacked a soul, how could it possibly take effect? An otherworldly being devoid of a soul. Lindy felt woefully uninformed after this encounter. It seemed he would need to enhance his knowledge of the otherworldly. Otherwise, navigating this realm would be fraught with obstacles. You search here. I'll check elsewhere with that. Without waiting for the counterfeit Sichuan to respond, Lindy swiftly departed. He intentionally ran towards the end of the corridor, forcing the hospital to shift positions, making it difficult for the counterfeit Sichuan to follow him immediately. Once he evaded the counterfeit, Lindy dashed straight to the underground morgue. This time, the elevator operated normally. Descending to the basement level, upon arriving at the morgue, Lindy approached the drawer that the enigmatic youth had previously entered. Upon opening it, He found it empty, devoid of any contents. However, a scent of charred flesh wafted from within. He randomly selected several other drawers, and without exception, they were all empty as well. Just as Lindy was about to leave, a series of clicking sounds suddenly echoed from the morgue. He halted and turned towards the source of the noise. It emanated from one of the drawers. Lindy rushed over and pulled the drawer outward. Inside lay an incomplete skeleton. Based on its shape, it appeared to be that of a woman. He examined the skeleton closely. Yet it was undeniably an ordinary human skeleton, lacking any otherworldly aura. Realizing this, he pushed the drawer back in. However, the moment the drawer closed, the clicking sounds resumed. Lindy yanked the drawer out again. This time, he noticed that the skeleton appeared significantly more complete than before, with muscle fibers connecting the bones. Upon witnessing this, Lindy immediately understood it was this drawer that had produced the soulless, otherworldly corpses. Perhaps the bizarre corpses created cannot exist for prolonged periods, necessitating constant replacements. Moreover, the quality of these grotesque bodies varies. Some appear utterly false, while others can convincingly deceive the untrained eye. He had discerned the secrets of the morgue. Yet the enigma of the inaccessible corridors remained to be unraveled. He took the elevator to the first floor. As the doors opened, Lindy spotted Su Chuan standing at the entrance. Without uttering a word, Lindy swiftly delivered a sharp slap to Su Chuan's head. Stunned, Su Chuan, holding the doll he had found belonging to Lindy, was momentarily at a loss. Soon after, the voice of the game moderator echoed. Player Lindy has attacked another player, violating game rules, and shall be forcibly removed from the game. And no sooner had the words left the moderator's mouth than a rules enforcer appeared before Lindy. Seeing Lindy about to be taken away, Su Chuan panicked. "Wait, don't take him," he exclaimed, grasping the enforcer's arm. "As a victim, I won't pursue this matter. Don't classify him as a rule breaker." The rules enforcer, masked and unwavering, faced Su Chuan, perhaps perplexed by a victim pleading for the assailant. Nevertheless, rules are rules. The enforcer dragged Su Chuan away, leading him directly before Lindy. Lindy, however, complied willingly, helping the enforcer free himself from Su Chuan's grasp, cheerfully accompanying him. Since he could not reach the end of the corridor on his own, he would allow the rules enforcer to guide him there. Under the enforcer's direction, Lindy stepped into the corridor's terminus as desired. Glancing back, he noticed movement within the corridor. It was the false Su Chuan. However, the counterfeit did not acknowledge him. It was not ignorance, but rather an inability to perceive him. Within the shared vision, even if the false Su Chuan appeared to look in their direction, Lindy saw neither himself nor the enforcer. He began to reassess the corridor, realizing it was significantly longer than what appeared in the false Su Chuan's sight. The segment at the corridor's end seemed to have materialized from thin air. As Lindy stood in contemplation, the enforcer tapped his shoulder, signaling him to follow. Lindy turned to see the enforcer facing the wall, effortlessly passing through it. In a wonder players could not approach the corridor's end. The space here was indeed anomalous. Chapter 55. The bizarre space. Lindy hastily matched the enforcer's pace, his body gliding through the wall. Upon emerging on the other side, the space before him transformed entirely. No longer was he in the cramped corridors of the hospital, but rather in a vast, brightly lit expanse. This place was immense, even surpassing the combined area of the entire hospital, structured akin to a triangle, yet exuding an eerie atmosphere. The temperature mirrored that of the morgue, with an inexplicable chill whistling through the air, invoking a sense of oppression. It was desolate, silent, and lifeless, devoid of any sound. Lindy surveyed his surroundings, seeing nothing and hearing nothing. The rules enforcer continued to lead the way, not glancing back at Lindy, seemingly unconcerned about his potential escape. Lindy followed at a leisurely pace. However, as they walked, the enforcer suddenly vanished without warning, leaving Lindy alone in this realm of silence, uncertain of where to proceed. At that moment, the scenery around him transformed abruptly. Everything appeared disto as the light gradually dimmed. He finally beheld the surrounding scene. At that moment, he found himself at the center of an arena, enveloped by a darkened stage surrounded by a dense throng of spectators. Upon closer inspection, Lindy realized that these onlookers were the very empty shells he had observed below. Suddenly, a man emerged from the shadows, tall and slender, clad in a sharply tailored suit. He wore a half-mask that obscured all but his piercing black eyes, yet, judging by his stature, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Sangster. However, at this moment, Sangster seemed transformed, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. In the shared vision, Lindy saw his own reflection, precisely as viewed from Sangster's perspective. Evil soul. Race. Evil spirit. Level. B. Capable of inflicting considerable destruction and effortlessly killing humans. Alignment. Chaotic evil. Description. A fallen soul wandering in darkness, birthed to consume the souls of other beings, suffused with malevolence, darkness, and an air of wickedness. It yearns to devour all, to destroy everything, to slay indiscriminately. Its very existence is predicated upon the act of killing. Sangster approached him languidly, speaking. You are the first human to find your way here. Congratulations, you have unlocked a new module of the game. The game you are to engage in next is the final duel. No sooner had he spoken than Lindy felt a bone-chilling cold creeping up from behind. Turning around, he beheld Su Chuan standing at his back. Upon closer examination, Lindy recognized that this was not Su Chuan, but rather a grotesque corpse that had assumed Su Chuan's likeness. Sangster began to elucidate the rules of the game. Due to player Lindy unlocking the new module, we hereby present him with new game rules. If Lindy can defeat the player before him, he shall achieve ultimate victory in this game. Upon hearing this, Lindy could not help but inquire. What will happen to the other players outside if I win? Su Chuan still held value for him. His ability to reclaim past memories hinged on Su Chuan. He could not afford to relinquish Su Chuan easily. Upon hearing his question, Sangster paused momentarily, seemingly caught off guard by the possibility of Lindy's victory. The crux of the matter was that he was the first player to unlock this game. Even this new module had been hastily designed, with no pre-established rules. After a prolonged silence, Sangster replied to Lindy. Our game is remarkably humane. Players may discuss the gameplay. We will formulate new rules based on the results of player discussions. Lindy grasped the implication. They could craft their own rules for this game. As he spoke, Sangster swiftly established communication with the other players outside. Due to player Lindy unlocking the new module, we invite all of you to discuss new game rules with him. You have 10 minutes to devise a reasonable rule, which we shall consider. Meanwhile, the players still searching for dolls in the hospital paused their actions. What is going on? Zhu Jinyu was utterly bewildered. What game rules? And new gameplay? The petite woman also wore a confused expression. Hearing this, Su Chuan suddenly realized. So that's why he attacked me. It truly is him, this very moment. All they said was audible to one another, akin to commencing a group chat. After a moment of realization, all players in the communication channel fell into silence. It was Lindy who broke the quiet. We have only 10 minutes to discuss the game rules, so I shall be brief. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am the player who has unlocked the final duel. A fair, kind-hearted individual who abhors senseless slaughter, he continued. Next, I must engage in a duel with a grotesque creature. The judge has presented me with two choices. If I emerge victorious from this game, I can choose to allow you all to leave with me, or only I may depart. Upon hearing this, the players hesitated. The brother Yaozi was the first to ask. What are the pros and cons of these two options? His inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. Sangster responded. That is the crux of your discussion. I require a fair and reasonable game rule. Time was limited, and Lindy, no longer courteous, stated directly. The first option is that if I win this game, all of you shall safely depart. However, conversely, you will all forfeit your right to make wishes. Zhu Jinyu inquired. What if you lose? Before Lindy could respond, Sangster interjected. Then you all shall perish. Upon hearing this, Brother Yaozi asked again. Are there any other choices? Handing one's fate over to a stranger was not a decision anyone would take lightly, Lindy replied. Another option is that even if I lose the game, it will not affect you. However, if I win, it will not concern you either. Sangster aptly contributed to the discussion on rules, adding, if Lindy wins, he will possess the right to make a wish. While all of you will fail and be unable to leave here, I find this rule exceedingly fair, reasonable, and quite intriguing. If no one can propose a better rule, let this be the final stipulation. In such a short time, the other players could not conceive rules more advantageous to themselves, yet they struggled to devise something satisfying to Sangster. This might be the most equitable rule for all involved. Thus, the final rule was established. Sangster declared, Now, everyone, make your choices. Su Chuan, aware of Lindy's background, undoubtedly chose to trust him and support him unconditionally. After the previous game, Zhu Jinyu felt he was ill-suited for gaming, and staying here could very well lead to his demise. Furthermore, he had come to believe in Lindy's luck and opted to support him. However, Brother Yaozi and the petite woman were convinced that Lindy had no chance of winning, given he was up against a grotesque creature. Ultimately, the voting result was a tie of 2-2, plunging the situation into a stalemate. "How about this?" Lindy proposed. "You may freely choose to bind yourselves to me. Players who bind with me shall share in my victories and defeats. Those who do not bind with me shall remain unaffected by my fate." Brother Yaozi hesitated before asking, "If you lose the game, then the unbound players will not fail as a result, correct?" Sangster replied on Lindy's behalf, "Indeed, but if he wins, the unbound players shall automatically declare failure." His agreement signified his acceptance of this new rule. Upon hearing this, Brother Yaozi and the petite woman weighed their options briefly before ultimately opting not to bind with Lindy. Meanwhile, Su Chuan and Zhu Jinyu chose to continue binding themselves to Lindy. Once everyone had made their respective choices, Sangster clapped his hands and remarked, "This game is becoming increasingly fascinating. Now, only 5 players remain divided into 2 factions. The outcome of this game will not solely depend on Lindy's battle. Remember, the doll festival continues." Upon hearing his words, everyone gradually came to the realization. Indeed, Lindy's fate did not rest solely in his hands, but also in theirs. The doll festival persisted. As long as they could locate and burn Lindy's doll, his victory would be impossible. Although they did not believe an ordinary person like Lindy could triumph over a grotesque creature, to err on the side of caution, Brother Yaozi and the petite woman contemplated finding and incinerating Lindy's doll. This way, they would not have to worry about him pulling off an upset victory. If they could think of such a strategy, Su Chuan naturally could as well. Fortunately, he had already located Lindy's doll. As long as he protected it diligently, he need not fear them causing harm to Lindy. Thankfully, the game rules prohibited harming other players, ensuring he would not be attacked or robbed at this moment. Sangster's voice resounded once more. Since the game rules have been adjusted, the previous rules of the doll festival naturally no longer apply. Su Chuan was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" Sangster replied, "It means that players from opposing factions can harm one another." This statement laid bare the stakes for both teams. What had initially been Lindy's solitary battle had now transformed into a conflict between 2 factions. After stating the rules, Sangster exited the group chat and remarked to Lindy, "Only humans could conceive such an amusing rule. If only your intellect could be of use to me. Oh, wait, if you can burn yourself and remain unscathed. Perhaps you cannot be classified as human after all. After all, human capabilities are limited. I still find the grotesque creatures to be of greater utility." With that, the arena burst into blinding light, erupting with thunderous applause accompanied by a wave of fervent cheers. However, the sound emanating from this group of pallid, vacant-eyed spectators was unsettlingly eerie. At that moment, the counterfeit Su Chuan standing before Lindy slowly raised his head and bowed slightly. It was unclear from whom he had learned such etiquette, but it was indeed quite commendable before the duel. "Very well, let the duel officially commence." With Sansit's declaration, the battle was set into motion. A ring of iron cages descended at the edge of the arena. Akin to confining ferocious beasts within a prison, the atmosphere plummeted to a chilling point. The counterfeit Su Chuan completely shed his human guise, his expression contorting grotesquely, as a pair of blood-red eyes fixated menacingly on Lindy. Exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, a frenzied, tyrannical, and formidable power swirled around him. Observing the bizarre transformation of the counterfeit body, Lindy jested, "Fortunately, you've changed your appearance. Otherwise, I might just become accustomed to slaying while staring at Su Chuan's face." As he spoke, the eerie body lunged forward towards Lindy. Anticipating the move, Lindy immediately swung his fist to meet the attack, and in an instant, they were locked in combat. Bang! Following a collision, the eerie body displayed no signs of slowing down, charging at Lindy once more. "You wish to kill me? What a jest!" A hoarse voice echoed in Lindy's ears, sounding as if it had been ground down, carrying a painfully dry quality in terms of physical attributes. The eerie body was inferior to Lindy in every aspect. Yet, it seemed impervious to pain, engaging in close combat with Lindy, its every strike landing with palpable force, yet devoid of any sensation. Lindy understood that the longer he delayed here, The greater the risk of something going awry with Su Chuan. He pressed a button on his watch and retrieved the eerie axe. Previously, he had employed this axe against an S-class tentacle monster, and its resilience surpassed his expectations. At that moment, the system interface re-emerged. Eerie axe, quality, rags, attribute, ordinary, description, a dilapidated axe with a blade corroded by rust, more effective for smashing than for chopping. E-ability, awaiting development. Data updating. The eerie axe has been stained with S-class eerie blood and forged in flame spirit fire for an extended period, significantly enhancing its quality. Data update complete. Celestial eerie axe, quality, excellent, attribute, blood fiend, description. This is a malevolent weapon forged from the essence of countless vengeful spirits, killing unseen, slaying gods and vanquishing the strange, possessing supreme power. Ability. Entities struck by the eerie axe will be possessed by the malevolent weapon, losing their souls until they transform into puppets. Mere walking corpses. Note: this object possesses its own will, harboring a fierce desire for slaughter and consumption, sharing life with its master. Sharing life with its master. This implies that the eerie axe is indestructible. The eerie body was already a soulless shell, rendering the axe's capabilities ineffective against it. Nonetheless, Lindy had not drawn the eerie axe for its powers. Rather, it was purely for the purpose of hacking. Grasping the eerie axe, Lindy unleashed a frenzied barrage of indiscriminate strikes upon the eerie body. As the saying goes, a chaotic flurry can defeat a skilled master, and given that this eerie body was akin to a newborn, it was incapable of evading fully. The eerie body endured several blows from Lindy, losing half an arm and sustaining a grievous neck wound, forcing it to tilt its head awkwardly. Yet, even after suffering such fatal injuries, the eerie body stood upright, its eyes devoid of life, not even blinking, simply moving in a mechanical fashion. Observing this, Lindy continued to swing the eerie axe with wild abandon, while simultaneously extending a tendril to pierce through its heart from behind. As the eerie body was impaled, the eerie axe struck again, severing its head. After this double assault, the eerie body finally ceased its movements. Lindy withdrew the eerie axe and his tendril, glancing at Sanseet. He inquired, "Can we conclude this now?" Chapter 58. A bit temperamental, hard to soothe, Sanseet offered no response, his gaze fixated intently on the eerie body behind Lindy. Suddenly, a sinister and terrifying smile crept across his lips. At that moment, Lindy sensed the eerie body behind him emit a muffled sound. Reacting swiftly, he turned and raised the eerie axe to shield himself. However, his movement was a fraction too slowed. A piercing whistle cut through the air, followed by an overwhelming force crashing into him. Biffed! A spray of blood mist erupted, and a gaping hole appeared in Lindy's chest, blood gushing forth in torrents. He felt tea, however, when he refrained from smiling. His aura of indifference only intensified the sense of dread within those around him. Lindy once again directed his gaze towards Sangster, inquiring, "So, have I emerged victorious now?" Sangster's lips, strained to the point of pallor, contrasted with his wide, terrified eyes that shimmered with fear, his body trembling slightly. "Are you one of them?" Upon hearing his cryptic riddle, not only the other players within the hospital, but even Lindy himself wore expressions of bewilderment. "Who are they?" Lindy asked. "It's just..." Sangster hesitated before ultimately refraining from revealing further. If he remained oblivious, he was likely just a peculiar entity wandering in the human realm, not a member of them. Perhaps the awe he felt just moments ago was merely a figment of his imagination. The bizarre corpses birthed from the morgue were of such dubious quality that they could only contend with feeble humans. Against any other strange beings, they would be utterly useless. Ultimately, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 59. Who devours whom? Lindy discovered that the strange corpse he had reduced to a mass of flesh emanated a profoundly foul odor. Looking down, he observed that the pile of fragments was in the process of decaying, quickly transforming into a pool of blood. Sangster cast a cold glance at the now putrid corpse before shifting his gaze to Lindy. As he regarded Lindy, his eyes brimmed with a sinister, peering into the hospital room. Su Chuanzhao beheld an astonishing sight. What had initially been a chamber occupied solely by the gaunt man known as Yaozi and a diminutive woman was now inexplicably filled with several other patients. Yet, it was not merely that patients had appeared out of thin air. Rather, They had seamlessly integrated into the very fabric of the existing gathering. As he focused on the cluster of patients, he discerned that it was indeed Yaozi, who had moments ago been forcefully banging on the door, now collapsed on the floor. In that moment, Yaozi resembled a deflated balloon, his once robust form now emaciated. Appearing almost skeletal, given his state, it was evident that prior to entering the game, he had likely been incapable of independent movement. Now, however, it seemed as though everything had merely reverted to its original state. Could it be that the game had concluded? Su Chuan observed his own hands, which remained intact. Zhu Jinyu also stood beside him, healthy and upright, showing no signs of collapse. What on earth was happening? The patient who had ventured out to summon assistance had indeed brought security personnel along. Seizing the opportunity before the guards could spot him, Su Chuan swiftly retreated to another room. Meanwhile, Zhu Jinyu, who remained bewildered in the ward, was forcibly escorted out of the hospital by the guards for openly disrupting the order. Once the coast was clear, Su Chuan made his presence known. That moment, another figure emerged from the hospital room, the diminutive woman. She recognized him but displayed no animosity. "You have triumphed, but why have we also emerged from the game?" she inquired. Su Chuan, uncertain of the situation, could only silently shake his head. His gaze fell upon the woman's arms, which were marred by a multitude of scars, both fresh and old, undoubtedly inflicted by a blade. Noticing his attention, she candidly remarked, "I have long wished to end my life. I had hoped this game would grant me that release, but alas." Observing their condition, Su Chuan surmised a connection to Lin Di. He refrained from engaging further with the woman and began searching the hospital for Lin Di. At that moment, Lin Di was in the morgue, having just dealt with one aberration, leaving only another to confront. The entire morgue was a manifestation of the singular entity controlled by the sinister spirit. Now that the malevolent spirit was under his command, it was as though he governed the morgue itself. However, the morgue was immobile and of limited utility. Rather than allowing it to be discovered and managed by the Bureau of Anomalies, he preferred to consume it. Soon, thick black mist enveloped the entire morgue. Ding! You are consuming the morgue. Consumption progress 100, merging with your body. Merging complete. Acquired skill. Anomalous Doppelganger. Anomalous Doppelganger. Can create a doppelganger resembling the user, lasting for 24 hours. Note: this doppelganger requires the user's blood to activate. Once activated, the doppelganger can share the user's 5 senses. The doppelganger cannot be killed. It will automatically decay and vanish when the time limit expires. Lin Di tentatively activated the doppelganger and then observed a skeletal figure materializing on the morgue table. Flesh rapidly grew over the bones, ultimately taking the form of Lin Di himself. Just as he was about to activate the doppelganger, he heard footsteps approaching from outside the morgue. Sensing someone's arrival, Lin Di hastily draped a nearby white cloth over the doppelganger. Having completed this, he exited the morgue and nearly collided with the morgue attendant. Startled by the sight of someone emerging from the morgue, the attendant exclaimed, "What, are you human or a ghost?" Lin Di offered a friendly smile and replied, "My apologies, I seem to have taken a wrong turn." With that, he proceeded toward the elevator. The attendant, unfazed, dismissed Lin Di. As there was little of value to steal or observe within the morgue, he paid little mind to the earlier incident, casually scanning the room. However, upon a brief glance, he noticed something amiss. When had an additional corpse appeared in the morgue? When had it been delivered? Why had no one informed him? He grumbled as he approached to investigate, only to find the corpse devoid of any identification tags. Sensing something was wrong, he furrowed his brow and lifted the white cloth covering the body. Upon seeing T, moreover, I have a strong intuition that you will require someone with an insider's knowledge of the Anomaly Management Bureau. Su Chuan endeavored to market himself to Lin Di. After presenting numerous advantageous conditions, Lin Di found it difficult to decline as he spoke. He produced the Void Anomaly Projector and said to Su Chuan, "You should return to the Void Anomaly Realm first. I need to conduct business with the Anomaly Management Bureau." Upon seeing him about to activate the Void Anomaly Projector, Su Chuan hurriedly intervened. "No, please, do not attempt that here. Its suction is incredibly powerful. Once activated, everyone in the corridor will be drawn in. For humans, entering the Void Anomaly Realm is akin to delivering takeout to its anomalies. Even I cannot enter without you." Lin Di had considered this and directly handed Su Chuan the transfer device for the anomaly shop. Once you enter, just use the device to return to the shop. Sichuan refrained from taking the device and sighed deeply, saying, "Do you realize this device is not meant for humans?" Lindy replied with a puzzled expression. Sichuan explained helplessly, "Ordinary individuals who enter the transfer device will be disassembled into particles and vanish entirely." He had witnessed Lindy, along with Loli and AIXIN, using this device to traverse back and forth. While it was understandable for AIXIN being a robot, it raised questions about Lindy and Loli. What sort of formidable physique could withstand the device's disassembly and distortion? Sichuan was increasingly convinced that he could not be human. It was not feasible to allow Sichuan to return to the Void Anomaly realm alone, nor could they risk the Anomaly Management Bureau discovering him. After some contemplation, Lindy took Sichuan to a storage room and utilized a disguise technique to alter his appearance. 10 minutes later, Lindy held a knife to the neck of a rather peculiar-looking man. The odd-looking man whispered to Lindy, "Why the rush? We haven't even coordinated our stories yet. What if they inquire about my identity?" This individual was evidently Sichuan, transformed by Lindy. Drawing from his experience, Lindy advised, "Just say you encountered me, got knocked out, and then remember nothing," Sichuan added. "But they will scan my face." Lindy smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. Before they finish scanning, I will have you out of here." In Chapter 62, Act Normal, Sichuan had no choice but to convincingly play the role of a victim. The bustling hospital suddenly erupted in a gasp. Drawing the attention of all present, they turned to see a somewhat neurotic-looking handsome man brandishing a fruit knife, threatening another man. The crowd hesitated to intervene, fearing his wrath. Lindy maneuvered through the chaos, pulling Sichuan toward the hospital entrance, where several vehicles from the Anomaly Management Bureau were stationed. As Zhu Jianyu was pulled outside by security, he was immediately taken control of by the Anomaly Hunters. The previously infiltrated team of Anomaly Hunters recognized Lindy and promptly disembarked. Participants could be at risk of mental contamination, thus initiating protective protocols. Soon, a group clad in biohazard suits, armed with flamethrowers, gathered at the hospital entrance. Their gazes fixed menacingly on Lindy. Perceiving the gravity of the situation, Sichuan quietly urged Lindy, "Act normal. If they classify us as mentally contaminated, we might both end up incinerated." While Lindy was tough and unbothered by fire, he still possessed a human body. Upon hearing this, Lindy slightly lowered the knife and offered a benign smile to the Anomaly Hunters. "Warning, participant behavior abnormal," Sichuan exclaimed in shock, while Lindy remained unfazed. Observing the flamethrowers aimed at them, Sichuan felt utterly despondent. "I meant for you to act normally, not to intimidate them. At this rate, you might truly get us killed." Lindy appeared innocent. He had merely displayed friendliness. "Everyone, he is just slightly mentally stimulated. Please do not react this way," Sichuan urged. In response, Lindy cooperatively dropped the fruit knife, feigning confusion and helplessness. This should be the real world, right? Seeing that he showed no signs of mental contamination, the Anomaly Hunters gradually lowered their flamethrowers. The car doors opened, revealing Zhu Jianyu, flanked by 2 Anomaly Hunters. Spotting Lindy, he waved eagerly, "Master, I was just looking for you." Upon seeing Zhu Jianyu, Lindy willingly discarded the knife, and the Anomaly Hunters stepped forward to escort him away. To err on the side of caution, they also took the coerced Sichuan with them in the vehicle. Zhu Jianyu gazed at Lindy with admiration in his eyes. Can I speak?" he asked cautiously, glancing at the Anomaly Hunters. When they remained silent, he interpreted it as permission. "Master, will we remain in this state indefinitely?" Zhu Jianyu, a patient recovering from severe burns sustained in a fire, was now in perfect health. He hoped this condition would last, fearing it might all be in vain. Lindy replied, "I'm not entirely certain. However, having won the game, this should be our reward." Hearing this, Zhu Jianyu felt a sense of relief. He then inquired, "Master, how did you manage to win?" Those were anomalous creatures, after all. As soon as he spoke, the previously impassive Anomaly Hunters turned their attention toward Lindy. Zhu Jianyu's gaze was filled with anticipation, admiration, and respect, while the Hunters' expressions held only surprise and skepticism. At that moment, all eyes were on Lindy, who, unaffected, calmly replied, "They weren't particularly formidable. Their combat ability is comparable to that of zombies." Upon hearing this, the Anomaly Hunters gradually withdrew their scrutiny. They had initially assumed that a mere human had faced a formidable anomaly, only to realize it was simply a weak and mindless puppet. Zhu Jinyu exclaimed, "That's still impressive. Without you, I might not have made it out." Originally, the Anomaly Management Bureau intended to retrieve the individuals known as Kidney Brother and Tiny Woman. However, complications arose during their search. Kidney Brother was in critical condition and undergoing emergency treatment, while the Tiny Woman had leaped off the hospital rooftop shortly after speaking with Su Chuan. Neither could be located. According to Zhu Jinyu, another game survivor had also emerged, but despite searching the entire hospital, they had failed to find any trace of them. While reviewing the surveillance footage, they discovered it had been damaged for unknown reasons, leaving only a blank void. Fortunately, 2 game survivors remained, likely to provide valuable information for their investigation. On their return to the Anomaly Management Bureau's base, they received a strange warrant for an experimental anomaly. The warrant indicated that an Ouroboros experimental subject had escaped and was currently unaccounted for, urging anyone with information to report immediately to headquarters. As they scrolled down, the portrait of the S-rank experimental anomaly caused a chill to run through the hunters. They exchanged glances with Lindy, who sat calmly in the vehicle, appearing entirely cooperative. The headquarters had neither instructed them to capture nor eliminate him. They merely required reporting upon sighting. This indicated that the danger posed by this experimental subject was beyond their level of capability. In this tense atmosphere, they felt as though a ticking bomb had been placed in the vehicle. To avoid alarming Lindy, another vehicle's hunters had already notified the headquarters. After what felt like an eternity, the vehicle came to a halt. As the doors swung open, Lindy was met by several anomaly shapeshifters, including Yu Liang, whom he had encountered previously. These shapeshifters were all of A rank, and 2 were even S rank. Lindy glanced around before settling his gaze on the strongest among them. "You must be their leader." The young man responded, "I am the chief coordinator of the shapeshifters, Yuan Yinan." Lindy raised an eyebrow. The involvement of the chief coordinator indicated the Anomaly Management Bureau's serious regard for him. "I am Lindy," he replied politely. Yuan Yinan produced specialized handcuffs and shackles, addressing Lindy with a neutral expression. "Please come with us." Lindy, somewhat reluctant to wear such juvenile contraptions, replied, "Even without these, I was already planning to accompany you in Chapter 63. I truly did not mean to." Yuan Yinan ignored Lindy's protestations and fastened the restraints before leading him toward their vehicle. Lindy complied without resistance, though he found the leg shackles a bit short, causing him to stride slightly wider than usual. With a sudden snap, the shackles broke. Lindy exclaimed in surprise, causing the shapeshifters to instinctively retreat to a safer distance. Lindy busily raised his hand to explain, but in a moment of urgency, he inadvertently broke the handcuffs as well. The group of anomalous beings immediately entered a state of combat readiness. "Lindy, I truly did not mean to." Yuan Yanan. Yuan Yanan stepped forward to unfasten the unnecessary restraints on Lindy's hands and feet, signaling him to get into the vehicle. It was only when Lindy was taken aboard that they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Among them, only Yu Liang remained relatively relaxed throughout. Having witnessed Lindy remain unfazed in front of the void anomaly projector that rendered dozens of anomalous beings defenseless, he understood the gravity of the situation. Due to the damage to the surveillance equipment, only those present had seen Lindy leave the Anomaly Management Bureau's base. As one of the informed parties, Yu Liang had discussed this matter with them. However, upon hearing it, their expressions varied, with the only consensus being their disbelief. Some speculated that Lindy might possess the ability to induce hallucinations, suggesting he had merely fallen victim to an illusion. Others believed that Lindy had employed some form of instantaneous teleportation, leading to a visual misperception. Had it not been for the similar claims made by Xiao Junwu and Experiment Subject 96, he would have doubted his own observations. Subsequently, both he and Xiao Junwu underwent purification within the cleansing anomaly device, confirming they had not been mentally contaminated before being released. Unfortunately, Experiment Subject 96 was not as fortunate. Due to her unique abilities, the anomalous being Su Chuan went mad, deemed uncontrollably dangerous and sentenced to permanent confinement, with no release unless under special circumstances. They were also taking Su Chuan and Zhu Jinyu, who had interacted with Lindy, onto the vehicle. When the disguised Su Chuan saw Yu Liang, he nearly blurted out Team Yu. Thanks to Lindy's artistic skills, no one paid particular attention to the oddly shaped Su Chuan. Thus, Lindy smoothly boarded the vehicle, being transported to the headquarters of the Anomaly Management Bureau. The location of the incident was quite a distance from the headquarters, and feeling bored, Lindy engaged in conversation with the anomalous beings guarding him in the vehicle. Adopting the identity of the Ouroboros experiment subject, he curiously inquired, "How did you acquire your anomalous abilities? Was it also due to human experimentation?" The other anomalous beings were hesitant to respond. They were leaders of various anomaly teams, hastily assembled by upper management to form a special task force tasked with retrieving a unique, anomalous experiment subject. The upper management had not provided detailed information about this experiment subject, clearly concealing certain truths from them. Although not explicitly informed, their experience led them to understand that this matter was far from straightforward. No one dared to speak to Lindy, except for Yu Liang, who had previously interacted with him. "Our situation differs from yours. We acquired our anomalous abilities due to bodily contamination by anomalies, which resulted in our mutations." Lindy could roughly infer the origins of the anomalous beings. Noticing their scarcity, it was evident that the success rate of transformation was lamentably low. If the transformation success rate were higher, they would not have resorted to utilizing the Ouroboros organization's experiment subjects. "I heard that the monitoring watches you wear can be lethal. Did you volunteer to wear them?" Lindy pointed at the monitoring watches on their wrists and inquired further, "How did you know?" A nearby anomalous being blurted out. Realizing his slip, he quickly shut his mouth. Lindy smiled. "Last time, I took one of your companions from the Anomaly Management Bureau." Why Yu Liang nodded in affirmation. Su Chuan went mad due to experiment subject 96. Had he not arrived in time, the base could have suffered far worse losses. As he spoke, he casually asked, "How is Su Chuan faring now?" Lindy shook his head regretfully, lamenting, "Unfortunately, he has succumbed to an irretrievable state of madness. I had no choice but to eliminate him." Wai Yu Liang said nothing but remained silent for a long while before responding to his question. "Our duty is to protect humanity and eliminate anomalies. Naturally, we do not wish for our existence to pose a threat to humanity. With the restraint of these monitoring watches, we need not worry about the risk of losing control." Upon hearing his words, Lindy gave them a thumbs up in admiration of their greatness and selflessness. Suddenly, Lindy recalled something and asked Yu Liang, "Last time I took this watch from you, I later discovered that something seemed amiss inside it. Did you secretly swap my heart?" Upon returning from the Anomaly Management Bureau to the Void Anomaly Projector, Lindy noticed that the heart did not completely match his body. It resembled his original heart in some aspects. Like a replica, but a replica was still a mere imitation, distinct from his original heart. Wai Yu Liang paused before saying, "That question is somewhat sensitive. I cannot answer it." Previously, at the Anomaly Management Bureau, he had vehemently opposed Dr. Ren and Old Chen giving Lindy the heart. He believed Lindy was exceedingly dangerous and felt that Lindy's intentions in reclaiming his heart were not pure. Thus, when he went to retrieve the Void Anomaly Projector, he had stealthily swapped out the cloned heart from the laboratory. Ultimately, it was proven that his actions in heart substitution were without issue. Old Chen and Dr. Ren also spared him from facing consequences for trespassing in the laboratory, as he had preserved valuable research resources. Lindy then asked, "Is my heart still in that doctor's laboratory?" This time, no one responded. Could it be that it had been sliced into pieces? Yu Liang replied, "We are not part of the same department as the laboratory. We are unaware of matters there." Lindy thought to himself, "So, my heart is still in your laboratory. During this visit to the Anomaly Management Bureau, he must retrieve his heart. It is unwise to leave one's heart in someone else's possession. What if those whimsical researchers insert something bizarre into it?" After a considerable drive, they were nearing the headquarters of the Anomaly Management Bureau, and the driver informed those seated in the enclosed compartment. The vehicle gradually came to a halt, and the doors swung open. The anomalous beings all rose and exited, standing on either side of the vehicle, fixated on Lindy. Seeing Yuan Yanin approach, Lindy remained exceedingly cooperative. He extended his hands with a smile, asking, "Will I need to be handcuffed?" "I will strive not to break them so quickly this time." Chapter 64. Dr. Ryan Yuan Yanin did not restrain Lindy's hands and feet, but instead allowed him to exit the vehicle. They had already notified the other personnel at the base to take cover and had surrounded Lindy, escorting him to the confinement location. This time, the confinement area was not the glass cell where experiment subjects were previously held. Instead, it was constructed entirely from metal developed in the laboratory, far more robust than those glass cells. This metallic cell was designed to imprison highly destructive and dangerous anomalous entities, particularly those deemed permanently confined, such as the experiment subject 96, which could cause mental contamination, and Lindy himself. Upon entering, Lindy surveyed the surroundings and found the configuration of the metallic cell to be superior and more comprehensive than that of the glass cell. In addition to a bed, table, chairs, and bathroom facilities, there was also a large television. After wandering around the room for a while, the television suddenly turned on, displaying an image. Dr. Wren's face appeared on the screen. Watching Lindy intently, "Hello, it's good to see you again," Dr. Wren said. Lindy looked at the television and greeted him in return. "Hello, Doctor. Ever since my last visit, I've developed a fondness for the technology you possess here. I believe the genius capable of creating such advanced technology must be here as well. If possible, I would truly like to meet this talent." In response, Dr. Wren shook his head. "Regrettably, you cannot meet him." Lindy furrowed his brow and asked, "Cannot meet? Has he passed away?" Dr. Wren replied, "Dr. Ryan is still alive. He simply cannot meet with you at the moment." Lindy's frown relaxed, as long as the individual was not deceased. That was sufficient. Such a genius should be well protected. Dr. Wren engaged in a calm conversation with Lindy while beside him, Old Chin and several researchers meticulously observed and recorded Lindy's every move. Lindy continued to probe Dr. Wren. "Why? Is he no longer here?" Dr. Wren responded, "No, Dr. Ryan is still here. He has been confined due to a mistake he made." Lindy sighed in disappointment, expressing, "What a pity. I have some mechanical parts-related questions I wish to consult him about." After saying this, he feigned indifference, showing little interest in Dr. Wren. Noticing Lindy's lack of enthusiasm, Dr. Wren relayed his request to the higher-ups. After some discussion, the upper management decided to grant him an opportunity to meet Dr. Ryan. However, their meeting could only occur via video. Lindy had no objections to this arrangement. As long as he could glean where Dr. Ryan was confined, he would have a direction for searching upon his eventual release. Meanwhile, upon hearing that an S-class anomalous experiment subject wished to inquire about some mechanical parts-related issues, Dr. Ryan eagerly accepted the request for a meeting. His interest lay not in the S-class anomalous experiment subject per se, but purely in the mechanical components that such subjects typically possessed. Before long, a stranger's youthful face appeared on Lindy's television screen. He appeared to be in his late 20s, with sharp facial features and deep, piercing eyes, wearing golden-framed glasses, exuding an air of meticulousness and authority. "I am Ryan. You are the S-class anomalous experiment subject?" Lindy's eyes gleamed with a hint of brightness as she offered a friendly smile. "Hello? Dr. Ryan. My name is Lindy." Dr. Ryan, without any preamble, immediately stated, "I hear you have inquiries regarding a mechanical component. What specific part are you referring to?" Lindy replied. "It concerns the robot you created. One of its gears has malfunctioned, and it now requires an original gear for replacement." The others present were momentarily taken aback by her words. However, Dr. Ryan instantly thought of the metallic robot. He exclaimed in surprise, "How did you know?" Lindy explained, "It sent me to find you, claiming that only if you regarded it as a friend would you surely help it." And no sooner had she finished speaking than their video call was abruptly severed. A stern-faced Yuan Yanin appeared on the screen. "What robot were you just discussing?" Lindy saw no reason to conceal the truth and responded, "It is the metallic robot that you forced into the void anomaly." She continued, "It no longer poses any threat to you. I am merely extending a helping hand, which you surely wouldn't mind." Yuan Yanin inquired further, "Did you come here specifically to find Dr. Ryan?" Lindy nodded, then hesitated before adding, "However, that is not entirely accurate. My heart is still with the doctor. You cannot just seize another's heart like that. It is an act of robbery." Yuan Yanin had heard about the heart from Yu Liang. While Lindy's argument was quite reasonable, had it been anything other than a heart, they would have returned it long ago. Meanwhile, disguised as a laboratory staff member, Su Chuan was undergoing interrogation in a separate room. An anomaly interrogator was questioning him. "Name?" Su Chuan shook his head slowly, feigning confusion. "Age?" Again, he shook his head. "Gender?" Just as Su Chuan was about to shake his head once more, he caught himself, quickly turning his head to utter a single word, "Male." The interrogator stood up and addressed those outside. Another one with erased memories. "Initiate facial recognition." The footsteps outside quickly faded away. Su Chuan, striving to appear bewildered, asked, "What on earth is happening?" "I can't remember anything." The interrogator cast him a dispassionate glance and replied, "You were attacked by an anomaly. Confusion in your mind is entirely normal. There is no need for concern." Su Chuan nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow, and hesitantly asked, Could I have a glass of water?" I haven't had a sip this entire time. Observing this, the interrogator replied, "Wait a moment." With that, he walked outside, as the footsteps in the corridor grew distant. Su Chuan seized the opportunity to rise and used a wire hidden in his sock to pick the lock and escape. Picking the lock of the interrogation room was a fundamental skill for every anomaly handler. After all, their instructor had a penchant for confining them in the interrogation room as punishment. Su Chuan was thoroughly familiar with the Anomaly Management Bureau's base. Aside from areas restricted due to insufficient clearance, there was no place he did not know. He stealthily infiltrated the laboratory staff's office area, donning a staff uniform to avoid attracting attention. Lindy was seeking Dr. Ryan, while he needed to locate Experiment Subject 96. If all went as anticipated, Experiment Subject 96 would be confined in an indefinitely locked metallic cell. The memories forcefully implanted in his mind could only be clarified by Experiment Subject 96. This was the token of allegiance he intended to present to Lindy. At least, that was his belief. Chapter 65. Follow me. Regarding the metallic robot you mentioned, could you elaborate? A somewhat disheveled middle-aged man appeared on the screen. Conversing with Lindy. Who are you? Lindy inquired. My name is Qianning, like Dr. Ryan. I am also an inventor. Lindy responded with an "oh," then probed. What remarkable inventions have you created? Such as the void anomaly projector, teleporter, monitoring watch, space storage device. With each mention, Qianning's expression soured progressively, ultimately settling into a frown. Observing his displeasure, Lindy quickly deduced. It seems these were all inventions of Dr. Ryan. Qianning retorted. My research projects differ from Dr. Ryan's. That does not imply my capabilities are inferior to his. Intrigued by his response, Lindy asked. So, what have you invented? Qianning slightly curled his lips, raising his nose in arrogance toward Lindy, and declared. I have developed exceptionally sturdy glass and metal that can protect the base from being destroyed by anomalies and prevent them from escaping uncontrollably. Upon hearing this, Lindy's interest waned. The exceptionally sturdy metal you speak of refers to this room, correct? Qianning nodded. As he spoke, Lindy approached the door and tentatively knocked twice. His light tap nearly caused Qianning's heart to leap from his throat. Lindy was merely testing the strength of the door and exerted no significant force. However, he could sense that this metallic cell was far sturdier than the previous glass one. Yet, to him, it felt as fragile as tofu or a biscuit, easily crushable with one hand. Qianning maintained a composed demeanor, slightly lifting his chin as he asked, So, what do you think? Is it remarkably sturdy? Before he could finish, a resounding crash echoed as the entire metal door was kicked open from the inside, crashing heavily against the wall. Before Qianning could react, Yuan Yanin forcefully shoved him aside. Seeing the direction Lindy had fled, Yuan Yanin urgently commanded, Immediately relocate Dr. Ryan. Do not let anyone approach him. Unbeknownst to them, Lindy had been waiting for this very moment. Based on the background of Dr. Ryan's location, Lindy had surmised the area where he was confined. The room housing Dr. Ryan was less of a sleeping chamber and more of a laboratory, specifically, a very large laboratory. They had imprisoned Dr. Ryan in a space designed for research, ensuring he had no contact with anything beyond his inventions. Rather than constructing a completely new space, it was more convenient to enclose an existing laboratory. After all, Dr. Ryan was merely an ordinary man with a brilliant mind and simple limbs, not requiring any special materials for his confinement. With so many laboratories, and so vast, searching each one would be burdensome. If they were to transfer Dr. Ryan, it would save him the trouble of searching. As Lindy exited the metallic cell area, he unexpectedly collided with Su Chuan. At that moment, Su Chuan was dressed in the uniform of a laboratory worker and wore a mask. Had Lindy not personally shaped his face, he likely would not have recognized him. Upon spotting Lindy, Su Chuan immediately gestured for him to be cautious of the overhead surveillance. Understanding the signal, Lindy summoned a consuming black mist to obscure the cameras. Seizing the moment, Su Chuan hurriedly stated, If you wish to regain your memories, Experiment Subject 96 is a crucial lead. She must be confined here. Lindy nodded in comprehension, then seized Su Chuan and casually tossed him into the metallic cell he had previously damaged. 3 seconds later, the anomaly handlers arrived one after another, blocking Lindy's path. You are not an experiment subject. You came from the void anomaly? Yuan Yanin coldly inquired. Have you discovered a method to traverse the anomaly gate? The anomaly gate served as humanity's final line of defense. Should it become ineffective, The human world would face true apocalypse. I have stated before, I am human. Traversing the anomaly gate is entirely normal for me. Although he asserted this, how could they possibly trust the words of a being whose very face seemed to scream anomaly? At that moment, the Anomaly Management Bureau had dispatched a team to search for the anomaly gate's refresh points. From the anomaly energy emanating from them, it was evident that, as humans, these handlers possessed considerable combat prowess, comparable to the creatures he had raised. However, Lindy was concerned about the technology they wielded. If they unleashed the Void Anomaly Projector during combat, trapping him without escape would pose a serious problem. Additionally, they had teleporters. If someone were to throw a teleporter at him, sending him elsewhere, it would further delay his plans. Presently, the most efficient and error-free solution was. Lindy glanced back at the metallic cell area. Each of these sealed rooms resembled Pandora's box, equally tempting yet fraught with danger. Lindy refrained from advancing, instead swiftly retreating. Observing his actions, Yuan Yanin immediately reacted, exclaiming, "He intends to break the metallic cage. Quickly, stop him. Activate the special defense system." No sooner had he spoken than two loud crashes echoed as two metallic cells were shattered. There were a total of 10 metallic cells. But not everyone contained an anomaly. After all, only a select few warranted permanent confinement. Lindy's destruction was executed with remarkable speed, leaving Yuan Yanin and the others preoccupied with the released anomalies. Rendering them unable to halt him. It was only when Lindy demolished the final metallic cell that he laid eyes on Experiment Subject 96. Lindy had previously met Experiment Subject 96, though at that time she had been blindfolded. Now, she wore the blindfold of her own volition. Experiment Subject 96 rose from her bed. Still somewhat groggy, she complained, "It's so noisy. Will you let anyone sleep?" Upon removing her blindfold and seeing Lindy, her eyes instantly sparkled as if filled with hearts. Handsome man, you called for me. Is there something you need?" Lindy said to her. "Put on your clothes and come with me. Is this what it means to be a hero saving a damsel in distress? Is the plot of an idle drama spilling into reality?" Subject 96 clutched her wildly beating heart, hastily grabbed a nearby coat to drape over herself, and without a moment's hesitation, quickly walked to Lindy's side. She did not wish to remain confined here for eternity. One must breathe the fresh air of the outside world. Moreover, when a man with such a strikingly handsome face tells her to come along, she simply cannot refuse. As Subject 96 stepped out of her cage, the chaotic scene outside made her retreat immediately. Suddenly, the outside air did not feel so fresh anymore. After all, handsomeness cannot be eaten nor wielded as a weapon. She was not entirely incapable of refusal. Chapter 66. I seem to know you, handsome man. Why don't you come in and hide for a bit? Subject 96 returned to her bed and said to Lindy. She had been confined here for some time and knew that the metal cage housed extremely dangerous anomalies or experimental subjects. The last time Su Chuan went berserk, she had been blindfolded and thus had not seen Lindy. She was unaware of his capabilities. She noticed the monitoring watch on Lindy's wrist and mistook him for one of those metamorphs. Seeing her reluctance to cooperate, Lindy drew out his strange axe and repeated, "Come out? Follow me." Upon hearing Lindy's chilling voice, Subject 90SX's heart skipped a beat. A sense of panic welled up inside her, and she dared not speak further, obediently standing up and slowly walking out of the metal cage. Su Chuan had been previously tossed into a metal cage, and upon seeing the researcher's uniform he wore, the metamorphs ignored him. They were too busy dealing with other bizarre creatures and experimental subjects. 13 metamorphs had arrived, each pair confronting one anomaly. Not all permanently confined anomalies would rise in rebellion. Some were merely curious to see the commotion, yet caution was still warranted. Yuan Yanin stood at the exit, preventing any anomaly from escaping. Wai Yuliang approached the metal cage where Su Chuan was held, intending to escort him out. However, due to Lindy's reckless shove, the disguise technique failed, and Su Chuan reverted to his original appearance. Had he not been wearing the researcher's mask, he would have likely been recognized immediately. Nonetheless, Su Chuan was part of the same metamorph squad as Yu Liang, who was their captain and thus more familiar with him. Even with the mask on, Yu Liang recognized Su Chuan at first glance. The moment their eyes met, Su Chuan realized he had been exposed. "Captain Yu Chuan began. Yu Liang suddenly interrupted him, whispering urgently, "Don't speak. Just leave and don't come back." Su Chuan nodded slightly, understanding Yu Liang's intent. If he were captured by the Bureau of Anomalies, what awaited him would be endless interrogation and imprisonment. Su Chuan knew that Yu Liang, despite appearing cold and stern, genuinely cared for his comrades, as former battle companions. Yu Liang did not wish for him to spend the rest of his days in a cage. Yu Liang discreetly led Su Chuan to the corridor, allowing him to leave on his own. Meanwhile, Lindy guided Subject 96 towards the main entrance. Subject 96 possessed the ability to cause mental contamination. Yu Liang warned another metamorph stationed at the door and covered his eyes. The other metamorph complied, yet Yuan Yinan did not follow suit. S-class metamorphs were immune to the vast majority of mental contaminations, and even when encountering extremely potent mental pollution, they would not fall into a completely uncontrollable state. Following Lindy, Subject 96 raised her head and her eyes sparkled. My goodness. So many handsome M.E. and I. In the middle stood a cold, handsome man, to the left was a sunny type, and to the right was a strikingly beautiful man. Each one was a feast for the eyes. If only she could see this group of handsome men every day, being confined here would not feel so sorrowful. Yuan Yinan unabashedly gazed at Lindy and Subject 96, stating, "You cannot leave here." Lindy then pulled Subject 96 forward, saying, "If you wish to regain your freedom, you must put in some effort." Subject 96 glanced at Lindy, then at Yuan Yinan and the others. Lindy showed no change in emotion upon seeing her, indicating that her anomalous abilities were ineffective against him. Furthermore, he was clearly not aligned with the metamorphs, suggesting that this prison riot was instigated by him. The ability to dismantle a metal cage confirmed this was someone she could not afford to offend. Subject 96 turned to Yuan Yinan, who did not shy away from her gaze. "Mental pollution is ineffective against me. Do not waste your efforts," Yuan Yinan coldly remarked. Upon hearing this, Subject 96 let out a resigned sigh and said, "I have repeated countless times that this is not mental pollution but related to memory. Sometimes, those forcibly implanted memories can overload the brain and lead to mental chaos." Before she could finish, Yuan Yinan's expression shifted, filled with shock and confusion, as if he had known Lindy for a long time. His fingers gripped the door frame tightly, as if suppressing something within. "What is this? What have you crammed into my head?" Yuan Yinan clasped his hands over his head, his eyes filled with anguish, his body trembling slightly. "What's wrong with you?" Yu Liang, noticing Yuan Yinan's condition, immediately asked with concern. Yuan Yinan's fists were clenched tightly, his gaze fixated ahead, his breathing growing rapid. "I feel." Yuan Yinan gritted his teeth. "I feel a voice in my head, and some images." His brows furrowed as if he were trying to recall something. But soon, that pain and suppression made his body tremble again. Realizing he was affected, Subject 96 turned to Lindy and said, "He should pose no threat to you now." Lindy revealed a friendly smile. "Indeed, you still hold some value." With that, he led Subject 96 toward the main entrance. At that moment, Yuan Yinan suddenly stepped forward, his eyes reddened and fixated on Lindy as he struggled to ask, "Do you know me?" Lindy met Yuan Yinan's gaze with indifference, having no recollection of him. Nevertheless, upon seeing Yuan Yinan, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as though they had known each other before. Lindy shook his head. "I truly do not remember anything. I am not lying about that. However, I feel we should have known each other." After speaking, Lindy knocked out the disoriented Yuan Yinan, leaving him lying aside. As for the two A-class metamorphs with their eyes covered, they were no match for him either. With a sweep of his anomalous tendrils, they were sent flying. Due to the high-level metamorphs being restrained by the peculiar anomalies within the metal cages, Lindy encountered little resistance on his way. For him, B-class metamorphs were no more than mere obstacles, barely resembling a small puddle. Under Su Chuan's guidance, who was well versed in the Bureau of Anomalies layout, Lindy quickly located the laboratory where his heart was kept. His heart was submerged in a solution, still beating vigorously. Chapter 67. Stalling for time alongside his heart lay over a dozen identical cloned hearts. Even without sensory perception, anyone could easily identify Lindy's heart. As it was the only one still pulsating, that moment, the laboratory was devoid of personnel. All researchers had retreated to the shelter, well protected. Lindy retrieved the glass jar containing his heart, letting out a sigh of relief. At last. "I have retrieved my heart. Shouldn't we hurry? They'll send someone after us soon," Subject 96 urged anxiously. Using her anomalous abilities against the metamorphs earlier, she had already made her stance clear. If she were caught again, the Bureau of Anomalies would likely not allow her to live as comfortably as before. This time, she truly wished to avoid returning. Lindy turned to Suchuan. They planned to transfer Dr. Ryan elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Suchuan immediately replied, "There's no need to look for Dr. Ryan. I know where to find the parts for the metal robot." As he spoke, he prepared to lead Lindy there. However, Lindy grasped his arm, insisting, "Take me to find Dr. Ryan." Suchuan was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing. "You don't mean to abduct Dr. Ryan, do you?" Lindy countered. "What's wrong with that?" Suchuan wore an expression of knowing. Explaining, "Dr. Ryan is different from me. He is a pure human without any anomalous abilities," Lindy replied. "Rather than letting him be stifled and his talents wasted here, it's better to bring him with me." With Lindy having made his decision, Suchuan ceased further persuasion. "I know where they will transfer him. Follow me." With that, Suchuan led Lindy and Subject 96 out. As they passed through the area where the experimental subjects were confined, several of them blocked their path. How did they get out? Subject 96 wondered. In the past, she found it quite arduous to step outside for a breath of fresh air, yet how was it that merely a few days had passed, and the experimental subjects were now wandering freely? Lindy observed that only a handful of the peculiar experimental subjects had been released, while the majority remained confined within their glass chambers. Among those released, only a select few bore an appearance indistinguishable from that of ordinary individuals. Was it merely a matter of capturing this one individual? One of the experimental subjects loudly inquired, directing their question towards the surveillance camera. In the next moment, an announcement echoed through the corridor. "If you manage to capture him, you can instantly become a transmuter." The experimental subject further questioned, "Does it matter whether he is dead or alive?" "Alive or dead matters not," came the reply. They did not believe the experimental subjects could pose a threat to Lindy. With such conditions laid out, the subjects who had been confined for months surged forward to attack Lindy. As if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, the upper echelon was not merely acting out of desperation. These subjects were originally candidates for transmutation. They had undergone months of training and testing, with only a few or a dozen evaluations standing between them and their transformation. Among them, 2 were classified as Grade A subjects. Suchuan stated, "I'll handle the B and C grades. You deal with the 2A grades." However, despite being of the same level, the experimental subjects could not compare to Suchuan, who had been a transmuter for 2 years. Lindy, dismissing the suggestion, pushed Suchuan aside and scoffed. "There's no need for such complexity." His gaze shifted towards the glass chambers on either side, filled with various ferocious and utterly irrational experimental subjects. If they were all released, would they have the energy to deal with us? Without waiting for Suchuan's response, Lindy shattered a nearby glass door, followed by the second, third, and fourth. As glass shards littered the corridor, the peculiar experimental subjects rushed out. His actions were utterly unpredictable, prompting the command center to make a swift decision. All the rational experimental subjects banded together to subdue the uncontrollable ones, thereby earning their exceptional qualification to become transmuters. Upon hearing this, many rational subjects made their choices and began to engage in battle with their unruly counterparts. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lindy and his companions slipped away from the area, continuing their advance. Having learned from the earlier incident, the control room promptly released hypnotic gas into the other experimental chambers. All subjects promptly fell into a deep slumber. Their path was now free of obstacles. Upon reaching a sealed iron door, Suchuan remarked, "This leads directly outside. If we wish to relocate swiftly, this is the optimal choice." As soon as he finished speaking, a noise emanated from within, as if something was being activated. Upon hearing this sound, Suchuan's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. They are about to set off." Lindy immediately prepared to kick the door open. Meanwhile, on the other side of the iron door, Dr. Ryan was reluctant to board the helicopter, insisting on retrieving his experimental subjects. "Dr. Ryan, you are in grave danger." One of the transmuters stated solemnly. Dr. Ryan stubbornly retorted, "I don't care. Those are invaluable experimental subjects that must not be lost or damaged. You must take me back." Seeing his refusal to leave, the transmuter urged, "Someone will ensure their safety. There's no need to worry." Upon hearing this, Dr. Ryan became furious. "Last time the lab was attacked, you brought back useless tools but left behind critical components. How can I trust your wooden-headed incompetence?" The transmuter assured him, "Rest assured. This time we will take everything with us." Having reached this point, Dr. Ryan could no longer find a reasonable excuse to stall. Indeed, Dr. Ryan was stalling. Ever since he learned of the metallic robot, he had yearned to meet Lindy and was unwilling to leave. Had he not been delaying, with the efficiency of the Anomaly Management Bureau, he would likely have already boarded the helicopter and departed. Noticing Dr. Ryan's uncooperative stance, the transmuter recognized the issue. Dr. Ryan, stop stalling. They cannot enter through this door. This was an emergency exit, fortified with toxin explosives to prevent anomalous attacks. If the iron door were to be forcibly breached, the explosives would detonate, ensuring no one could survive inside. Just then, a sound of the door unlocking echoed, and at the entrance, Su Chuan was still explaining to Lindy. This door must be opened with a password. It cannot be kicked open, or the toxin explosives will kill us. Suddenly, he remembered something and added, though you might survive, the two of us will not. Chapter 68. The Mechanical Madman. Upon seeing Lindy and his companions at the door, the transmuter's expression changed dramatically. Dr. Ryan, hurry. I'll hold them off. However, upon seeing Lindy, Dr. Ryan immediately rushed toward him. Dr. Ryan. The transmuter quickly moved to intercept him. Yet, Dr. Ryan shoved him aside with all his might, but his opponent was too large to be easily moved. Recognizing Dr. Ryan's unusually heightened excitement, the transmuter quickly deduced that he had been influenced by Subject 96. Dr. Ryan, forgive me. His judgment was swift, and he struck at Dr. Ryan's neck. With a clang, Dr. Ryan remained completely unscathed. The transmuter stared in astonishment at his own hand. The impact had not felt like flesh but rather like colliding with metal. Moreover, this metal was not ordinary. It was likely more resilient than that of the metal cage. Dr. Ryan rubbed his neck, glanced at the transmuter, and remarked, "Aren't you afraid of breaking your hand?" The transmuter attempted to employ other means to seize him. But before he could act, Lindy bound him with his tendrils and hurled him away. "Can you take me to Lyle?" Dr. Ryan eagerly asked Lindy. "Lyle?" Lindy responded. "Yes, the metallic robot IT." Turned out the metallic robot had a name. Lyle and Ryan. Perhaps he truly considered the metallic robot as his brother. Lindy grew increasingly intrigued by Dr. Ryan. Not only did he regard the robot he created as a sibling, but he had also transformed his own body into metal. "What a mechanical madman," Lindy smiled. "Of course, I can take you to see him. I can also provide you with a laboratory and the necessary materials, as long as you can help me invent some convenient devices." Dr. Ryan pondered deeply for a moment before asking, "Will you impose restrictions on my inventions? For instance, limiting my use of anomalous energy or prohibiting the creation of a second robot like Lyle?" Upon hearing this, Lindy's smile deepened. "That would be splendid, Dr. Ryan. Feel free to unleash your creativity. We have no such concerns or complications." The two struck a chord, and Dr. Ryan eagerly followed Lindy, carrying his bundle, before more transmuters could arrive. Lindy activated the Void Anomaly projector, and the four of them returned to the Void Anomaly. Is this the Void Anomaly? Subject 96 expressed curiosity. Dr. Ryan showed little interest in anything but Lyle and his laboratory. "Where is Lyle? Take me to see him now," Lindy replied. "Don't rush. After settling you, I'll notify him." All three of them were human, making them quite the delicacy in the Void Anomaly, mere morsels on the move. Lindy led them back to the Anomaly shop through a side entrance. "Boss, you're back?" Lori emerged from the kitchen, carrying a pot of food. Upon noticing the sudden influx of individuals in the shop, she paused momentarily. "Are these guests or ingredients?" At this, Subject 96 hesitated, trembling as he began to retreat towards the door. Lindy sighed. "How many times must I say it? Humans are not ingredients. Those in your pot are the actual ingredients. However, beyond the Anomaly shop, who can say?" Hearing this, Subject 96 stopped in his tracks and slowly returned. "They will be working at the Anomaly shop from now on. Lori, please take them around to familiarize themselves with the place while I check on the branch store." Lindy instructed before teleporting to the branch store. "Lori, always obedient. Welcome the new human colleagues as instructed. I'm Lori. We'll be working together at the Anomaly shop from now on. Let us all get along well. Just as I made too much food, you all can join in as well." The three, having been through a whirlwind with Lindy, were already famished, so they sat down without hesitation. "I didn't realize how hungry I was." "You quite considerate, little Lori," Su Chuan praised. Then he recalled the dark cuisine Lindy had previously fed him and couldn't help but complain. "The boss's dark cuisine is truly inedible." As he spoke, he took a bite of Lori's curry rice. Hearing this, Lori looked up in curiosity, astonished. When did the boss start cooking? Su Chuan looked up, and in the next moment, everything went pitch black. Why can't I see anything? Both Dr. Ryan, who had indulged in Loli's curry rice, and experiment number 96 subsequently exhibited certain peculiar symptoms. Dr. Ryan found his body rigid, with only his eyes and tongue able to move. Inquiring, what is happening? Why does it feel as though my body has rusted? Experiment number 96 displayed the mildest symptoms. After merely taking a single bite, he collapsed into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Lindy arrived at the branch of the Eerie shop, where Aishin was managing the store. Upon noticing his arrival, Aishin immediately presented the ledger for him to peruse. The business of the frenzied potion was thriving, having amassed over 100,000 blood evil coins in just a few days on the 8th floor. Coupled with his existing funds, it was sufficient for him to either open another branch on a higher level or acquire a residence on the 8th floor. Have there been no commissions? Lindy inquired. Aishin replied, there are some, but they insisted on discussing matters directly with you, the owner. Lindy felt this arrangement was untenable. He was exceedingly busy and needed to frequently visit the human realm. If all the clients required face-to-face meetings, many commission opportunities would be lost. If only there were communication tools in the Eerie world as convenient as those in the human realm. Speaking of which, he now had Dr. Ryan, a genius inventor, at his disposal. Whatever he desired, he could simply express to him. This was precisely the reason he had brought him along. The urgent task at hand was to procure a laboratory for Dr. Ryan. Lindy approached the housing authority on the 8th floor and found what, clearly stating his intentions. Upon hearing that he sought to purchase another spacious property, what could not help but ask, is such a large shop sufficient for your needs? Ever since Lindy had arrived on the 8th floor, What had conducted an investigation into his background and origins, thus understanding the operational status of his Eerie shop, if it were merely for selling potions and handling commissions. One shop would indeed suffice. Lindy replied, I also require a residence. The Eerie shop is too small for my staff to stay in. What queried, staff? Don't you only have those two? Lindy smiled slightly. I have brought along a few more employees. You may find them quite interesting. The mention of arranging accommodations for his human staff, what was instantly invigorated. Typically, one rarely encountered a human, and now 3 had arrived at once. This was truly delightful. It has been a long time since I last saw living humans, Lindy remarked. Am I not considered human? Chapter 69. A treasure discovered with what's robust assistance. The site for the laboratory was swiftly secured. The next step was merely to acquire the tools required by Dr. Ryan. Lindy returned to the 9th floor Eerie shop. Upon his return, he beheld the motionless figure of Dr. Ryan, the blind Su Chuan, and the slumbering experiment number 96. Upon spotting the half-eaten curry on the table, everything clicked into place for Lindy. To avoid losing precious time for profit, Lindy retrieved recovery potions and administered one to each of them. Fortunately, they had not consumed much. Shortly thereafter, all 3 regained their normal states. Lindy handed Dr. Ryan a notebook, stating, Please jot down the necessary equipment and methods for the laboratory. I will procure them for you. Dr. Ryan harbored no doubts regarding Lindy's capabilities, promptly listing all the rare and precious tools. Lindy then continued, I need a communication device that connects the human world with the void Eerie realm. Without hesitation, Dr. Ryan responded, That is quite simple. I had already considered this project. However, it requires the use of Eerie energy, and those wooden-headed individuals at the Eerie Management Bureau stubbornly refused to agree. Quite simple? Lindy had assumed this would be a significant undertaking. It seemed he had underestimated Dr. Ryan. He added, If only we could conduct live broadcasts from here, Dr. Ryan remarked, similar to the functions of current smartphones? That is also quite simple. Lindy, seeking further, suggested, It would be even better if we could mass-produce and sell them. Dr. Ryan contemplated for 3 seconds before declaring, I can create a replication machine that will automatically produce them without manual labor. Lindy exclaimed, What a stroke of luck! Before long, the metal robot, summoned by notification, arrived at the Eerie shop. Loli had only informed him to come to the Eerie shop and had not mentioned Dr. Ryan's presence. Thus, upon entering, he was utterly taken aback by the sight of Dr. Ryan. The latter opened his arms and enthusiastically embraced his legs, exclaiming, Oh, Lyle, my friend, it has been far too long. Once he regained his composure, the metal robot bent down, extending his hands to lift Dr. Ryan onto his shoulder. It brings me immense joy to see you. Dr. Ryan. I thought I would never encounter you again. I had temporarily resorted to using inferior gears on you, believing I would have the chance to replace them later, but you were compelled to enter the Void Eerie realm. As he spoke, Dr. Ryan retrieved a small gear from his pocket. I have always kept this in mind. I can finally replace it for you now. Ding, task completed. Found original gear for the metal robot. Task reward, basic experience 50, blood evil coins 200, metal robot affection 30. During this trip to the human realm, Lindy gained a great deal. He opened his information interface. Lindy, level 10, S-class Eerie creature fusion progress 40, full fusion possible at level 30, strength 320, can withstand an arm wrestling match with Loli for 3 seconds, speed 230, luck -1. Although you have poor luck, you are accompanied by someone with exceptionally good fortune, recovery speed 500, description. Owner of the Eerie Shop, a money-driven individual intent on opening branches, abstaining from gambling, drugs, and illicit activities. A super S-class fugitive of the Eerie Management Bureau, a coveted figure in the Void Eerie realm. New weapon unlocked, Heavenly Craft Eerie Axe. New Eerie technique unlocked. Eerie Doppelganger. Heavenly Craft Eerie Axe fused with new Eerie technique. Eerie Attachment. Eerie Attachment, possessing a living being, significantly reduces its mental strength, making it easier to control. Acquired the skill of Evil Spirit. Draw Eerie as prison. Draw Eerie as prison. Creates an alternate space where internal beings cannot escape and external beings cannot enter. This skill is upgradable. With the metal robot's commission concluded, it was now time for experiment number 96. When Lindy's gaze shifted toward her, she promptly stated, I will fully cooperate with you. Boss Lindy.Su Chuan, adept at interrogation, readily took on the questioning. Name, Yuchi, age, 23. Where are you from? From the north. What is your ability? Yuchi hesitated, responding, to be honest, I'm not entirely certain. The people from the Eerie Management Bureau said my ability could cause mental pollution to humans. But looking at you, how could someone affected by mental pollution possibly return to normal? Su Chuan smirked. If it weren't for Lindy, I would have surely gone mad by now. Why Yuchi felt a bit awkward. You can't blame me. It was you who bumped into me. I cannot control my ability. Lindy inquired. He mentioned seeing fragments of my memories. What is the situation? And what about Yuan Yinan? He also claimed to have seen me. Did you forcibly implant memories of me into their minds? How much do you know about me? Under the barrage of his questions, Yuchi grew somewhat anxious. Actually, those memory fragments have nothing to do with me. What I mean is that although I caused it, I truly had no knowledge of those memories. Once she gathered her thoughts, she continued, I refer to this phenomenon as memory integration disorder. IT activates the memories of individuals within a specific area and then integrates those memories into others' minds. The integrated memories vary from person to person and are beyond my control. I believe it may depend on the strength of their mental faculties. The fact that they all saw memories of you indicates that your mental strength surpasses theirs significantly. Those with weaker mental strength are likely to descend into chaos or even madness. Upon hearing this, Lindy felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped to recover his memories through Yuchi's ability. But it seemed this method would not work. Have you lost your memory? Yuchi was quite perceptive. Lindy remained silent. Why Yuchi continued. Even if you cannot restore your memories, you can gradually piece them together through the memory fragments of others. As she spoke, she glanced at Su Chuan beside her, cautioning Lindy, however, I suggest you find someone with stronger mental strength. Otherwise, it could backfire, Su Chuan remarked. I believe that Eerie Transmuter Captain would be quite suitable, cold, handsome, and notably strong in mental strength. Lindy recalled the nonsensical words uttered by Su Chuan during his moments of madness and asked, Are those memory fragments all genuine? Yuchi nodded. Those are indeed memories. Not something I concocted. They should all be authentic. Su Chuan looked toward the silent Lindy. If those memory fragments were indeed real, perhaps amnesia was not necessarily a bad thing for him. Chapter 70. The Heartbeat Eerie Management Bureau. Headquarters base.in the cleansing laboratory, due to an attack from Yuchi, Yuan Yinan was deemed to be suffering from mental contamination and was undergoing purification therapy. Within the cleansing device, a multitude of fragmented memories surged through Yuan Yinan's mind. These memories did not belong to him. They were the memories of Lin Di. Strangely, however, he found himself present in those memories. The emergence of these fragments inadvertently led to a proliferation of memories within Yuan Yinan's mind, which coincided with those of Lin Di. Meanwhile, outside, The staff analyzed various data on their computers and engaged in discussion. There are signs of his memories being awakened. A further targeted memory erasure is required. We must conduct memory assessments on all individuals who have interacted with Subject 96.in, the Realm of the Void, and the Peculiar Shop. Su Chuan gazed at Lin Di with astonishment, his eyes ablaze with curiosity. You say you know Yuan Yinan? Lin Di nodded affirmatively. I believe we must have known each other in the past, Su Chuan remarked. Before I became a transmuter, Yuan Yinan was already the head of the transmuters and held the highest S rank, revered by all transmuters, before you. How old is he then? Yu Qi inquired with curiosity. Su Chuan pondered for a moment. Uncertain. I've heard he seems to be around 30-7. Why? Yu Qi's face contorted with disbelief as she questioned. Are you sure it's 37? Not 27? Su Chuan replied. He has been a transmuter for over a decade. By your logic, does that mean he became a transmuter as a teenager? We possess peculiar energies within us, so it is quite normal to maintain a youthful appearance. Hearing this, Yu Qi's eyes brightened as she touched her own face, asking, Does that mean I also? Su Chuan nodded. We are all the same. Lin Di drummed his fingers on the table, remarking, You two have strayed off topic. Why? Yu Qi chuckled awkwardly, falling silent. Su Chuan continued. If you indeed know Yuan Yinan, combined with your unique constitution, it is highly likely that the Anomaly Administration has your records. Lin Di stroked his chin. It seems I must once again engage with the Anomaly Administration. Su Chuan added. If only we could infiltrate and steal the records. Lin Di paused, turning to Su Chuan. How well do you know your fellow transmuters? Could you sketch their appearance? Coincidentally, one of Su Chuan's hobbies was drawing. Unlike Lin Di's elementary style, his portraits were vivid and lifelike. Why, Yu Liang? I've interacted with him. Draw me a picture of him. Just draw a random one yourself. We can blend in together later. Su Chuan, taken aback, replied. I'm going too? Lin Di smiled calmly. You can accompany me, or stay here and let Luo Li cook delicious meals for you every day. You must understand, I am looking out for you. This is not a threat, Su Chuan exclaimed. I'll go with you. Please be sure to take me along. Lin Di retrieved a piece of paper, roughly sketching a circle on it, and handed it to Su Chuan. Draw according to the average human face size. Let me know when you're done. As seasoned employees of the Peculiar Shop, Luo Li arranged accommodations for them. The metallic robot refused to part with Dr. Ryan, so it decided to stay as well. Your size is rather large. You can hardly fit through the door. Observing the robot's imposing figure, Luo Li found herself in a quandary. No worries, I can alter my form. As she spoke, a series of metallic clinks emanated from the robot. In less than a minute, its massive frame transformed into that of an ordinary human size. Seeing this, AIXIN also twisted her arm, lamenting her lack of such a feature. After settling them in, Lin Di took a heart and went to Dr. Seiko's clinic. Remarkably, Dr. Seiko was not in his operating room today and personally came to open the door. Upon seeing Lin Di, Dr. Seiko appeared in good spirits. My friend, are you here for treatment? Lin Di produced a glass jar containing the heart, stating, I need your assistance in installing this heart. It is a complicated procedure that I cannot perform myself. Dr. Seiko examined it, exclaiming, Oh, the color of this heart is splendid, and its pulsation rate is stable. It is indeed a very healthy heart. With that, Dr. Seiko led him to the operating room. First, remove your clothing and lie on the operating table. I will prepare the surgical instruments. Shortly after, Dr. Seiko returned with a scalpel, bone saw, bone cutter, and suturing needle. Noticing the rust on the scalpel, Lin Di offered his own. Use this new one. Yours is rusty. Dr. Seiko gratefully accepted. Thank you so much. I've long felt that knife was insufficiently sharp. I usually use a chainsaw. Unfortunately, my chainsaw broke during yesterday's surgery, so I'm glad you have a scalpel. Lin Di was astonished. What kind of surgery would break a chainsaw? Dr. Seiko sighed. Last night, I encountered a critically ill patient on the street and brought him to the clinic for treatment. To my surprise, the patient's body was made of stone, and the chainsaw shattered upon cutting. No wonder Dr. Seiko's clinic was so quiet today. It turned out the primary surgical tool was broken. Lin Di generously offered. If you need an emergency backup, feel free to use my scalpel. I have plenty. Dr. Seiko's favorability 10. Dr. Seiko was elated to accept. My friend, you are exceedingly generous, and no one ever comes to seek treatment from me, and now you provide me with a scalpel. How could I ever thank you? Lin Di smiled slightly. If you could teach me some alchemical recipes, that would suffice. Dr. Seiko happily agreed to his request. Once prepared, the surgery commenced. As Dr. Seiko made the incision in Lindy's skin, Lindy felt an odd sensation. It seemed that some steps in the procedure were overlooked. When Dr. Seiko pried open his sternum, Lindy finally remembered what was missing. They had seemingly forgotten the anesthetic. While he himself did not require it, other patients likely would. At that moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding! The task to find anesthetic for Dr. Seiko remains incomplete. Continue? Yes, no. With too many tasks at hand, he had inadvertently forgotten this simplest of matters. Naturally, he chose to proceed. After placing the heart in its rightful place, Dr. Seiko realigned the sternum, inadvertently breaking a few bones in the process, but it was not a significant issue. He then picked up the suturing needle, intending to stitch up Lindy's wound. However, before he could thread the needle, Lindy's wound began to heal autonomously, allowing him to rise from the operating table. The sensation of a beating heart was truly wonderful. This was the essence of being alive. Chapter 71. A treasure in every sense. As Lindy exited Dr. Seiko's clinic unscathed, the peculiar beings on the street cast him curious glances. Due to Lindy's association with Dr. Seiko, many anomalies had formed opinions about him, suspecting that his mind was perhaps not entirely sound. Some even spread rumors that, like Dr. Seiko, he could manipulate the bodies of others at will. The puppet monster had considerable authority to speak on this matter, but given that he had emerged from the peculiar shop with a flawless human disguise, his credibility was questionable. Furthermore, due to the puppet monster's role as a living advertisement for the peculiar shop, an increasing number of peculiar beings were becoming aware that the peculiar shop was a veritable jack of all trades. On the way back, a stunning snake woman with a human face and serpent body appeared on the street. The moment she materialized, all the peculiar beings fled in terror. Lindy hesitated, contemplating whether to join the exodus to avoid trouble, but to his surprise, the snake woman fixed her piercing gaze upon him. Demon serpent, race, mutated creature, level, B. Capable of causing significant destruction, easily lethal to humans. Alignment, lawful evil. Description: a beautiful human explorer who, after being bitten by an unknown poisonous snake during an expedition in a mysterious cave, mutated into a serpentine monster under the influence of the venom. She enjoys lurking in the darkness and slithering in the shadows. When night falls, if you hear a woman's voice, do not turn back to meet her gaze. Or else. The demon serpent approached Lindy, leaning in to gently sniff his scent. This is the scent. There can be no mistake. At last, I have found you. Ding. Survival task triggered. Task requirement: escape from the demon serpent's attack or kill the demon serpent. Task reward: escape experience 100, kill the demon serpent level 2, blood slaughter coin 500. Lindy felt perplexed. He had not been in this vicinity for days and had not offended such a character. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding. Beautiful lady, do you seek me for something? Lindy inquired. The demon serpent extended her long tongue, lightly brushing against Lindy's cheek, and with a seductive smile, she replied, "A few days ago." "What did you do to me? Have you already forgotten?" Ding. Detection indicates the host has been attacked by venom. Vitality is declining continuously. Life points -1, -1, -1. Lindy was utterly bewildered. He had been preoccupied with the renovation of the peculiar shops branch and had not encountered any customers. When had he offended her? Seeing his expression of confusion, the demon serpent reminded him. "Just a few days ago, I returned home to find my house was wrecked. Do you know what struck it?" Lindy shook his head. "It was an exceptionally large truck. It crashed right above my house, turning it into a desolate ruin." "A truck?" "Ah, a truck," Lindy finally recalled. He had procured the truck from the human realm for transporting furniture, directly teleporting it back using the void projection device. He remembered that the landing spot was atop a pile of wood. Perhaps that place was not originally a wood pile. Having destroyed someone else's home, Lindy felt a deep sense of guilt. It was indeed a misunderstanding. "If you require compensation, I can rebuild your house for you. Alternatively, I can reimburse you at market value." He had always been a fair and just individual. Having made a mistake, he would naturally not refuse to make amends. However, the serpent grinned widely, its sinister smile revealing sharp fangs. "I do not require such things. It has been ages since I have savored flesh as tender as yours. Your flavor must be exquisite." As soon as the words left its mouth, The serpent bared its venomous fangs and lunged at him. Lindy sighed. He had offered her everything he could, yet she rejected it. Insisting on something he could not provide, he could not be blamed for abandoning ethics in such a case. Lindy swiftly drew the void axe to shield his neck, and the serpent's fangs sank in with a resounding hum. The impact left the serpent momentarily dazed, shaking its head to regain composure. Void axe excitement level 10. Lindy stroked the axe, raising an eyebrow with a smile. It seems you are quite fond of this serpent. Let us indulge you today. With that, Lindy swung the void axe at the serpent. The serpent's body was incredibly supple and moved with astonishing speed, consistently evading Lindy's strikes with unexpectedly contorted postures. After several failed attempts, the axe grew impatient, dragging Lindy's hand to strike on its own. Lindy was pleasantly surprised. The void axe had an automatic mode. It was truly his dream weapon. Lindy patted the axe's head, saying, "Do not worry about my survival. Your satisfaction is what matters." And no sooner had he spoken than the axe swung with renewed vigor. Were it not for his increased level and enhanced physical strength. With such a style of attack, the serpent might not be the only one to suffer. His arm would surely be fractured. Void axe excitement level 30. You should rest for a moment. Do not truly kill me. This serpent's abilities should extend beyond mere venom. Otherwise, other entities would not fear her, so, if I can devour her, I shall learn of her formidable powers. The void axe, having tasted the thrill of battle, willingly ceased its movements. Even with only a few minor wounds inflicted by the axe, the serpent's mental acuity diminished due to its additional effects. Given the serpent's swift movements, Lindy used the void hook to snag its tail, preventing its escape. With the dual weakening from the hook and axe, the serpent gradually felt overwhelmed. Realizing her underestimation and intent to flee, it was already too late. Any creature ensnared by the hook could not break free. Lindy approached her with a smile that sent chills down the spine. What other abilities do you possess? You might as well reveal them all. If you fail to do so now, you may never have the chance again. His voice echoed with an eerie resonance, striking fear into the serpent's heart with each word. The serpent lifted its gaze to meet his. Its gray-green eyes fixated on Lindy. Lindy found himself uncontrollably drawn to her gaze. A flash of green light flickered, and Lindy shuddered, feeling as though his body had been jolted by electricity. What is happening? Lindy stared blankly at his hands. Noticing his reaction, the serpent paused, a flicker of terror gradually appearing in her eyes. Lindy looked up again, asking, "Did you just use an ability on me? What kind of ability is it? To induce an electric sensation in my body? Or is it some form of mental control? Never mind. I shall test it myself." With that, Lindy reached out his hand towards the serpent. Ding. You are consuming the serpent. Consumption progress 100. Merging with your body. Merge complete. Acquired items. Serpent gallbladder. Can produce infinite serpent venom. Serpent fangs. Rare material. Serpent skin. Rare material. Gained serpent attribute points. Speed 50. Flexibility 100. Acquired skill. Petrifying gaze. Any creature that locks eyes with you will be petrified. The petrification can be undone with serpent venom. The little serpent may be small, but it is truly a treasure trove. Chapter 72. Good quality at a fair price. Unexpectedly, the seemingly weak shopkeeper proved to be remarkably powerful. Did you all see that? He devoured the serpent. Not even a bone fragment remained. It was terrifying. I heard he even opened a branch in the upper levels. Rumors about Lindy in the 9th layer grew increasingly numerous and absurd. However, it was precisely for this reason that the reputation of Lindy's shop soared to new heights. Ding! Shop level increased. Shop level, level 7. Shop prosperity, 3 stars. Shop reputation, 3 stars. Merely upgrading does not suffice. There are no customers seeking our services. Upon returning to the shop, Lindy discovered a vine as tall as a person. Lowly, did I not instruct you not to bring any unidentified plants into the shop? Lowly emerged from the kitchen, carrying a basin of water, and replied, "Boss, this is not something I brought. It came here on its own." When Lindy looked again, he noticed the vine had turned, revealing a pair of deep green eyes that gazed at him. Its entire form was enveloped in yellow-green vines, adorned with purple leaves, and it vaguely resembled a humanoid shape. "I have come to seek you." Ghost Face Vine. Race. Anomalous plant. Level. C-Class. Controllable. Can only pose minor threats to a select few humans. You can easily consume it. Alignment. Neutral evil. Description: a carnivorous, anomalous plant with a strong territorial instinct. It will kill any intruder without permission and subsequently dissolve them for nourishment. Customers entering the shop are here to offer their riches. How can one merely speak of consumption? Lindy could not help but criticize the chaotic system. Customer, have you come to commission me for something? Lindy asked directly. The ghost face vine slowly settled down, soaking its roots in the water prepared by Lowly. I heard that you can venture into the human realm. I would like to commission you to bring back some items from there. Upon hearing this, Lindy took out a notebook to jot down notes, inquiring, "What items do you seek?" The ghost face vine replied, "I desire flesh from the human realm." Lindy paused slightly. Lowly, who was perusing a cookbook, interjected, "That will not do. Our boss does not even bring me human flesh. How could he possibly provide it to you?" In response, the ghost face vine shook its head. "It does not have to be human flesh. Any flesh from beings of the human realm will suffice. They say that humans are the most delectable. I believe that since we coexist in the same world, the creatures from the human realm should not be lacking in flavor. I am eager to sample the delicacies of the human realm." Lowly, being well-versed in the culinary delights of the human realm, enthusiastically affirmed, "I can attest that your belief is entirely correct. The food from the human realm is indeed exquisite. I have been learning to prepare human dishes. Would you care to try?" A glimmer of green light flickered in the ghost face vine's eyes. "Really?" Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Lindy hurriedly said, "Lowly, it is time for dinner. You should quickly prepare a meal for them." Reluctantly, Lowly got up and said to the ghost face vine, "Once I finish cooking for those fellows, I will come back to discuss the culinary delights of the human realm with you." Although the ghost face vine's expression was hidden, its tone revealed a sense of joy. After Lowly walked away, Lindy let out a slow sigh. If the guests were to consume Lowly's dark cuisine, they would likely transform from patrons into victims. "How much meat do you desire?" Lindy inquired about the details of the task. The ghost face vine was uncertain, extending 2 vines to gesture a small circle, roughly the size of a fist. "Would this amount suffice?" Lindy raised an eyebrow. "Just 1 pound of meat? Is that enough? It is not easy for me to venture out. Would you not prefer to stock up a bit more?" Hearing his words, the ghost face vine was taken aback. Is meat in the human realm measured by the pound? It seemed quite feasible to obtain meat. Perhaps it could be more ambitious. With that thought, the ghost face vine gestured a larger circle before it. "How about this size?" Lindy replied. "Just 10 pounds? That would not be enough for 2 meals. The ghost face vine asked, "How much can you procure at most?" "I will accept whatever you can bring," Lindy answered without hesitation. "Let's start with a truckload." Acquiring too much might lead to spoilage over time. The ghost face vine, winky face, suddenly feeling a bit extravagant. As for the price. The ghost face vine produced a card. "I only brought 5,000 blood curse coins. Perhaps you could start with 5,000? Lindy also took out a card and smiled at him. 5,000 will suffice." Gui Miantong was momentarily taken aback. "A truckload of meat for just 5,000? Lindy nodded. In the human world, goods are often both high in quality and reasonably priced. Ding Gui Miantong has issued a trading task. Procure a truckload of meat for him. Completion of task rewards. Basic experience 50, blood sha coins 100, eerie shop reputation 30. It was merely a matter of purchasing meat, devoid of any danger. An exceedingly simple commission. Lindy accepted with pleasure and collected half of the deposit. At that moment, Su Chuan had finished sketching a portrait of a human face and presented it to Lindy for review. After examining it, Lindy was highly satisfied with Su Chuan's artistic skills. He took the drawing of Yu Liang, along with his toolbox, and ascended the stairs. 10 minutes later, Lindy descended, adorned with Yu Liang's visage. Upon seeing Yu Liang in this place, Su Chuan was utterly astonished. "Captain Yu? How did you end up here?" Witnessing Su Chuan's reaction, Lindy smiled contentedly. It seemed this disguise could indeed fool the unsuspecting. Hearing Lindy's voice, Su Chuan quickly regained his composure, though he remained intrigued. "How did you accomplish this?" Lindy explained the skill and application of face painting. Su Chuan suddenly understood. "No wonder you asked me to draw a human face." As he spoke, he picked up another drawing and, with remarkable awareness, followed Lindy upstairs. It was not that Lindy's artistry had dramatically improved. Rather, he had simply employed the most straightforward method by tracing over the features on the face. Lindy deftly wiped away Su Chuan's original features with a surgical knife. Subsequently, he cut out the portrait of the human face, affixed it to Su Chuan's countenance, and began to paint based on the likeness. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, Su Chuan remarked. While painting, Lin Di inquired, "What feels off?" Su Chuan blinked. "I can't quite put my finger on it, but with you altering my face this way, I feel like something is missing." Lin Di, glancing at the surgical knife he was using, instantly comprehended. "You must have forgotten about the pain, Su Chuan." Oh, winky face. Lin Di put away the surgical knife and switched to scissors. Fear not, the process of face painting is painless. Chapter 73. Infiltrating the Management Bureau under Su Chuan's watchful gaze, Lin Di completed the face painting to Su Chuan utilized the face of Qiao Junwo, who bore a similar physique to his own. Both Yu Liang and Qiao Junwo were part of the same team, and their amicable relationship would not raise any suspicions if they were seen together. Noticing the monitoring watch on Lin Di's wrist, Su Chuan raised his bare wrist and stated, "Eerie changers cannot be without a monitoring watch." In response, Lin Di retrieved another monitoring watch from the collection room. "This one was taken from your arm. The password has been deleted, and it can be used directly." Su Chuan was somewhat reluctant to wear such a ticking time bomb. Moreover, once donned, the monitoring watch could not be removed unless the wearer severed their hand or perished. Lin Di clasped the monitoring watch onto his wrist, offering a slight smile. "Rest assured, I will personally assist you in removing it once the task is complete." With those words, Su Chuan felt even more uneasy and quickly asserted, "No, that's unnecessary. I think it's quite fine to wear it. I can store things in it." Who knows what method Lin Di would employ to remove it? Wouldn't it be to simply sever his hand? Su Chuan shared some important details about entering the Eerie Management Bureau with Lin Di. After preparing themselves, the duo ventured into the human world. With Su Chuan, who possessed a luck value of 88, accompanying him, even Lin Di, with his negative luck value, found himself fortunate. Their landing point was a mere 5 kilometers from the headquarters of the Eerie Management Bureau. Su Chuan frequently visited the headquarters and was well acquainted with the routes. As they made their way, they coincidentally encountered vehicles transporting Eerie changers for mission execution. 2 vehicles had been dispatched this time, indicating that the level of eeriness they were dealing with was significant. Su Chuan observed the departing vehicles and remarked, "It's teams 3 and 4 of the Eerie changers. With them absent, we can avoid much trouble." Lin Di, puzzled, queried, "How do you know which teams they are?" Su Chuan replied, "The vehicles have numbers. Let us hurry inside." The pair successfully infiltrated the base without encountering any obstructions. Since Lin Di had last roamed the Eerie Management Bureau, the base had yet to recover. Some of the Eerie experimental subjects Lin Di had released were recaptured on-site by the Eerie changers, while others had successfully escaped using their Eerie abilities. Presently, the Eerie Management Bureau had deployed a considerable number of personnel to retrieve these experimental subjects before they caused further chaos. Lin Di and Su Chuan entered the interior of the base. Repairs were underway in the areas damaged by Lin Di and the Eerie experimental subjects. Restoring them was no small feat. Observing the state of the base, Su Chuan commented, "You must surely be on the heavyweight wanted list now." Lin Di replied with a nonchalant smile, "Don't distance yourself so starkly. You are an accomplice as well." As they passed the detention area for the Eerie experimental subjects, a researcher suddenly called out to them, "Captain Yu, just in time. Could you assist me in opening this door?" The researcher presented his permit and continued, "It's time for testing, and the other Eerie changers are out on missions. I can only rely on you, Captain Yu." Lin Di paused upon hearing this. The prison for the Eerie experimental subjects could only be opened in tandem by researchers and Eerie changers. However, he could only transform his face into that of Yu Liang's and was thus incapable of unlocking the door. Just as Lin Di contemplated incapacitating the researcher, Su Chuan stepped forward to assist him in opening the door. Su Chuan quietly warned Lin Di, "This place is crawling with surveillance. If you cause any trouble, it will lead to immediate exposure." Though Eerie changers held a prominent status within the Eerie Management Bureau, being the strongest combatants, the base staff typically preferred to avoid interactions with them. Everyone was aware that the bodies of Eerie changers had undergone Eerie transformations, rendering them no different from humanoid Eerie entities. Furthermore, their control over Eerie abilities was notoriously unstable, akin to a ticking time bomb. Even though Eerie changers wore monitoring watches to restrain their powers from spiraling out of control, it was known that with their abilities, they could easily kill an ordinary person with a mere flick of a finger. Past incidents of Eerie changers massacring researchers had instilled fear in the base staff, with no one approaching them. Few understood their true nature, and even without deliberate disguise, they would go unnoticed. Xu Chuan led Lin Di directly to the data management room. Eerie Changers enjoyed privileges, allowing them to freely enter and exit the data management room by facial recognition. The data management room was expansive, akin to a library, with several bookshelves inside. Xu Chuan approached the computer in the data management room, inputting the access password to search for Lin Di's information. When he entered Lin Di's name, only an S-level wanted notice popped up and nothing else. "Did you always go by Lin Di?" Xu Chuan inquired. Lin Di replied, "If I remembered, would I need to check here?" Xu Chuan pondered this inside. "It's impossible to find anything. Perhaps my low rank limits my access rights. Captain Yu's access rights are significantly higher than mine. If he were here, he might be able to view more information." Upon hearing this, Lin Di produced a card from his monitoring watch and asked, "Can this be used?" Xu Chuan took it and discovered it was actually Yu Liang's identity card. The identity card of an Eerie Changer served as a master key, granting access to any location or data with a simple swipe and facial recognition. "This is fantastic. How did you acquire it?" Lin Di replied, "To say I stole it would be too harsh. I obtained it through my abilities." This identity card had merely been placed within the monitoring watch. When he received the watch, he naturally intended to return the card, but the subsequent encounter had been rather unusual, leading to a momentary lapse in memory. Xu Chuan instructed him on how to swipe the card and use facial recognition, instantly elevating their access rights by 2 levels, with an even more sophisticated interface appearing. Lin Di re-entered his name, and in addition to the wanted notice, another file popped up. However, upon opening it, a message indicated insufficient access rights. As expected, "There's information about you," Xu Chuan remarked. "Even Captain Yu's clearance isn't enough. It seems your information is highly classified. Only someone of Yuan's caliber could likely access it." Pausing for a moment, Lin Di entered the name Yuan Yinan into the computer. Soon, information regarding Yuan Yinan appeared. Name: Yuan Yinan. Gender: male. Age: 37. Position: Chief of Eerie Changers. Eerie level: S. Employment history: classified. Project participation: classified. Mission records: classified. Memory erasure records: classified. Classified. Beyond the known information, everything else was marked as classified. Xu Chuan proposed, "Why don't we find a way to acquire Yuan's identity card? If he isn't out on a mission, he should be in the purification chamber." Chapter 74. Take them all away. What is the purification chamber? Xu Chuan explained. After Eerie Changers complete missions, the eerie energy within them surges. Sometimes, this energy can stabilize during rest, but at times it cannot. In such instances, the purification chamber is required. The purification chamber can suppress the eerie energy within Changers, preventing it from reaching critical levels. It can also detect certain special energies. Should they encounter unusual eerie attacks, early treatment can be administered. Lin Di queried, "Is this also an invention of Dr. Ryan's?" Xu Chuan shook his head, expressing uncertainty. "I'm not quite sure, but given the remarkable inventions we've seen, I can only attribute this to Dr. Ryan. No one else comes to mind." Lin Di couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, Dr. Ryan is exceptional." Xu Chuan added, "Without Dr. Ryan, the technological advancement of the Anomaly Management Bureau may stagnate for quite some time." A smile crept onto Lin Di's face. If the Bureau's technology were to halt, the advancements of the anomaly shops would surely soar. Last time, the Yuan team had engaged with Yu Qi and would undoubtedly be classified as suffering from mental pollution, likely spending several days in the cleansing room. As he spoke, Xu Chuan led Lin Di toward the cleansing room. The cleansing room was relatively small, with an observation room adjacent to it, featuring a one-way glass that allowed visibility into the cleansing room. As they approached the observation room, Xu Chuan stopped Lin Di, stating, "Anomalous transformers are not permitted to enter this area." Lin Di inquired, "Why not?" Xu Chuan shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure. It's simply a directive from higher-ups." Lin Di pressed, "What about Yuan Yinan?" Xu Chuan replied, "No anomalous transformer is allowed." Upon hearing this, Lin Di became intrigued by the observation room. He instinctively felt that it concealed secrets that anomalous transformers were not meant to know. Unfortunately, the observation room was filled with ordinary personnel, rendering his anomalous eyes ineffective. It seemed that without causing a commotion, entry was impossible. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from the cleansing room. Moments later, staff from the observation room rushed out, colliding with Lin Di and Xu Chuan at the entrance. "Thank goodness you're here. The Yuan team has lost control in the cleansing room." Lin Di addressed them with a serious tone. "You all need to evacuate. We'll handle the situation here." Once the observation room staff had exited, the first to leave promptly locked the door behind them. The base's main entrance was secured with facial recognition or fingerprints, making it impossible to open without proper clearance. The urgency to lock the door indicated that whatever resided within was of great significance. A series of loud bangs echoed from the cleansing room. But the door was made of the same material as a metal cage, making it resistant to even Yuan Yinan's strength. After the others had distanced themselves, Lindy summoned the devouring black mist to obscure the surveillance equipment. He approached the observation room door and kicked it with force. With a resounding crash, the observation room door was obliterated. Yet before Lindy could retract his leg, an entirely different black and white scene flashed before his mind. In this vision, a blinding light appeared before him, followed by a searing wave of heat. Lindy realized this was his danger sense warning him of imminent peril. Reacting swiftly, he grabbed Su Chuan and dashed out of the danger zone. Just as they escaped, a loud explosion ensued. The kicked-open observation room had detonated. Staring at the smoking remains of the observation room, Su Chuan, in a state of bewilderment, pondered what secrets could be concealed within that warranted such drastic measures. Regrettably, the explosion had obliterated any chance of uncovering the hidden truths. However, they had come in search of Yuan Yinan, and since the latter had encountered trouble, it was up to them to resolve the issues at hand. Su Chuan instructed, "We have the clearance to enter the cleansing room, so please refrain from further destruction." Given Yuan Yinan's previous contact and elevated access level, Lindy had no intention of letting him perish easily. "You re too low in rank, keep your distance." Though Su Chuan's words were intended as concern for a colleague, Lindy detected a hint of disdain in them. It was understandable, given that Yuan Yinan was an S-class anomalous transformer while he himself was merely a C-class. A vast disparity in strength. Lindy utilized facial recognition to open the cleansing room door, only to be met by a punch from Yuan Yinan. Quick on his feet, Lindy sidestepped the powerful blow. He reached out to seize Yuan Yinan, but the latter retaliated with a side kick, forcing Lindy to evade. Lindy had no desire to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Instead, he extended his tendrils from behind, ensnaring Yuan Yinan's body. The initially resistant Yuan Yinan subdued instantly upon being bound. He gazed at Lindy, who bore the face of Yu Liang. For a considerable moment asked that you, Lin? Upon hearing this, Lindy felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and nodded in acknowledgement. "How did you recognize me?" Yuan Yinan, observing the tendrils coiling around him, appeared equally perplexed. "How could I possibly remember this?" Noticing his inability to provide clarity, Lindy pressed on, "What is the status of the cleansing room? Why is it in such disarray?" Yuan Yinan, casting a suspicious glance towards the cleansing room, replied ominously, "I can't ascertain whether the cleansing room is designed to purify anomalies or erase memories. The Anomaly Management Bureau is becoming increasingly inscrutable." Sensing Yuan Yinan's discontent with the Bureau and his lack of hostility toward himself, Lindy ventured, "Do you wish to leave this place?" At this, Yuan Yinan lifted his gaze. "That is no simple task." Lindy smiled slightly. "I can assist you." He then addressed Su Chuan, "You all should return to the anomaly shop and wait for me. I still have an assignment to complete." As Lindy waved at Su Chuan, he instantly reverted to his original appearance. Su Chuan flashed a goofy smile at Yuan Yinan and respectfully greeted. "Greetings, Team Yuan." Lindy produced the void anomaly projector and activated it before them. In an instant, both were drawn into its depths. Upon exiting the cleansing room area, the devouring black mist dissipated, revealing the surveillance equipment once more. Yuan Yinan had vanished. Yu Liang and Xiao Junwu were also nowhere to be found. At that moment, someone spotted Yu Liang in the laboratory area. He appeared unharmed, devoid of any signs of conflict. What on earth was happening? Some individuals had already rushed to the observation room to extinguish the fire, while others sought the whereabouts of the missing Yuan Yinan and Xiao Junwu. Amidst their commotion, Lindy entered the now deserted laboratory, surveying the surroundings. Although he lacked expertise in experimental equipment, surely there was something here that Dr. Ryan would require. Lindy knocked on the laboratory door and proceeded to collect all the movable equipment. The laboratory contained some anesthetics for experiments, which he intended to bring back to Dr. Seiko Dai in the surveillance room. Someone noted his peculiar actions and couldn't help but wonder, what is Team Yu Liang up to? After nearly emptying the laboratory, Lindy made his way back to the cleansing room. The apparatus within the cleansing room was intricate and varied, and due to spatial limitations, he could only transmit the equipment. Sensing something was amiss, someone shouted, "Stop him." Several anomaly exorcists and an anomalous transformer captain of B-class hurried to intervene. Upon seeing the blockades at the cleansing room entrance, Lindy brandished the void anomaly projector. His tone laced with menace. I am about to return to the void anomaly. Are you certain you wish to enter? Recognizing his intent, the commanding superior immediately ordered, everyone, evacuate immediately. As they distanced themselves, Lindy activated the void anomaly projector, transmitting all devices from the cleansing room back to the anomaly shop. With a series of loud clatters, the assorted cleansing devices crashed onto a rooftop. Upon landing, Lindy realized he had not landed on just any rooftop, but rather on Dr. Seiko's clinic. Hearing the commotion, Dr. Seiko stormed out of his establishment, fuming, only to find Lindy seated atop his roof. Are there no patients today, Dr. Seiko? Lindy leaped down and greeted him with a smile. I just encountered a couple of unruly individuals. It took considerable effort to subdue them. I was about to utilize the surgical knife you provided to operate on them. Lindy silently mourned the two problematic patients. By the way, I have obtained the anesthetics you asked me to find. Dr. Seiko laughed heartily. That is splendid. Now I won't have to endure the incessant shouting of patients. Perfect timing, as those two troublesome patients would serve as excellent test subjects. The anesthetics were substantial in quantity, so Lindy directly delivered them to the pharmacy. As he passed the operating room, he was taken aback to see a patient bound to the surgical table. Su Chuan? At that moment, Su Chuan was tightly bound and gagged on the operating table, likely having been subdued by Dr. Seiko after a fierce struggle, his face bruised and his clothing in tatters. Glancing into the corner, he recognized another familiar figure, Yuan Yinan. Yuan Yinan remained motionless, his back turned to Lindy, obscuring the situation. He hasn't been harmed, has he? Lindy hurried over to assess Yuan Yinan's condition. As he approached to sense Yuan Yinan's aura, he was abruptly repelled by an unseen force as he reached out to touch Yuan Yinan's shoulder. It turned out Yuan Yinan was merely feigning unconsciousness. In the next instant, the restraints binding Yuan Yinan snapped, and he sprang to his feet, reaching for Lindy's neck. Caught off guard by Su Chuan's unexpected presence, Yuan Yinan had acted with lethal intent. Realizing who stood before him, he could not retract his hand in time at that moment. Yuan Yinan's mind raced with thoughts of doom. However, in the following second, he found his hand halted mere centimeters from Lindy's throat. Yuan Yinan was momentarily taken aback before comprehension dawned upon him. However, the first sensation that registered was pain. With a resounding thud, his hand fell to the ground. Clutching his severed arm, Yuan Yinan's face turned ashen from excessive blood loss. Observing this, Lindy swiftly escorted him to the medical room, administering 2 vials of restorative potion and reattaching his hand. As an S-class shapeshifter, Yuan Yinan could fully harness the peculiar energies, rendering his body nearly indistinguishable from that of an aberrant creature. After consuming the restorative potions, his hand gradually healed, and the pallor of his complexion slowly returned. Witnessing Lindy's demeanor towards Yuan Yinan, Dr. Seiko expressed his astonishment, inquiring, "Do you know each other?" Lindy nodded, stating, "These two are employees of my peculiar shop. May I take them back?" Dr. Seiko furrowed his brow, appearing reluctant, insisting that the two needed treatment for their ailments. Lindy questioned, "What ailments do they have?" Dr. Seiko gestured towards Yuan Yinan's head, declaring, "His mind is afflicted. It requires examination." Upon hearing this, Su Chuan, bound to the operating table, protested vehemently, "MMM, MMM, MMM. Wah?" His indignant expression seemed to convey, "It's your mind that's deranged. Your entire family must be afflicted." Yuan Yinan remained non-committal regarding Dr. Seiko's diagnosis. He acknowledged that his mind was indeed troubled. He could not recall how many memories had been erased. Yet he was acutely aware of his mental issues. However, acknowledging a problem did not mean he was willing to undergo a lobotomy at the hands of this mad doctor. Observing the surgical tools prepared by Dr. Seiko, which lacked even basic suturing instruments, he wondered if the doctor was solely responsible for opening the skull without any intention of closing it. While Lindy might allow Dr. Seiko to perform a lobotomy on him, they could not afford such a risk. They were his employees, valuable for future endeavors, and their frail bodies could not withstand the doctor's methods. "I know a patient who could greatly benefit from your treatment," Lindy asserted. Dr. Seiko, Lindy was a unique presence, and their fraternal bond granted him considerable leverage. "Since you've spoken, you may take these two with you," Dr. Seiko relented, adding, Do not forget your promise to bring me a patient. Ding! Dr. Seiko has issued a quest. Deliver a patient to him. Quest rewards, basic experience 100, blood evil coins 500, optional reward 1. Quest failure penalty. Dr. Seiko's affection, -100, bond relationship automatically disbands, or you may become Dr. Seiko's patient. What kind of luck is this? Teleporting directly to Dr. Seiko's clinic? Lin Di remarked, casting a glance at Su Chuan, whose luck was rated at 88. With such fortune, he surely should not be this unfortunate. It's my fault, Yuan Yinan admitted, Su Chuan explained. We were about to enter the peculiar shop, but just as we were about to step inside, we heard Loli calling everyone for dinner. So Yuan Yinan interjected. I sensed an overwhelming presence of dark matter and felt something was amiss, so I took him away, Su Chuan added. We merely wanted to find a place to hide. Who knew we would stumble upon that mad doctor? He insisted we were ill and must be taken back for treatment. We hadn't fought back and were simply captured. Chapter 76. Are you questioning my abilities? I was just pretending not to fight. Yuan Yinan corrected him. After a pause, Su Chuan quickly nodded. Yes. It was I who was captured after failing to fight that mad doctor. Yuan Yinan was trying to save me and feigned unconsciousness to get caught. As an S-class shapeshifter, Yuan Yinan represented the pinnacle of combat power in the human realm. With his level of strength, he could easily contend with A-class aberrations. With him present, the threats from the 8th and 9th floors posed no danger to them, which was why Lin Di felt secure sending them back first. Lin Di brought Su Chuan and Yuan Yinan back to the peculiar shop, greeting the other employees. Upon their entrance, Yuqi, who had been lounging on the sofa, immediately sat up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Whereas Dr. Ryan? Lin Di scanned the area, realizing that Dr. Ryan and the metallic robot were absent, and the purifying device he had transmitted back was also missing. Xian remarked, they moved the equipment upstairs. Having such a diligent employee was indeed a stroke of luck for the boss. Lin Di made his way upstairs. Dr. Ryan, I brought some equipment from the Bureau of Peculiar Pipes. Let us see what can be utilized. This room is a bit cramped. Let us proceed to your laboratory. With the addition of so many employees, Lin Di deemed it necessary to take them all for a team-building exercise on the 8th floor. Xian, Loli, and the metallic robot could directly reach the 8th floor using the transporter.as for Yuan Yinan, Su Chuan, Yuqi, and Dr. Ryan. Being mere mortals, they needed to purchase passes. Naturally, for the team-building event, they also had to bring along Dango and Spikeball, who could be transported without passes. A grand procession made their way to the 8th floor peculiar shop. Theo purchased the passes. They had to register with what? Upon noticing Lin Di's sudden request for numerous passes, What grew curious and went to the entrance to investigate. The sight that greeted him was shocking. Lin Di had brought so many humans. These were living, breathing, beautiful humans. How was this any different from sending them to their doom? What had a fondness for humans and, seeing them around, was reluctant to let them become aberrant prey so easily. Boss Lin, you're certainly playing by your own rules. Lin Di and his entourage were invited to Watt's office. You are just allowing them to roam about here so freely, Lin Di pointed at them, asserting, what distinguishes them from me? I can traverse the void of the peculiar realm without issue. They should be fine as well. Watt's small eyes darted between Lin Di and the four individuals, ultimately settling on Lin Di, asking, do you truly believe you're still human? Lin Di blinked, his expression seemingly questioning, am I not human? Watt sighed, retrieving 4 vials of viscous white liquid from his desk drawer. Consuming this will mask your human scent. It's safe and harmless, so you can use it without worry. Given Lin Di's unique constitution, it was uncertain if it was genuinely harmless, so he took a vial to inspect. After Yuan Yinan and Dr. Ryan examined it and deemed it safe, Lin Di nodded in agreement. Since you are all humans, I'll give you a discount. Each vial will cost 50 blood evil coins. Lin Di paid 200 blood evil coins, distributing 1 vial to each. The 4 of them swallowed the potion, suppressing their disgust. Su Chuan nearly retched, donning a mask of agony. This rivals Loli's cooking. Yuan Yinan couldn't help but slightly furrow his brow, questioning, this flavor feels oddly familiar. Watt grinned widely, saying, this is the slime from the aberrant fish people. A hint of fishiness is entirely normal. At these words, the 4 turned their gazes towards Watt. Wasn't he a fish person? Could it be that this white slime originated from him? In the next moment, Su Chuan and Yuqi, retching, Yuan Yinan and Dr. Ryan, seasoned by their experiences, maintained their composure. Upon arriving at the 8th floor peculiar shop, AIXIN had already prepared everything necessary for the team-building event. Loli had intended to cook personally but was preempted by AIXIN, who occupied the kitchen, leaving her no choice but to relent. AIXIN, truly a thoughtful steward, had memorized everyone's culinary preferences in no time. The banquet for the team building was met with unanimous satisfaction. Dr. Ryan's mind was solely occupied with inventions, and his conversations revolved around related topics. Will I be conducting research here in the future? Dr. Ryan inquired. How could a genius inventor work in such a capricious environment? Lin Di pointed to the building across the way, stating, There's south another place over there. That will be your laboratory. As Dr. Ryan ate, he remarked, the purifying device you brought back is precisely what I need. As well as what you require. Lin Di responded, Dr. Ryan elaborated, the purifying device was created by me. I discovered that they had made some modifications to the device I designed. At this juncture, Yuan Yinan interjected. Did they add a memory erasure feature? Dr. Ryan nodded. Indeed, it can now also erase memories. Lin Di retorted, I currently require the restoration of memories, not their erasure. What good is this to me? Dr. Ryan hastily finished his meal, setting down his chopsticks, stating, I can reverse the device's functions to restore those memories that have been erased. Really? Yuan Yinan's eyes lit up. After interacting with Lin Di and Yu Qi, he had observed signs of memory restoration. In the purifying chamber, he sensed that those gradually returning memories were on the verge of being erased once more, prompting his resistance. Since then, he had realized he might have been subjected to memory erasure more than once. Hearing his inquiry, Dr. Ryan cast a casual glance at Yuan Yinan, stating, Are you doubting my capabilities? Do you think I designed the memory erasing device? Those useless individuals could only splice two devices together, devoid of any innovative mindset. Lin Di's memories might not have been erased by the machine, but Yuan Yinan's were in the memories of Yuan Yinan. There exists him and through him. Lin Di can discern his former identity. Hu Chuan has a question that has long lingered in his mind. Seizing a moment when no one is paying attention, he quietly inquires of Yuan Yinan. Yuan, how is it that you so readily accepted the boss's recruitment? Yuan Yinan is akin to a divine warrior among humans, perpetually safeguarding humanity against the bizarre. Logically, a person of his stature should not be aligned with Lin Di, the owner of a peculiar establishment. This query, however, leaves Yuan Yinan somewhat perplexed. He merely follows his instincts. Upon encountering Lin Di, he feels no trace of animosity towards him, coupled with the fragmented memories that occasionally surface in his mind. He possesses an inexplicable intuition that he ought to stand by Lin Di's side. Chapter 77. Is this not a sinister establishment? After the team-building exercise, Lin Di, accompanied by his well-fed and idle employees, proceeds to renovate Dr. Ryan's laboratory. When Lin Di unveils the equipment procured from the Bureau of Bizarre Pipelines, a rare smile graces Dr. Ryan's face. The Bureau had previously restricted him from utilizing many advanced devices to limit his experiments. But now, everything is complete. Under Dr. Ryan's guidance, the team arranges the equipment and soon, a commendable laboratory takes shape. Dr. Ryan expresses his satisfaction. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. There is nothing I cannot create. The metallic robot stands beside Dr. Ryan, declaring, I shall serve as your assistant. Lin Di muses to himself that it is fortunate he purchased a spacious property. Otherwise, accommodating so many individuals would be quite the challenge. The laboratory is assigned to Dr. Ryan and the metallic robot, who will reside there. Upon purchasing the laboratory, the rules were automatically generated, and with the presence of the metallic robot, Dr. Ryan can be protected even during occasional outings. The male employees are to reside on the 8th floor of the peculiar establishment, while the female employees will occupy the 9th floor. Upon hearing this arrangement, Yu Qi stealthily approaches Lin Di, saying, Boss, please allow me to stay on the 8th floor. This peculiar establishment could use a front desk girl who understands flexibility. If I were to stay on the 9th floor, it would be quite inconvenient to traverse back and forth. Lin Di finds her suggestion reasonable and responds, Then you shall share the 8th floor with Lori and AIXIN, while Yuan Yinan and the others will occupy the 9th. Why Yu Qi's smile falters, and she stammers, Actually, just placing me on the 8th floor would suffice. There's no need to complicate things. Lin Di retorts, Lori and AIXIN can utilize the teleportation device directly. It's not a hassle. Why Yuchi hesitates for a moment before exclaiming, "It's simply that I want to work alongside the handsome guy." Nearby, AI Xian interjects, "Statistics show that romantic entanglements can distract one's focus and impede work. Couples cannot maintain constant concentration, and sometimes, this can severely delay tasks. Moreover, if an office romance does not culminate successfully, the subsequent breakup can lead to awkwardness. Therefore, I suggest refraining from developing office romances." Lindy expresses his agreement, stating, "Though I cannot fully comprehend, your analysis is grounded in reason." However, Yuchi erupts, who says that merely gazing at a handsome guy necessitates falling in love. "I simply want to admire him. I have no desire for romance." Amidst Yuchi's dramatic display, Lindy arranges for her to reside with Yuan Yanan and Su Chuan on the 8th floor. With the staff sufficiently plentiful, AI Xian volunteers to assist Dr. Ryan with menial tasks in the laboratory. The metallic robot, as Dr. Ryan's assistant, can work alongside him in research. AI Xian's presence will ensure that their daily needs are met, thereby making good use of her butler skills. "Give me about a week, and I will construct a memory reversal device." With that, Dr. Ryan dismisses all unrelated individuals from the laboratory. Back on the 8th floor of the peculiar establishment, veteran employee Lori begins training the newcomers. "Our peculiar establishment adheres to a singular principle. As long as the payment is made, we accept any task." Yuan Yanan remains silent, merely observing Lindy, while Yuchi wears a puzzled and somewhat anxious expression. Is this establishment legitimate? Could it possibly be a front for illicit activities? A fleeting moment of concern passes through her mind, yet she swiftly acclimates to the peculiar establishment's premise. The boss is undoubtedly shrewd. Could this establishment be anything but dubious? Nonetheless, these matters seem trivial. The peculiar establishment provides food and shelter, along with a handsome boss and colleagues, which is a million times better than being confined in a dark room. Lori continues, "The services our peculiar establishment offers, aside from commissions, also include the sale of potions, which is bang." At that moment, the door to the peculiar establishment is violently kicked open, interrupting Lori's discourse. The group turns to behold an impolite, bizarre creature at the entrance. King of Bones, race. Undead creature, level. Adat possesses the power to devastate a city, capable of plunging an entire city into ruin. Alignment. Chaotic evil. Description. A towering figure composed of countless bones. Each bone seemingly infused with malevolent power. The ribcage serves as a shield, the ribs as swords, and the leg bones as pillars. It embodies darkness and evil, bringing forth endless terror and despair. Who is the owner of this peculiar establishment? The King of Bones gazes with blood-red eyes, surveying everything within. Lindy glances at the damaged door, his brow slightly furrowing. What a rude guest. Noticing him, the King of Bones' eyes flash with anger. "You are the owner of this wretched establishment?" Lindy replies coolly, "What business do you have with me? Did you sell the berserk potion to that accursed horse?" Lindy retorts, "What accursed horse? We do not have such a creature in our establishment. You know, that horse which brings calamity to those around it." Realization dawns on Lindy. "Are you referring to the Calamity Horse? He purchased 30 bottles of berserk potion from me. He is a valued guest of the peculiar establishment." Upon hearing this, the King of Bones is filled with rage, bellowing at Lindy, "You are not to sell the berserk potion to the Calamity Horse again. Otherwise, I shall demolish your wretched establishment." In response, Lindy's expression instantly turns icy as he queries in a low voice, "Are you attempting to obstruct my means of income?" Meeting the cold, unyielding gaze of his opponent, the King of Bones feels an inexplicable tremor in his heart. Oddly enough, this individual before him, lacking in both appearance and prowess, should not invoke fear. Yet, why does he feel apprehensive? Despite this unease, he stands tall, declaring, "I shall indeed obstruct your means of income. What can you do about it?" Lindy does not exhibit anger. Instead, he offers a smile. Yet there is something decidedly unfriendly about it. "Lori, close the door. Do not let anything escape." "Understood, boss." Lori promptly scurries to the door, shutting it tightly and signaling for Yuan Yanan and the others to step back and observe. In that instant, Lindy raises the bizarre axe and strikes at the King of Bones. Crack! The King of Bones raises a hand to block, only to be astonished as the bizarre axe cleaves through. The King of Bones stares, bewildered, at Lindy. His bones are remarkably tough. Even exceptional grade weapons cannot sever them. Yet this axe has done so. What kind of divine weapon is this? Heavenly Craft Bizarre Axe Excitement Value 10. Lindy's assault continues. With the loss of both hands, the King of Bones' attack power diminishes drastically, forcing him to evade relentlessly in his attempts to dodge. The King of Bones breaks off a rib to use as a weapon. The rib is the hardest bone in his body, comparable to an epic-grade weapon. Lindy recognizes the rib's strength and pauses his actions. His bizarre axe is merely of fine quality, and while he could likely contend with a weapon of one level higher, he is uncertain against one 2 levels higher. For safety's sake, it is best not to engage directly. Chapter 78. How can this be deemed theft? Lindy wishes to retract the bizarre axe, yet the axe is decidedly uncooperative. Heavenly Craft Bizarre Axe Anger Value 20. Lindy caresses the axe. I do this for your benefit. I possess numerous skills. You need not engage in close combat. Heavenly Craft Bizarre Axe Anger Value 30. Lindy. A temperamental axe? Indeed. Regardless, it cannot be helped. His weapon must be cherished. It proves that even against an opponent 2 levels higher, the bizarre axe is more than capable. Heavenly Craft Bizarre Axe Excitement Value 50. The axe grows increasingly exhilarated with each strike, and soon, Lindy relinquishes control, allowing it to engage freely. The King of Bones, at this juncture, regrets his earlier overconfidence. He had underestimated the seemingly weak owner of the peculiar establishment, who has proven to be formidable. With such strength, the owner could rival the more powerful beings of the upper echelon. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the King of Bones glances toward Lori at the door, contemplating escape. Observing this, Lindy swiftly kicks, sending the King of Bones flying. Bang! The King of Bones crashes to the ground, and Lindy places his foot upon the creature's head, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The King of Bones struggles to rise but realizes he has lost the capacity to resist. Lindy leisurely extends a hand toward him. Wait! The King of Bones calls out, sensing that if he does not humble himself quickly, he may not survive this encounter. I only asked you not to sell to the Calamity Horse. I never implied you could not sell to others. Lindy coldly retorts, if I do not sell to the Calamity Horse, who will compensate for my losses? The King of Bones hastily replies, I shall compensate. I will pay you tenfold. Hearing this, Lindy shakes his head, stating, this is not merely a matter of money. He raises his gaze to the other employees, addressing them. Remember, upon entering this peculiar establishment, one becomes a guest of the establishment. We do not refuse to sell to our guests. With that, Lindy reaches out toward the King of Bones once more. Wait. The King of Bones is also known as Dao. Upon entering the ominous shop, I became a patron of the establishment. You cannot treat me in such a manner. Is it not said that this shop accepts all commissions? Then what of my commission to refrain from selling the potion to the Calamity Horse? Lindy shook his head. I will not violate the principles of this enigmatic shop. Thus, I have no choice but to eliminate the rule breaker that is you. Wait, hold on. The King of Bones was thoroughly flustered. Was it not said that the shopkeeper was avaricious, willing to accept any commission? No one had informed him that the shopkeeper possessed such principles. Hold on. Avaricious, I shall not commission you any longer. I wish to purchase the potion. I wish to purchase the potion. At these words, Lindy paused, inquiring, how much will you buy? The King of Bones replied, I shall purchase potions worth 100,000 Blood Fiend coins. Lindy questioned, is your life worth merely 100,000? The King of Bones stammered. Then 300,000? Lindy remained silent, merely casting a lingering gaze upon him. The King of Bones added, I possess only 650,000 Blood Fiend coins. Any more, and I truly have none left. After a 5-second stare-off, Lindy's lips curled into a friendly smile. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the potion for you shortly. Lindy gestured to Su Chuan, who was nearest the counter. Go to the warehouse and retrieve the potions. Su Chuan hesitated. I just arrived and am unfamiliar with the potion prices. How many potions can I acquire for 650,000 Blood Fiend coins? Observing his naive expression, Lindy turned to Loli. Loli, a clever little sprite, immediately understood, shooting a glance at Su Chuan, and said, follow me. Entering the storeroom, Loli casually grabbed 2 of the most basic potions and handed them to Su Chuan. Here, take these. Staring at the 2 potions in hand, Su Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. These 2 potions are worth 650,000 Blood Fiend coins. The inflation here is utterly outrageous. Loli rolled her eyes at him. Do you truly wish to hand him potions worth 650,000 Blood Fiend coins? The total value of the potions in this storeroom does not even amount to that. These two are the cheapest, totaling 1,000 Blood Fiend coins. Su Chuan could not help but mutter, "Is the boss robbing us?" Upon hearing this, Loli immediately grew displeased. "How can you say such a thing? We are providing him with potions. How can that be considered robbery?" Su Chuan. That he found himself unable to refute her statement. As Su Chuan exited with the 1,000 Blood Fiend coins worth of frenzy potions, the King of Bones was already sitting respectfully in a chair. Lindy, holding a gold card, felt his earlier dissatisfaction from the broken door dissipate instantly. May I leave now?" the King of Bones tentatively asked. Lindy replied, "Not yet." Hearing the implication of reluctance, the King of Bones grew anxious and somewhat irritated. 650,000 is my entire fortune. If you do not believe me, search my body." Lindy cast a nonchalant glance at him. His entire being consisted solely of bones and clothing, leaving no place to hide any money. "You still have potions to collect." The King of Bones. After Su Chuan delivered the frenzy potions to him, the King of Bones apprehensively stood to leave. Just as he neared the door of the shop, Lindy's voice called out once more. "Wait a moment." Upon hearing his voice, every bone in the King of Bones trembled slightly. Before Lindy could speak, he turned and knelt down, exclaiming, "I still have 6,500 Blood Fiend coins at home. I will fetch them for you immediately." Lindy put away the gold card and said, "There is no rush regarding the money. I have a question for you." The King of Bones then lifted his head, the red hue in his eye sockets dimming. "Please ask, why did you not allow me to sell potions to the Calamity Horse?" The King of Bones sighed and replied, "Wherever the Calamity Horse goes, Calamity follows. Unfortunately, I am the unfortunate neighbor of that cursed Calamity Horse. As long as he is around, I have not had a single good day." Subsequently, we neighbors, who were tormented by him, united to drive the Calamity Horse down from the 6th floor. And things improved somewhat. However, not long ago, the Calamity Horse returned. We intended to drive him away again, but he consumed the potion you sold him, and his strength multiplied, attacking us like a madman. We were no match for him. Lindy understood. "So you planned to strike at the source of his newfound power, given that you could not defeat him." The King of Bones. "I truly realize my error. I shall never dare again." Seeing his sincere attitude of repentance, Lindy smiled slightly. "Not quite. You did nothing wrong. You should dare to come and smash my shop again." The King of Bones. "I truly dare not." Lindy approached him, placing a hand on the King of Bones' shoulder, and smiled. "You should not only dare to smash, you must bring your neighbors along to join in." The King of Bones was momentarily stunned before realizing. "You wish for them to?" Lindy nodded with a smile. "I await your good news." Chapter 79. Forming a group to deliver money, the King of Bones fell silent for a few seconds before addressing Lindy. May I take my arm with me?" Lindy smiled kindly at him. "You may retrieve it on your next visit. I shall keep it safe for you and provide some bone care." What if he simply returned home without bringing his neighbors along? It is essential to leave some mystery. The King of Bones took a deep breath and immediately turned to flee. Upon reaching the door, he glanced back at Lindy's calm demeanor, his eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light, and the corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. He had merely underestimated the strength of the enigmatic shopkeeper, leading to his missed opportunity. Should he summon all his neighbors, even the formidable shopkeeper would not stand a chance against them. Earning money here is no easy feat. It encompasses his entire fortune, which must be reclaimed. Lindy transferred all the funds from the King of Bones' gold card into his own, including his existing 20-some thousand. His enigmatic card transformed into a gold card. When the King of Bones' neighbors arrive, the gold card should upgrade to a black gold card. Such a sum should suffice for him to open branches on the 6th and 7th floors. Money in the void enigmatic realm is far more challenging to acquire than in the human world. Prices are lower here, and the average earnings are comparatively modest. Here, 100 Blood Fiend coins equate to 10,000 in the human realm. Thus, the King of Bones' 650,000 Blood Fiend coins is not insignificant. In the void enigmatic realm, 6th floor, upon returning home, the King of Bones promptly summoned the nearby neighbors to gather at his residence. "What happened to you? Why is one of your arms missing?" A fully armored skeletal knight, with only glowing blue eyes visible, inquired. The King of Bones wore a grim expression, gritting his teeth as he recounted the events. It was that cursed shopkeeper, as he spoke. He briefly outlined the incident, of course omitting the part where he nearly lost his life and begged for mercy on his knees. A zombie covered in sores remarked, "To have severed your bones? That axe must indeed be remarkable." That a gargoyle, with bat-like wings and a face twisted in a sinister grimace, laughed heartily, his laughter dripping with endless mockery. "You could not even defeat a mere human. How utterly disgraceful. If I were you, I would prefer to end my life by crashing into a wall." The King of Bones retorted angrily, "I lost the upper hand due to a surprise attack. Moreover, he is not even human. If he had any skin at all, one would surely see his face or ears reddening." The gargoyle scoffed. "I have inquired about it. That shopkeeper can traverse through the enigmatic door to the human world. How can you still insist he is not human?" The King of Bones was taken aback, his face a mask of disbelief. "How is this possible? He cannot be human." The harpy, with a human face and the body of a bird, raised a wing to her mouth, smiling sweetly. "Hearing you speak this way, I rather wish to meet that shopkeeper." The gargoyle chuckled. "I am quite interested in that axe of his. No one is allowed to snatch it from me." The skeletal knight caressed his sword, his blue eyes flickering slightly. "I would like to test whether his axe is mightier than my blade." The pus-covered zombie scratched his face, appearing somewhat conflicted. He had heard that the shopkeeper could alter his appearance, and even the puppet monster possessed a perfect human skin. He too wished to make a commission. "I hope you can spare the shopkeeper's life for now? At least until he has changed my skin," the pus-covered zombie said. The gargoyle shrugged indifferently. "I am only interested in the axe. If he is obedient, I see no reason to kill him." The skeletal knight gently wiped his blade, adding, "My sword only takes the lives of the wicked." The harpy remarked, "I rather like humans. It is rare to encounter a living one. Why would I casually take a life?" Only the King of Bones bore a grudge against Lindy, wishing nothing more than to tear him apart. However, seeing their ambiguous attitudes towards Lindy, he refrained from expressing too much hostility. After they teach the shopkeeper a lesson, he could reclaim his belongings and silence them later. After much discussion, the five of them set off towards the 8th floor shop where Lindy resided. Lindy was currently engraving floral designs when the shop's door was again violently kicked open. The brutality of this incident surpasses even that of the King of Bones, as the door was kicked wide open. Seated at the counter were Yuan Yinan, Su Chuan, and Yu Qi, all of whom turned in unison to gaze at the entrance. Upon witnessing the 5 grotesque entities that had entered, Yu Qi's mouth nearly drooped to her chin. How utterly hideous! When she encountered individuals from the Anomaly Management Bureau, although none were as stunning as Lindy or Yuan Yinan, they were at least human. Yet, the sight before her compelled her to wish for a thorough cleansing of her eyes. Yuan Yinan cast a cursory glance before returning to her seat. These were merely Class A anomalies, hardly warranting such alarm. Lindy continued to carve intricate designs, merely lifting his gaze to regard them with a detached inquiry. "Have you all brought money?" The King of Bones, upon noticing the tool in Lindy's hand, was instantly filled with rage. "What have you done to my arm? Put it down this instant." Realizing the inconsistency in his demeanor, Lindy smiled knowingly. As expected of the King of Bones, "You truly brought them here when you said you would die. As a token of gratitude for your adherence to your promise, I shall return this adorned arm to you." With that, Lindy tossed the carved arm back to the King of Bones. "This human is indeed amusing." The harpy observed Lindy with a beaming smile, covering her mouth as she chuckled. "So you were the one who severed the King of Bones' arm?" The gargoyle scrutinized Lindy with its crimson eyes, a hint of skepticism evident. Before Lindy could respond, the nearby Death Knight brandished his sword and challenged, "Human, draw your axe and face me in combat." As they expressed their eagerness, the putrid zombie interjected, "Wait a moment. Wasn't it agreed that I would go first?" They did not oppose the putrid zombie, merely huffing in response and granting him passage. "I heard your establishment can fulfill any request?" the putrid zombie inquired. "Ding! A business opportunity has arisen." Putrid zombie, race, undead, level, A class. Possesses the power to devastate an entire city, capable of plunging it into ruin. Alignment, lawful evil. Description: a formidable undead creature, severely decayed, possessing an extraordinary self-healing ability that allows it to recover from even the most grievous injuries at a visibly rapid pace. Chapter 80. breaking the rules an undead creature? Thus, this putrid zombie, like the King of Bones, cannot be killed by physical means. I wonder if devouring them would render them deceased. The putrid zombie remarked, I heard you successfully replaced the skin of a puppet monster. Can you provide me with a more appealing skin as well? The putrid zombie has issued a trade request to replace its skin with a more attractive one. Completion reward, basic experience 300. Blood Shah Coin 2000, special reward 1, random reward 1. Special and random rewards are pathways to acquiring advanced anomaly techniques. Lindy momentarily shelved the thought of devouring the putrid zombie. He donned a businesslike smile, looked at the putrid zombie, and asked, What do you consider an attractive skin? The putrid zombie, gazing at Lindy's face, paused momentarily. I believe your skin looks quite appealing. Unbeknownst to him, upon hearing that Lindy could replace skin, the putrid zombie had just abandoned the notion of killing Lindy. Lindy maintained an expression of calm indifference, retrieving a small notebook he always carried to jot down. 1 male human skin, plus skin accessories. He glanced at the putrid zombie again and noted 1 hazmat suit, deodorizer, and several air fresheners. He placed the notebook in his pocket and addressed the putrid zombie. Material costs amount to 200,000, labor fee 300,000, and compensation for mental anguish 50,000, totaling 1 million. Upon hearing Lindy's exorbitant price, the putrid zombie was taken aback, inquiring, Is skin replacement truly this costly? That puppet monster resided on the 9th floor and lacked an anomaly card. I doubt it could even muster 10,000. Why is it suddenly 1 million here? Lindy smiled as he explained. The puppet monster's body was quite simple to work with, whereas yours is far more complex. Hence the higher price. Replacing a rabbit's skin is not the same as replacing an elephant's. The putrid zombie found this analogy somewhat agreeable, yet 1 million was a price he could not accept. Although he was not incapable of procuring 1 million blood Shah coins, it would deplete his entire fortune. Don't listen to him. This is a black market. The King of Bones angrily accused Lindy. We are not conducting business. This is a notification. You will comply. At this, Lindy's eyes brightened slightly as he glanced at the posted rules on the wall, responding coolly. Are you attempting to rob me? Upon hearing his words, the King of Bones seemed to strike a nerve, erupting in anger. What of robbing you? Not only will we rob you, but we shall also take your life. Lindy remained silent, merely observing the peculiar shop surroundings. Rule 3. Attempting to rob, do not provoke the shopkeeper. Anomalies that enter must leave with their waist covered and bare behind. Lindy mused. After running this shop for so long, I've finally encountered someone attempting to rob me. I wonder what effect this rule sheet will have. After a considerable wait, nothing changed within the shop. Lindy clicked his tongue, realizing that the rule sheet seemed rather ineffective. Just as he contemplated taking matters into his own hands, he noticed the 5 disruptive anomalies wearing expressions of sheer dread. He could not fathom what was troubling them, but their faces conveyed a palpable fear. What on earth had transpired? Lindy inquired. Seeing their silence, he approached the 5 entities, waving his hand before their eyes. They appeared oblivious to him, their faces contorted with terror, rage, and anguish. As Lindy drew closer, their expressions shifted to extreme fear. They began to retreat until they reached a corner with no escape. Don't come closer. Don't come closer. Please don't kill me. I swear I won't do it again. They cried out in agonized pleas, their faces twisting in horror. Lindy's heart stirred. Could it be that they were witnessing some horrific entity he could not perceive? Was the rule sheet finally in effect? Ding! Anomaly detected violating Rule 3. They shall face severe punishment. Illusory domain activated. Within this domain, all employees of the shop are immune to harm and will project illusions upon the rule breakers. Entities within the illusion will see their deepest fears. Hint: anomalies entering the illusory domain must either perish or surrender all their wealth. Otherwise, they cannot leave. Attempting to rob the anomaly shop has led to their own downfall. Lindy found this punishment quite agreeable. King of Bones fear value 1000. Death Knight's fear value 1000. Gargoyle's fear value 1000. Putrid Zombie's fear value 1000. Harpy's fear value 1000. Illusory Domain fear value 5000. Domain upgraded, current level 2. Horror level of the manifested scene increased by 1. Lindy addressed them. You have violated the rules of the shop. And now you have 2 choices. First, you may surrender all valuable possessions and leave. Second, you may endure this until you perish from fright. Hearing his words, one by one, they trembled and relinquished their anomaly cards. Lindy stored each card, transforming the black gold cards into purple gold cards. The purple gold cards have no deposit limit, and Lindy's now held 10,500,000 coins. The right to reside on the 7th floor costs 500,000. The 6th floor 1 million, the 5th floor 3 million, and the 4th floor 6 million. With this 10,500,000, he could easily open branches on the 4th to 7th floors. Indeed, the higher one ascends, the more profitable it becomes. Lindy then turned to the 5 anomalies huddled in the corner and asked, "Do you possess any further valuables? You still owe 45,000 blood Sha coins." I only have this left. If you don't believe me, I can strip for you," the putrid zombie stammered, beginning to remove its clothing. Lindy quickly interrupted. "No need for that. I trust you." The current appearance of the putrid zombie was already quite sufficient to dissuade any appetite. Lindy had no curiosity regarding its condition. He scrutinized the Death Knight, assessing his armor, and remarked, "The materials of your armor should be quite exceptional, no?" Upon hearing this, the Death Knight promptly began to remove his armor. Without it, the Death Knight appeared as a blue specter. Lindy accepted the armor, intending to present it to Dr. Ryan for research. "Your sword must also be of remarkable quality. What is its grade, this time?" The Death Knight did not yield, clutching his sword tightly. "The sword lives as long as I do. If the sword falls, so do I." Chapter 81. Truly the entire fortune, seeing the Death Knight's stubbornness. Lindy extended a tendril and snatched the sword from his grasp. "You are already deceased. You have long since passed away." The sorrowful specter of the knight, bereft of his sword, knelt despondently upon the ground. "No?" Lindy turned his gaze towards the harpy, who shivered uncontrollably and stammered. I have not even a garment." Lindy inquired further, "And what of your weapon?" The harpy flapped her wings, asserting, "My body serves as my weapon." After a moment's contemplation, Lindy remarked, "I find your wings quite admirable." The harpy, with a glint of desperation, asked, "Do you possess any restorative potions?" Lindy tossed a vial before her, grasping the potion with her beak. The harpy implored the gargoyle, "Assist me, sever my wings." The gargoyle raised its claw and, with swift motions, sliced off the harpy's wings. Overwhelmed by pain, she collapsed onto the ground, hastily consuming the restorative potion. Lindy collected the bloodied wings. Considering the substantial material for potion making, his attention shifted to the gargoyle, who was licking the blood from its claws. The gargoyle, with a hint of trepidation, asked, "What is it that you desire?" Lindy scrutinized him closely and suggested, "Your stone body must harbor secrets. Surely it can conceal treasures. If shattered, it could potentially be reassembled." At this, the gargoyle's visage split into a grin as he eagerly exclaimed, "Wait! I know where to procure 450,000. He pointed at the skeletal king, declaring, "His hollow bones conceal a wealth of riches." The skeletal king, both astonished and incensed, retorted, "How do you, foul stone, know of such things? This is all I have left." Lindy gazed at him with an air of melancholy, inquiring, "Shall I intervene personally, or will you assist each other?" The skeletal king, gritting his remaining teeth, lifted his last arm and muttered, "I shall do it myself." He seated himself on the ground, twisted off a leg, and retrieved a golden card from within. This contains 500,000 blood coins, all of it. After handing the card to Lindy, the skeletal king angrily gestured towards the gargoyle, accusing, "He has money hidden within those 2 horns." The gargoyle, seething with fury, threatened, "I will end you." Before they could escalate into conflict, Lindy acted swiftly, severing the gargoyle's horns. Coins cascaded to the ground, scattering like fallen leaves. Lindy, with a sardonic smile, addressed them, "You find yourselves ensnared here due to your violation of the shop's rules. Should you relinquish all valuables, you may depart. However, should you possess any hidden treasures, I cannot guarantee your escape. This establishment feasts upon deceit." As his words lingered in the air, the festering zombie lifted his garments, revealing a festering abdomen. "I have a little something here." He pried open his belly, extracting a silver card contained within a bag. Lindy summoned Lowly, instructing, "Take this for cleansing." Lowly scampered over, recoiling at the sight of the putrid bag. Her expression aghast. "Ugh, now, you are free to leave," Lindy announced. Since they remained trapped in an illusion and could not see the exit, Lindy gestured to Su Chuan, saying, "Lead them out." Unaware of the staff's immunity, Su Chuan remained vigilant as they traversed the short distance. Just as they were about to exit, Lindy called out, "Wait a moment." The 5 creatures froze, dropping to their knees in unison, exclaiming, "It's gone." Truly gone. Lindy, seated upon a chair, cast a dispassionate glance at the festering zombie, stating, "I accept your commission. I shall contact you in due time. Please leave a contact address. To fulfill the system's reward, the commission must be completed." Observing Lindy casually crossing his legs, his indifferent gaze upon the kneeling beings, Yuan Yena felt an unsettling familiarity. A similar scene flickered in his mind, albeit set against a backdrop darker and more expansive than this. Lindy was not seated upon an ordinary chair, but rather upon a lavish throne. The beings bowing before him were not merely 5, but an innumerable assembly from all corners of the earth. What was Lindy's true identity in the past? What connection did it hold to him? After their departure, the system chimed once more. Ding! The illusory domain has been sealed. After delivering the materials to Ryan Buasheng, Lindy prepared to embark on his quest in the human realm. He needed an assistant to expedite their efforts. Su Chuan, accompany me. Lindy required his fortuitous influence for a successful landing. Wishing to recall more fragments of memory, Yuan Yena volunteered, "I shall join you." Lindy nodded, "Perfect, we have 3 commissions. We shall split into groups." Before setting off, Lindy extracted a portion of corpse soil from a pot of thorny plants, intending to sell it for profit. Though he bore grievances against the Ouroboros organization, their shadowy establishments were his primary source of income, and he did not intend to eradicate them entirely. All 3 were fugitives from the Anomalous Management Bureau, particularly Lindy, who was on the wanted list of the Ouroboros. To avoid recognition, Lindy provided each of them with a new face. Upon seeing the peculiar visages, Yuchi almost grimaced in dismay, exclaiming how dreadfully they had been marred. "I shall first procure funds from the Ouroboros dark shop, then we can proceed separately to as he spoke. Lindy patted Su Chuan on the shoulder, reiterating, "First, we shall visit the Ouroboros dark shop." Su Chuan, bewildered by the gesture, replied, "Why are you telling me this? All the dark shops I know have been shut down. I have no idea where the other Ouroboros shops are." Lindy smiled slightly. "You need not concern yourself with that. Simply focus on reaching the Ouroboros dark shop." Su Chuan was left in a state of confusion. Truly, Su Chuan was the lucky child with a fortune value of 88. The 3 of them landed in a bustling area. After walking a few hundred meters, Lindy spotted the Ouroboros dark shop's insignia. "Wait here for me. I shall return shortly." The card previously issued to him would reveal his identity, so Lindy chose not to use it, causing a slight delay. Upon exiting the dark shop, he now bore an added backpack. After distributing the funds within to Su Chuan and Yuan Yena, Su Chuan relayed their respective commissions. Su Chuan was tasked with purchasing a truckload of meat. "Meat? What kind of meat requires a truckload?" Lindy replied. "Any meat will suffice, as long as it is edible. There is no need to be frugal. Efficiency is paramount." Yuan Yena was assigned to procure a doll resembling a male figure from an adult store. With an emphasis on expediency. Yuan Yena's gaze towards Lindy shifted, tinged with suspicion. Yet, Lindy remained oblivious, stating, "I will find a patient for Dr. Seiko. Once completed, we shall reconvene here." Chapter 82. The abandoned prison. Finding a patient for Dr. Seiko proved to be a formidable challenge. As not everyone was suitable for his treatment, as Lindy pondered while walking, he inadvertently glanced upward at a street sign that read, "Yao City Prison, the place notorious for harboring the most vicious of criminals." It seemed a fitting location for finding the patients he sought. After some deliberation, Lindy ultimately resolved to try his luck there. Yao City Prison lay in the northwest corner of the city, surrounded by a desolate landscape of abandoned factories and dilapidated residences. There were no elevators, no taxis, only a row of crumbling buildings. After traversing several narrow streets and ruins, Lindy finally arrived at Yao City Prison. As he surveyed his surroundings, an eerie sensation washed over him. The atmosphere was shrouded in darkness, tinged with the stench of decay. Rather than a prison, it resembled a haunted house. Just then, he heard the unmistakable sound of an approaching vehicle. In such a forsaken area, the presence of a car was decidedly unusual. Lindy glanced up to see a black vehicle drawing near, heading straight for the prison gate. Could it be the Anomalous Management Bureau? Their arrival signified that this prison was indeed extraordinary. Seemed he had not erred in his choice. With this thought, Lindy quickly concealed himself to observe their intentions. The vehicle came to a halt outside the prison, and the rear door of the black van slowly opened, revealing two men stepping out in succession. Upon seeing their faces, Lindy raised an eyebrow. Two familiar figures. He was acquainted with few members of the Anomalous Management Bureau, aside from the recently recruited Sichuan and Yuan Yena, the only others being Yu Liang and the experimental subject 163 he had encountered in the glass cell. Judging by the attire of the 163rd subject, it appeared he had successfully passed the tests and officially become an anomaly. After a brief exchange between Yu Liang and the 163rd subject, the latter was handed a backpack. Donning headphones and slinging the bag over his shoulder, he approached the prison's entrance. The massive gate creaked open, accompanied by a chilling metallic screech, releasing a wave of dread that washed over Lindy. As the doors swung wide, a gust of damp, decaying air rushed forth, as if countless invisible hands tugged at his collar, compelling him to shrink back. The 163rd subject illuminated the darkness with a flashlight, its feeble beam slicing through the gloom to reveal a narrow passageway. The walls flanking the corridor soared high, covered in moss and mottled with stains. The uneven stone path beneath his feet echoed with a dull thud with each step, as though reminding all who entered that they were in a place isolated from the world. Steeped in terror, Subject 163 continued his advance into the depths, his silhouette flickering in the dim glow of the flashlight, gradually receding until it vanished into the abyss. With his disappearance, the prison's massive gates slammed shut with a resounding thud. He-chung, report on the situation inside, Yu Liang urged anxiously. After a brief pause, the intercom remained silent, prompting Yu Liang to add, He-chung, switch on the camera. He-chung. After a moment of silence, Yu Liang's brow furrowed in concern. Just as he prepared to set down the intercom, a crackling sound erupted from the other end. As the static diminished, He-cheng's voice emerged. It's too dark in here. I can't see anything. Yu Liang sighed slightly in relief. What's the situation inside? Meanwhile, within the forsaken prison, He-chung donned a night vision camera, scanning his surroundings, capturing the entirety of the prison's eerie atmosphere. The space felt vast, far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. Yu Liang analyzed the computer feed, stating, there seems to be a spatial anomaly. Remain vigilant. If you notice anything amiss, exit immediately. Understood. Approaching the entrance of the prison, He-chung noticed a yellowed note affixed to the inner wall. He leaned closer to film it. It appears to outline some regulations pertaining to the prison. Yu Liang instructed, the footage is unclear. Read it aloud, He-chung began. Entry into the prison is strictly prohibited from any location other than the main gate. Movement within the prison must not exceed 0.3 ms. No electronic devices are permitted inside. Sound levels must not exceed 30 decibels. Each individual is allowed entry only once per day. Yu Liang meticulously recorded each rule. An unsettling realization dawned upon him. These resembled regulations rather than mere guidelines. If these were indeed the peculiar rules of this sinister prison, then upon entering, He-cheng had already violated 3 of them, aside from the first and last. This is troubling. Get out now, Yu Liang urged. Yet, as he finished reading the rules, the intercom only emitted a series of crackles. You team? You team? Do you hear me? He-chung? He-chung? Can you hear me? He was trapped. A chilling voice drifted from behind Yu Liang. Startled, he spun around to see Lindy, who was intently observing the computer screen. The monitor displayed nothing but a black screen, yet Lindy appeared captivated, as if perceiving something unseen. What are you doing here? Yu Liang questioned warily, his gaze revealing a sense of impending doom. However, upon recognizing Lindy, he felt a slight relief, though he was still uncertain of how long Lindy had been lurking behind him. If Lindy had intended to harm him, he would likely have met his demise already. Moreover, Lindy entered and exited the Bureau of Anomalies with his own motives, unlike those malevolent entities that sought to inflict harm. Lindy studied the computer display, stating, he's in trouble. Judging by the numbers, he might not make it out. What do you see? Yu Liang inquired. Alarmed for He-cheng's safety, Lindy turned to him. Puzzled, can't you see? Yu Liang shook his head. I see nothing. The screen is black. This. Lindy's curiosity about the situation inside deepened. There must be something in there that I need. Lindy prepared to leave. Yu Liang hurriedly asked, are you going in? Lindy nodded. I'll accompany you. Lin Di regarded Yu Liang with approval. He was polite and respectful. Even Yuan Yinan might not emerge unscathed. Your abilities are significantly inferior. Entering would be tantamount to delivering yourself as a meal. However, if you can adhere to the rules outlined, there should be minimal risk. Why Yu Liang remained silent. Chapter 83. A trip to the buffet. I'll retrieve He Chung. You stay here, Xiao Cheng, who had been listening to their conversation, interjected. His gaze was sharp, akin to that of a predator, maintaining vigilance even in the presence of Lin Di, who posed no threat. Yet Xiao Cheng declared, You re the captain and must command from here. I will go in. Having worked alongside Xiao Cheng for many years, Yu Liang was aware that he often became reckless in the face of the abnormal. Under ordinary circumstances, if Xiao Cheng were to lose control, Yu Liang could intervene. However, given He Cheng's uncertain predicament, allowing Xiao Cheng to venture in alone was perilous. Should he inadvertently breach the threshold, it could lead to dire consequences. Although Xiao Cheng had not been monitored by the tracking device in quite some time, Yu Liang dared not gamble on that possibility. Xiao Cheng had made his decision. Rest assured, I will adhere to the rules on that note. His piercing gaze fixed on Lin Di, yet the latter's focus remained glued to the black screen. Inside, there were at least dozens of anomalies. Varying in levels, Lin Di casually informed them of the situation within. Upon hearing that there were dozens of anomalies, both Yu Liang and Xiao Cheng felt a heavy weight in their hearts. If this were indeed the case, it was unlikely that even He Chung, let alone Yuan Yinan, would escape unscathed. What about He Chung? Is he alive? Yu Liang pressed urgently. Lin Di chuckled softly, seemingly amused by some unseen spectacle. It seems this place has been abandoned for quite some time. Those anomalous creatures are likely quite intrigued by your colleague. They're treating him as a plaything, thoroughly enjoying themselves with him. Why Yu Liang and Xiao Cheng silently expressed their concern for He Chung. If you enter, you might find it quite challenging, Lin Di remarked to Xiao Cheng. At this, Xiao Cheng's expression stiffened, questioning with his eyes. Lin Di pointed to the earpiece Xiao Cheng wore. The rules clearly state that no electronic devices are permitted within the prison. You might find yourself in a precarious situation. Xiao Cheng fell silent, realizing he had forgotten about his earpiece. Why Yu Liang removed all electronic devices from his person and turned to Xiao Cheng. If electronic devices are prohibited, then there's no need for command. I'll join you. Two of us should increase our chances of survival. Xiao Cheng nodded, agreed. After reaching a consensus, they both turned to Lin Di. Yu Liang asked, You mentioned wanting to go in for something. Do you wish to join us? As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Cheng discreetly nudged him, his eyes filled with disapproval. Lin Di replied, I advise against entering. He picked up the flashlight, camera, and intercom that Yu Liang had just set down, placing them into his monitoring device. Why Yu Liang and Xiao Cheng exchanged glances, realizing their oversight. How had they forgotten about the monitoring device? It too was an electronic device. The monitoring device could not be removed unless ordered from above or severed from the arm. If they recklessly entered while violating the rules, it would be tantamount to courting death in light of their predicament. Yu Liang raised his head to Lin Di once more, requesting, Could you assist He Chung and bring him out? Lin Di expressed disinterest in such troublesome matters. However, if it were a commission, the nature would change. I am here on someone else's behalf, conducting business. Other matters are irrelevant to me. Lin Di made his stance clear. Why Yu Liang quickly replied, Then let us make a trade. Bring He Chung out. What are your terms? Lin Di smiled, satisfied that Yu Liang was understanding. As for the terms, he gestured towards the only valuable asset they had brought, that vehicle. I want it intact when I exit. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Liang agreed. In truth, he could have simply commandeered the vehicle without consequence. They had no leverage over him. Trading a vehicle and some equipment for a life, particularly that of an anomaly, was quite worthwhile. Moreover, the higher-ups in the Bureau would hardly object. Ding! Yu Liang has issued a trading task. Successfully retrieve He Chung. Task completion reward. Base experience 500, blood shot coin 5000, special reward X1. Note: this task carries inherent risks. The host must act within their limits. Lin Di mused, how can a trip to a buffet be dangerous? Approaching the prison gate, he gently pushed it open. Standing outside, he gazed into the darkness within. It was eerily silent, the entrance deserted, and the light dim, as if the inside and outside were two entirely different realms. Noticing that Lin Di lingered at the entrance, Yu Liang reminded him, the first rule states, entry into the prison is strictly prohibited from any location other than the main gate. Lin Di nodded, indicating his comprehension. Then, to their astonishment, he reached out and closed the prison gate once more. Immediately after, he approached the adjacent high wall, sprang off the surface, and soared several meters high, leaping over to the other side. Seeing Lin Di's unconventional approach, Xiao Cheng was left bewildered. What was he attempting to accomplish? Did he not understand that one must adhere to the rules? Yu Liang too found himself at a loss as their knowledge of the prison's interior remained woefully inadequate. However, having witnessed Lin Di's remarkable abilities, he believed there must be a rationale behind his actions, and thus refrained from overthinking. He picked up the walkie-talkie and took a seat before the darkened computer. Poised and ready. The moment Lin Di leaped in, it felt as though he had transitioned from daylight to darkness, from summer to winter. On the other side of the high wall, the breeze was warm and refreshing. Yet within the confines of the wall, the air was chillingly cold, permeated by a stench of decay. The darkness seemed intent on engulfing the prison. Lin Di switched on his flashlight and directed it forward, only to discover a figure curled up on the ground ahead. It was not merely a shadow, but rather a bizarre apparition. This peculiar entity was unlike anything Lin Di had encountered before, and it had not been captured in He Cheng's footage. The apparition lay silently curled in the corner, motionless, resembling a corpse, yet emanating a faint, ethereal glow. Race? Danger level, A grade. Possesses the power to devastate a city, potentially plunging it into ruin. Alignment, chaotic evil. Description: do not make eye contact. Refrain from any communication. Do not let it know you can see it. In short, do not. When it makes any move, keep as far away as possible to avoid being harmed. This apparition appeared rather docile and seemed not easily perishable, making it suitable to be taken to Dr. Seiko for treatment. Chapter 84. Unimpeded communication. As Lin Di gazed at it, the apparition languidly lifted its head to regard him. Lin Di raised his hand and smiled. Greeting it. Upon seeing Lin Di, the previously dull eyes of the apparition instantly brightened. It stared at Lin Di with an expressionless gaze, remaining silent for quite some time. Observing its vacant and foolish demeanor, Lin Di surmised it likely would not leave hastily. He could take it with him when he exited. Lin Di chose to ignore it, continuing to shine his flashlight as he ventured deeper into the prison. Suddenly, he felt a chill creep down his back. Experience told him that if he turned around now, he would either see the apparition or something equally eerie. At this moment, the best course of action was to avoid looking back. The next instant, a tentacle emerged from behind Lin Di, piercing through the apparition that followed him. With a squelching sound, the sensation of flesh being penetrated reached Lin Di's ears. Only then did he turn to see the apparition that had been curled up in the corner moments ago. The apparition seemed unfazed by the wound it had sustained, instead gazing in astonishment at the tentacle. After observing the tentacle for a while, it raised its head to look at Lin Di again. In its eyes, there was no anger, only an indescribable excitement. This unknown apparition was not the first to display such enthusiasm upon seeing him. There had been others in the past who drooled at the sight of him. Yet this entity's excitement did not stem from the sight of a delectable meal, but rather resembled the joy of reuniting with an old friend after a long separation. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Di inquired, "Do you know me?" The apparition nodded, then shook its head, frowning and pointing to its own head, as if to indicate some issue with its mind. Lin Di suspected that it was not just its mind that was problematic, but its ability to speak as well. Otherwise, why would it remain silent? "Wait here for me. I shall finish my business inside and return for you." After saying this, Lin Di retracted the tentacle and turned to head deeper into the prison. After a few steps, Lin Di noticed that the apparition was still following him, akin to a small child fearful of being abandoned. Lin Di remarked, "I have important matters to attend to inside. It would be inconvenient for you to follow me." He was entering to partake in a buffet, and in the oppressive darkness, if he accidentally mistook this entity for something sinister and consumed it, it would spell trouble, and no matter how he looked at it. This apparition seemed to have some connection to his past self. Given that, he could not allow it to wander aimlessly outside, nor could he leave it with Dr. Seiko. The apparition gazed at him with anticipation, opening its mouth as if wanting to say something, but only managing to produce incoherent sounds. "Are you telling me not to go inside? That it's dangerous?" The apparition nodded vigorously, followed by a series of muffled sounds. Lin Di continued, "Are there dangerous entities inside that will discover us if I enter?" The creature responded with affirmative sounds. The rules on the walls must not be violated, or else death will ensue. Although it emitted no meaningful words, Lindy found himself comprehending it effortlessly. He was astounded by this realization and increasingly convinced of their connection. It's all right. I shall return shortly. Please keep an eye on things here for me. The apparition responded with a questioning sound. If anyone or anything emerges, make sure to stop them from entering. The being seemed to acknowledge this with a nod. Lindy was just about to step through the door when a thought struck him, prompting him to turn back and ask, "You are also an apparition. Why are you not inside? Or rather, how did you manage to come out?" Upon hearing the question, the apparition pointed to its head once more, shaking it in distress. Seeing its troubled expression, Lindy chose not to press further and turned toward the prison's grand entrance. Upon entering, the apparition emitted a series of cries, urging him to look back. At its behest, Lindy noticed a note affixed to the wall. This note contained the prison's rules, the paper yellowed and stained with blood. The more he examined it, the more familiar it seemed. He had not noticed it when it was mentioned over the walkie-talkie. However, upon seeing it now, he realized that this note was identical in format to the rule notes from his own Erie establishment. The wording and handwriting were unmistakably from the same hand. "Little Tongzi, has your business expanded to prisons now?" Yet the system offered no reply. Lindy was uninterested in the complexities of the situation. His only concern was the whereabouts of his current task target. At that moment, He-chung was frantically darting about, spooked by the eerie sounds emanating from within the prison. His flashlight had been broken during his escape, and had it not been for the night vision camera he still possessed, he would have found himself utterly lost. This was his second mission. During the first, he had the legendary U-Team leading him, allowing him to merely collect experience points from the rear. This time, however, U-Team had only instructed him to scout the area and familiarize himself with the prison's layout. But who could have anticipated such danger lurking within? The prison was filled with screams that echoed incessantly. These cries were not born of fear but rather of exhilaration. The emotions conveyed through these screams were varied, with one particular sound resembling a pack of starved beasts relishing the sight of their prey. Brimming with fervor and longing, He-chung had lost contact with Yu Liang for quite some time. By the time he sensed something amiss, he had already begun retracing his steps, only to discover that he had become lost. He had marked the walls at every fork in the path upon entering to avoid losing his way. However, as he attempted to return, he found not a single mark on the walls. Fortunately, those marks were merely a precaution against panic. He could still navigate back using memory alone. He-chung had risen above many experimental subjects to become a transmogrifier, a feat attributable to his calm demeanor. Through repeated testing, it was discovered that the more perilous the situation, the more composed he became. He had never been one to panic and lose his way. He had considered the possibility that some bizarre creature had erased his markings. But as he relied on memory to trace his way back, he realized that the environment around him was becoming increasingly unfamiliar. At that moment, he comprehended that something was amiss. It was not that some apparition had obliterated his markings, but that the very space of the prison had shifted. If the prison's layout could change at will, it was akin to a labyrinth. Chapter 85. 7 of me. Meanwhile, Lindy tore the rules note from the wall, intending to take it back for further examination. Just as he did so, the system's alert tone sounded once more. Ding! Detection of host. Tearing down the rules note has rendered the regulations within this prison ineffective. Notice: this rules note is designed to protect beings that inadvertently wander inside. Once torn, the regulations cease to hold, and the protective mechanisms fail, allowing the entities within the prison to escape. Lindy raised an eyebrow, glancing at the rules note in his hand, somewhat perplexed. In the past, when other apparitions tore down the rules notes from the Erie establishment, there was no notification. What is happening now? The system provided no answer. After a moment's contemplation, Lindy spat twice and affixed the rules note back to its original position. Ding! Rules note activated. He then tore it down again. Ding! Rules note ineffective. He reattached it. Ding! Rules note activated. Lindy found this amusing. The rules note within the prison was distinctly different from that of the Erie establishment, as it would become ineffective upon being torn. Moreover, it appeared that only he could tear this rules note. Otherwise, how could the entities confined within the prison refrain from doing so? Lindy refrained from tearing the rules note again. He could not afford to let his buffet escape. He continued deeper into the prison and had not walked far when he encountered an oddly endearing apparition. This entity was entirely black, seemingly merging with the darkness of the prison, and its round head was surrounded by tentacles. Upon his head were two large, round, and crimson eyes. A closer inspection revealed that his hair, composed of delicate tendrils, housed several additional eyes. Furthermore, beneath these tendrils, it appeared that multiple mouths lurked in the shadows. As Lindy approached, the gaping maw atop his head opened wide, revealing two rows of sharp, menacing teeth. The teeth on the tendrils similarly parted, exposing a collection of gleaming white fangs that grinned mischievously at Lindy. Laughter, as it often does, proved infectious. Lindy couldn't help but chuckle in response. Yet, for reasons unknown, when the peculiar creature resembling a sea urchin noticed Lindy's excited approach, it ceased its laughter, as Lindy drew nearer. He observed that the creature was subtly retreating. "Don't go. Look, I have tendrils too. Perhaps we are even distant relatives," he jested, swaying the tendrils sprouting from his back as he smiled at the sea urchin-like entity. However, as Lindy continued to close the distance, the creature could no longer contain itself, and its tendrils pressed against the wall as it turned to flee, with the prey nearly in his grasp. Lindy was determined not to let it escape. In an instant, his tendrils stretched swiftly, ensnaring one of the creature's own with their tendrils intertwined. The sea urchin-like being was effectively trapped. Lindy approached with a gleeful cackle. The creature, now visibly distressed, emitted a rasping wail as its form rapidly deflated, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. To human ears, this cry merely echoed the despair of a beast facing its demise. To other strange beings, however, it resonated as a plea for help. Upon hearing this cry, numerous other entities hastened towards Lindy's direction. Their intentions, however, were not to assist but rather to observe the spectacle and perhaps seize an opportunity. It is well understood that those who manage to survive within this prison are either equally formidable or the underlings of some powerful entity, thus such violent clashes are rare. The cry signified an attempt to disrupt the precarious balance within the prison or the arrival of a more formidable creature. The inclination to spectate and relish in the drama was not solely a trait of humans. Supernatural beings were equally susceptible to it. Having finished his appetizer, Lindy felt an insatiable hunger for more. Upon reaching a fork in the corridor, he momentarily pondered his options. Yet, inspiration struck him, leading to a solution that would satisfy both paths. In the next moment, he conjured a doppelganger, an entity that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. With a swift motion, Lindy pricked his finger, letting a droplet of blood touch the doppelganger's forehead. Instantly, the doppelganger's eyes fluttered open, rising to sit and gaze at Lindy. The second Lindy mirrored his demeanor perfectly. Commanding in tone, "I will take the left path. You take the right and report back on any developments." Observing his doppelganger's authoritative tone, Lindy couldn't help but frown slightly, thinking to himself, "Am I not the original? What gives you the right to command me?" As if in response to his musings, the second Lindy departed without hesitation. Perhaps unbeknownst to Lindy, his usual manner of speech carried an unconscious authoritative tone, mirroring that of his doppelganger. Yet, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction towards this creation. He resolved that upon their eventual reunion, he would teach the doppelganger a lesson about who truly held dominion. The doppelganger shared Lindy's sensory perceptions, allowing him to perceive everything happening beyond the corridor. As Lindy continued his exploration, he encountered yet another fork in the path. Without a moment's hesitation, he conjured another doppelganger. The instant it materialized, Lindy instructed, "You go that way and keep a vigilant eye on your surroundings." With that, he turned and walked away. The second doppelganger watched Lindy's retreating figure, unable to suppress a frown. The commanding tone was indeed rather irksome. The prison's labyrinthine layout led Lindy to unwittingly create a total of 7 doppelgangers. The more doppelgangers he produced, the weaker each became in inheriting his original abilities. It was akin to dividing a sum of money among more people. The larger the group, the smaller each share. Now, every path within the prison bore the likeness of Lindy. The 7 doppelgangers shared their senses and occasionally engaged in conversation. Lindy 1. I have encountered 7 entities here, all of relatively low rank. They remain hidden in the shadows, waiting to gather before I make my move. Lindy 4. I consider myself fortunate. I have stumbled upon 3 high-ranking entities, accompanied by several lesser minions. Lindy 7. Why is it that I haven't encountered a single entity? Am I the only one suffering such misfortune? Lindy interjected. Have none of you spotted anyone? Corpses or dismembered remains would suffice. Yu Liang's commission was to escort He Cheng out, yet it was never specified whether he was to be alive or dead. If He Cheng were to perish or be devoured during Lindy's search, there would be little he could do to rectify the situation. Lindy too. Now that you mention it, it seems we cannot simply devour this group of entities. Lindy 3 concurred, indeed. If that He Cheng has been consumed by the entities, then our own consumption would render him irretrievable. Lindy 5. Given the short time frame, it's unlikely they have fully digested him. I certainly have no desire to consume a person. Their collective reflections prompted Lindy to devise a suitable strategy. Since digestion had yet to occur, he proposed, let us cut them open and investigate. Upon this declaration, the remaining 6 doppelgangers expressed their agreement. Lindy 2 remarked, however, I lack the tools to dissect these entities. Might we explode them instead? Lindy 6 added. If that He Cheng has indeed been devoured, any remains would likely be indistinct. As long as we retain a fragment recognizable as human, it should suffice. The doppelgangers could only replicate Lindy's physical form without being able to duplicate his monitoring device or utilize any of his peculiar tools. Listening to their discussions, Lindy found their reasoning sound. As long as they could retrieve a piece of flesh or bone for DNA identification, he granted them the liberty to proceed with their dissection. And no sooner had he granted this permission than 2 doppelgangers had already engaged in a fray with the entities lurking in the shadows. Lindy harbored no concerns for them. The doppelgangers inherited his resilience, allowing them to recover swiftly from any injuries sustained. Though the presence of numerous doppelgangers slowed the recovery rate somewhat, it remained sufficient. The absorption of so many entities had significantly enhanced his recovery speed, rendering it vastly superior to what it had been merely months prior. Now, Lindy could regenerate lost limbs rapidly, no longer needing to seek out body parts to reattach. Each limb, even if detached from his main body, could operate autonomously. However, once a new limb grew, the detached parts would revert to ordinary appendages. Otherwise, it would be chaos if his limbs were to roam independently. As Lindy continued his search for He Cheng, several doppelgangers had already cut open several entities. Those curious entities that had approached to witness the spectacle were quickly sent fleeing in terror. The fleeing entities could hardly fathom that they had indeed evaded the pursuer, only for him to reappear directly in their path. Fear drove them to scatter, yet they found themselves repeatedly confronted by the terrifying figure. After several encounters, despair settled in. The figure was simply too fearsome, an unyielding specter. Just as they resolved to fight back, they stumbled into a somewhat quieter corridor, only to find the figure before them had changed. Previously, they had encountered a bloodied individual, wielding bones and weapons scavenged from the entities, tearing them apart mercilessly. Yet the figure before them now was pristine, devoid of any bloodstains, as if the cruelty they had witnessed was not perpetrated by him. Lindy, too, took notice of the swarm of frightened entities rushing towards him. From the perspective of his doppelgangers, he had seen their approach and recognized them as timid minions. Lindy held no regard for these minor beings. After all, He Cheng was a shapeshifter and should be capable of handling such minor threats. However, Lindy did not intend to simply ignore them. Having additional allies could prove advantageous. As the minor entities pondered their next move, they remained oblivious to the creeping black mist enveloping the corridor. The mist melded seamlessly with the prison's darkness, rendering it nearly imperceptible. Lindy summoned the devouring black mist, capable of consuming souls, wraiths, and all manner of spiritual entities, bending them to his will. Initially, the minor entities had been scrutinizing Lindy, but as they gazed around, they suddenly realized he had vanished. Perplexed, they turned to their fellow entities, only to find that they too had disappeared. The corridor was now devoid of any other entity. This realization was not unique. Every creature in the vicinity shared the same sensation. What is happening? One entity questioned, bewildered. Who spoke? Another entity exclaimed in alarm. What is going on? I can hear you, yet I cannot see you. They soon grasped the situation. It was not that other entities had vanished, but rather that they could no longer perceive them. It seems we may have fallen victim to a visual assault. No, that's not right. He is right beside us. Before the entity could finish, a terrified shriek escaped its lips, followed by an unsettling silence enveloping the surroundings. A few seconds later, One of the eerie voices trembled and asked, "Are you still there?" There was no response. "Don't come over. Don't come over. No." "Ah, ah, ah," immediately followed by another scream, then one after another. They didn't even see what had attacked them before meeting a gruesome end. The devouring black mist brutally extracted those strange souls from their bodies for its own use. Lindy gazed at the additional peculiar spirits within the black mist, nodding in satisfaction as he commanded. "You few, go find the humans here and let me know once you locate them." Since these strange spirits could only comprehend simple commands, Lindy refrained from mentioning anything about a substitute. Given the limited intellect of these spirits, they wouldn't be able to distinguish between him and the substitute. It was all the same to them. Lindy believed he could further develop the devouring black mist. These spirits could not only engage in group attacks, but also assist him with trivial yet cumbersome tasks, such as gathering information. With this thought in mind, Lindy instructed the substitute to bring over the peculiar minions that they deemed undesirable, so he could feed them to the devouring black mist. As the black mist consumed 20 of the peculiar entities, a system notification sounded. Ding! Devouring black mist level increased. Devouring range expanded. Devouring speed enhanced. Controllable spirit level increased. Devouring black mist level 5. Devouring range 5 meters. Devouring speed 60. Controllable spirit level B grade. Those peculiar minions were all C grade. Consuming them himself wouldn't significantly boost his attributes, but they could certainly be fed to the devouring black mist for an upgrade. Lindy had discovered a new method for farming monsters. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of peculiar entities here, making it an excellent place to enhance his strange abilities. Lindy was thoroughly enjoying the monster farming, while his substitute was encountering trouble. Some peculiar minions, upon seeing them, fled, while those that escaped the clutches of the devouring black mist sought out the powerful entities lurking behind them. When the younger minions couldn't handle the situation, they naturally turned to their superior for assistance. The summoned superior entities were at least A grade, though this level barely ranked them outside the top 10 among the powerful entities within this prison. Truly formidable superior entities would never reveal themselves casually. After all, no one would play their strongest cards right from the start. Chapter 87. The original face encountering an A-grade peculiar entity posed a slight challenge for the substitute, as they only possessed 1/6 of their original strength and lacked weapons. However, dealing with an A-grade peculiar entity was merely a bit troublesome. With some time, they could be defeated. The real danger lay in those of S-grade. The substitutes 2 and 5 had inherited a stroke of luck as they faced off against S-grade superior entities. Both substitutes were subjected to considerable torment, but fortunately, they were immortal, allowing them enough time to stall the 2 S-grade superior entities. While they delayed, Lindy made his way to Substitute 2's location. Upon seeing the head of Substitute 2 severed from its body, Lindy understood why the shared vision had been fixated on the posterior of that S-grade entity. It turned out it was unable to turn its head. The S-grade entity had intended to use Substitute 2's head as a ball to kick, but upon lifting its gaze, it was surprised to see another one. Twins? The S-grade entity pondered. Lindy wasted no time engaging it, drawing forth the strange axe and launching an attack. Whether it was due to the long absence from action or the excitement of facing an S-grade entity, Lindy wielded the axe with fervor, serving merely as a tool for the weapon to unleash its fury. After an unknown number of strikes, the S-grade entity was left with scarcely a sound body part remaining. Ding! Artisan's strange axe attributes enhanced. Current Artisan's strange axe attributes. Exceptional. True to its S-grade nature, the entity could rapidly recover even when battered and bruised by the axe. The axe's characteristic was that the more it struck, the higher the level of the entity it attacked, leading to a quicker enhancement of attributes. This particular entity was well suited for leveling up the axe. The task of locating He-Chung had been delegated to those spirits, so it was unnecessary for Lindy to partake. It was a rare opportunity to encounter such a good training entity. He intended to make the most of it. The Artisan's strange axe could have directly eliminated the S-grade entity, or turned it into a puppet to control, or even consumed it. Yet, it chose not to, seemingly relishing the gradual process of dismemberment. After some time, the axe grew impatient and handed the responsibility to Lindy, who took over and continued to strike. After a while, he discerned that the experience from this S-grade entity had likely reached its limit. He decided to cease whittling down its health and instead fragmented its body into pieces. After inspecting its abdomen and finding no trace of He-Chung, he consumed it. Having concluded this task, Lindy reattached Substitute 2's head and proceeded to Substitute 5's location. Substitute 5 fared worse. He had encountered an S-grade entity that delighted in dismembering humans before devouring them. By the time Lindy arrived, Substitute 5 had already been torn into over 10 pieces, artfully arranged in a row. The S-grade entity donned a scarf as if dining in a fine restaurant, elegantly wielding a knife and fork. Were it not for the other head behind it drooling towards Lindy, he might have thought it was an entity open to meaningful communication. Lacking the ability to converse, Lindy resorted to engaging the entity with the axe. The axe, fickle in its interests, became animated at the sight of a new S-grade entity and eagerly struck. Lindy bided his time until the axe lost interest. Then he stepped in to inspect the abdomen and consume. After devouring 2 S-grade entities in succession, Lindy felt a notable enhancement within himself. Previously, consuming one entity at a time, none of which were of high level, yielded little noticeable change. However, after rapidly consuming 2 entities in a short span, he could distinctly perceive the transformation within his body. Lindy immediately checked his attribute panel. Lindy, level 25, ES-grade peculiar entity fusion progress, 90. Full fusion attainable at level 30. Life, strength, 635. Can hold a lowly in an arm wrestling match for a minute. Speed, 423. Luck, -1. No comments. Recovery speed, 1500. Description: owner of the strange shop. Originally a young man with a penchant for dark humor, has unknowingly unlocked attributes related to robbery, extortion, threats, intimidation, and torture, revealing his true nature as his level rises. True nature. What could this mean? If Lindy had not suffered amnesia, he could easily interpret the system's remarks as a jest about him becoming increasingly inflated with power, veering towards villainy. However, due to his amnesia, the system's commentary led him to question what sort of person he had been before. Robbery, extortion, threats, intimidation, torture. Could these truly have been actions he had once taken? It seemed, in a way, no different from who he was now. Lindy chose not to dwell on it further and continued to assist the other substitutes. After the first and second substitutes lost contact in succession, the true overlord of the prison could no longer remain idle. Simultaneously, He-Chung, who was attempting to find a way out, noticed that the number of peculiar entities in the prison was increasing. Most troubling was that the entities approaching him were all at least C-grade, far beyond his capacity to handle alone. He had no choice but to hide in one of the cells, trying to evade the tracking of those entities. Later, he peered through a crack in the door and realized the entities did not seem to be searching for him but were preoccupied with something else. As their attention was drawn elsewhere, he cautiously exited the cell to continue seeking an escape route. However, just when he thought he had evaded the entities, he unexpectedly encountered a C-grade entity. Fortunately, there was only one, and he felt capable of handling it. The C-grade entity regarded him without any expression, merely scrutinizing him from head to toe, just as He-Chung prepared to strike. To his astonishment, the C-grade entity slowly turned and fled. Watching the C-grade entity vanish from sight, He-Chung, bewildered, wondered, could it be that I'm so formidable I scared it away? Yet, that didn't add up. A C-grade entity shouldn't be able to discern his strength well enough to flee. Suddenly, He-Chung had a thought and quickly turned around. However, there was nothing terrifying behind him. The C-grade entity had indeed fled upon seeing him. Perplexed, He-Chung decided to dismiss the thought and continued searching for his escape route. Unbeknownst to him, the fleeing C-grade entity was not scared off. It was currently attuning itself to its master's aura, preparing to report back. Once it began sensing, it was astonished to discover that the prison was saturated with its master's presence. Chapter 88. The Night Predator. The atmosphere of the prison was imbued with the master's essence. However, upon closer scrutiny, the entity noticed that the auras of the other 6 masters were somewhat weaker, while one specific direction radiated a significantly stronger presence. Without hesitation, it headed toward Lindy's direction. Unbeknownst to it, a person was silently trailing behind. At this moment, Lindy was making his way towards Substitute 3. The battle there was still ongoing. Substitute 3 was locked in a fierce struggle against a particularly powerful entity. Lindy held high hopes for this entity's abilities, wishing to claim it for himself, while the other entities could be dealt with later. As he wandered, he discovered a spectral entity emerging from the engulfing black mist. Advancing towards him, "Master, I have found." Before the specter could complete its utterance, Lindy swiftly pushed him aside, fixing his gaze intently on the corner. "He Chung, come out. We have met before," Lindy called out upon hearing his name. He Chung, who had initially intended to flee, halted abruptly and stepped out from the shadows. His flashlight had broken during his escape, leaving the corridor shrouded in darkness, rendering him unable to discern Lindy's features. "Who are you? Did you send you?" He Chung inquired. Lindy raised his flashlight to illuminate his face, startling He Cheng momentarily. It wasn't due to cowardice, but rather the chilling atmosphere of this eerie place, where the flashlight's stark beam cast an unsettling shadow on his visage. After recovering from his brief shock, He Chung scrutinized Lindy's face and found it somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he finally recalled where he had encountered Lindy before. "It's you." He Chung remembered vividly that they had once been neighbors in the glass confinement room of the Anomaly Management Bureau. Subsequently, Lindy had caused quite a ruckus there. Becoming a wanted fugitive, he, too, had been summoned for questioning due to their brief interaction. Fortunately, their dialogue had been recorded by the surveillance cameras in the corridor and the confinement chamber, preventing any repercussions on his status as a shapeshifter. Later, he had re-entered the Anomaly Management Bureau and released numerous anomalous test subjects, plunging the Bureau into chaos. Some of those entities posed significant threats, and he assisted the shapeshifters in subduing them, thereby expediting his release from what was supposed to be a 2-month training period. Thus, it could be said that Lindy played a pivotal role in his early ascension as a shapeshifter. "Are you here to find me?" He Cheng inquired, bewildered. After all, Lindy was currently a Topaz-level wanted criminal, and it seemed implausible for the Bureau to have sent him in. Moreover, he had only just arrived, and it was unlikely that the Bureau would dispatch support so swiftly, unless, Lindy replied, "It was you who requested me to find you. We struck a deal. Fortunately, you are still alive. I will escort you out of here. This place is perilous for you." He Chang had witnessed Lindy's capabilities. He could shatter the Bureau's specially designed doors with a single blow, surpassing even the mightiest shapeshifters. Hence, he had no reason to doubt Lindy's intentions. "Thank you very much." Lindy began to lead He Chung towards the main entrance. As they approached within 100 meters of the prison's main gate, Lindy sensed an overwhelming surge of anomalous energy racing towards them. "Something is coming. You must leave now." Lindy halted, his expression grave as he urged He Chung. Just as He Chung was about to flee, he heard Lindy click his tongue. "There's no time." Realizing it was futile to escape, He Chung turned to face the corridor behind him. In the next instant, he felt an unexpected lightness as Lindy scooped him up entirely. Then, like a javelin, He Chung was hurled through the air. With a resounding thud, he was ejected from the prison's entrance. Had he not possessed the enhanced physique of a shapeshifter, he would have surely sustained severe injuries from the fall. He rolled several times upon landing, finally coming to rest against a wall. Though the method of his rescue was rather brusque and chaotic, he had at least emerged from the prison. Rubbing his sore back, he stood up and brushed off the dirt from his clothes, preparing to make his way towards the outer gate. Just then, a peculiar anomaly materialized from the corner of the wall, blocking his path. He Chung gasped slightly, staring at the entity for a long moment. Yet he could not discern its true nature. At that moment, his previously malfunctioning monitoring watch finally sprang to life. He glanced at the anomaly level displayed on the watch, which boldly read Class A. An A-class anomaly was far beyond his capabilities. Even you would struggle against it. This is bad, He Cheng thought instinctively. Meanwhile, Lindy was entangled in his own troubles, unable to spare a thought for him. Upon entering, He Chung had not encountered this anomaly. Otherwise, he would not have ventured so deep within. He had no intention of confronting an A-class anomaly. His only desire was to force his way out. The fact that these anomalies had not escaped to wreak havoc surely related to this prison. The main gate was within reach. If only he could make a run for it, he might seize a glimmer of hope. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, before he could act, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. The anomaly dragged He Chung into a corner and resumed its crouched position nearby. "Keep the human safe. Do not kill him, do not kill him." What Lindy did not realize was that his casual remark about not killing had fortuitously saved He Cheng's life. Meanwhile, inside the prison, just after sending He Cheng out, The source of that formidable, anomalous energy made its appearance. Upon seeing the entity, Lindy understood why it had moved with such speed. It possessed 8 legs, with 6 more legs than he had. How could it not be fast? Dark Knight Predator. Race? Level? Faction. Chaotic evil. Description. A lethal predator from the abyss. Neither fully human nor beast, it delights in setting traps to ensnare its prey, with few capable of resisting its hunt. It was likely that this anomaly was the overlord of the prison. Its interface bore some resemblance to that of a certain character, yet its level and race remained shrouded in mystery. Marked only as chaotic evil, once deemed an enemy, communication was rendered impossible. Fortunately, Lindy had no desire to converse with his food. If he inadvertently developed feelings, turning his prey into a pet would be a grave misstep. Chapter 89. Black Widow. The imposing form of the Dark Knight Predator barely fit within the corridor, its 8 fleshy legs bracing against the walls. Its physique resembled that of a spider. Yet upon closer inspection, it was impossible to associate its grotesque appearance with the charming image of a spider. Its entire body was flesh-toned, adorned with wrinkles and textures. At its apex was a head devoid of hair or discernible features, save for teeth. Its abdomen did not possess the roundness typical of a spider, but instead resembled a flower bud. The tip of the bud had a circular opening, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Surrounding the bud were protruding black eyeballs, glimmering ominously. Lindy brandished his anomalous axe, surveying the predator's form as he contemplated which of its legs to target first. As he observed, the predator's body underwent a dramatic transformation. Its once massive form seemed to shrink, its 8 legs visibly diminishing in size. Lindy watched in astonishment as the grotesque creature morphed into a stunningly beautiful humanoid Black Widow. Why call her a Black Widow? Because her 8 legs merely shifted positions rather than disappearing. 2 of them transformed into spider legs for standing, while the remaining 6 sprouted from her back. Why do you seem somewhat familiar? The Black Widow spoke, her voice dripping with a beguiling allure. Lindy, for reasons unknown, also felt a sense of familiarity. Such occurrences often related to his past, as he pondered whether to bring her along and deliberate further. The Black Widow interjected, "We must have met before. You, such a handsome human, are my favorite kind of prey." With that, the Black Widow puffed her cheeks and expelled a massive web. The web was dark yellow, glistening with viscous fluid, unmistakably not an ordinary spider's silk. The web spanned the width of the corridor, leaving Lindy with no means of evasion. Rather than retreat, he raised his anomalous axe and slashed through the web. Anomalous Axe Fury 20. Ding. Host has been attacked by neurotoxin. Vitality decreases -3, -3, -3. It appeared the web contained neurotoxins, though the effects of this toxin remained uncertain. When he consumed it, the neurotoxin would presumably belong to him, and he could later investigate its potential uses. Noticing that her toxin had no effect on him, the Black Widow furrowed her brow and transformed once more, reverting to her twisted predator form. After her transformation, Lindy heard a faint rustling sound around him, as if a swarm of tiny creatures was converging upon him. Looking around, he discovered the walls were teeming with flesh-colored spiderlings, cascading down towards him like a deluge. These spiderlings, plump and round, resembled freshly hatched spiderlings, appearing rather adorable. One landed on his shoulder, prompting Lindy to tilt his head for a closer look. 3 seconds later, the spiderling's abdomen inexplicably swelled before bursting with a pop. Blood and viscera splattered onto Lindy's neck, causing a sharp sting akin to a needle prick. Ding. Host has been attacked by lethal toxin. Vitality decreases -5, -5, -5. While the little creature was cute, it was regrettably poisonous. With one spiderling's attack as a precursor, an ever-growing number of spiderlings swarmed towards Lindy. Although the spider venom was not lethal, as a swarm of juvenile spiders was about to descend upon Lindy. Flames suddenly erupted from his body, incinerating those nearest to him in an instant. Enveloped in ethereal fire, the juvenile spiders found themselves unable to approach him in the slightest, though they maintained their distance. Lindy had no intention of letting them escape unscathed. With a swift motion of his hand against the wall, a multitude of juvenile spiders were reduced to ashes, leaving a clean patch on the surface. Desiring to further cleanse the wall, he suddenly felt a shadow loom above him. Glancing up, he discovered a predator perched directly overhead, viscous liquid oozing from its mouth and slowly descending towards him. A wave of nausea washed over Lindy, prompting him to swiftly evade the impending droplet. The predator unleashed a barrage of webs at him, yet it remained cautious, seemingly wary of the flames surrounding Lindy. Even creatures of the insect realm fear fire. It appeared that even this formidable insect was no exception. As it refrained from approaching, Lindy seized the opportunity to strike first, launching a fierce assault aimed at the predator's abdomen. The predator, sensing the imminent threat, hastily retreated 2 paces, spewing forth dozens of strands of webbing in a desperate attempt to ensnare Lindy. The sound of sizzling filled the air as the webs were incinerated before they could reach him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lindy brandished his flame-wreathed axe and swung it toward the predator's midsection. A brilliant flash of fire erupted as the predator was forcefully hurled backwards, crashing to the ground and emitting wisps of black smoke. Its eyes reflected a blend of terror and fury as it bared its fangs at Lindy, appearing as though it yearned to rend him to pieces, yet it dared not leap forward. Lindy let out a cold chuckle, continuing to advance with his axe poised for another strike. The predator, recognizing Lindy's intentions, glared with a fierce intensity and swiftly retreated. Due to its injuries, its speed had significantly diminished, allowing Lindy, with his 2 legs, to keep pace with its 8. However, in the midst of the pursuit, Lindy lost sight of it after rounding a corner. Where could it have vanished? Lindy pondered, bemused. The predator's massive form should not have been able to disappear without a trace. Unless it had transformed into a humanoid shape in such a vast prison, if it wished to conceal itself, finding it would indeed prove to be a challenging endeavor. Lindy, averse to complications, decided against searching further and instead summoned the devouring black mist. Intent on absorbing all anomalies in his path, the black mist could absorb and control B-grade anomalies, while the predator was classified as S-grade, alleviating any concerns of inadvertently consuming it. Strolling through the prison, Lindy elicited a cacophony of wails from the creatures he encountered, soon amassing a cadre of over a dozen anomalies as his puppets. He commanded, "Bring me the Dark Knight Predator," at that moment. The predator had transformed into a humanoid form, hiding within a cell. The haunting cries echoing outside filled her with trepidation, yet it was precisely these wails that allowed her to ascertain Lindy's approximate location. Severely injured and unable to recover in the short term, she knew that consuming a high-level anomaly would restore her to a significant degree. In that instant, she spotted a minor anomaly passing by the cell and seized it. "Take me to your leader," she demanded in a low voice. The emotionless anomaly nodded and led the way. Chapter 90. There is no strongest, only stronger. Before long, the predator was brought to a secluded chamber within the prison. This was the holding area for death row inmates, prized for its privacy and favored by the minor anomaly leaders. As the minor anomaly opened the cell door, a chill emanated from within. "Master, I have brought her," it announced. Upon hearing this, the predator's heart sank. In the dimly lit confines of the prison sat a figure whose gaze was icy and devoid of emotion, as if everything around him held no significance. Her body stiffened once more, a wave of cold fear coursing through her, compelling her to tremble. It was a fear unlike any she had ever encountered. In that moment, she comprehended that the individual before her existed on an entirely different plane. If given the chance to choose again, she would never opt to become his foe. Yet now, it was too late. Unbeknownst to her, a slender thread had insidiously woven its way into her body. Grasping at the thread, she attempted to pull it free, but as soon as she did, she halted. For with that tug, she felt acutely that the thread was now coiled around her heart, and something seemed to have pierced it. A mere exertion would cause her heart to shatter, or rather, any slight movement from Lindy would spell her doom. "Who exactly are you?" The predator could not help but inquire. Since gaining consciousness, she had been trapped within this prison. Initially, it had been an ordinary human prison, where most humans could not see them, nor could they harm humans. However, some humans were exceptions, yet they were few and far between, causing minimal disruption. Yet, as time passed, one fateful night, the humans in the prison suddenly became aware of their presence. That very night, they unleashed a bloody massacre upon the humans, and thereafter, the place lay abandoned. They found themselves inexplicably imprisoned, unable to escape, and her memories were confined solely to this prison. She knew she must have existed for quite some time, yet she could not recall any of the earlier memories, not just her. Other anomalies shared this fate. It seemed their previous memories had been erased. Yet the figure before her evoked an uncanny familiarity, instilling within her a profound sense of fear, dread, and loathing that penetrated her very core. Even devoid of previous memories, the sensation remained vivid. Lindy offered her a slight smile. Though I do not recall, I have an inkling that you are not my ally. If you are not a friend, then you must be an enemy. I should not be mistaken in this regard. As soon as the words left his lips, Lindy flicked his finger, activating the sinister hooked eye. In an instant, the Dark Knight Predator found her body moving uncontrollably towards Lindy. Do not kill me. I am willing to be your slave. I beg you, spare my life. The Dark Knight Predator sensed an overwhelming sense of peril. The closer she drew to Lindy, the more pronounced the aura of death became. Lindy looked down at her, perceiving her gaze, and a voice within him cautioned against trusting her. Though he felt some uncertainty, he chose to heed his instincts. With a smile, he extended his hand toward the Dark Knight Predator. Ah! The Dark Knight Predator screamed in terror, struggling desperately but finding herself utterly bound by his grip. Ultimately, she closed her eyes in despair, resigning herself to Lindy's consuming embrace. Moments later, her form began to dissolve into a phantasmal haze before vanishing entirely. Notification: you are consuming the Dark Knight Predator. Consumption progress: 100, integrating with your body. Detected that the host is forcibly merging with an SS-grade anomaly. Due to the host level being below 30, only 50 of this anomaly can be integrated. Full integration will be possible upon reaching level 30. Acquired anomaly body: spider bone, capable of generating spider bones from various parts of the body for combat. Infused with deadly toxins. Acquired anomaly technique: silk binding cocoon, silk binding. Can produce webs laced with neurotoxin. The webs possess extreme resilience, tightening around prey the more they struggle. Cocooning. Can create protective cocoons using silk, which is highly resilient and suitable for defense. Acquired domain anomaly technique: Predator's domain. Predator's domain. The night is the realm of predation. Enemies entering this domain will be devoured by the swarming juvenile spiders. Acquired attribute point bonuses: Strength 300, Speed 900, Recovery Speed 1000, Charm 1. Having encountered S-grade anomalies before, this was his first encounter with an SS-grade anomaly. It appeared that S-grade was not the pinnacle of the anomaly hierarchy. There existed SS-grade, and perhaps even SSS-grade. It seemed that within the realm of anomalies, there was no strongest, only stronger. With the most formidable anomaly in the prison neutralized, the remainder were mere minions. Lindy consumed 1 S-grade and 3 A-grade anomalies, leaving the lower-tier creatures for the devouring black mist to farm for experience. Before long, the whales within the prison subsided. The devouring black mist leveled up and could now consume and control A-grade anomalies. Throughout the prison, aside from those he had consumed, all remaining anomalies had become his puppets. This endeavor proved fruitful indeed. Content: Lindy made his way toward the exit. Just as he stepped outside the prison gates, a sudden thought struck him. He had forgotten to leave a patient for Dr. Seiko. A lurking anomaly, having awaited his emergence, hurriedly dragged the unconscious He-Chung toward him. Lindy gazed at the dazed He-Chung and offered a slight smile. Well done. Initially, Lindy had contemplated sending this anomaly to Dr. Seiko if necessary, but seeing its obedience dispelled that notion. Patients could be found anew, but an anomaly so compliant was truly a rare find. Moreover, this anomaly exuded a sense of familiarity that was distinctly different from that of the Dark Knight Predator. It carried no threat or malice, instead radiating a sense of warmth. What is your name? Woo-woo. If you cannot recall, shall I bestow a name upon you? Lindy regarded him, a fitting name surfacing in his mind. You shall be called Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai nodded enthusiastically, evidently pleased with the name. Lindy took He-Chung from Xiao Dai, patting his head. Stop pretending. I know you are awake. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dai immediately became vigilant, silently raising his hand. Realizing he had been exposed, He-Chung ceased to feign ignorance, lifting his head to say, I almost thought I was going to meet my end here. It turns out you are. Before he could finish, Xiao Dai struck him once more, rendering He-Chung unconscious. Chapter 91. The Dilemma of Choice. Before departing from the prison, Lindy tore down the rule sheet affixed to the inner wall, intending to take it back for further study. That moment. Outside the prison, Yu Liang and Xiao Qing waited with grave expressions. 3 hours had elapsed since He Qing entered the prison, and given the presence of bizarre creatures, the likelihood of survival was exceedingly slim. Moreover, the formidable Lin Di had yet to emerge after such a lengthy period, which did not bode well for him either. If it were merely a matter of locating someone, the prison was not large, and he should have returned within half an hour. Unless he had encountered trouble and found himself trapped, there was a possibility he might never come out again. If even someone of Lin Di's terrifying prowess could be ensnared, then the prison would likely render all the abilities of the Bureau of Bizarre Management utterly ineffective. It would be prudent to notify headquarters and designate this location as a restricted zone. Xiao Qing suggested, while Yu Liang gazed at the tightly shut prison gates, his heart gradually sinking as he raised his monitoring watch, preparing to report to headquarters. Just then, the prison gates slowly creaked open. Both Yu Liang and Xiao Qing felt a surge of hope and hurried towards the entrance. However, halfway there, they were met by an A-class anomaly standing at the door, its long hair concealing two eerie blue eyes that were intently fixed upon them. Faced with such an A-class entity, Yu Liang had no intention of engaging in combat. They've emerged. Prepare for evacuation. Xiao Qing reacted swiftly, diving into the driver's seat and starting the engine. Yu Liang quickly followed suit, and the wheels began to spin furiously. Moments later, they realized something was amiss. The vehicle had not moved an inch. In fact, it was slowly reversing. They understood they were under a bizarre attack. In the next instant, Yu Liang leaned out of the car window, turning to leap back onto the vehicle. Glancing behind, he was taken aback to see Lin Di, one hand gripping the unconscious He Qing and the other holding the rear door. Raising an eyebrow at him. What is this? Planning to skip out without paying the balance? Seeing Lin Di, Yu Liang's anxious heart finally settled. He had already made the decision to sacrifice himself to hold off the A-class anomaly, allowing Xiao Qing to escape. Now it appeared that not only would he survive, but all three of them would return safely, thanks to Lin Di. After explaining the situation to Xiao Qing, Yu Liang halted the car. Once they exited, they exchanged glances with Lin Di and then with Xiao Dai, who stood behind Lin Di, unable to suppress their curiosity. Is he the reason you came here? Lin Di did not answer their question. He tossed He Qing to Yu Liang and stated, your commission is complete. I wish to collect my reward. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing immediately handed the car keys to Lin Di. Ding. Successfully brought back He Qing. Mission completed. Reward obtained. Basic experience 500. Blood Fiend coins 5,000. Special reward X1. Special reward. Choose one of the following options as your reward. Highest level access permission of the Bureau of Bizarre Management. Entry and exit permissions for various locations of the Bureau of Bizarre Management. Permission to view sealed documents of the Bureau of Bizarre Management. Gaining access to and from the Bureau of Bizarre Management was not a difficult matter, and could be dismissed. However, the other two options posed a dilemma for him. He required high-level access to his documents, and the permissions of Yuan Yinan were evidently insufficient. Lin Di turned his gaze to Yu Liang and inquired, are you aware of the memory erasure that Yuan Yinan underwent? At this, both Yu Liang and Xiao Qing were taken aback. The matter of memory erasure was not a secret. It had only been applied to testers, and they had never heard of a bizarre transformer undergoing memory erasure. Yuan team had his memories wiped? The astonishment on their faces indicated they were unaware of this. If both he and the S-class transformer Yuan Yinan had undergone memory erasure, while others remained oblivious, it was highly probable that documents pertaining to this matter had been sealed away. With the updates and changes within the Bureau of Bizarre Management, it was only natural that no one would be aware of it. Lin Di pressed further, who possesses the highest access permissions in the Bureau of Bizarre Management? Upon hearing Lin Di's inquiry about the Bureau, Yu Liang instinctively became wary. Why do you ask this? Lin Di replied, I need to look up some documents. Your and Yuan Yinan's permissions are inadequate. Yuan team, as an S-class transformer, possessed access rights that fell just below the highest tier. If even his permissions were insufficient, then the documents Lin Di sought to access were likely to endanger the Bureau of Bizarre Management. Noticing Yu Liang's reluctance to respond, Lin Di grew impatient, stating, you should know. I have many ways to extract answers from you. There is no need for you to be so obstinate. Yu Liang countered, if I voluntarily tell you, it is vastly different from you coercing the information from me. Lin Di found it difficult to comprehend his line of reasoning. The outcome is the same. Yu Liang shook his head with a smile. If I tell you voluntarily, then I am a traitor to humanity. The implications are significantly different. Upon hearing Yu Liang refer to himself as a traitor to humanity, Lin Di was reminded of how Su Chuan had once said the same thing when he lost his sanity. Lin Di's curiosity about his past actions deepened, pondering what he had done to deserve such a label. I am truly confused. Yuan Yinan and Su Chuan must know about this. Why should I ask you? Yu Liang remained silent. Afterward, Lin Di gestured for Xiao Dai to get into the car. Then he closed the rear door and took the keys to the driver's seat, driving away. Left behind, the trio of Transformers exchanged glances, pondering how they would return. What do we do now? The awakening He Chung inquired. Xiao Chung turned to Yu Liang, saying, It's time for you to fulfill your duties as captain. Why? Yu Liang pressed the monitoring watch, establishing contact with headquarters. This is Yu Liang, captain of Bizarre Transformation Team 4. Our vehicle has delivered someone and requires assistance. The response from headquarters was immediate. Understood, dispatching support. After a few moments of silence, the staff member from headquarters asked, What did you just say? The vehicle delivered someone. After leaving the prison, Lin Di drove toward the location previously agreed upon with Yuan Yinan and Su Chuan. Upon seeing the Bureau of Bizarre Management's vehicle, the two instinctively sought to hide. Had Lin Di not disembarked to purchase some snacks from a street vendor, they might not have revealed themselves so quickly. In the Void Bizarre realm, the landing point for their return fortuitously struck an A-class Anomalies home. Due to the unfortunate circumstances resulting in the loss of its dwelling, Lin Di voluntarily offered to compensate for the damages. However, the A-class Anomaly refused the offer, intending to rob him of all his money before consuming him. Through Lin Di's reason arguments, the A-class Anomaly was successfully delivered to Dr. Seiko's operating table. Ding, delivered a patient to Dr. Seiko. Mission completed. Reward obtained, basic experience 100, Blood Fiend coins 500, Dr. Seiko's favorability 10. Selectable reward 1, Chapter 92. Special level. Upon returning to the Bizarre shop, Lin Di drove the refrigerated truck obtained from Su Chuan to the home of Gue Miantang. Observing such a vehicle traversing the streets, passers-by were taken aback, stopping to discuss among themselves. Lin Di's actions undoubtedly elevated the shop's profile. The 9th level was the lowest. The upper-tier anomalies rarely ventured downwards. Thus, even if the anomalies on the 9th level were aware that Lin Di could traverse between the two realms through the Bizarre Gate, those from the upper levels remained oblivious. However, this news would soon spread to the 8th level, and the business of the Bizarre shop would undoubtedly flourish. After delivering a truckload of meat to Gue Miantang's residence, Gue Miantang was exceedingly pleased and planned to place another order after enjoying the meal. Ding! Procured a truckload of meat for Gue Miantang. Mission completed. Reward obtained, basic experience 50, Blood Fiend coins 100, Bizarre shop's recognition 30. Exiting Gue Miantang's home, Lin Di made his way directly to the Residency Rights Management Office. Upon seeing Lin Di, what greeted him warmly, producing a bottle of red wine to offer. The wine, of course, was not the kind from the human world, merely a red-colored beverage. Lin Di, uninterested in such enigmatic concoctions, politely declined. What glanced over Lin Di's shoulder and cheerfully inquired, Have your bodyguards not accompanied you? Since their last encounter, when Lin Di had brought a large group of humans, what had been keenly interested in them. However, he had refrained from visiting due to being advised that the Bizarre shop had rules requiring visitors to leave something behind. Though he enjoyed interacting with humans, he cherished the unique components of his own body and was unwilling to part with any money. Thus he had restrained himself in the two Bizarre shops. The staff did not require such a large number, so what automatically assumed the females were employees of the Bizarre shop and the males were Lin Di's bodyguards. Lin Di corrected him, saying, They are all my staff. I do not require bodyguards. Upon hearing this, What's eyes widened in astonishment. Your Bizarre shop is so small, and there isn't much business. Do you really need so many staff members? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and with a mischievous glint in his eye, he chuckled. You're wasting manpower. How about this? Lend me 2 of them. I happen to need assistance here, don't worry. I want to borrow them for free. I'll pay you. Lin Di, intrigued, wondered how much this money-obsessed fishman would be willing to part with for personnel. How much do you intend to offer? What pondered earnestly for a moment, raising 2 fingers. How about this number? Lin Di arched an eyebrow slightly. 20,000? That seems a bit. Before Lin Di could articulate his stingy thoughts, he noticed what shaking his head vigorously. It's 200 blood sorcery coins, Lin Di. Let us focus on more pressing matters. With that, Lindy produced his trickery card and placed it on the table. Upon seeing the highest tier purple gold card, What's small, round eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He distinctly recalled that not long ago, Lindy possessed merely a silver card, and due to purchasing an 8th-tier residential card, his funds had dwindled to almost nothing. In less than a month, how had he ascended from a silver card to a purple gold card? Had this fellow resorted to thievery? Lindy informed him, I intend to open a branch store on the upper levels. Can you assist me in making an introduction to the individual responsible for allocating residential rights on those levels, so I can secure a larger, less remote location? Of course, I won't have you toil for nothing. I offer you this amount. With a subtle smile, Lindy raised one finger. Hearing the prospect of profit, what immediately perked up? 10,000? Lindy couldn't help but internally scoff. Why aren't you suggesting 100 now? However, since he was spending money to solicit assistance, it wouldn't do to be overly miserly, so Lindy nodded in agreement. What inquired, to which tier do you plan to open your branch? His question indicated he was capable of facilitating such arrangements and was willing to comply. If feasible, I would like to establish a branch on every tier, Lindy replied. Upon hearing this, Watt's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of concern. If you wish to open branches on tiers 3 to 7, I can arrange better positions as long as your funds suffice. However, regarding the first and second tiers, Lindy assumed he was attempting to negotiate a higher price and replied knowingly, I understand, the first and second tiers are somewhat elevated in status. I can offer an additional 20,000. Watt's eyes brightened momentarily, but then dimmed again. As much as I would love to earn that 20,000, it truly isn't just a matter of money. Furthermore, it isn't merely about selecting a location. It's about the residential rights there, which cannot simply be purchased. Regardless of the sum spent, without attaining the requisite status, one cannot even gain entry to the first and second tiers. Even if one somehow manages to ascend, an invisible force would crush them. Lindy, astutely grasping the crux of the matter, asked, Who do you mean by they? Watt replied, You don't know? Lindy retorted, Should I? Watt smacked his thigh and exclaimed, I completely forgot you came from the 9th tier. It's understandable you wouldn't know given the lack of information there. Here, besides the ordinary tiers of anomalies, there are also some of a special classification. Their power cannot be assessed using the standard SABCD ratings, but is categorized by anomaly sequences. Lindy couldn't help but recall the Dark Knight Predator he had absorbed. That entity was classified as an SS-level anomaly, and the system data displayed it as. It was likely that the special classifications Watt referred to were of this nature, indicating that special-level anomalies exceed S-level. Watt continued, Sequences 1 to 10 comprise the high sequence. Residing on the first tier, they are the 10 strongest here. Sequences 11 to 50 belong to the mid-sequence, while 51 to 100 are low sequences, residing on the second tier. Lindy asked, Only 100? Watt nodded, to my knowledge. There are currently only these 100. Lindy, not fully comprehending the notion of sequences, likened it to a combat ranking system in a game. If I can defeat any one of the 100 in the sequence, can I then claim their sequence and residence? Upon hearing this, Watt burst into laughter. This is the first time I've heard someone boldly claim they could defeat an anomaly in the sequence. If you witnessed their abilities, you would never utter such words again. Even if you were fortunate enough to defeat an S-level anomaly, you must realize that, in the eyes of the anomaly sequence elites, an S-level anomaly is akin to a mouse compared to an elephant, utterly insignificant. Even the anomaly ranked at sequence 100 could crush an S-level anomaly as easily as squashing an ant. In short, do not harbor any delusions of confronting them. Chapter 93. A miraculous event. Lindy understood that only by defeating the anomalies in the sequence could he open branch stores on the first and second tiers. However, at present, his finances were insufficient even for a branch on the third tier. He needed to focus on earning money first. Once he had established a branch on the third tier, he could consider expanding to the first and second tiers later. I understand. Please assist me in arranging residential rights for tiers 4 to 7. Observing Lindy's rather dismissive demeanor, Watt felt compelled to caution him further. I sincerely advise you not to provoke those sequence elites. They are truly formidable. I once witnessed 7S-level anomalies attempt to encircle a sequence 100 elite, and they all vanished. Lindy nodded. I understand. How long do you think it will take to arrange this for me? Watt responded, 2 days should suffice. All right, I will return in 2 days. With that, Lindy rose to depart. Watching Lindy's retreating figure, What hastily called out, "Remember my words. Do not provoke them," with the matter of the branch store entrusted to what? Lindy began contemplating ways to generate income. The traditional retail approach was far too inefficient, yielding meager profits. He needed to establish cross-border e-commerce and initiate anomaly store live streaming. With this in mind, Lindy made his way to Dr. Ryan's laboratory on the 8th tier. Standing at the entrance, he noticed a scanning device had been installed on the door at some point. The scanner performed a quick scan, and the door swung open with a clang. The door was quite intelligent. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about interruptions. Lindy mused that if such a door could be popularized in the void anomaly realm, it would surely sell quite well. After all, anomalies here were no trifling matter, and many would gladly pay for an additional layer of security. However, his anomaly store did not require such protection. When the store opened for business, he wasn't concerned about anomalies breaking in. He feared they wouldn't come in at all. As Lindy entered the laboratory, he found it devoid of personnel. At that moment, he heard voices from one of the labs inside, belonging to Aishin, Dr. Ryan, and the metallic robot Lyle. Dr. Ryan instructed, "Lyle, take out your materials." Lyle appeared somewhat hesitant, stalling as he replied, "Doctor, must we do it this way?" Dr. Ryan insisted, "It is imperative. Insert your materials into Aishin's body, swiftly." Aishin, who could no longer wait, interjected, "Dr. Ryan, he seems quite unwilling. Perhaps you should handle it yourself." Dr. Ryan shook his head. Such a delicate procedure is more suited for Lyle to execute. Lyle protested, "But, Doctor..." Lindy, completely perplexed by their conversation, gently pushed the laboratory door open and peered inside. He saw Aishin lying on the experimental table, with Dr. Ryan and Lyle standing nearby, engaged in discussion. Noticing that they had yet to commence the experiment, Lindy knocked on the door and stepped inside the laboratory. Aishin, programmed to respond, sat up and greeted. "Boss, you have returned. I will prepare tea for you." Lindy waved his hand. "No need. Just lie back down." Upon hearing the command, Aishin resumed her position. "Dr. Ryan, are you planning to modify Aishin? To make her like Lyle?" Lindy inquired with curiosity. Dr. Ryan nodded, then shook his head. "I do intend to make some modifications to Aishin, but Lyle is unique and cannot be replicated." Lindy paused momentarily, then asked, "Do you mean that literally? Or in an emotional sense?" Dr. Ryan clarified, "Literally, if it had been an emotional context, Lindy could understand. After all, Lyle was the first robot created by Dr. Ryan capable of self-evolution and possessing autonomous consciousness. This would hold significant meaning for them, much like how Lyle was the first patient to walk away from Dr. Sacco's operating table. However, if he meant it literally, Lindy found it hard to comprehend. Since both were creations of his hands, it seemed reasonable that he could produce the first, second, and third robots in succession. Lindy couldn't help but ask, "Why is Lyle irreplaceable?" Dr. Ryan approached Lyle and gestured for him to display his internal components. In response, Lyle activated a mechanism in his chest, revealing his inner workings. The interior of Lyle's body was filled with various functioning metallic parts. Dr. Ryan removed some of the front components to reveal what lay hidden behind. Within Lyle's chest, a crystal floated, white in color, containing a swirl of red liquid. For some reason, upon seeing this crystal, a familiar sensation flooded Lindy's heart once more. "Where did you acquire this crystal?" Lindy asked. His expression darkening as he turned to Dr. Ryan. "It was obtained from materials provided by the anomaly shifter," Dr. Ryan replied. Lindy raised an eyebrow. "Would the anomaly shifter casually give you such materials?" Dr. Ryan paused for a moment before finally confessing, "I secretly stashed it away while the anomaly shifters were clearing the battlefield. Theo achieved great things. One must not be overly concerned with trifles." This was typical behavior for the mad inventor that he was. "I have long desired to transmute the enigmatic energy into tangible material and merge it with machinery. Yet the obtuse individuals at the Anomaly Management Bureau have obstinately refused to endorse my proposition." Later, while crafting Lyle, I clandestinely implanted this crystal within his being. I have conducted secretive tests and discovered that the anomalous energy contained within this crystal is extraordinarily precious. I have encountered a myriad of anomalous abilities. Yet none can rival this. It is nothing short of a miracle. Lindy expressed great interest in the crystal, inquiring, "Where did you acquire it? From which part of the human world?" Without a moment's hesitation, Dr. Ryan replied, "Pingnan City, which was originally a cemetery, reduced to rubble during a conflict with the anomalist IT, has since been transformed into a park. However, you would find it elusive. I have searched several times and found nothing. Lindy was not particularly keen on locating such a crystal but was intrigued by its origin. Was this crystal an artifact of the turmoil at that time? Dr. Ryan shook his head with utmost certainty. In my quest to trace the crystal's origin, I examined the anomalies involved in the disturbance, and I am confident this is not theirs. It likely emerged from the depths during the battle, perhaps an ancient relic. Lindy noted the park's location, intending to investigate when time allowed. Regardless of Dr. Ryan's intelligence, he remained an ordinary human, and certain phenomena could not be perceived or felt by mere mortals. Only by personally visiting the site could he ascertain whether there was anything amiss. Chapter 94. The Interdimensional Communicator. For the moment, the exploration of the crystal could wait. Acquiring funds was paramount. Lindy mentioned his purpose for visiting Dr. Ryan's inventions. I wonder how the projects I entrusted to you are progressing? If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. Dr. Ryan praised Lindy profusely. Back when he was at the Bureau of Anomaly Management, those bureaucratic blockheads, confined to their offices, had thwarted his every endeavor. They either imposed restrictions or failed to control the situation. Whenever he proposed innovative projects, they insisted on conducting various risk assessments. After a protracted period of evaluation, they invariably delivered the news that his inventions could not proceed. This significantly hampered his inventive prowess. He could not comprehend why, with so many inventions capable of enhancing humanity's physical limits, capable of minimizing casualty rates, those individuals were unwilling to approve them. Merely allowing humanity to undergo an evolution would grant them the ability to contend with the anomalous. Why were they so averse to permitting such advancements? In contrast, Lindy was wholly supportive of his inventions and frequently offered intriguing ideas, truly his kindred spirit. Consequently, he prioritized Lindy's requests for inventions. The device for reversing memories requires a bit more time. I am almost finished, Dr. Ryan remarked. Lindy was not particularly anxious about the memory restoration, as he now had the option of self-selected rewards, allowing him to peruse the archives of the Anomaly Management Bureau at will. I am not referring to the memory device, but rather the communication tool I initially mentioned, one that connects the human world with the void of the anomalous.it, should enable live streaming and can be mass-produced. At this, Dr. Ryan gestured for him to follow. The item you commissioned has long been completed. He led Lindy to another laboratory. Upon entering, Lindy beheld a device resembling a mobile phone, albeit more advanced in design than those in the human realm. This is the interdimensional communicator you sought, Dr. Ryan proclaimed, having even bestowed a name upon the high-tech device. I made some modifications based on your specifications, rendering it simpler and more user-friendly. As he spoke. Dr. Ryan picked up the communicator and, without looking, tossed it to Lindy. Taken by surprise, Lindy momentarily failed to react, fearing the device would crash to the ground. Yet, it halted just 5 centimeters above the floor. Lindy was utterly astonished. The design was simply brilliant. Rather than relying on various anti-drop features, it was far better to ensure it never touched the ground at all. He picked up the communicator and threw it against the wall. Once more without incident, Dr. Ryan, you are truly a genius. Such a design should have long been commonplace in the human world. Why has no one adopted it? Upon hearing Lindy's words, Dr. Ryan sighed. If only those blockheads could possess your vision. The technological advancements of the human world would surely soar. They refused to let humanity engage with any devices crafted from anomalous energy, leaving me powerless. Lindy chuckled. It is their short-sightedness that stifles your genius. Doctor, fear not. You shall have ample opportunity to showcase your talents here, and I will do everything in my power to support you. Ding, Dr. Ryan's affinity 80. Detected. Dr. Ryan's affinity exceeds 80. Bond relationship may be established. Please select bond relationship, slave, subordinate, companion, superior. Upon seeing these 4 options, Lindy was perplexed. How was this system's bond mechanism designed? Previously, the bond with Dr. Seiko had included options like lover, best friend, and brotherhood. Though they seemed somewhat unrelated, they at least appeared somewhat normal. Yet, what was the meaning of slave, subordinate, and superior this time? He had never viewed Dr. Ryan in such a light. Lindy dismissed the system's peculiarities and chose the most conventional option of companion. Ding! You have established a companion bond with Dr. Ryan. Dr. Ryan picked up the interdimensional communicator and began explaining its usage. For convenience, I designed some of its functions similarly to a mobile phone. However, unlike a phone, which requires a SIM card, internet, and power, this device is sustained by anomalous energy, thus requiring none of that. Of course, the user must possess anomalous energy. Humans cannot utilize it. Lindy found this design even more ingenious, as it eliminated the risk of being spied upon by humans. Dr. Ryan opened a software featuring the emblem of an anomalous shop, explaining, "This is the built-in live streaming software, present in every interdimensional communicator and cannot be uninstalled. It also features a live streaming hover mode." With that, Dr. Ryan activated the live stream, tapping an icon on the screen before releasing his hand. To Lindy's astonishment, the communicator floated in mid-air without any support, defying gravity. Dr. Ryan demonstrated by gently moving the communicator, adding, "This way, when you stream, you need not fuss with cumbersome props to adjust the angle." Lindy couldn't help but give Dr. Ryan a thumbs up. His expectations for the interdimensional communicator had been limited to an ordinary smartphone from the human realm. Yet Dr. Ryan had produced a device far surpassing his aspirations. Clearly, he had underestimated the capabilities of a genius inventor. Lindy was enamored with the interdimensional communicator. However, a question arose. Such a flawless device must have been labor-intensive to create, and mass production would likely pose challenges. At this moment, Dr. Ryan approached a machine resembling a factory assembly line and called out to Lindy, "Do you have any currency?" Lindy produced coins from the human world. Puzzled, "Doctor, what do you need money for here?" Dr. Ryan shook his head. "Not that currency. I mean the one you use here. What's it called? Blood currency?" Lindy replied. "You mean bloodshot coins?" Dr. Ryan nodded. "Yes, that one. I wonder who thought of such a ridiculous name." Lindy retrieved a purple gold card to hand to him. Dr. Ryan declined, stating, "Not that. I require the actual coins, the real deal." "How many do you need?" Dr. Ryan requested. "Let's start with 1,000." In the next moment, Lindy extracted 1,000 bloodshot coins from the purple gold card and placed them in a dish for Dr. Ryan. Upon receiving the coins, Dr. Ryan turned and poured them directly into a slot on the assembly line machine. Chapter 95. Conscientious pricing. As the bloodshot coins were deposited, the assembly line machine lit up with a chime. The screen displayed the number 1,000, presumably indicating the quantity of bloodshot coins. Subsequently, Dr. Ryan placed an interdimensional communicator into the slot beneath the machine. After pressing a nearby switch, the conveyor belt began to turn. Watching rows of interdimensional communicators materialize out of thin air on the conveyor belt, Lindy felt a mix of astonishment and delight. Dr. Ryan explained nonchalantly, "It takes 100 bloodshot coins to replicate one interdimensional communicator. As long as you have sufficient funds, you can manufacture as many as you desire." Lindy gazed at the marvelous machine and inquired, "Can this machine replicate anything?" Dr. Ryan replied, "The replicator cannot reproduce life. Beyond that, as long as you use materials equivalent to the item you wish to replicate, it can produce a copy." He gestured toward Lyle, saying that anomalous crystal cannot be replicated due to its unique materials. Without the original components, it cannot be reproduced. Lindy has finally come to understand why the Anomalous Management Bureau has taken such stringent measures to confine this brilliant inventor. Even if he refrains from favoring Lyle's escape, it is likely that the Bureau would concoct other justifications to keep him incarcerated, accompanied by round-the-clock surveillance. His prodigious intellect, if left unchecked, could potentially unleash uncontrollable dilemmas upon the human realm. Fortunately, Dr. Ryan is currently ensconced within the void anomalous realm. As long as he is unable to conjure new life, he may invent whatever he pleases without significant consequence. Lindy retrieved 1,000 blood fiend coins and deposited them into the replication machine, swiftly producing 10 interdimensional communicators. Armed with the original 5 devices and the newly replicated 20, he returned to the peculiar shop. That moment, the shop was devoid of customers, and Lori and the others were idly engaged in a game of mahjong. "Lori, have you once again pilfered from my collection room?" Upon being caught red-handed, Lori pouted playfully, "Boss, I saw they were so bored. They never played with me before, and now I finally have enough for a table." Lindy bore no ill will but cautioned her, "If you wish to avoid becoming a permanent fixture in my collection room, refrain from meddling with the items on the top shelf." Lori cheerfully acquiesced. "I understand, boss." With that, she hurriedly stored the mahjong tiles back in the collection room. Once everyone had gathered, Lindy distributed the 20 interdimensional communicators among them. "All right, folks, we have work to do." Upon seeing the communicators, Suchuan's eyes lit up as he eagerly picked one up to examine. "Is this how advanced phones have become?" Lindy clarified. This is not a phone. It is an interdimensional communicator invented by Dr. Ryan. He then elaborated on the various functions of the communicator. Lori, having never seen a smartphone before, was utterly fascinated, exclaiming, "Wow, this can play games? I wish Dr. Ryan would come sooner." Su Chuan and Yu Qi marveled at Dr. Ryan's inventive prowess. Yuan Yinan, however, perceived the underlying essence of the device. Surely, this interdimensional communicator must have been crafted by Dr. Ryan, infused with anomalous energy. As the former leader of the anomalous transformations, Yuan Yinan had frequently collaborated with Dr. Ryan to mitigate the casualties among those undergoing transformations. He had heard Dr. Ryan express his desire to harness anomalous energy to elevate the technological standards of the human world, but alas, all his proposals had ultimately been dismissed. Now, free from the constraints imposed by the Anomalous Management Bureau, Dr. Ryan's talents could finally find a purpose. Lindy stated, "Each of you four will take one of these devices. Even in my absence from the shop, you will be able to report any developments at any time. Furthermore, I want you to distribute these 20 communicators to the anomalies on the 8th and 9th floors for them to trial at no cost." Upon hearing the word free, Lori's eyes widened in disbelief, regarding Lindy as if he were a stranger. "Boss, have you been possessed by a soul? This is the same person who would skin anomalies alive." Lindy smirked, a hint of cunning in his smile. "One must cast a long line to catch a big fish. We should adopt a long-term perspective when addressing matters. If anomalies come seeking to purchase the communicators, let them place their orders in advance." Lori silently averted her gaze, already aware that nothing truly comes for free, especially not in Lindy's domain. "Boss, how much will you sell these for?" Lindy raised a finger. "A fair price, 1,000 Blood Fiend coins per unit." Upon hearing that such a high-tech interdimensional communicator was priced at a mere 1,000 Blood Fiend coins, Su Chuan exclaimed in disbelief, even expressing concern that Lindy might incur losses. "While it's necessary to invest for the sake of broadcasting, isn't this too much of a financial risk?" Yu Qi chimed in. "I believe selling it for 3,000 Blood Fiend coins would be perfectly reasonable." After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Yinan, who had remained silent until now, inquired of Lindy, "What is the production cost of this device?" Lindy replied, 100 Blood Fiend coins. Su Chuan and Yu Qi exchanged incredulous glances. A production cost of 100 Blood Fiend coins, sold for 1,000, yields a 9-fold profit, and they still think it's a loss. Yuan Yinan nodded, handing his interdimensional communicator to Su Chuan and the others. Then remarked to Lindy, "You should be preparing to venture into the human world. Allow me to accompany you." Lindy's intention in having Dr. Ryan create the interdimensional communicators was to facilitate the resale of intriguing items from the human world. He needed to acquire a plethora of captivating objects that would pique the interest of the anomalies. To this end, he planned to establish a curiosity shop in the human realm. As he was unfamiliar with the intricacies of running a shop in that world, he required someone with more insight to serve as his advisor. Clearly, Yuan Yinan was the most suitable candidate. If the shop flourished, there would also be a need for branch managers in the future. Once Su Chuan and the others departed to deliver the interdimensional communicators, Yuan Yinan presented Lindy with a box. Upon opening it, Lindy discovered a male doll typically sold in adult stores. "What do you intend to do with this?" Yuan Yinan inquired with curiosity. Lindy replied nonchalantly, "To use it." Yuan Yinan frowned slightly, unable to fathom its practicality. Lindy carried the box toward another storage room, casually explaining, "It's not for my use, it's for another anomaly. That festering zombie mentioned wanting a skin graft, so this will serve him well." Yuan Yinan. It seems he had overthought it, after all. Lindy hardly seemed the type to harbor desires for anything. Once Lindy emerged, he glanced at the time. According to their agreement, the festering zombie should be arriving today. Yuan Yinan asked, "What will you do if he doesn't show?" Lindy smiled faintly. "If he fails to appear, I shall personally visit him in a couple of days to offer my skin graft services." Chapter 96. Mutual Learning. Lindy instructed Yuan Yinan to await the festering zombie in the shop. With the interdimensional communicators, he would be informed of any developments in real time. Time is money, and he had no intention of idling. During this waiting period, Lindy visited Dr. Sacco's clinic to seek his counsel on the art of alchemy. Previously, the system had rewarded him with a skill related to medicine, medical skill, forceful treatment, a name that resonated deeply with Dr. Sacco. Consulting him would undoubtedly be fruitful. Upon arriving at Dr. Sacco's clinic, Lindy knocked on the door twice before entering. He had just delivered a patient to Dr. Sacco, who was likely occupied performing surgery at that moment. Upon entering, Lindy overheard an A-class anomaly loudly cursing and threatening Dr. Sacco. Despite being an A-class anomaly himself, Dr. Sacco displayed no trepidation toward the raucous patient. In fact, he had grown accustomed to the belligerent outbursts of unruly patients. Encountering a compliant patient like Lindy would be the true anomaly. The A-class anomaly had already been severely weakened by Lindy's prior assault, with most of its anomalous energy siphoned away, leaving it little more than an empty shell, hence unable to contend with Dr. Sacco. Though classified as an A-class anomaly, the remnant energy it possessed was scarcely more than a harmless D-class. This time, rather than waiting outside, Lindy knocked on the surgery room door. Observing Dr. Sacco's surgical process firsthand was essential for enhancing his medical skills. "Dr. Sacco, may I come in?" Lindy politely inquired. Ordinarily, Dr. Sacco despised interruptions during surgery, yet upon recognizing Lindy's voice, he warmly opened the door. "My friend, what brings you here? I am presently preparing for surgery on my patient and may not be able to attend to you properly. You are welcome to visit my potion room while I complete the procedure." He spoke of surgery as if it were a trivial matter, causing the anomaly patient to turn pale. "Hey, how can you still manage to smile?" The patient was incensed to see Lindy's grin, feeling like a victim of misfortune, having been unjustly sent for punishment instead of receiving the compensation he deserved. "Hello," Lindy greeted the anomaly, adopting an innocent demeanor. "I offered you a choice, yet you declined my compensation. I believe my suggestion was quite reasonable. Any rational person would have accepted, yet you adamantly refused and even furiously attempted to devour me. I suspect there may be something amiss with your cognition, hence my kind gesture in finding yo scissors, pliers, bone saws, scalpels, T-shaped chisels, rib cutters, and craniotomy tools." The array of instruments was remarkably comprehensive, indicating that the surgical procedure could commence. Yet, a sense of something being amiss lingered in the art. As Lindy pondered this, the doctor, Sacco, interrupted his thoughts with an unexpected remark. "My friend, I am about to perform surgery, and there will be blood splattering everywhere. It would be wise for you to remain outside the operating room." The peculiar patient, displaying an expression of sheer horror, evoked no disdain from Lindy, who responded with a smile. "I have recently taken it upon myself to study medicine. While I have only grasped some theoretical knowledge, I have yet to witness a procedure in practice. I hope to observe the surgery closely, and if possible, I would like to try my hand at it." Upon hearing Lindy's interest in surgery, Sacco's face lit up with barely concealed excitement. "Oh, my dear friend, you are truly my kindred spirit. I have no objections. You are welcome to observe at any time. Should you desire, I can personally guide you through the surgical process." Lindy nodded in agreement. "That sounds splendid. I am very much looking forward to it, but for this occasion, I believe it is best if you take the lead. As I lack substantial surgical experience." At that moment, the previously terrified patient suddenly spoke up. "You lack experience? I have heard that you are adept at cosmetic surgery, even having replaced the skin of a puppet creature entirely. Is that what you call lacking experience?" This reminder jolted Lindy into realization. "Indeed. I suppose I have some surgical experience after all." Sacco gazed at Lindy with newfound admiration. "My dear friend, you possess the remarkable ability to undertake such intricate procedures. I am genuinely impressed. I find myself quite inept at delicate surgeries. I should seek your counsel instead." Lindy humbly replied, "What I performed was merely a conventional human procedure applied to a humanoid anomaly. It barely suffices. Compared to your more straightforward and brutal methods, it is hardly worth mentioning." Sacco responded, "I believe we can learn from one another and exchange experiences." Listening to their conversation, the peculiar patient proposed, "I believe I am of the humanoid type. Could you perhaps treat me?" Sacco's reputation was well known. Even those in higher echelons were aware of him. Once placed upon his operating table, few emerged unscathed. The proprietor of the peculiar shop was an exception, and it was rumored that their relationship was quite amicable. Birds of a feather flock together. Indeed, the shop owner must also be somewhat unhinged. Were he to discover that the one demolishing his abode was the shopkeeper, he would never initiate a conflict with him. Now, however, two lunatics stood beside him, poised to dismantle him piece by piece. If given a choice, he would prefer the capable hands of Lindy over the terrifying tools wielded by the mad Sacco for a craniotomy. Upon hearing his suggestion, Lindy shook his head, visibly troubled. I have not performed any surgery beyond skin grafting. I fear that might not be feasible. Furthermore, Sacco has dissected numerous patients and is undoubtedly well-versed in the placement of your organs, a knowledge I lack. The peculiar patient exclaimed, "What do you mean by having dissected so many patients? Aren't those merely corpses? Help me." See, however, on that occasion, he recalled that Dr. Sacco had also subjected his mind to a thorough soaking and cleansing, much like this time. Therefore, was it the universal elixir that Dr. Sacco employed to purify his mind? No wonder he felt a certain discomfort upon reinserting his brain. It took a considerable amount of time for him to recover. What ailment does this universal elixir most effectively address? Dr. Sacco pondered for a moment. I believe it works wonders for cleansing curse marks, yielding immediate results. Lindy was taken aback. Cleansing curse marks? It sounded as though he were discussing a common inflammation. Dr. Sacco, a true genius in alchemy, seemed to prefer surgical methods for healing, thereby stifling his own talents. Lindy could not allow his alchemical prowess to be buried. He was determined to master the method of concocting the universal elixir. Chapter 98. The universal elixir, my friend, utilizing such an exceptional elixir for bone cleansing is a gross misappropriation, Dr. Sacco remarked. Not to worry, there is an abundance of the universal elixir. Using a bit less is inconsequential. Lindy inquired, speaking of which, it has been quite some time since I last practiced alchemy. Could you spare some time to teach me? Upon hearing this, Dr. Sacco readily agreed. His spirits lifted. What elixir do you wish to concoct? Lindy smiled slightly. I believe the universal elixir would be splendid. After a brief wait, Dr. Sacco retrieved upon hearing these words. The shopkeeper raised his head with a hint of suspicion, his gaze flitting back and forth between Lindy and Yuan Yinin. Judging by his expression, it seemed he regarded them as potential fraudsters. Lindy subtly shifted his hand. Retrieving a box from his monitoring watch, Yuan Yinin accepted the box, placing it before the shopkeeper and opening it directly. Inside, the box was brimming with cash, approximately 1 million, however. The shopkeeper merely cast a fleeting glance at the money. His demeanor unperturbed, lacking any sign of reaction. Lindy could not help but feel puzzled. If money held no value for this man, could it be that he was affluent himself? I do not rent my shop for any amount. You would do well to seek elsewhere, the shopkeeper reiterated, shaking his head. Yet this time, his look was not one of suspicion directed at a scammer, but rather a disdainful glance reserved for a fool. Recognizing the futility of communication, Lindy did not press the matter further. This was not the only shop available. If he refused to rent, others certainly would. Lindy reclaimed the box filled with money, preparing to move on to the next establishment. Just then, the shopkeeper seemed to have been triggered by some reflex, suddenly calling out to them, "Wait a moment," he quickly added. "I see you are earnest in your desire to rent. I have decided to lease the shop to you after all." This time, it was Lindy who regarded him with skepticism. "Did you not just refuse to rent?" he inquired. The shopkeeper, now adorned with a smile, appeared to have shed his previous lifeless demeanor. Were it not for the absence of any peculiar energy emanating from him, Lindy might have suspected he was possessed. The shopkeeper cheerfully remarked, "I simply did not grasp the situation at first. I thought you were jesting. Turning down money would be foolish." Lindy accepted this explanation. Considering it a promising start to their venture, he gestured towards Yuan Yinin, instructing, "For the necessary procedures, simply communicate with my assistant. Please wait a moment. I will retrieve a lease contract from the back," the shopkeeper replied. During the interval of waiting for the contract, Yuan Yinin remained vigilant, sensing something amiss with the shopkeeper. "There is something off about him," Yuan Yinin cautioned Lindy. Lindy was well aware that the shopkeeper was suspicious. A person who remained unfazed by $1 million would likely exhibit a different demeanor upon spotting the monitoring watch adorning Yuan Yinin's wrist. He feared that the shopkeeper's trip to the back was not to print a lease agreement, but rather to alert others and summon reinforcements. "Is this from your side?" Lindy inquired. Yuan Yinin shook his head. "It should not be. The Anomaly Management Bureau does not engage in such clandestine operations. The only entity I know that would do this is the Ouroboros." As they conversed, several vehicles pulled up outside the shop. Armed individuals disembarked, securing all exits of the establishment. "They have arrived," Lindy noted, casting his gaze towards the entrance. Yuan Yinin rose, heading towards the back where the shopkeeper had gone to investigate. "The fellow has fled, and the back door is also guarded," he reported. Lindy surveyed the surroundings, realizing that this group possessed anomalous energy within them. likely anomalous experimental subjects created by the Ouroboros. This group is formidable. At least 3 of them are Class A anomalous entities, likely intent on capturing us alive, Yuan Yenin said. The Ouroboros had previously captured several shapeshifters, brainwashing them to become members of their organization for the purpose of combating other shapeshifters or serving as moles within the Anomaly Management Bureau. It appeared they were employing the same strategy once more. Lindy retrieved the Void Anomaly Projector, addressing Yuan Yenin. Our plan has been compromised. This location is no longer viable in their estimation. There was only one shapeshifter present. You should return while I stay behind to entertain them. Yuan Yenin frowned. I do not consider these Class A entities to be a significant threat. You need not worry about my safety. Yet Lindy insisted. I wish to investigate their base. I fear you may eliminate them all to them. Anyone wearing a monitoring watch was a shapeshifter, and they would capture only the shapeshifter, eliminating everyone else without a second thought. This back and forth would likely result in Yuan Yenin annihilating them all. The Ouroboros was a sworn enemy of the Anomaly Management Bureau, and Lindy was now somewhat curious about their objectives. They were dedicated to collecting various anomalous items, and had produced numerous anomalous experimental subjects. The shapeshifters of the Anomaly Management Bureau were intended to combat anomalous beings. So what purpose did the Ouroboros have in creating these experimental subjects? This was an opportune moment to infiltrate the inner workings of the Ouroboros organization. Understanding Lindy's intentions, Yuan Yenin advised him before departing, the leader of the Ouroboros organization is exceedingly mysterious. The Anomaly Management Bureau has been unable to uncover any information about him. If possible, you should attempt to investigate. With that, Yuan Yenin utilized the Void Anomaly Projector to return to the Anomaly realm. The gravitational pull generated by the projector caused almost all clothing in the shop to be drawn away. Leaving only a few items hanging on Lindy in mere seconds, the entire shop was stripped bare, appearing much more spacious. At that moment, those stationed outside with anomalous energy detectors exclaimed, "We have detected abnormal, anomalous energy fluctuations."